Chapter 2873, Present Zero-Wing Orc Empire, Silverwing City. Droves of people came and went on the city's main street. More than half of these people were NPCs from the neighboring kingdoms and empires. Due to the World Passage's opening and the invasion of the Outer Worlds player and NPC forces, both native players and NPCs had their range of activity restricted significantly. As the strongest city in the Orc Empire, one capable of fending off attacks from anything below Tier 5, Silverwing City had already become a mecca for the neighboring kingdoms and empires' players and NPCs. Moreover, the news of Black Flame reaching Tier 5 sent the number of players visiting Silverwing City skyrocketing, resulting in overcrowding. All of these new arrivals sought to join Zero Wing and develop long-term in Silverwing City. At this time, Tier 4 experts radiating frightening auras appeared in Zero Wing's residence, one after another. The arrival of these experts instantly silenced the bustling residents. Even the players lining up to take the test to join the guild couldn't help feeling frightened. What's going on with Zero Wing? Why have so many Tier 4 experts gathered? Are they here to maintain order since there are so many people applying to join the guild? Amazing. So, this is Zero Wing? I saw over 50 Tier 4 experts already. Some super guilds don't have this many Tier 4 expert. That's not all of it. Look at their equipment. Every one of them has at least 3 pieces of level 150 epic equipment. I wonder when I'll be able to get one for myself. The eyes of the players lined up in the residence's courtyard widened in shock as they took in Zero Wing's Tier 4 experts. Previously, they had recognized that Zero Wing was a powerful guild but felt that it had become a superpower in God's domain only because of Zero Wing City and Black Flame's undefeated legend. Upon seeing the situation now, they realized that Zero Wing's foundation was far more terrifying than they thought. Not only did Zero Wing possess far more Tier 4 experts than most superpowers, but these experts also had superior equipment standards compared to the various superpowers Tier 4 experts. Currently, over 50 Tier 4 experts were gathered in the courtyard. This was a spectacular scene that those present would rarely get to see in their lifetimes. Not to mention, these Tier 4 experts were not repressing their auras at all. When these auras overlapped, they came together to generate an aura far more frightening than that of superior mythic monsters. Even Tier 3 experts shuddered involuntarily, forced to keep their distance from these Tier 4 experts. Why would Zero Wing gather so many Tier 4 experts here? Is it conducting a major operation or something? This is indeed unusual. A guild would gather so many of its Tier 4 experts in one place only for a special event. As the number of Tier 4 experts kept increasing, the non-members in the courtyard felt something amiss. Even Zero Wing's members started growing antsy at this situation. Ji Luorong looked at Violet Cloud, who had just arrived in the courtyard, and asked, "Big Sis Violet, do you know why the guild leader suddenly summoned us?" "I don't know, either. Big Sis Fire suddenly contacted me and told me to come here right away," Violet Cloud replied, shaking her head. She then visually inspected Ji Luorong and exclaimed in surprise, "Luorong, your mana body is at the 110% completion rate already? You've made so much progress." Ji Luorong had joined Zero Wing only recently. Although Zero Wing was much stronger than before, the fact that Ji Luorong managed to increase her mana body's completion rate from under 105% to her current 110% proved that she was monstrously talented. Hee. It's because of the sword Saint Legacy Big Sis Fire gave me. If not for it, I would have taken much longer to reach 110%, Ji Luorong said, smiling. Inwardly, she still felt a little delighted. After all, only a tiny number of experts in God's domain had managed to develop their mana bodies to a 110% completion rate at this stage of the game. However, when Ji Luorong carefully sensed the mana surrounding Violet Cloud's body, her delight instantly vanished. The mana close to Violet Cloud had already liquefied. Although it was limited to a small portion of her mana, it was still better than nothing. The fact that Violet Cloud could accomplish this feat meant that her mana body's completion rate had already reached 115% or above, according to what Feng told them. She might have even reached the 120% completion rate already. At this time, a masked, middle-aged man clad in black approached Ji Luorong. The aura this man radiated practically rivaled that of a superior mythic monster. This middle-aged man was none other than Crimson Mask, another Eternal Glory member who had joined Zero Wing. "Commander, why did Big Sis Fire suddenly call for us? Is something big going on?" Crimson Mask asked curiously as he looked at Ji Luorong. "I don't know. Big Sis Fire only told me to come here as soon as possible and nothing else." Ji Luorong shook her head. When she noticed the qualitative transformation of Crimson Mask's demeanor, she couldn't help sighing to herself ruefully. B*B furious smiley B greater than Y B. Initially, Crimson Mask had opposed Eternal Glory's joining Zero Wing. He felt that even without joining a guild, he could still develop Eternal Glory to great heights. However, after a few bouts with Fire Dance and receiving a sound thrashing each time, Crimson Mask had changed completely. Now, he was even referring to Fire Dance as Big Sis. However, Crimson Mask was much more fortunate than someone else, his fate considerably better. Besides Crimson Mask, a lunatic named Invincible Swallow had come to Zero Wing to challenge Violet Cloud, and the fate this lunatic suffered was simply terrible. That fight could be described as an adult beating up a toddler. Afterward, when Invincible Swallow returned for a rematch at a later date, Violet Cloud just so happened to be out on an errand. Aqua Rose had been present at the time, so he challenged her instead. After that match, Invincible Swallow began questioning his life. Even now, he was still training crazily in Stone Forest City's battle arena every day. While Zero Wing's Tier 4 members wondered why Fire Dance had suddenly gathered them, a man and a woman approached the courtyard from a distance. These two people were none other than Feng and Fire Dance. Feng was just walking casually, yet his steps distorted the space around him. It was as if the surrounding space couldn't contain his presence and could crumble at any time. In addition, as Feng did not bother concealing his aura, everyone present gasped involuntarily when they sensed it. Although Feng wasn't directing any hostility at anyone, merely letting his aura radiate freely, the Tier 4 players present felt their bodies becoming incredibly heavy as if someone had tied metal weights to their bodies. As for the Tier 3 players present, they instinctively retreated from Feng, not daring to move even an inch closer to him. "He's the guild leader." Crimson Mask was shocked as he looked at Feng. Before today, Crimson Mask had only ever heard the name of Black Flame. From the gossip circulating inside Zero Wing, he knew that Feng was Zero Wing's #1 expert and that his existence was the linchpin of the entire guild. Crimson Mask had thought that Feng was only slightly stronger than Fire Dance. However, given this situation, Feng wasn't just somewhat stronger than Fire Dance. He was practically standing on a whole other level. Aside from Crimson Mask, many of the Tier 4 experts who had joined Zero Wing recently were also stunned by Feng's terrifying aura. After glancing at the crowd gathered, Fire Dance reported to Feng, guild leader, apart from the 2 vice guild leaders and around a dozen others, who are currently occupied with important matters, all of the guild's Tier 4 members are here. Not bad. Feng nodded in approval as he scanned the crowd before him. A total of 59 Tier 4 players waited in the courtyard, their levels ranging from level 148 to level 156. More than half of these players had broken through the 100% threshold of their mana bodies already, with nearly 20 having reached the 105% threshold and 7 at the 110% threshold. The 7 to reach 110% completion rate or above were Violet Cloud, Fire Dance, Ji Luorong, Alluring Summer, Yang Tianxing, Yi Luorfei, and Silent Blade. One could consider this lineup a spectacular force at this stage of the game. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU at this time, Kola, who had already reached level 150, could no longer hold back his excitement, asking, "Guild leader, are we going to raid the Orc capital city?" The Orc capital city's core area was a special secret land. The degree of danger in this secret land closely rivaled that of a God Mode regional dungeon. The loot inside was likewise incredible. However, one required a sufficiently large team of Tier 4 players to raid it. This was why nobody had succeeded in raiding it even now. Meanwhile, Zero Wing currently had 59 Tier 4 players and 1 Tier 5 player gathered. They were already more than qualified to raid the Orc capital city's secret land. When everyone heard Kola's words, they immediately grew restless. After all, this was a level 150+ secret land they were talking about. They would definitely gain significant harvests if they raided it. No, I didn't gather you here for the Orc capital city, but for something else instead, Feng said, shaking his head. Something else? Kola and the others grew confused. That's right. Smiling, Feng explained, to ensure our survival in the upcoming war and Zero Wing's future development, I plan on annihilating Ancient Rock City and eliminating Beast Emperor from the Orc Empire. Chapter 2874, Descending upon Ancient Rock City. Orc Empire. Ancient Rock City. The walls of Ancient Rock City were over 50 meters tall. Despite numerous foe saint monsters roaming the barren land outside the city walls, the Tier 3 players patrolling atop the walls completely disregarded these monsters as if they did not exist. Surprisingly, the foe saint monsters that most of the Eastern Continent's players regarded as a nightmare showed no intentions of attacking Ancient Rock City. They behaved like scarecrows under the city walls. At this time, a merchant caravan, composed of over 100 players and over a dozen horse-drawn carriages, slowly approached Ancient Rock City from a distance. Despite catching sight of these players, the countless foe saint monsters roaming the barren land outside Ancient Rock City behaved as if they did not see this caravan. Looking at the level 120 foe saint monsters around him, a level 136, Tier 3 swordsman escorting the caravan exclaimed, "The Sacred Heart Amulet Saint's hand sold us is amazing. Those mythic foe saint monsters ignore us even when we're only 30 yards away from them." Even NPCs were helpless against the foe saint monsters running rampant in the many neighboring kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire. The danger made it increasingly difficult for merchant caravans to make money. However, so long as a caravan carried a Sacred Heart Amulet, it could avoid the foe saint monsters' attacks altogether. At the swordsman's words, the level 137, Tier 3 Guardian Knight sitting at the head of the caravan looked at the Sacred Heart Amulet in his hand. With a hint of ambition in his eyes, he said, "I know, right? We must buy some more of these Sacred Heart Amulets in Ancient Rock City. We can make a fortune reselling them in the neighboring kingdoms and empires." The Sacred Heart Amulet was a non-bag space item. Although players could wear it on their person, they couldn't store it in their bags. It also couldn't be transported by teleportation. However, Saint's Hand sold the Sacred Heart Amulet only in Ancient Rock City. None of Saint's Hand's other residences sold it. Many merchant players and adventurer teams had realized that they could make a fortune by purchasing the Sacred Heart Amulets in bulk from Ancient Rock City and reselling them in the neighboring kingdoms and empires. Nowadays, many foe saint monsters roamed the territories of the neighboring kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire. Leaving the safety of towns and cities would expose players to not only the standard monsters but also a large number of foe saint monsters. The Sacred Heart Amulet could mitigate the danger. More importantly, the Sacred Heart Amulet was a consumable, so it was always in high demand in the neighboring kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire. Selling these amulets in these countries wouldn't be a problem. The main reason their Fighting Tiger adventurer team had invested a considerable fortune into hiring more than a dozen advanced carriages was to make an even bigger fortune off these amulets. At this time, a level 136, Tier 3 female ranger standing atop the leading carriage pointed at a distant silhouette and shouted, "Commander, we're almost at Ancient Rock City." "Okay. Everyone, get yourselves ready, newbies especially. Ancient Rock City is different from other guild cities," the leading Guardian Knight shouted through the team chat. Although the city prohibits fighting, it is still a bona fide dark city. There are tons of dark players there, so make sure not to get marked by them. Otherwise, we'll be in a ton of trouble once we leave the city. At the Guardian Knight's words, the team's veterans promptly took out a magic scroll for the Tier 1 Mana Guard spell and used it on themselves. With the Mana Guard active, the common tracking mark would be ineffective against them. Upon seeing this, the newbies to Ancient Rock City also took out the magic scrolls they prepared and used the scrolls on themselves. As the caravan trundled increasingly closer to Ancient Rock City, the newbies couldn't help gasping in shock at their first sight of the towering stronghold. Ancient Rock City was undoubtedly the most spectacular guild city they had ever seen in their careers in God's domain. Not only did the city have walls over 50 meters tall guarding it, but it covered an area rivaling NPC main cities. Most importantly, Two 30-meter-tall faux saint monsters flanked the city's entrance. The two monsters wore steel plate armor, and each carried two gigantic swords. If one inspected these two monsters with an identification skill, one would find that they were level 160 superior mythic-ranked faux saint slayers. The aura of these two faux saint slayers sent involuntary shudders through all the players entering Ancient Rock City. Just by standing there, the two superior mythics made everyone feel as if their souls would get devoured. Besides the two faux saint slayers standing guard, more than 30 evil dark dragons wheeled in the sky above Ancient Rock City. These 50-meter-long evil dark dragons radiated auras close to rivaling the superior mythic-ranked faux saint slayers. When the Fighting Tiger Adventurer team arrived before the city gate, the members spotted a long line of players and NPCs waiting to enter the city. Many of these NPCs exuded dense bloodlust, which proved that they roamed the dark side of God's domain. At this time, however, even Tier 4 NPCs were obediently waiting in line. Amazing. There are so many Tier 4 monsters and NPCs here. Even a kingdom's capital city isn't comparable to this place, the first-time visitors among Fighting Tiger exclaimed. Of course. Ancient Rock City is Saint's Hand's main headquarters. Moreover, the city has already become a mecca for the dark forces operating in the neighboring kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire. If we include the city's defensive structures, even the outerworld forces will have difficulty taking down Ancient Rock City. Now, many well-known and top adventurer teams are developing here, the leading Guardian Knight explained. From what I heard, the superpower Miracle has also dispatched many experts to garrison Ancient Rock City. Ancient Rock City is the safest city in the Orc Empire. Nobody will dare target it. The Saint's Hand member conducting inspections nearby overheard the Guardian Knight's words and couldn't help putting on a prideful expression. Currently, Ancient Rock City was only one step away from becoming a main city. Its combat power far exceeded that of guild cities of the various superpowers. Had Saint's Hand not been wary of the Outer World's NPC forces, it would have long since flattened the neighboring kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire, becoming an existence surpassing the 5 great super guilds. However, as the Fighting Tiger Adventurer team was undergoing inspection, a gigantic figure suddenly approached Ancient Rock City from the distant sky. Its speed was as fast as a mighty gale, and it stopped only after arriving in front of the city. The steel behemoth over 100 meters long hung in the sky roughly 400 yards from Ancient Rock City, overlooking the entire city. Several dozen players stood on this steel behemoth. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. At this steel behemoth's appearance, the entire Ancient Rock City went into an uproar. It's the Crimson Dragon flying ship. That's Zero Wing's flying ship. Quick, look. Isn't that black flame? Nowadays, almost everybody in God's domain was familiar with the Crimson Dragon flying ship. After all, this thing had long since become Zero Wing's signature. Zero Wing was even using some of these flying ships to transport cargo across the sea, to the envy of many superpowers. However, Zero Wing's sudden visit to Ancient Rock City confused many of the city's players. Meanwhile, upon spotting the Crimson Dragon flying ship, the evil dark dragons patrolling the city's airspace let loose deafening roars. The two faux saint slayers standing guard by the city's entrance also raised their heads and gripped their weapons, going on full alert against the flying ship. As everyone in Ancient Rock City fell into panic and confusion, Feng looked down at the city below from aboard the Crimson Dragon flying ship and shouted, 5 minutes. I will give you 5 minutes to withdraw from the city if you do not wish to get dragged into Saint's Hand's problem. Anyone who doesn't withdraw after 5 minutes will disappear from God's domain together with Ancient Rock City. Chapter 2875. Ancient Rock City in peril. Is Zero Wing planning to attack the city? This is crazy. Zero Wing must have lost its mind. How dare they attack Ancient Rock City? Inevitably, Ancient Rock City's inhabitants doubted Feng's declaration, with many of them considering it a joke. Saint's Hand had continuously strengthened Ancient Rock City. Currently, the city's defenses were superior to those of other guild cities, and the combatants stationed within the city were more than enough to instill fear in the various superpowers. Not to mention, the dark forces of over a dozen countries gathered in the city. Apart from dark guilds, There were also plenty of NPC forces among these dark forces. These forces had paid a considerable price to settle in ancient Rock City and even treated the city as their base of operations. Anyone who dared to attack ancient Rock City would make an enemy of these dark forces. Be it dark guilds or dark NPC forces, every one of them had at least 2 or 3 Tier 4 combatants under their command. Moreover, Miracle had recently garrisoned the city, so there should be close to 200 Tier 4 combatants defending ancient Rock City right now. One could conquer an entire kingdom with that many Tier 4 combatants. Most importantly, ancient Rock City was currently an advanced guild city, only one step away from becoming a main guild city. Ancient Rock City's resident players weren't the only ones shocked by this situation. Beast Emperor, who was conducting research in the City Lord's mansion, inadvertently crushed the research instrument he held when he received news of Zero Wing's sudden arrival. Black Flame, how bold of you. It seems you've gotten arrogant while I was lying low. Beast Emperor growled with a cold glint in his eyes. Lord Beast Emperor, Black Flame is rumored to have reached Tier 5 already. Should we notify the Sacred Envoy, the level 152, Tier 4 Berserker, who had made the report, asked. News of Feng's promotion to Tier 5 had long since reached the ears of God's domain's various powers. Meanwhile, a Tier 5 player was in existence. Even Saint's Hand had to be wary putting away the tools on his table. Beast Emperor glanced at Saint's Hand's guild leader, Furious Fist, and smiled lightly. No need. Call for some people and come along with me. I want to see what exactly gives Black Flame the confidence to act arrogantly in my ancient Rock City. After saying so, Beast Emperor turned around and left. A robust man with black skin covered in flashing runes, who stood guard before the research room, silently trailed him. Yes, sir. Furious Fist hurriedly followed after the robust man. Less than 3 minutes after Feng's declaration, many players and adventurer teams, afraid of trouble, had already withdrawn from ancient Rock City. Only dark players and a few courageous normal players chose to remain. At the same time, players from the various dark adventurer teams and dark guilds also gathered at ancient Rock City's entrance, one after another, and watched the fleeing players. These cowards. Zero Wing sent only a few dozen players, yet these people are already running away. Zero Wing is famous, after all. It's normal for them to run away. Not to mention, Black Flame is also here. It'd be strange for them not to escape. These people are simply idiots. Zero Wing won its past battles only because of the powerful defenses of its cities. That's right. So what if Zero Wing managed to produce a Tier 5 player? We'll teach these guys what it means to offend us dark forces. The dark players revealed expressions of rage and excitement as they looked up at the Crimson Dragon flying ship. Zero Wing's reputation was through the roof right now. Moreover, Feng had gotten promoted to Tier 5. Hence, players were starting to consider Zero Wing God's domain's #1 guild. If a battle were to occur in the outside world, dark players like themselves would indeed be afraid of Feng. However, it was a different story if the battle took place inside ancient Rock City. With the city's magic array, they could still take him on with the many Tier 4 players they had. Not to mention, a large number of Faux Saint monsters protected ancient Rock City, including 2 superior mythic-ranked Faux Saint slayers. Even if they couldn't kill Feng, they could, at least, make the other members of Zero Wing suffer. As the 5-minute limit approached, the number of players retreating from ancient Rock City also increased. At this time, the players that had withdrawn from ancient Rock City suddenly felt a chill envelop their bodies. Even Tier 3 experts found themselves partially kneeling on the ground. The next moment, a group of 40 players flew out from the City Lord's mansion. Apart from Furious Fist and Saint's Hand's Tier 4 executives, 17 players on the team were people that none of ancient Rock City's inhabitants had ever seen before. These 17 players looked nothing like humans. Not only were their bodies pitch black, but there were also flashing runes engraved all over their bodies. These players' auras were also stronger than even that of superior mythic monsters. When combined, their auras transformed into a tsunami that swept through the entire city and its surroundings. Amazing. Is this Saint's Hand's rumored bloodstained Night Legion? That's not all. Even Beast Emperor left the City Lord's mansion. It seems we'll have a good show this time. Indeed. I heard that Beast Emperor has constantly been plotting revenge on Zero Wing after getting slaughtered at the Secret Covenant Tower. Now that Zero Wing has come knocking on his door, there's no way Beast Emperor will spare Zero Wing. The various major powers experts standing atop the city walls were surprised when they saw Beast Emperor and the Bloodstained Knights making an appearance. At the same time, they were shocked by the power Saint's hand displayed. The superpowers on the Eastern continent had always been fearful of Saint's hand, and this situation greatly confused the various major powers. However, after seeing Saint's hand's top combatants, they realized that the superpowers' fear of Saint's hand wasn't without basis. Setting aside the fact that Saint's hand had over 20 Tier 4 experts at the Void Realm or above, just the 17 rumored Bloodstained Knights were more than enough to instill fear into any player force. After all, even a Tier 4 player would tremble in fear if they had to go up against a Bloodstained Knight, let alone 17 Bloodstained Knights simultaneously. That would be a nightmare. Shortly afterward, Beast Emperor's group arrived above the city gate. Seeing this, the various powers' leadership promptly stepped forward to greet Beast Emperor. 1,000 Miles, one of Miracle's vice guild leaders, was even among them. 1,000 Miles' actions astonished the various major powers present. They never thought that even a superpower like Miracle would defer to Beast Emperor. After Beast Emperor responded to a few greetings, he flew into the air with his subordinates and glared at Feng on the Crimson Dragon flying ship. He then said coldly, "Black Flame, you and I could have stayed out of each other's way in the Orc Empire, yet you chose to come to attack me. So long as you apologize right now, I can ignore this transgression for the time being. Otherwise, none of you will be returning alive today." After Beast Emperor finished speaking, a frightening amount of evil energy erupted from the 17 Bloodstained Knights behind him, distorting the surrounding space and muddying it. The terrifying power within the evil energy made even those who had fled more than 1,000 yards from the city tremble. Moreover, the two foe Saint Slayers had flown to flank the Crimson Dragon flying ship, while the 30+ evil Dark Dragons had surrounded it, thoroughly sealing off all of Zero Wing's escape routes. The fleeing players gasped at this scene. With such a force under Saint's hand's command, the guild could take on even an empire. Damn it! I thought Saint's hand was going to suffer this time, but it seems I miscalculated. Zero Wing has always relied on Black Flame to survive. Now, it seems Zero Wing has finally met its match. If this situation isn't handled properly, apart from Black Flame, the other Zero Wing members present probably won't leave alive. At this time, even a fool could tell how powerful Saint's hand's forces were. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that even an NPC force with a Tier 5 combatant under its command wouldn't dare to offend Saint's hand casually, let alone Zero Wing. Apologize. Feng laughed. Beast Emperor, it seems you're growing senile. Have you forgotten how you died at my hands last time? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. You bastard. Feng's words enraged Beast Emperor. However, before Beast Emperor could say anything more, mana exploded from Feng's body. Immediately, an indescribably heavy pressure descended on the entire ancient rock city. World creation. The next moment, Beast Emperor and the others plummeted to the ground one after another. Even the Tier 4 experts standing on the city walls found themselves on one knee under the strong pressure. Chapter 2876. Shock. Impossible. Every player inside Ancient Rock City nearly had their eyes fall out of their sockets when they saw Beast Emperor and the other Tier 45 plummeting to the ground. Even the Zero Wing members present were stunned. This scene thoroughly exceeded their imagination. In the current God's Domain, Tier 4 players were already considered peak combatants and displayed a guild's foundation. Yet, under Feng's mana domain, Beast Emperor and the other Tier 4 combatants on his side could exhibit only 20% or so of their usual combat power. They even lost their ability to fly and manipulate ambient mana. In the blink of an eye, these existences that originally stood at the peak of God's Domain had become no different from Tier 3 players. At this time, let alone a Tier 5 player like Feng, even Tier 4 experts could slaughter Ancient Rock City's defenders. This is the strength of Tier 5s. When the players who had evacuated Ancient Rock City looked at Feng hovering proudly above the city, an indescribable sense of shock and horror filled their hearts. As veteran players of God's Domain, they knew that a significant difference existed between tiers. They also knew that a Tier 5 player undoubtedly stood at the apex of all players in the current God's Domain. However, only after witnessing the power of a Tier 5 player did they understand how large the gap between Tier 4 and Tier 5 was. In front of a Tier 5 existence, Tier 4 players would only be making fools of themselves if they tried to win by Zerg tactic. The Tier 4 monsters among ancient Rock City's defenders, though, weren't as badly off as the Tier 4 players. Because monsters mainly relied on their basic attributes and rarely manipulated the ambient mana to do combat, their penalty was not as large as the Tier 4 players. Regardless, the mythic-ranked evil dark dragons still had their combat power reduced by half, whereas the superior mythic-ranked foe Saint Slayers had theirs reduced by 30%. Moreover, all of them lost their ability to fly. Against Tier 4 players capable of flight, they would be at a significant disadvantage. Unlike everyone else, Feng wasn't surprised at the scene before him. Everyone failed to understand that his mana domain was different from the average mana domain. Existences at the world creation standard could create a small world within their mana domains. The power of such a mana domain was on an entirely different level compared to the average mana domain. Even a Tier 5 existence would be at a disadvantage if they got caught within a Tier 5 world creation expert's mana domain without any countermeasures, let alone Tier 4 players and monsters. Meanwhile, after experiencing this unexpected turn of events, a hint of fear had surfaced in Beast Emperor's eyes. Despite this situation, he still sneered, "Black Flame, don't get too delighted just yet. Don't forget that this is ancient Rock City." As soon as Beast Emperor finished speaking, an enormous, threefold magic array manifested from the City Lord's mansion. After the magic array gathered mana from the surroundings for a brief moment, it released pulses of mana that enveloped the city. Immediately, the city defenders felt the heavy pressure on their bodies disappear. Now, although Feng's mana domain still subjected everyone to a certain degree of suppression, their combat power had recovered to 80% of their usual. More importantly, they had also regained their ability to fly. Feng was slightly surprised when he looked at the barrier enveloping ancient Rock City. What a powerful barrier! It seems you've invested quite a lot into this city. His mana domain could render even master magic barriers useless. One would need to use at least a Grandmaster magic barrier to contend with his mana domain. Meanwhile, Grandmaster magic arrays were incredibly rare in God's Domain, let alone a Grandmaster magic array that could cover an entire city. The value of every set of scrolls for such a magic array could rival that of fragmented legendary items. Black Flame. Do you think you're the only one with the means to defend cities? Looking at Feng, Beast Emperor sneered, "This is an ancient Grandmaster magic array. Although ancient Rock City hasn't reached the main city level yet, it is no weaker than a main city in terms of defense. Although you're Tier 5, don't even think about taking down ancient Rock City." A main city's defensive magic array was wholly capable of withstanding Tier 5 attacks. So long as the magic array had a constant energy supply, even Tier 5 existences shouldn't think of penetrating it. Meanwhile, exhausting the energy supply of a main city's defensive magic array wasn't something just one Tier 5 existence could accomplish. One would need several Tier 5 individuals or siege weapons with Tier 5 destructive power to do so. However, Zero Wing only had one Tier 5 combatant now. In other words, breaking through ancient Rock City's defensive barrier would be nothing but a pipe dream. When Beast Emperor finished speaking, the members of the various powers in ancient Rock City sighed in relief. They then looked at Feng with sneers on their faces. "Black Flame, so what if you're Tier 5? That's right. What can you do by yourself?" When Feng had extended his mana domain before, everyone within ancient Rock City had felt strong pressure overwhelming them. Saint's Hand's Tier 4 experts were no exception. However, now that ancient Rock City had deployed its defensive magic array, even a Tier 5 player like Feng would be helpless against them. Next, all they needed to do was fight a war of attrition, something they did not fear in the slightest. After all, ancient Rock City had accumulated a massive stockpile of magic crystals from the sales of Sacred Heart amulets. Not to mention, the Outer World's NPC forces would soon begin the Second War against the Eastern Continent's native forces. And in this upcoming war, The Outerworld forces would set Zero Wing as their primary target. Zero Wing couldn't afford a war of attrition with ancient Rock City at all. The longer it fought, the worse off it would be in the upcoming war. Guild leader, let's attack the barrier together. I want to see how long it can last against our combined attacks. Fire Dance said, gnashing her teeth as she looked at ancient Rock City's arrogant residents. That's right. If it spells with Tier 5 power, I can use a few as well. I refuse to believe we can't break this barrier, Zhao Yueru said, nodding in agreement with Fire Dance. For other Tier 4 players, exhibiting Tier 5 power would indeed be a challenging task. However, her Frost Flame's Wrath was a top-tier fragmented legendary weapon. With it, the Fire and Ice-type Tier 4 spells she cast could exhibit Tier 5 power. No, that won't be necessary, Feng said, shaking his head. Zhao Yueru was a bona fide mobile turret. If he hadn't gotten promoted to Tier 5, she would rank at the very top of Zero Wing in terms of firepower. However, besieging a city was different from attacking monsters. The defenders inside the city could launch attacks to counter Zhao Yueru's spells. The defenders could even target her directly, preventing her from casting her spells altogether. This would drastically reduce Zhao Yueru's ability to damage the defensive magic array. Having only the occasional Tier 5 attack land on the defensive magic array would yield hardly any effect. But we can't just sit still and do nothing, right? Zhao Yueru said in annoyance. Although she knew that she couldn't contribute much, it was still better than nothing. Moreover, if they allowed Saint's Hand to continue behaving so arrogantly, it would deal a massive blow to Zero Wing's morale. After all, Zero Wing had already declared to the public that it would capture ancient Rock City. Currently, everyone was watching this fight. The various powers absent from this battlefield were no exception. They were all observing every detail of the battlefield and tensely awaiting the outcome of this siege. If Zero Wing won, then the various superpowers would no longer dare entertain thoughts of resisting Zero Wing on the eastern continent. However, if Zero Wing returned foiled, many superpowers would begin having designs on Zero Wing. They might even ally with Saint's Hand to deal with Zero Wing. Of course not, Feng said, chuckling. I'm merely saying that you don't need to take action. All you need to do is watch. Just watch. Zhao Yueru looked at Feng in confusion. The guild city in front of them rivaled a main city. How could they possibly capture it just by looking at it? The other Zero Wing members present were also confused, failing to understand what was going through their guild leader's mind. However, Feng did not bother explaining himself. Instead, he flew to an altitude several hundred meters above ancient Rock City and began chanting an incantation, his chanting causing the surrounding mana to swarm toward him. Upon seeing Feng's actions, ancient Rock City's defenders laughed. Are you trying to use a Tier 5 large-scale destruction spell? Beast Emperor sneered as he looked at Feng. This is nothing but a futile struggle. Let alone a Tier 5, sword saint like yourself, even a Tier 5 divine mage can't do anything against ancient Rock City's defensive magic array. Everyone, prepare for battle. Target the flying ship. Beast Emperor ignored Feng's attack, as there was no way weakened Tier 4 attacks could do anything against Feng. However, it was a different story for the Crimson Dragon flying ship. The flying ship wouldn't last long before a barrage of Tier 4 attacks. It would fall quickly even if Zero Wing's Tier 4 experts defended it. The many Tier 4 magical classes atop the city walls promptly began casting their respective spells, while the other Tier 4 ranged classes launched attacks at the flying ship. The 30+ evil dark dragons took to the skies and bombarded the flying ship. The Zero Wing members aboard the Crimson Dragon flying ship felt an invisible pressure weighing down their bodies. Upon seeing the oncoming attacks, Fire Dance yelled hurriedly, magical classes, deploy defensive magic arrays. Even a Tier 5 legendary monster would suffer if it tried to take on the attacks of more than 100 Tier 4 individuals, let alone Tier 4 players like themselves. Moreover, the Crimson Dragon flying ship only had Tier 4 combat power. However, just as the two sides were about to clash, Feng finished his incantation's final verse. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a spatial tear spanning over 1,000 yards appeared above ancient Rock City. The spatial tear made it seem as if the sky was about to collapse, inevitably drawing everyone's attention. What is Black Flame trying to do? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU questions filled everyone's mind as they gazed at the gigantic spatial tear. Simultaneously, everyone felt an inexplicable chill overwhelm their heart. They could sense something terrifying in the spatial tear, and this feeling made even their souls shudder with dread. Before anyone could say anything more, a gigantic claw the size of a 4-story building extended from the spatial tear. Subsequently, a titanic figure gradually emerged from the spatial tear, blotting out the sky completely. When everyone eventually discerned the identity of this figure, they were dumbfounded. A dragon. Chapter 2877, Divine Dragon's Might. A Tier 4 dragon? It's a real Tier 4 dragon. Any veteran of God's domain would have heard of the creatures known as dragons. Ancient Rock City's inhabitants, who were at Tier 3 on average, had an even better understanding of dragons. However, when everyone in Ancient Rock City saw the dragon in the sky, they finally understood how terrifying dragons were. The Tier 4 dragon that had just appeared above Ancient Rock City was around 500 meters long, its massive body blotting out the sun. Its aura covered a radius of several thousand yards, making every Tier 3 player in that area shudder involuntarily. Compared to the Tier 4 evil dark dragons protecting Ancient Rock City, this Tier 4 dragon was akin to a god. This is a fake. This must be a fake. How can a player summon a real Tier 4 dragon? The various powers experts standing atop the city walls revealed expressions of shock and horror. A Tier 4 dragon rivaled Tier 5 existences. Current Tier 4 players couldn't afford to provoke it. Likewise, it shouldn't be something players could control. Nevertheless, Feng had summoned a Tier 4 dragon. How could they believe this? This situation was even more unbelievable and shocking than Feng's promotion to Tier 5. After all, given enough time, a dragon would reach Tier 5 without fail. Meanwhile, a Tier 5 dragon was practically an invincible existence in God's domain. Everyone, don't panic. While a Tier 4 dragon is scary, Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array isn't weak, either. Saint's Heart's guild leader, Furious Fist, shouted hurriedly when he saw the panicked defenders. It's just one more Tier 5 combatant. So long as we combine our strengths, Black Flame will still be helpless against us. Furious Fist's words calmed Ancient Rock City's experts somewhat. When they remembered how extraordinary the city's defensive magic array was, they felt that defending against Zero Wing's assault wouldn't be impossible. However, regardless of this battle's outcome, most likely nobody in God's domain would dare provoke Zero Wing anymore. Zero Wing would also officially become God's domain's #1 guild. After all, which player force in God's domain could contend against the combination of a Tier 5 player and a Tier 4 dragon? At this time, some of the dark guilds based in Ancient Rock City started regretting making an enemy of Zero Wing. While they might escape tragedy today, thanks to Ancient Rock City, what about the future? They couldn't possibly hide in Ancient Rock City forever, right? While the various dark guilds regretted their decisions, Thousand Miles's complexion turned indescribably ashen as he looked at the dragon in the sky. Noticing Thousand Miles's pallidness, Furious Fist asked, Vice Guild Leader Miles, what's wrong? Is there a problem with that dragon? No matter how many times Furious Fist inspected the dragon hovering in the sky with his ordinary identification skill, the results said this dragon was the real deal. Moreover, there was no doubt that the dragon was Tier 4, and it had reached level 165. However, he couldn't get any further information on the dragon without a higher-ranking identification skill. As a Vice Guild Leader of Miracle, Thousand Miles should have a high-ranking identification skill, so it wouldn't be strange if he managed to see some more information. A look of despair appeared on Thousand Miles's face as he said, That's not just a dragon. That's a divine dragon. A silver divine dragon. Divine dragon. Furious Fist was stunned. Glaring at Thousand Miles, he demanded, Brother Miles, you're not joking with me, right? If you are, this joke isn't funny at all. Divine dragons were kings among the dragon race. An ordinary dragon and a divine dragon were as different as an ordinary monster and an archaic species. The two were completely different creations. Turning to Furious Fist, Thousand Miles smiled wryly and said, I wish that were the case, but do you think I'm joking? 1,000 Miles regretted using his high-ranking identification skill on the dragon. Had he not probed any further, he would have held some hope for victory in his heart. Now, though, no such hope existed. Meanwhile, when the players who had fled ancient Rock City gazed at the distant silver divine dragon, they were flabbergasted for a long time. Is this why Zero Wing was confident in attacking ancient Rock City? A divine dragon. I must be dreaming. That's right. This must be a dream. I just reached Tier 4, so how could Black Flame have reached Tier 5 and gained control over a divine dragon already? This is a dream. Many people began deluding themselves as they looked at the silver divine dragon, none of them willing to face reality. However, Beast Emperor, who stood atop the city gate, had no plans of giving up. Glaring at the divine dragon in the sky, he ranted with a maniacal expression, "Black Flame, so what if you have a divine dragon? My ancient Grandmaster magic array can stop it." The silver divine dragon in the sky suddenly opened its maw before Beast Emperor could continue. The next instant, all mana within a 10,000-yard radius vanished, and everyone within this area felt indescribably stifled. Roar. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a beam of divine light devoured the entire ancient rock city. Divine Dragon's Breath. When the dazzling divine light descended upon ancient rock city, it forced all players within a radius of several tens of thousands of yards to shield their eyes. The divine light gradually faded away, and only then did everyone open their eyes again to inspect the breath attack's effect. This. How? Impossible. When the players standing several thousand yards from ancient Rock City saw the city again, they were utterly dumbfounded. The Divine Dragon's Breath didn't just shatter ancient Rock City's defensive magic array. It had even vaporized the towering City Lord's mansion at the center of the city along with almost every player and building in the city. Taking their place was a massive crater that spanned the entire city. Only the Tier 4 experts on the city walls who managed to activate their life-saving skills in time and the two Faux Saint Slayers had survived the attack. Everything inside ancient Rock City's perimeter wall had been reduced to a wasteland. No. This isn't possible. Beast Emperor fell into chaos and madness as he looked at what remained of his city. And he wasn't alone. Furious Fist's mind also stopped working at this cataclysmic scene, his body crumbling powerlessly to the ground. BCRB, all of the investments we've made, all of the forces we've gathered, gone. As if they were nothing but a joke. 1,000 Miles, who had also survived the ordeal, was rendered speechless for a long time. One attack. It had taken just one attack for ancient Rock City, a city rivaling main cities, to disappear. Who could believe this? Zero Wing's members aboard the Crimson Dragon flying ship were similarly stunned by this scene. This was especially true for Ji Luorong and Crimson Mask, who had been active on the Western continent until recently. An indescribable sense of shock filled the two. The Western continent had legends describing the dragon's devastating power and how a single breath attack could destroy entire cities. There were also stories of kingdoms meeting their end because they had angered a dragon. Previously, Ji Luorong and Crimson Mask treated these stories as mere folklore. Now, they finally understood that those stories weren't just legends to embellish God's domain but fact. In reality, even Feng was shocked by this outcome. This is the power of a divine dragon. When Feng saw the ruin before him and Auerbach's nonchalant demeanor, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Feng had seen Tier 6 God-ranked experts single-handedly destroy cities in the past. However, compared to the power displayed by those Tier 6 God-ranked experts, Auerbach's performance gave Feng a much greater shock. This was because Auerbach was only at Tier 4. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Originally, Feng thought that Auerbach's breath attack would, at most, deplete a significant portion of the defensive magic array's energy. Yet, the entire city had disappeared. He couldn't help looking at the crazed Beast Emperor apologetically. He even wanted to tell Beast Emperor that he hadn't done this on purpose. Of course, while Feng pitied Beast Emperor, he did not show the latter any mercy. Unsheathing the abyssal blade, he activated the Tier 4 Darkness Bind, binding Beast Emperor and the other surviving defenders. Now that ancient Rock City's defensive magic array was no more, Beast Emperor and the others were subject to the full power of Feng's mana domain. Without the ability to manipulate the ambient mana, Beast Emperor and the others were basically Tier 3 players with above-average basic attributes. Hence, they were utterly incapable of resisting Feng and got caught easily. And under the restraint of Darkness Bind, they couldn't die even if they wanted to. After Feng destroyed Ancient Rock City and captured Beast Emperor and the others, news of this battle spread like wildfire across the entire God's domain. Chapter 2878, Ancient Rock City's Secret Fire Dragon Empire, Flame Dragon City, Mythology's Residence. A Tier 3 ranger barged into the meeting room occupied by Mythology's executives, earning the dissatisfaction of Sichu Qingtian and the others in the room. Looking at the ranger, Sichu Qingtian asked in a displeased tone, "Did something happen?" "It's news of Zero Wing," the ranger said hurriedly. "According to your orders, we've kept tabs on Zero Wing. However, just a moment ago, Zero Wing destroyed Ancient Rock City." Upon hearing the ranger's words, Cold Shadow responded dubiously, "Impossible. It's only been around 10 minutes since Zero Wing arrived at Ancient Rock City. Even if Black Flame is Tier 5, they can't possibly capture the city so quickly. Ancient Rock City was Beast Emperor's base, and the man had long since armed the city to the teeth. Beast Emperor also had the Evil God's Temple's backing, a powerful existence capable of going against the War God's Temple. Although Feng was a Tier 5 player, capturing Ancient Rock City should be tough. No. Vice Guild Leader, Zero Wing didn't capture Ancient Rock City, it razed the entire city in one blow. Ancient Rock City is now a ruin, the ranger countered, shaking his head. He then took out a magic crystal recorder and placed it on the meeting table. "This is the battle video we received." Immediately, the magic crystal recorder projected the image of a dragon. With just one breath attack, this dragon leveled the entire Ancient Rock City, leaving nothing unscathed. A Tier 4 divine dragon, it managed to destroy the entire Ancient Rock City in one hit. Deathly silence enveloped the meeting room momentarily as Mythology's executives stared at the video projection with gloomy expressions. Shock and fear also surfaced in their eyes. Their astonishment was so obvious that even the reporting Tier 3 ranger could sense it. No wonder he dared refuse our two guilds' partnership. So this is the reason for his confidence. Cold Shadow looked at the Tier 4 divine dragon and the ruined Ancient Rock City in the video with complicated feelings. Feng had been a minor character unworthy of her attention in the past when Zero Wing was a guild reliant on external items to defend its territories. Yet, both Feng and Zero Wing were now bona fide titans that even Mythology could not and would not dare to offend. What was even more laughable was that just a moment ago, Mythology's executives had been discussing how to take revenge on Zero Wing in secret. Now, however, Black Flame. I indeed underestimated you before. Sichu Qingtian's gaze grew cold as he looked at the video projection. Repressing the reluctance in his heart, he uttered slowly, "Temporarily halt all retaliation against Zero Wing we discussed before." Practically every superpower in God's domain had heard about Feng killing Sichu Qingtian in Zero Wing City. As a result, Sichu Qingtian's reputation had taken a nosedive. Although Sichu Qingtian yearned to take revenge on Zero Wing, he knew full well that doing so right now would be no different from suicide. With the combined strength of a Tier 5 player and such a frightening divine dragon, Zero Wing could destroy every guild city in God's domain. Damn it. Are we going to let Zero Wing go, just like that? A Mythology executive complained in a hate-filled voice. Sichu Qingtian shook his head. Looking at Feng's projected image, he sneered, "Of course not. There is only one thing we need to do now, and that is wait. We wait until the start of the Second War. Even if Zero Wing has Black Flame and that divine dragon, it still can't stop the Outer World's advance. Also, start searching ancient ruins for clues to the Tier 5 promotion. Spare no cost at all. We must have our own Tier 5. Although Sichu Qingtian did not wish to admit it, the era of Tier 4 was already over. Tier 5 players would rule the future. If Mythology did not have its own Tier 5 player, its position as one of the 5 great superguilds would be in danger. Shortly after Sichu Qingtian issued his command, the other superpowers of God's domain also issued similar commands. They frantically searched ancient ruins for clues to help their Tier 4 experts get promoted to Tier 5 as quickly as possible while quietly awaiting the arrival of the Second War of Worlds. Meanwhile, inside the Orc Empire's ancient rock city, Firedance and the other Tier 4 experts of Zero Wing finally killed the 2 surviving foe Saint Slayers. The deaths of the 2 superior mythic monsters granted everyone a generous amount of EXP, and they all managed to gain at least 1 level. However, compared to the EXP the foe Saint Slayers contributed, Feng was more interested in the pitch-black stones the 2 monsters dropped after death. Previously, whenever players killed mythic-ranked foe Saint monsters, the player who landed the finishing blow would have a dark grey mist invade their body. This grey mist would increase the player's affinity with mana for a lengthy period. This was also why Feng had not taken action against the foe Saint Slayers and had instead allowed Firedance and the others to kill the 2 monsters. Yet, the 2 Slayers did not release any mist from their bodies. Instead, they each dropped a fist-sized stone. What dense soul energy! Feng was surprised when he spread his senses across the 2 black stones. When his concentration had reached Tier 5, his soul had also undergone a qualitative improvement. It was akin to his soul liquefying. However, compared to the soul energy in the pitch-black stone, his soul energy was nothing. After all, these 2 stones were solidified soul energy. Guild leader, are those things useful? Kola asked curiously as he looked at the black stones in Feng's hands. More than that. Smiling, Feng said to Zero Wing's members, they're even better than fragmented legendary items. Is there anyone here with concentration at the Tier 4 peak standard? After Zero Wing's members exchanged glances, only Violet Cloud stepped forward. Guild leader, my concentration reached the Tier 4 peak standard recently. However, the 2 vice guild leaders should have reached this standard too. Good. Take this soul stone. Afterward, find a quiet place and eat it. It should increase your concentration standard. If you're lucky, you might even raise it to Tier 5, Feng said as he handed one of the black stones to Violet Cloud. He then said to the others, if anyone else manages to reach the Tier 4 peak standard, you can get this soul stone from me. The other Zero Wing members nodded their heads, none of them objecting to Feng's method of distribution. However, when Beast Emperor, who was restrained in a corner, saw Feng's actions, he dearly wanted to strangle Feng to death. Feng was actually treating the 2 foe Saint Slayers' cores as a snack and letting others eat them. This was simply outrageous. He had fed the 2 foe Saint Slayers the souls of tens of thousands of Tier 3 players to transform their cores into a soul core. So long as he had a soul core, he could create another foe Saint Slayer. Yet, Violet Cloud received one of these soul cores as a snack. Black Flame. You'll pay for this. Beast Emperor bellowed as he glared at Feng. It doesn't matter even if you caught me, the evil god's temple's rise is already a foregone conclusion. At that time, the foe Saint army will devour everyone from Zero Wing. Foregone conclusion? Feng laughed. Looking at the restrained Beast Emperor, he pointed at the ruined Saint's Hand residence in the distance and asked, are you talking about that secret land beneath your guild residence? I don't know what you're talking about. Beast Emperor stammered in a panic. No need to pretend. Do you think Tier 5 is a joke? Feng rolled his eyes at Beast Emperor. While Ancient Rock City's defensive magic array was still active, Feng hadn't been able to sense the secret land's existence. However, with the defensive magic array gone, nothing in Ancient Rock City could hide from his Tier 5 world creation mana domain. Moreover, Feng had already been suspicious about how Beast Emperor had managed to develop Ancient Rock City to its current level. Zero Wing had poured an astronomical amount of resources into developing Stone Forest City and Zero Wing City. Yet, the 2 cities were still stuck as intermediate cities, far from becoming advanced cities. So, how did Ancient Rock City develop into an advanced city that was close to becoming a main city? Only a fool wouldn't suspect there was a secret behind this achievement. Black Flame. Beast Emperor was momentarily enraged at Feng's ridicule. However, he soon calmed down and said, so what if you've discovered the evil god's secret land? Do you think you can defend it? Even if you've captured me, I will still spread this information to the entire god's domain. At that time, even the outer world forces will be drawn here. Do you think you can stop all of them? The evil god's secret land was originally his biggest secret and something he had invested heavily in. This secret land was also why he had gained his current power. Although the evil god's secret land would be of significantly less help to those not belonging to the evil god's temple, the benefits were still enough to drive everyone in God's domain wild. How would I know if I don't try? Suddenly, Feng executed a slash at Furious Fist, instantly killing him. As Furious Fist collapsed reluctantly to the ground and transformed into countless particles of light, 2 items appeared in his place. Of the 2 items Furious Fist dropped, one was a piece of epic equipment, while the other was a token. Beast Emperor's complexion paled when he saw the token. This token was none other than Ancient Rock City's City Lord's token. With this token, one could take control of Ancient Rock City. Only, Beast Emperor couldn't figure out how Feng knew Furious Fist had held the City Lord's token. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. It seems my luck is good. Feng was a little surprised when he saw the City Lord's token. It dropped on the first kill. Beast Emperor nearly fainted when he heard Feng's words. What Beast Emperor didn't know was that aside from Beast Emperor, everyone else held no value as prisoners in Feng's opinion. Meanwhile, the City Lord's token couldn't be taken out of the city. Otherwise, it would be automatically teleported back to the City Lord's mansion after some time. And with how precious the City Lord's token was, Beast Emperor naturally wouldn't leave it to just anyone. The person holding the token would have to be a Tier 4 guild executive of Saint's Hand at the very least. Hence, if Furious Fist hadn't dropped the City Lord's token, Feng would have killed Saint's Hand's Tier 4 experts one by one until it dropped. The instant Feng picked up the City Lord's token, a system notification rang in his ears. Chapter 2879, Colossal Wealth System. Congratulations, you have obtained Ancient Rock City's City Lord's token. Do you wish to bind the token? Once bound, you will become Ancient Rock City's ruler and obtain full authority over the city. Feng chose to bind the token without hesitation. System, binding in progress. You will have full authority over Ancient Rock City after 4 hours. You should not move beyond 1,000 yards from the city during these 4 hours. If you leave this area or get killed during this time, the binding process will be cancelled, and you may not make another binding attempt for 1 natural day. CES 4 hours. Feng was a little surprised by the notification. Has it reached the main city standard already? When one tried to bind the City Lord's token of a guild city, the binding time would depend on the city's rank. Main city-level guild cities normally took 4 to 6 hours to bind. Guild leader, did something happen? Fire Dance asked when she saw Feng's strange expression. It's nothing. I just didn't expect Ancient Rock City to be this special, Feng said, glancing at the raging Beast Emperor. Smiling, he continued, since we have to wait for 4 hours, let's pay that evil god's secret land a visit. Black Flame, don't get too delighted just yet. It's useless even if you've obtained Ancient Rock City, that secret land isn't a place you can touch. Without my means of entering, you can't obtain anything inside that secret land. Beast Emperor sneered. I'll spread the secret land's entry methods to all your enemies and even those outerworld people. At that time, you can only watch as they take all of the secret land's treasures right before your eyes. Zero Wing could indeed better defend itself after acquiring Ancient Rock City. However, Beast Emperor also knew very well that the outerworld forces had already deemed Zero Wing an eyesore. Once the outerworld's army arrived, neither Starmoon Kingdom nor the Orc Empire would survive. At that time, the outerworld forces would snatch the evil god's secret land from Feng, and Feng would be helpless to resist them. However, Feng ignored Beast Emperor and led Zero Wing's members to Saint's Hand's residence. Although Ancient Rock City was now in ruins and Saint's Hand's residence had been leveled, the guild warehouse was situated on the first underground floor, so Saint's Hand's guild warehouse remained intact. After Feng's group took care of the one Tier 4 NPC and several Tier 3 NPCs guarding the warehouse, they gained full access to it. Everyone from Zero Wing salivated when they stepped into Saint's Hand's guild warehouse. The warehouse, which was the size of 2 sports stadiums, was packed with all sorts of items. Gold coins covered the floor, and magic crystals formed numerous mounds. At a glance, they estimated it held at least 3 million gold coins and 4 million magic crystals. This stockpile of magic crystals was only slightly inferior to Zero Wings. "We're rich. Guild leader, we're rich," Fire Dance exclaimed in excitement as she looked around the warehouse. "With all these coins and magic crystals, we won't have to worry about upgrading the buildings of our cities anymore." Zero Wing City's public opening had indeed generated a lot of additional income. Unfortunately, the guild's expenditure still exceeded that amount. This was because Zero Wing City's public opening necessitated an increase in the city's security. The city had to recruit many NPC soldiers to fill as many of the 30,000 slots as possible. While Zero Wing could skim on the benefits provided to the hired soldiers by virtue of Zero Wing City being a main city, the cost of employing level 150 plus, Tier 3 NPCs was still high. With everything taken into account, maintaining a Tier 3 NPC cost 5 gold coins. If Zero Wing City filled all 30,000 of its soldier slots with Tier 3 NPCs, the NPC soldiers' daily upkeep alone would total 150,000 gold. Moreover, this still did not include the NPCs' weapons and equipment or the maintenance cost for the Tier 4 NPCs hired. Simply put, Zero Wing's daily expenditure had skyrocketed after Zero Wing City's public opening. At this time, the guild's stockpile of coins was close to empty. Fortunately, thanks to Saint's Hand's contribution, Zero Wing's warehouse would soon be rich again. Seeing Fire Dance's joy, Feng chose to hide the fact that ancient Rock City's reconstruction would probably eat up all of this money. Zero Wing might even need to provide additional funds. "Guild leader, come here quick. There are 7 luminaries crystals here," Blackie said after opening a chest as tall as he was. With glittering eyes, he continued, "There are at least 50,000 units here. That's even more than what we have." Before Feng left for the Western continent, he had tasked Blackie with acquiring as many 7 luminaries crystals as possible. Hence, Blackie placed particular importance on the crystals. However, Zero Wing's warehouse currently had only around 30,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal despite his efforts. And if it weren't for Zero Wing having a monopoly over the Arctic Canyon, this amount would be even lower. Yet, Saint's Hand's warehouse had more than 50,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. "That's nothing. Blackie, come over to my spot. I'll let you know what real wealth is," shouted Cola, who stood in another corner of the warehouse, as he pointed at the several hill-sized chests beside him. "All of these chests here are full of epic materials or above. From what I can tell, there are at least 300,000 epic materials, 20,000 inferior legendary materials, and 3,000 legendary material." Everyone, including Feng, was stunned when they heard Cola's words. This was on the level of a kingdom's treasury. Ordinary kingdoms might not even reach this standard. Only high-ranking kingdoms would have so many rare materials. However, upon hearing Cola's words, Beast Emperor, who had been dragged along to the warehouse, turned livid, his eyes becoming bloodshot. He had accumulated these materials by ransacking multiple kingdoms with the Faux Saint army and destroying numerous NPC cities. Yet, all his efforts had ended up benefiting Zero Wing. Afterward, Feng tasked Blackie with sweeping through the warehouse and transporting everything back to the guild warehouse in Zero Wing City. He then brought Fire Dance and the others to a secret room on the 2nd underground floor. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. The secret room was only the size of a basketball court, with a pitch-black door in the middle of it. Upon entering the room, Fire Dance and the others felt an incomparably powerful pressure enveloping their bodies. Fire Dance had unlocked her mana body beyond the 110% completion rate already, yet even she had difficulty walking inside the secret room. After 3 steps, the pressure was so strong that she couldn't move her body. If an ordinary Tier 4 player were to enter this room, they would most likely crumple to the floor, unable to advance even a single step. "Ha ha ha. I already said that you people would never be able to touch the evil god's secret land." Beast Emperor laughed when he saw Fire Dance and the others immobilized. He then looked at Feng and taunted, "Black Flame, it's the same even if you're Tier 5. Without my special method, none of you should think of entering." Beast Emperor had reached the peak of Tier 4 already. He also had the benefit of being an evil god worshipper. Nevertheless, he still struggled to enter the evil god's secret land. This was why Beast Emperor was confident that Feng would be helpless against the evil god's secret land even though he had discovered its existence. Is that so? Feng stepped into the secret room after glancing at the laughing Beast Emperor. Chapter 2880, God Mode Secret Land. What bold word. I want to see just how far you can go. Beast Emperor watched with ridicule and complacency as Feng entered the secret room. He was fully confident that the evil god's secret land would repel Feng. However, after Feng entered the room, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Apparently unhindered by the oppression the pitch-black door exerted, Feng advanced 20 steps without stopping. He showed no signs of discomfort whatsoever. It was as if the pressure that rendered even experts at the peak of Tier 4 helpless was nothing to him. Confusion flooded Beast Emperor's heart as he looked at Feng. What's going on? When Feng arrived before the pitch-black door, let alone Beast Emperor, even Fire Dance and the others were stunned. How did you do it, guild leader? Fire Dance asked, unable to contain her curiosity. The intensity of the pressure she felt from the secret room was unprecedented. Even the divine might she experienced in Lightforged City could not compare. After taking 3 steps into the room, she could no longer advance by even another inch. She couldn't even lift her feet. While Tier 5 players were indeed stronger than Tier 4 players, the disparity shouldn't be so significant. Logically, there was no way Feng would remain unaffected by the room's oppression. At Fire Dance's question, the other Zero Wing members also looked at Feng curiously. How did I do it? Seeing everyone's curious expressions, Feng smiled faintly and said, I just walked here, of course. However, I did use a little technique. Technique? The Zero Wing members were momentarily stunned. They hadn't seen anything peculiar about Feng's gait. He had merely walked to the door in a normal fashion. Moreover, how could a technique completely mitigate such terrifying pressure? However, when Beast Emperor heard Feng's words, he stared at the latter as if he had just seen a ghost. No. Impossible. Who are you? How can you know such a technique? There was indeed a trick to approaching the pitch-black door. However, Beast Emperor had never told anyone this trick. He was the only player in God's domain who knew it. Moreover, even if one knew the trick, one still couldn't approach the door without the evil god's blessing. Feng couldn't help rolling his eyes at Beast Emperor. The technique required to approach this door is indeed complicated, but do you think the fundamental technique to manipulate the various elements of mana is unique to the evil god's temple? When Feng saw the pitch-black door and the hurdle Fire Dance and the others faced after entering the secret room, he quickly noticed a similarity between the secret room and the Dragon Temple's trial area. In the Dragon Temple's trial, players had to construct a bridge using mana's various elements. The secret room, on the other hand, was filled with chaotic mana. The closer to the pitch-black door, the more chaotic the ambient mana was. What players needed to do was return this chaotic mana to its original state. Only by doing so could players approach the door. Simply put, both places tested players' usage of the various elements of mana. For Feng, who had already mastered the basic usage of the various elements of mana, approaching the pitch-black door was a walk in the park. It was much easier than the trial in the Dragon Temple, which had required him to expend a lot of concentration and manipulate a significant amount of mana. The secret room, on the other hand, did not put a burden on his concentration or require him to manipulate a lot of mana. The secret land aside, this room is quite a good training spot for those seeking to learn the basic usage of the various elements of mana. Scrutinizing the secret room, Feng said happily, I was worrying about how to help everyone accomplish this, so this saves me a lot of time. It wasn't easy to learn to manipulate the various elements of mana independently. Even if he provided Zero Wings members with an explanation, the learning process would be highly inefficient without a reference. They could be taking a dead end for all they knew. The secret room just so happened to provide players with an environment for testing their application of the various elements of mana. It was undoubtedly a precious training ground. One would also have an easier time getting promoted to Tier 5 if they trained here, as having the ability to manipulate the individual elements of mana was crucial in constructing a Tier 5 mana body. When Beast Emperor heard Shifeng's words, he promptly fainted. Ignoring the unconscious Beast Emperor, Shifeng set his sights on the pitch-black door. The door was 5 meters tall and 2 meters wide, made of a material Shifeng didn't recognize. When he opened the door, a pitch-black whirlpool greeted him. The vortex exuded divine might, and players at Tier 4 or below shouldn't even think of setting foot into this whirlpool. After Feng inspected the whirlpool with omniscient eyes, a few lines of information appeared before him. Evil God's Secret Land, God Mode Secret Land Raid Level 150 to 200. What a powerful secret land. The displayed information astonished Feng. Now, he understood why Beast Emperor was confident he couldn't obtain the Evil God's Secret Land. Secret lands were like dungeons in God's domain. The higher their ranking, the higher their raid difficulty. God Mode was the highest difficulty for secret lands. Unlike dungeons, though, secret lands would not reset. According to Feng's memories, there were less than 10 level 150 plus God Mode secret lands in the entire God's domain. Meanwhile, even Tier 6 God-ranked experts could fall in a level 150 plus God Mode secret land. However, countless player forces would seek to enter a level 150 plus God Mode secret land. It was also a place all Tier 5 players had to enter. This was because these secret lands held clues to the Tier 6 promotion. Which player who had climbed to Tier 5 wouldn't wish to advance further and reach Tier 6? Hence, God's domain's various forces would fight over any level 150 plus God Mode secret land that appeared. It seems I'll now have to defend ancient Rock City, no matter what. Feng sighed as he looked at the evil god's secret land. Due to the Outerworld forces' invasion, he had intended to defend ancient Rock City only temporarily. After all, Zero Wing had limited combat power. In its current state, just defending the guild cities it already had from the Outerworld's player and NPC forces would be difficult. Adding ancient Rock City to the list would only make things even more difficult for the guild. However, the evil god's secret land was extraordinary. Feng might have ignored it if it were only an Azura mode secret land, but a level 150 plus God mode secret land was something he had to protect at all costs. After all, finding another secret land of such caliber wouldn't be easy, even for him. The entrances of level 150 plus God mode secret lands typically appeared at random locations and existed for only a set period. Thus, none of the superpowers in his previous life had ever managed to occupy a level 150 plus God mode secret land. On the other hand, the entrance to the evil god's secret land in ancient Rock City was fixed. This increased the entrance's value drastically. Moreover, this evil god's secret land might very well hold the key to Feng's promotion to Tier 6. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Following this, Zero Wing's logistics members began ransacking Saint's Hand's warehouse, while Feng taught Fire Dance and the others the fundamental technique to manipulate mana's various elements. Like so, 4 hours went by in the blink of an eye, and Feng received a notification. System. Congratulations. You have become Ancient Rock City's ruler. Do you wish to reconstruct Ancient Rock City? Reconstruct. Feng said in a determined tone. System. A God mode secret land has been discovered. Do you wish to integrate the secret land with Ancient Rock City? Chapter 2881. Integration. Integrate? Feng grew confused as he read the system notification. This was the first time he had heard of a secret land being integrated with a guild city. He had seen many player forces constructing guild cities on top of precious secret lands in the past. However, even as these guild cities developed, they never received any opportunity to merge with these secret lands directly. For a moment, Feng hesitated. The evil god's secret land was a level 150 plus God mode secret land. If he recklessly merged it with ancient Rock City and the secret land disappeared, he would suffer a huge loss. However, before Feng could ponder things further, he received another system notification. System. It is detected that you have 3 million magic crystals and 5,007 luminaries crystals on your person. You have fulfilled the conditions to reconstruct ancient rock city with the evil god's secret land as the core. Do you wish to integrate the secret land and upgrade the city? Agree. Feng agreed without hesitation when he heard the contents of the notification. There were several holy cities in God's domain, and one of these holy cities had a God mode secret land as its core. The war god's temple had also established its main headquarters in this holy city. Sanctuary. This sacred place was also why all Tier 5 experts sought to visit the top of the world. Sanctuary was the sole ancient city in God's domain that players had verified to hold clues to the Tier 6 promotion. The city was so old that nobody could ascertain its age in this modern day. Rumor had it that any Tier 4 player that entered Sanctuary had a 100% chance of getting promoted to Tier 5. However, what made Sanctuary amazing wasn't the knowledge it stored. Instead, the holy city held complete control over a level 150+ God mode secret land. Players that gained sufficient authority in the city, even Tier 3 players, could enter the secret land. It was different from the God mode secret lands found in the outside world, where the minimum entry requirement was Tier 4 because of the suppression of divine might. Although great dangers existed in a God mode secret land, they weren't everywhere. Moreover, the environment inside level 150+ God mode secret lands was different from the outside world, resembling that of ancient times, the era abounding with gods. Hence, entering a God mode secret land was an excellent opportunity even for low-tier players. Now that ancient rock city could become another sanctuary, how could Feng possibly turn down this opportunity? After Feng voiced his approval, some of the magic crystals and 7 luminaries crystals he had acquired from Saint's Hand's warehouse vanished from his bag space. Simultaneously, ancient rock city shook briefly. Ancient Rock City Region System Announcement. Ancient Rock City will commence with an upgrade. All players within Ancient Rock City will be teleported out of the city in 10 minutes. Players within the city are advised to make the necessary preparations. The system announcement echoed 3 times throughout the region. Subsequently, Feng received a personal system notification. System: Ancient Rock City's upgrade is estimated to take 1 natural day. As you hold Ancient Rock City's City Lord's token, you may not move more than 3,000 yards away from the city. You can also choose to log off and rest. Why is it so long? Feng was rendered speechless by the notification. A guild city's upgrade would typically take only several hours. Nevertheless, Ancient Rock City needed 1 day for its advancement. By the time the city was ready, Beast Emperor would have long since spread the evil god's secret lands information to all of God's domain. And worse, Ancient Rock City would be at its weakest after the reconstruction and upgrade process. Before the system's first major update, guild cities got a grace period whenever they underwent an upgrade. Now, guild cities no longer received that benefit. Players had to defend their cities on their own. If the outerworld forces were determined, Ancient Rock City might be greeted with a battle as soon as its reconstruction ended. At this time, Firedance looked toward Feng and asked, "Guild leader, we've emptied Saint's Hand's warehouse already. Should we retreat now?" "No, bring Beast Emperor and the other captives back to Silverwing City first," Feng replied, shaking his head. "Also, have Liang Jing gather the necessary manpower in Silverwing City ahead of time. As soon as Ancient Rock City opens, have them garrison the city immediately." "Yes, sir." Upon hearing Feng's words, Firedance understood that trouble would accompany Ancient Rock City's promotion. There might even be a big battle awaiting the city. She immediately set out to execute his orders. After Firedance left Ancient Rock City, Feng chose to log off and rest. He had been busy with various tasks previously, so he hadn't had a chance to take a break from the game. Now that the system had prohibited him from leaving Ancient Rock City's vicinity, he could use this opportunity to rest up. Yuantian City's upper zone, 6th Southern District. The Fearless cabin's hatch opened slowly, and Feng climbed out of the gaming cabin. The instant Feng exited the cabin, dizziness assaulted him. He very nearly fell back into the cabin. What's going on? As the world spun before him, Feng felt an indescribable hunger. Confused, he wondered, are my mind and body failing to adapt because I spent too much time in the Dragon Temple? However, Feng dared not ponder on this matter for too long because he knew there was only one thing he needed to do right now: eat. He had experienced this hunger once before, so he knew that his anemic symptoms resulted from his body lacking energy. Fortunately, Feng had prepared for such situations. After Zero Wing partnered with the Boulder Corporation, the latter had given Zero Wing 30 bottles of life potion. Feng had distributed most of them to Zero Wing's executives but kept 5 for himself as a precaution. This situation was precisely when he needed to use those life potions. Feng emptied 2 bottles of life potion in the blink of an eye. However, although the anemic symptoms he suffered eased, his mind and body still lacked energy. Only after downing the 5th bottle did Feng feel himself reviving. Thank goodness I prepared 5 bottles. I wouldn't have recovered from this predicament with only 4. Feng couldn't help sighing deeply as he looked at the empty bottles in front of him. These 5 bottles of life potion should have lasted him 2 months. Now, he had finished all 5 in one fell swoop. If Mushin and Kurue found out about this, they would have a heart attack. After all, this was half a year's worth of provisions for them. However, while Feng felt heartache over the consumption, he also felt completely reinvigorated. His physical fitness, mental strength, perception, and physical aspects had undergone tremendous growth. Now, even with both eyes closed, he could still perceive the outline of his room. He could even sense the life force of those in the entire building block if he concentrated. This was simply unbelievable. Could I have become a mental strength master already? This thought occurred to Feng when he detected the life force of others in the building. He couldn't think of any other explanation for this change. Only the rumored mental strength masters might have such an ability. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU at this time, even his view of the world had changed. After Feng immersed himself in this experience for a dozen minutes, he smiled. Although I don't know if I've become a mental strength master or not, with my current standard, I shouldn't have to worry about the mental strength master backing Lu Tiendi. Thinking up to this point, Feng tidied up himself and left his house. He planned to visit the 5 States Corporation's mansion to replenish the resources necessary for both his and Zero Wing's development. Previously, he had been worried about Lu Tiendi's mentor targeting him, so he hadn't dared to venture too far from his residential area. Now that his strength had improved significantly, he naturally didn't have to hold back anymore. He could do his tasks without worry. Chapter 2882, Upper Zone Transaction. When Feng exited his home and looked at the surrounding streets and buildings, a faint smile appeared on his face. How generous. He actually sent over a dozen half-step grandmasters to keep an eye on me. He had been living in the upper zone for quite some time now. After getting more information from Mushin, he more or less understood the general situation in the upper zone. While master-level experts could be found everywhere, experts at the half-step grandmaster level were even in the upper zone. They were the mainstays of the various upper zone organizations. Normally, only the direct successors of a corporation would qualify to have an expert of such caliber accompany them. Typically, only a first-rate corporation operating in the upper zone would have more than a dozen half-step grandmasters under its command. However, Feng did not pay much attention to the experts trailing him. Behaving as if he never noticed them, he made his way toward the mansion area with a smile. Butler Yi, that kid clearly noticed us, yet he doesn't seem to care about us for some reason, a black-clad, middle-aged man standing on the rooftop of an apartment said as he looked at Feng's departing back. He then turned to Yi Kuei, who stood beside him, and asked, "Does he have some kind of backing?" The Infinity Master Fu Jiuzhong had been thoroughly enraged when he learned of his student Wang Xuanming's expulsion from the upper zone. Afterward, he had requested the elders of the several families in his debt to keep an eye on Feng. And if the opportunity presented itself, they were to get rid of Feng. Naturally, the elders of the requested families were more than willing to sell Fu Jiuzhong this favor. After all, according to their investigations, Feng had no background. He had managed to get into the upper zone only because of the Boulder Corporation's Hong Xingyuan. The only noteworthy thing about him was some achievements in God's domain. In response to the black-clad man's question, Yi Kuei shook his head and said, "From what I know, apart from the Boulder Corporation, his only other connection in the upper zone is General Manager Xia. However, her interest in him hasn't reached a level where she is willing to make an enemy of us for his sake. He might be ignoring us now because of the strengthened security around him. If that's the case, this kid's days are numbered, the middle-aged man said as he looked coldly at Feng's distant figure. In a duel between two grandmasters, it would indeed be difficult to decide the match's outcome within a short time. However, their side had 6 half-step Hunglian grandmasters and 8 grandmasters. 3 of the 8 grandmasters were even bona fide Hunglian grandmasters. If they worked together, even an expert like Wang Xianming would fall quickly and have no opportunity to escape. In that case, I'll leave the rest to you all, Elder Qi. I will wait here for your good news, Yi Kuei said respectfully to the black-clad, middle-aged man. Elder Qi was the elder of a first-rate corporation. Although he could no longer improve due to his old age, he was still a Hunglian grandmaster. His strength even surpassed Wang Xuanming's slightly. If not for Fu Jiuzhong, Elder Qi wouldn't have paid any attention to the Starline Corporation whatsoever. No problem. Leave it to us. Once we get an opportunity, we'll cripple him, Elder Qi said as he stroked his beard. We'll teach this kid that he can't offend just anyone he wants in the upper zone. The upper zone was indeed a safe place, as even mental strength masters wouldn't dare take a life here. Otherwise, the Green God Company would investigate the matter. Even a mental strength master shouldn't think of continuing their days in the upper zone at that time because this was the Green God Company's bottom line. However, teaching someone a lesson or crippling them was a different story. If the Green God Company did not catch the culprit red-handed, it would turn a blind eye to the matter. After all, so long as a person was alive, the Green God Company could let them make a full recovery within a short time with their technology. After saying so, Elder Qi began tailing Feng, together with the other experts. Upper Zone, Mansion District. After strolling in the Mansion District for half an hour, Feng arrived in front of a 3-story mansion that occupied an area equivalent to 4 basketball courts. As expected of the 5 States Corporation. There are only 10 such mansions in this district. Even the Boulder Corporation didn't manage to get one. No wonder Han Ifeng dares to compete for one of the middle-layer slots. Feng couldn't help his surprise as he inspected the luxurious mansion before him. He had seen the pricing for such large mansions. Not only did it cost 140 million trade points, but one also had to have 100 million contribution points. While one wouldn't be required to spend the 100 million contribution points, accumulating that many points was an incredibly difficult task. Meanwhile, such large mansions were much better than the average mansion. Apart from offering more space, these mansions also stood closer to the waist of the mountain. In the base layer, they were the closest buildings to the middle layer. Hence, the mysterious energy filling the environment here was much denser than in other places. After Feng took a deep breath here, his mind already felt refreshed. He felt as if he had set foot into paradise on earth. Shortly after Feng pressed the doorbell, the tightly shut metal gate opened, and a person walked out. This person was none other than Zhuo Linqiu, Han Ifeng's butler. Looking at Feng, Zhuo Linqiu asked, "Mr. Shi, may I know what business you have with us today?" "It's about the agreement young Master Han and I made," Feng replied calmly. "As per our agreement, I have come to do business with young Master Han." "Business? Please follow me." Zhuo Linqiu nodded and led Feng into the mansion. When Feng entered the mansion, he immediately noticed several young men and women training under an elderly man in the mansion's outdoor training ground. The elderly man wore a martial arts robe. Although he had a head of white hair, the aura he exuded was more powerful than what Feng had sensed from Wang Xianming previously. Upon Feng's arrival, the young men and women turned to look at him curiously, wondering who Feng was for the 5 States Corporation to treat him as a guest. However, after getting berated by their elderly instructor, they promptly focused on their training again. "It seems I really can't underestimate the 5 States Corporation." Feng was surprised when he spread his senses across the mansion. There are 6 grandmasters and more than 10 half-step grandmasters in this mansion alone. Even the Boulder Corporation doesn't have this many experts. After guiding Feng to a reception room on the 3rd floor, Zhuo Linqiu pushed apart the wooden doors to the room and said, "Mr. Shi, the young master is waiting inside." Feng nodded and walked into the room. He found Feng seated behind a solid wood desk with his eyes closed. Currently, Feng did not exude the slightest bit of aura and felt no different from an ordinary person. Compared to the last time Feng had met him, Feng's aura had changed dramatically. Upon sensing Feng's arrival, Feng opened his eyes. Revealing a faint smile, Feng said, "Brother Shi, I didn't think you would come to find me so soon. I expected you would wait for the last 10 days to get a better price." Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. At this point, Feng's name was already known throughout Yuantian City's upper zone. Not only was he the cause of Wang Xuanming's banishment from the upper zone, but he was even Zero Wing's guild leader. The resources he had on hand tempted many of the corporations participating in this season's contribution competition. If not for Wang Xuanming's teacher, Fu Jiuzhong, many of the corporations based in Yuantian City's upper zone would have long since visited Feng and proposed a partnership. I doubt that will happen. I know I am not your only source of contribution points, young Master Han. Had I waited until the last moment, I probably would have gotten a lower price instead. You might not even have wanted my points at that time, Feng said, shaking his head. Originally, Feng had indeed considered waiting for a better price. Now, though, he couldn't afford the delay. Zero Wing urgently needed a large amount of resources, especially life potions. The life potion was the perfect drug to improve one's physical fitness. If not for the limitation of physical fitness, Fire Dance, Lei Bao, and several other people in Zero Wing would have long since become neutralizing grandmasters. Brother Shi, you jest. In that case, we'll proceed with the 2-to-1 ratio we previously agreed on. I'll buy however many points you have, Feng said, chuckling. However, Feng shook his head and countered in a determined voice, "No, I want a 1-to-1 ratio." Chapter 2883, Overnight Fortune 1-to-1? Feng frowned. Brother Shi, isn't your asking price a little too high? At this time, Feng wasn't the only one dissatisfied. Standing by the door, Zhuolinqiu looked at Feng with a hint of anger and ridicule in his eyes. A 1-to-1 exchange ratio was something no organization operating in Yuantian City's upper zone would accept. Life potions and phantom potions served as an organization's foundation. Their stockpile was also something accumulated over many years. These potions weren't items that one could obtain on a whim. Yet, Feng wanted to purchase these precious potions at a 1-to-1 exchange rate. Did he take the Five States Corporation for a fool? The Five States Corporation had many sources for contribution points. Meanwhile, these sources only sought a 2-to-1 ratio. On what basis was Feng asking for a 1-to-1 ratio? Young Master Han, don't be in a hurry to refuse, Feng said, smiling as he looked at Feng's cold expression. A 1-to-1 ratio is a fair price. A fair price? Feng laughed. May I know how you think it is fair, Brother Shi? Because I can guarantee you a slot to enter the middle layer, young Master Han. Feng said confidently. Do you think this is a fair deal now? At Feng's words, Feng's cold expression changed slightly. However, he quickly recollected himself and asked, "Those are some confident words, Brother Shi. If what you say is true, I can consider a 1-to-1 ratio. May I know what exactly you are counting on to help me?" 600,000 contribution points. That, combined with the points you already have, while I don't know if you can secure first place, getting within the top 3 shouldn't be a problem, right? According to Mushin's information, the top 3 rankers limit should be around 1 million contribution points. It would be difficult for them to acquire more than this because one could earn only so many contribution points through real-world resources. The only other way these top rankers could acquire more points would be to obtain many 7 Luminaries crystals in God's domain. However, 7 Luminaries crystals were incredibly precious in God's domain, and even the various superpowers barely had any. BQB Feng estimated that acquiring 800,000 contribution points shouldn't be a problem for the Five States Corporation. If the corporation included his 600,000 points, it could secure one of the top 3 spots with a 100% certainty. When Feng finished speaking, Zhuolinqiu couldn't help staring at Feng in disbelief, his eyes very nearly falling out of their sockets. Each of the 5 states' corporations' point sources could contribute only several tens of thousands of contribution points. After totaling the points from all sources, the corporation should gain around 600,000 contribution points. Not to mention, these sources would not necessarily sell all their points to the 5 states corporation. After all, the upper zone's various organizations were purchasing contribution points at a high price. The 5 states corporation would be fortunate if it could acquire 400,000 contribution points in the end. However, if the corporation could gain an additional 600,000 contribution points now, it could secure one of the top 3 spots in the competition. At this time, even Feng was visibly moved. 600,000? He has this much strength. In Feng's opinion, taking out 200,000 contribution points would be plenty impressive already. After all, 7 luminaries crystals were not easy to acquire in God's domain. Feng had even traded some with him already. With 600,000 contribution points as his base, Feng could even try to fight for one of the top 3 positions himself. Feng smiled when he saw Feng's reaction. He then asked, "What do you think, young Master Han?" If Feng had 1 million contribution points as his base, all he needed to do next was acquire another 300,000 points or so to solidify his victory. After pondering for a moment, Feng gritted his teeth and said, "That is indeed sufficient qualification. However, a 1-to-1 ratio is still too much. The 5 states corporation can't take out so many potions in a short time. If converted to trade points, 600,000 contribution points would be worth 60 million trade points. And when converted to life potions, that would be equivalent to 12,000 life potions." This was by no means a trifling amount. Feng didn't find Feng's words surprising, either. Instead, he chuckled and said, "If that's the case, how about this? I'll only ask for 2,000 potions. I'll exchange the remainder for a large mansion in the upper zone. What do you think?" I recall that the 5 states corporation still has the authority to purchase another one. The base layer had only 10 large mansions, and only 8 had owners. After some research, Feng found that these large mansions were excellent accommodations. Not only could they house 40 people easily, but the strange energy in the air was also much denser in these large mansions. This denser energy would be of greater help in stabilizing gentle snow and aqua rose's condition. "Feng, don't go too far," Zhuolinqiu blurted angrily. "A 1-to-1 ratio is already an astronomical price. Yet, you're asking for a large mansion that's worth 140 million trade points. Do you take the 5 states corporation for a fool?" The value of 10,000 life potions was equivalent to only 50 million trade points, a little more than 1/3 of a large mansion's value. Feng's terms were no different from daylight robbery. "My asking price is indeed a little excessive, but purchasing a large mansion doesn't require you to spend contribution points. You only need to have accumulated 100 million contribution points. Meanwhile, not only will my 7 luminaries crystals provide you with contribution points, but they will also provide you with an ample amount of trade points. Exchanging a large mansion for these crystals wouldn't be a loss for your corporation," Feng said. "Of course, if your corporation isn't willing to do this transaction, I can find someone else to partner with. I believe the other people competing for the top 3 spots will be interested in my proposal." Zhuolinqiu was momentarily rendered speechless by Feng. What Feng said was indeed true. Contribution points were far more important than trade points, especially in the middle layer. Moreover, compared to contribution points, trade points were much easier to acquire. "That's enough, old Shuo." Feng shot a glance at his butler, silencing him. He then returned his gaze to Feng and said, "I agree to your offer. However, I will need time to acquire the large mansion. As for the potions, I can give you 1,000 bottles now. I will pay you the remaining 1,000 bottles and the large mansion within the next 5 days. What do you think?" "Sure, I don't have any problem with that." Feng nodded. In Feng's opinion, the 5 days Feng stated were only a ploy. Feng wanted to purchase as many contribution points as possible from his other sources during these 5 days because once news of his acquisition of 600,000 contribution points spread, purchasing points would become much more difficult. Afterward, Feng signed a contract with Feng. According to the agreement, Feng would transfer 60,000 seven luminaries crystals to Feng through God's domain within half a day. At the same time, Feng would pay Feng 1,500 bottles of life potion, 500 bottles of phantom potion, and one large mansion in return. With the contract signed, Feng had Zhuolinju pass 100 bottles of life potion to Feng, with the rest to be delivered secretly to Feng's house. After concluding the deal, Feng left the Five States Corporation's mansion with a crate of life potions. Meanwhile, after Feng left, Zhuolinqiu turned to Feng and warned quietly, "Young master, your elders will criticize you if they find out you made such an unfavorable deal." "Criticize?" Sending Zhuolinqiu a glance, Feng sneered, "So long as I get into the middle layer, do you think I'll care about what they have to say?" Everyone living in the base layer wished to enter the middle layer. The environment there far surpassed the base layers. The middle layer was also home to many mental strength masters. If he could befriend even one of these masters, his position within the Five States Corporation would become unshakable. At that time, would he have to care about the criticisms of his elders? Gazing through the window at the distant middle layer with eyes burning with zeal, Feng said, "Head out and purchase contribution points from those organizations immediately. It doesn't matter even if you have to offer them a 1:5 ratio." While Feng was secretly going around purchasing contribution points from various organizations, Feng left the upper zone together with his crate of life potions. Previously, despite receiving the secret pavilions and Netherworld Empire's guild legacies, Zero Wing could afford to nurture only a small number of experts due to its limited resources. However, now that Zero Wing had sufficient life potions, let alone Void Realm experts, the guild could nurture even Domain Realm experts within a short time. This was something even the various superpowers couldn't accomplish. After all, when nurturing new talents, the superpowers would provide only S-rank nutrient fluids at most, not something as precious as the life potion. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Meanwhile, when Feng left the upper zone, Elder Qi and the others stalking him were stunned. "Is this kid crazy?" a Honglian Grandmaster asked when he saw Feng entering the mental path. "He dares to leave the upper zone at this time? Could it be that he didn't notice us in the first place?" A lanky neutralizing Grandmaster wondered. "There's no way he hasn't noticed us. I am certain on this point," Elder Qi declared. Looking at Feng's distant figure coldly, he continued, "He's looking down on us. Since he's so arrogant, I'll fulfill his wish. Everyone, get ready to take action outside. I want to see what ability this kid has." After saying so, Elder Qi promptly set off after Feng. The other experts followed Elder Qi after briefly exchanging looks with one another. Chapter 2884, Ruthless. Fenglin City, Zero Wing's headquarters. Feng stood in front of Zero Wing's headquarters. The place had undergone significant changes since his last visit. Currently, people crowded the plaza in front of the building, many of them young men and women. These people were either waiting to enter the building or taking various tests out in the plaza. This prosperous sight was even more spectacular than what could be found at the various super guilds' headquarters. As Feng made his way to the entrance, he overheard these young men and women discussing Zero Wing's matters. As they spoke about Zero Wing City's training environment or the heaven-defying battle that had taken place at Ancient Rock City, their eyes glowed with anticipation. Before Feng could reach the entrance, a long-haired man in his 30s approached him. Looking at Feng, who was clad in sportswear, the long-haired man said in a friendly tone, "Friend, you're here to join Zero Wing, right?" "Me? Join Zero Wing?" Feng was stunned by the long-haired man's words. Although the long-haired man looked ordinary, Feng sensed intense life force from him. In terms of physical fitness, the long-haired man could practically rival Honglian masters. However, before Feng could say anything, the long-haired man unzipped his jacket and revealed a six-winged emblem pinned on his t-shirt, proving that he was an internal member of Zero Wing. "I can tell that you're extraordinary at a glance, brother," the long-haired man said while showing off his emblem. He then pointed at the long line of people waiting to enter the building and grinned, saying, "Look at how long that line is. If you grab a ticket and join the line now, it'll take you forever before your turn arrives." However, I'm an internal member of Zero Wing. I have a recommendation slot that lets me help one person bypass the initial test. What are you trying to say? Feng asked curiously. I can see that you're extraordinary, so I plan to recommend you to the guild. However, once you become an internal member of Zero Wing, you'll need to join my team. What do you think? Looking at Feng with a serious look, the long-haired man said earnestly, the team I belong to is extraordinary. Although it was established only recently, it has become a second-line team already. It's only one line behind the main force. Feng was at a loss for words. He never imagined such competition existed between Zero Wing's various teams. If he weren't Zero Wing's guild leader, he would have most likely been tempted by the long-haired man's words already. After all, apart from Zero Wing's main force, any other team that had a Tier 4 player leading it would be considered a second-line team. Meanwhile, all second-line teams could raid level 150, 100-man hard-mode team dungeons. What? You don't believe me? Upon seeing Feng's startled expression, the long-haired man said delightedly, do you know who my team leader is? You'll get a fright if I tell you. Just when Feng wondered who this strange man's team leader was, the sounds of fighting came from inside the lobby. The din was like a sledgehammer pounding the ground. However, neither the long-haired man nor the other Zero Wing members present showed any concern over these loud sounds, appearing wholly accustomed to them. The newcomers, though, all expressed curiosity and tried sneaking peeks into the lobby. Ignore that. It's nothing to fuss about, the long-haired man said when he saw the curiosity on Feng's face. He then added nonchalantly, it's just the experts of another superpower coming to provoke Zero Wing. I believe Master Lei Bao will take care of them in a moment. Feng asked, have there been a lot of such situations happening in Zero Wing lately? It's been like this since before I joined. However, it's become much more frequent recently, the long-haired man said as he nodded in frustration. These superpowers can't bear to see Zero Wing developing. However, as they can't do anything to us in God's domain, they keep coming to our headquarters to make trouble. They keep asking us to sell them Zero Wing City's lands. I heard that the group that came here this time consists of 6 superpowers, one of them the Super Guild Mythology. Mythology's group is even led by the Feng family's young lady. That Feng Shahan really is something. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also frighteningly strong. She can take down master-level experts in practically one hit. I'm afraid only our big sis Fire Dance can take her on. The long-haired man shuddered when he spoke of Feng Shahan. It was evident he feared the latter greatly. After the long-haired man finished speaking, the lobby's door opened abruptly, and a group of people stalked out of the building. These people were representatives of superpowers, and they currently had angry expressions. However, when they looked at Fire Dance and Lei Bao, who walked out of the building shortly after them, and then looked at the injured master-level experts and one half-step neutralizing Grandmaster beside them, they dared not do anything. Just you wait. Don't think that, just because we are helpless against you in God's domain, you'll be invincible in the real world as well. Zero Wing will only encounter more trouble for refusing to cooperate with us. The various superpowers representatives barked arrogantly at Fire Dance and Lei Bao, their voices growing complacent as they spoke. While master-level experts might be powerless against Zero Wing, there were bound to be superpowers capable of inviting Grandmaster-level experts to move for them. The corporations operating within the upper zone might even take action. After all, Zero Wing was too large a cake to pass on. According to the information the various superpowers had gathered, some forces based in the upper zone were already investigating Zero Wing, evidently interested in the guild. Hence, it was only a matter of time before Grandmaster-level experts came to find trouble with Zero Wing. Fire Dance and Lei Bao revealed somewhat grim expressions on their faces when they heard the representative's words. They had expected the battle at Ancient Rock City to have caught the attention of many organizations in the upper zone. Hence, they were certain that Grandmaster-level experts would eventually come to Zero Wing seeking trouble. While these Grandmasters might not be capable of doing anything against Zero Wing on the surface, if they came every day to pick a fight, it would ruin Zero Wing's reputation, not to mention the other unscrupulous tactics they could employ. However, when the various superpowers representatives were getting full of themselves, Feng Shahan suddenly left the group and headed toward Feng. The cold gaze she directed at him made the temperature in the surroundings fall by more than 10 degrees. The long-haired man standing beside Feng shuddered in fear despite himself. Looking at Feng, the long-haired man asked, "Friend, did you offend her in some way before? Why do I get the feeling that she's coming for you?" In this situation, the nearby young men also looked at Feng and began a quiet discussion. They all wondered who Feng was to warrant such attention from a great beauty like Feng Shahan. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. I don't think I've done anything to her, Feng said. He likewise found it strange that Feng Shahan was walking to him. After giving the matter some thought, he added, "The only things I remember doing are killing one of her elders and telling her to get lost. I don't think I've ever done anything else to her." Feng's words stupefied the long-haired man. He never thought that Feng would be so ruthless as to pull such stunts with the Feng family's lady. It would be strange if Feng Shahan didn't try to take Feng's life. However, when Feng Shahan arrived in front of Feng, she looked at him and asked quietly, "Can I speak with you in private?" Immediately, be it the long-haired man or the other men present, they all couldn't help staring at Feng with wide eyes. What was going on here? Chapter 2885, Sword Saint Black Flame? Feng couldn't help taking a closer look at Feng Shahan when he heard her words. Currently, Feng Shahan looked slightly frailer than the last time he saw her. She also no longer exuded the imposing aura of before, although the ambition in her eyes still burned bright. "Just the two of us?" Feng stole a glance at the robust Mat and an elderly man standing among the group of superpower representatives. This elderly man possessed a powerful life force. He was absolutely a Grandmaster-level expert. Moreover, judging by how respectfully Mat was behaving around this elderly man, it was easy to guess that the elderly man held an eminent position in mythology. He should be a guild elder at the very least. However, seeing as Feng Shahan was asking for a private conversation, Feng could tell that Feng Shahan had her own thoughts and that these thoughts did not align with mythology's plans. "That's right, just the two of us." Feng Shahan nodded, then glanced at the long-haired man beside Feng and smiled sweetly, saying, "Of course, you can bring someone with you. However, it's not my fault if our relationship gets exposed." The long-haired man immediately revealed a look of shock and confusion when he heard Feng Shahan's words. Feng Shahan was the young lady of a major corporation. According to rumor, she was even an upper zone resident. In addition, not only did she possess a divine level of beauty, but she was even a vice-guild leader of mythology. Countless talented young men wished to get close to her but never got the opportunity to do so. She had an air of indifference even when dealing with Zero Wing's big shots like Cola. Nevertheless, she was taking the initiative to seek out Feng. Her friendly behavior with Feng made the long-haired man doubt if she was even the same person as before. "Who is this guy?" Questions filled the long-haired man's mind as he looked at Feng. However, after snapping out of his daze, he gazed at Feng with anticipation shining in his eyes. Feng Shahan was an individual of high status. If he could get close to her by even a little bit, even if he were only a third wheel, this achievement would earn him bragging rights for the rest of his life. "All right, just the two of us, then." Feng nodded, ignoring the hopeful look the long-haired man was giving him. Feng Shahan was not at all surprised by Feng's response. She pointed at a maglev limousine nearby and said, "Let's talk in my car, then. Nobody will bother us there." Zero Wing's battle at Ancient Rock City had thoroughly shaken God's domain. Zero Wing City's public opening also allowed Zero Wing to rake in tons of wealth and resources every day. The resources earned even included the 7 luminaries crystal that the upper zone's various forces sought to obtain. The city was so tempting that even the 5 great super guilds had designs on it, let alone Feng Shahan. Zero Wing was currently rejecting all partnership offers for Zero Wing City, choosing to monopolize all of the city's benefits. The various superpowers could not get even the smallest cut of this juicy pie. To make matters worse, none of the superpowers could do anything about this situation. However, Feng Shahan was confident she could accomplish what the various superpowers couldn't. With her family's position and resources in the upper zone, she should be able to get Zero Wing to agree to a partnership. After all, Feng was currently in a lot of trouble because he had offended a mental strength master. Although Feng lived in a different upper zone from Fu Jiuzhong, the mental strength master had plenty of means to deal with him. Among the organizations operating within the 3 upper zones based in the country, those capable of protecting Feng numbered very few. The Feng family just so happened to be one of them. When Feng saw the maglev limousine, a hint of envy appeared in his eyes. This limousine was a global limited edition, and it was constructed with a top-tier alloy used for spacecraft. This alloy not only had excellent sound insulation properties but could even withstand missile strikes. He had thought of buying one for Zero Wing but lacked the connection to do so. Nodding, Feng said, "Sure, let's get in the car. In that case, this way, please, Guild Leader Black Flame." Fang Shahan smiled and took the initiative to lead Feng to the limousine. Her words left the long-haired man stupefied. "He's the guild leader?" The long-haired man stared at Feng's back with wide eyes. When he recalled how he had treated Feng like a little brother, he suddenly felt faint. After all, Black Flame's name in God's domain was synonymous with a killing god. He would create rivers of blood because of a disagreement. He had even killed one of mythology's legendary figures without hesitation. The long-haired man wasn't the only one stunned by this revelation. The young men and women in queue also took some time to process this information. His guild leader Black Flame? No way. Is that sword saint? Don't the rumors say that guild leader Black Flame is a man in his 30s? That guy looks no more than 22 or 23. Apart from Zero Wing's executives and a portion of the guild's core members, the only other people who knew Black Flame's actual identity and appearance in the real world were the various superpowers executives. The average player was unaware that Black Flame was only a disguise. You really know how to keep a low profile, guild leader Black Flame. Even the internal members of your own guild don't know who you are, Fang Shahan said, smiling when she looked back and saw the long-haired man's pale complexion. That guy will probably lose sleep for the next several days. Feng rolled his eyes at Fang Shahan. Fang Shahan knew that the long-haired man was unaware of his identity as Black Flame and had deliberately revealed his identity to mess with the man. However, when Feng and Fang Shahan were roughly 10 steps from the limousine, Feng suddenly stopped and turned to the crowd in the plaza. Guild leader Black Flame? Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Fang Shahan was a little confused by Feng's actions. She followed Feng's gaze and looked toward the plaza. Although there were well over 1,000 people crowded in the plaza, Fang Shahan faintly sensed killing intent from that direction. Moreover, there wasn't just one source of killing intent but more than a dozen. This killing intent was well hidden. If one weren't a half-step Grandmaster expert or above, one would have difficulty noticing it. This can't be. That side is already taking action. Fang Shahan frowned. Only the Infinity Master Fu Jiuzhong could mobilize so many powerful experts. She whispered to Feng, guild leader Black Flame, they should be experts the Infinity Master sent. The other side has a significant advantage in numbers. It's best if we pretend we didn't notice them and get into the car quickly. Even if it's them, they can't do anything against my car. A force of over a dozen half-step Grandmasters or above was indeed powerful. However, against the global limited edition limousine, even these experts could only lament their lack of strength. This was also why many major corporations wished to purchase this limousine. However, only 100 people in the world actually managed to get their hands on one. No, there's no need for that, Feng said, shaking his head. He then began walking toward the plaza. I initially planned to ignore them, but since they came all the way here, I'll deal with them now. It's annoying to have them constantly buzzing me like flies. Chapter 2886, Mental Strength Master. When Fang Shahan saw Feng slowly making his way to the plaza, she was stunned. She never thought Feng would confront the enemy. The enemy had over a dozen half-step Grandmaster experts or better on their side. Among the sources of killing intent she sensed, a few even struck fear into her. Facing so many experts of such caliber, even a Honglian Grandmaster would suffer miserably. This crazy bastard. Fang Shahan gritted her teeth and followed after Feng. She was the Fang family's young lady. Even the upper zone's organizations would have to show her some respect. If she stood up for Feng, the other party wouldn't dare go too far lest they incur the Feng family's wrath. However, before Fang Shahan could catch up to Feng, 14 people in the crowd approached him. They had concealed their auras so well that they looked no different from ordinary pedestrians. None of the people around them paid them any attention. "Kid, since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish," Elder Chi said when he saw that Feng had already walked into the crowd. Sneering, he commanded, "Everyone, attack." If Feng had chosen to remain somewhere with little foot traffic, they would quickly get noticed by others if they took action. However, it was a different story in a crowded location like this plaza. With their standards, they could attack Feng without anyone noticing. By the time the bystanders realized what was going on, they would have long since left the scene. The distance between both sides continuously shortened. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. When the two sides were less than 3 meters apart, one Honglian Grandmaster, one Neutralizing Grandmaster, and 4 half-step Grandmasters began walking straight toward Feng. The 6 experts continued moving like ordinary pedestrians, with the 4 half-step Grandmasters even chatting merrily like close friends. Nobody could tell that these 6 experts were approaching Feng with hostile intentions. When the 4 half-step Grandmasters were within 1 meter of Feng, both the 4 half-step Grandmasters and the 2 true Grandmasters took action simultaneously, so fast that ordinary people couldn't even see their afterimages. The 6 experts launched punches, palm strikes, and claw strikes. Aimed at Feng's vitals, their attacks did not create even the slightest ripple in the air. Although the 6 experts had different strength levels, their coordination was perfect, and they moved as if they were of one body. Fang Shahan's complexion darkened at this scene. If she were in Feng's shoes, she could, at best, stop 2 or 3 attacks. The rest would land on her without fail. It might be a different story if a Honglian Grandmaster received these attacks, but Feng was only a neutralizing Grandmaster. He would most definitely die if he received all these attacks. However, when the 6 experts' attacks were about to land, Feng's body suddenly twitched and moved like flowing water. As if his various body parts had a mind of their own, they instinctively dodged the 6 experts' attacks. Feng's movements were so fine that he dodged some attacks with less than half a centimeter to spare. The 6 experts were startled by this outcome. However, before they could launch another round of attacks, Feng casually scraped his shoulder past one of them and bumped into another. He then executed a punch, an elbow strike, a palm strike, and a kick against his other 4 opponents. The next moment, the 2 Grandmasters and 4 half-step Grandmasters stiffened and stopped moving. They stood still among the crowd like statues. When Feng had walked 3 meters away, the 6 experts' eyes rolled back, and their bodies collapsed to the ground. How is this possible? Fang Shahan's eyes widened, and her jaw dropped at this scene. Of the 6 experts, 2 were bona fide Grandmasters, one of them a Honglian Grandmaster. Yet, Feng had taken care of these experts in the blink of an eye. The fight had ended so quickly that she didn't even see what had happened. She might have been able to accept such an outcome if the 2 Grandmasters were both neutralizing Grandmasters. With internal force, Feng could knock them out instantly when his attacks connected. However, knocking out a Honglian Grandmaster in one hit was an incredibly difficult feat. Otherwise, Honglian Grandmasters wouldn't be renowned as troublesome opponents. Fang Shahan wasn't the only person shocked by this situation. Elder Chi and the other experts similarly tensed up at this scene. Even they were incapable of defeating Honglian Grandmasters in one hit. While Feng might have employed a dirty tactic, there was no denying that he had felled a Honglian Grandmaster in one hit. The remaining experts turned to Elder Chi to seek his opinion on the matter. Elder Chi was their leader this time. He also possessed incredible strength, being slightly stronger than even the well-known Wang Xianming. If Elder Chi chose not to attack now, they naturally did not need to attack, either. After all, Feng's display of strength just now had thoroughly stunned them. Feng's feat was even more unbelievable than a person killing an elephant with one punch. Seeing Feng approaching their group, Elder Chi gritted his teeth and advanced. Although Elder Chi didn't know what method Feng employed just now, He was confident he could stop any neutralizing Grandmaster's attack. After all, his mental strength was just a tad short of the mental strength master level. His perception and sixth sense were both much stronger than the average Hunglian Grandmasters. All tricks were useless against him. When the other experts saw Elder Qi moving, they quickly followed after him. However, their mentality toward Feng was completely different from before. Now, they had ramped up their vigilance to the maximum. Elder Qi's group of 8 split up and approached Feng from 8 different directions. They occasionally used the crowd to conceal their bodies and obscure their movements from Feng. However, Feng remained unfazed and continued approaching Elder Qi casually. "What arrogance! Do you think I'll fall for your tricks like those fools?" Elder Qi accelerated his footsteps when he saw Feng's indifference, not wanting to give Feng any more time to observe and prepare. With 6 Grandmasters in their group of 8, they could give even a mental strength master a headache if they attacked together. After all, a mental strength master's physical fitness was only slightly superior to theirs. What made mental strength masters powerful was their perception of danger and their control over their bodies. However, when Elder Qi was less than 6 meters away from Feng, he suddenly lost sight of Feng. He disappeared. Elder Qi was stunned as he stared at the spot Feng disappeared from. Feng had vanished not only from his vision but also from his perception. Elder Qi and the 7 other experts immediately began looking around frantically, searching for Feng. Several seconds later, Elder Qi suddenly noticed a figure walking past him, and he was stunned once more. Feng. However, before Elder Qi could turn around, he felt a stinging pain in his chest. He then found his body paralyzed, and his vision darkened as if death had come for him. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. When Elder Qi saw Feng disappearing past him, a thought appeared in his mind, and fear surfaced on his face. Mental strength master. Apart from Feng being a mental strength master, Elder Qi couldn't think of any other explanation for this situation. After all, only a mental strength master could evade his perception. However, before Elder Qi could warn the others, he noticed Feng walking past his approaching companions, one after another. Unlike himself, though, his companions didn't even notice Feng. And after Feng passed them, their bodies abruptly stiffened. It was evident that they had suffered a similar fate to his. In the end, Elder Qi could only watch helplessly as his companions collapsed one after another. Chapter 2887, Powerful Mental Strength Master. When Elder Qi and the others collapsed, one after another, in the plaza, they quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding people. The small plaza grew noisy for a time as the passers-by gathered around these collapsed experts and discussed among themselves. Feng exited the crowd in the meantime, his departure going entirely unnoticed. He had practically zero presence, as if he was no different from the roadside trees and bushes. "He's a mental strength master?" Shock filled Feng Shahan's eyes as she switched her gaze between Feng and Elder Qi's group. She felt like her world had just come crashing down on her. Apart from Feng being a mental strength master, she could think of no other explanation for how he had defeated a force of 8 Grandmasters and 6 half-step Grandmasters so easily. Despite knowing this, Feng Shahan still couldn't bring herself to believe Feng was a mental strength master. Mental strength masters were big shots even in the upper zone, and every one of them lived in the middle layer. Numerous organizations based in the upper zone tried to curry favor with these individuals. All of these powerhouses had reached the level of a mental strength master only in their 30s or later. On the other hand, how old was Feng now? Not to mention, according to Feng Shahan's investigations, when Feng first entered the upper zone several weeks ago, the Green God Company had evaluated his mental strength as special grade only. He had still been a long distance from master grade. When Feng arrived in front of Feng Shahan, she finally snapped out of her daze. She then scrutinized him as if she was meeting him for the first time. "Has your mental strength reached the master level already?" Feng Shahan asked despite herself. Although she was already certain Feng was a mental strength master, she still couldn't believe that someone could reach this level before 25. If news of this matter spread, it would shake the entire upper zone. Even the Green God Company's executives would take an interest in Feng once they learned of his potential. Meanwhile, The Green God Company's executives were existences even mental strength masters wanted to befriend. These executives helmed the various upper zones, individuals standing at the top of the upper zone. I had the fortune of achieving a breakthrough recently. Feng nodded, not bothering to conceal this fact. He then turned to look at the collapsed experts in the plaza, an indescribable feeling appearing in his heart. Previously, when he had first become a mental strength master, he had noticed that his body's physical fitness had improved significantly. The sharpness of his perception had also become far superior to before. However, only after clashing with Elder Qi and the others did Feng realize how powerful and frightening mental strength masters could be. Mental strength masters might be only slightly superior to Honglian grandmasters in physical fitness, but their control over their bodies reached an incredible level. Not only could they control the fine movements of muscles and the physical body, but they could also exert much greater control over their brains. While in combat, Feng had managed to accelerate his thought processes by more than tenfold. In his eyes, Elder Qi and the others had looked like they were moving in slow motion. After including his enhanced perception of his surroundings, let alone dodging the eyesight and senses of several grandmasters, he could even replicate God's domain's void steps momentarily. It was no wonder the upper zone's various organizations feared mental strength masters so much. Feng also felt fortunate that he had been cautious and stayed indoors for the past few weeks. Otherwise, he might have really ended up in trouble. After all, killing a lone Grandmaster-level expert was child's play for a mental strength master. Meanwhile, after Feng's admission, Fang Shahan was momentarily at a loss for words. Originally, she had hoped to acquire a portion of Zero Wing City's resources by offering Feng protection. In doing so, she could increase her authority within mythology and solidify her position as the first vice guild leader. Now, her plan was nothing but a joke. There was no way a mental strength master would fear another mental strength master. More importantly, with how young Feng was, once the Green God Company found out about his achievement, the company would undoubtedly place heavy importance on him. The status he would enjoy at that time would far exceed Fu Jiuzhong's. After all, the Infinity Master was already an old man and showed precious little signs of improvement nowadays. So long as Fu Jiuzhong wasn't a fool, he would give up on revenge against Feng. On the contrary, he might even try to mend his relationship with Feng. After all, the life of mental strength masters in the upper zone's middle layer wasn't as smooth sailing as others thought. Looking at the vacant expression on Fang Shahan's face, Feng asked strangely, "The trouble has been dealt with already. Do you still see a problem in this, Miss Fang?" Fang Shahan recovered from her stupor at Feng's words. Putting away her previous nonchalant attitude, she said respectfully, "You jest, Master Shi. The powers behind those experts will be scared stiff once they hear about your current status and identity. How could they possibly cause you any more problems? Is that so?" Feng felt a little awkward when Fang Shahan suddenly spoke to him respectfully. Her passionate gaze, in particular, was as if she had just seen an absolute beauty. It gave him an uncomfortable feeling. "Master Shi, my visit this time isn't for anything significant." After observing Feng a little while longer, Fang Shahan revealed a rare smile and said, "I only wish to partner with Zero Wing on a personal level." A personal partnership? Feng wasn't particularly surprised by these words. Calmly, he asked, "May I know what kind of partnership you have in mind?" Taking a deep breath, Fang Shahan said solemnly, "I am willing to invest 100 billion into Zero Wing to help develop all of the guild's necessary facilities and territories. Simultaneously, I can also provide 10 reserve slots for the upper zone and 1,000 bottles of potions of various kinds. I will also bring a large batch of peak experts and over 300 plots of land located in the NPC cities of both the eastern and western continents into Zero Wing." Feng couldn't help being tempted when he heard Fang Shahan's offer. He then asked, "What are your conditions?" Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. The funding aside, just the 1,000 bottles of various potions, the large batch of peak experts, and 300 plots of land were more than enough to elevate Zero Wing's overall strength by a large margin. Zero Wing would instantly surpass ordinary super guilds. It would be a lie to say this offer didn't tempt him. The lands of the Western continent's NPC cities, in particular, were things Zero Wing needed urgently right now. With these lands, Zero Wing could maximize the use of its intercontinental teleportation array. The guild might even be able to establish a solid foothold on the Western continent in one fell swoop. Seeing the interest in Feng's eyes, Feng Shahan replied, "Simple. Become my backer." Feng was slightly stunned as he looked at Feng Shahan, his mind failing to comprehend her words momentarily. What's going on? Chapter 2888, Zero Wing in an uproar. Feng Shahan couldn't help a smile when she saw Feng's stunned face. She then asked leisurely, "Do my conditions confuse you, Master Shi?" "Indeed, a little." Feng nodded. There was no doubt that the Feng family had extraordinary origins. Moreover, Feng Shahan herself was mythology's first vice-guild leader. No matter how he looked at it, the woman already had a boundless future ahead of her. She was an existence nobody in the outside world dared to offend. He might have become a mental strength master, but the benefits he could bring to Feng Shahan were merely limited to the upper zone's commodities. This was also the main reason the upper zone's various organizations bent over backward for mental strength masters. Apart from these trade commodities, he found it hard to imagine what other help Feng Shahan might need from him. "I believe you should also understand what it means to own wealth beyond one's capabilities, Master Shi." Sighing, Feng Shahan said slowly, "The Feng family used to have a mental strength master. However, along with this master's passing, the Feng family's circumstances in the upper zone have deteriorated. At this point, many of the middle layer's various organizations are even targeting the middle layer reserve slot I own. Hence, I hope you can intervene in this matter for me, Master Shi. If you do, those organizations might back off out of fear." "A reserve slot for the middle layer?" Feng was startled by Feng Shahan's words. The reserve slots for the upper zone's base layer were already incomparably precious, and they were more than enough to tempt the base layer's various organizations. A reserve slot for the middle layer would be even more precious and tempting. Moreover, based on Feng Shahan's words, this reserve slot was transferable. It didn't bind to specific individuals after use. This reserve slot was countless times more precious than the temporary 3-month slots the base layer's organizations competed for in the contribution competitions. It would be strange if the middle layer's organizations were not interested in acquiring this reserve slot. "Master Shi, would you be willing to cooperate?" Feng Shahan asked, a hint of apprehension flashing across her eyes as she looked at Feng. Originally, she had already decided to give up on this reserve slot because she couldn't keep it with mythology's strength. However, an opportunity had presented itself to her now. If she found the help of an ordinary mental strength master, the middle layer's various organizations wouldn't fear her at all. They would still try to snatch her reserve slot without fear. However, it was a different story if the mental strength master were Feng. Feng had become a mental strength master at an unprecedentedly young age. With his potential, the Green God Company was bound to place great importance on him. So long as Feng was willing to stand up for her, she might be able to keep this reserve slot. After Feng gave the matter some thought, he said, "All right, I agree to your conditions. However, I need to add one condition." "Please speak, Master Shi," Feng Shahan responded without hesitation. 100 million trade points, Feng stated. "What are your thoughts on this, Miss Feng?" Apart from the trade points he earned from trading in 7 luminaries crystals to the Green God Company some time ago, he hadn't made any extra points during this period. Meanwhile, apart from life potions, he also needed to spend a lot of trade points while living in the upper zone. This would only increase after he had Fire Dance and the others move into the upper zone. His expenditure of trade points would skyrocket if he had to nurture a mansion full of people. Hence, acquiring trade points was a must. 100 million? After pondering the condition, Feng Shahan gritted her teeth and answered, "No problem. I can transfer them to you through my account." Once Feng Shahan agreed to his extra condition, Feng made his way into Zero Wing's headquarters and signed a contract with her, assuring both sides. After signing the contract, Feng Shahan promptly left Zero Wing's headquarters to make the necessary preparations. She acted decisively and carefully on this matter. Inside the maglev limousine heading to the airport, Vice Guild Leader, do you really intend to follow Feng in the future? White Feather asked as she looked at Fang Shahan, who had her eyes closed and was deep in thought. If you leave the guild so abruptly, the guild won't spare you. Although Feng is now a mental strength master, there are significant differences between mental strength masters. He won't necessarily be able to stop all the organizations operating in the middle layer. If he handles things poorly, you'll not only lose your reserve slot but also have to face the guild's retaliation. Mythology was one of the 5 great super guilds. Some of the upper zone organizations that had partnered with the guild because of God's domain had the support of powerful and high-ranking mental strength masters. Fang Shahan was Mythology's first vice guild leader. Her abrupt departure from Mythology would deal a massive blow to the guild's reputation and morale. Mythology would seek revenge for this matter, both in God's domain and in the upper zone. I don't have a choice. This is my last chance, Fang Shahan replied with a wry smile. If I continue waiting, I'll lose the reserve slot for sure. Once that happens, I doubt I can get it back, even if a powerful mental strength master stands up for me. I can only pray that Feng is capable of fending off those greedy organizations now. Even mental strength masters had extreme difficulty securing one middle layer reserve slot, and they treated these slots like family heirlooms. After all, these slots could allow a person to live in the middle layer unconditionally. If she couldn't retain this reserve slot, her chances of becoming a mental strength master were practically zero. In the upper zone's history, the people capable of becoming a mental strength master without ever setting foot into the upper zone's middle layer were few and far between. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that 99% of the mental strength masters that had ever walked this world became mental strength masters only after living in the middle layer for some time. While Fang Shahan was making her way back to the upper zone, news of Elder Chi's group getting crippled reached Yuantian City's upper zone, shocking the various organizations based there. None of these organizations ever thought that Feng possessed such frightening strength. He had single-handedly fended off the encirclement of so many Grandmaster-level experts. This unexpected development prompted many organizations looking to sell the Infinity Master a favor to shrink back. What should we do, young master? The organizations in Haitian cities and Yuantian cities' upper zones are no longer willing to assist us, Yi Kuei asked worriedly after calling Lu Tiendi. Moreover, now that Feng's prestige has increased, many organizations are considering partnering with him to acquire 7 Luminaries crystals from Zero Wing. I understand. Withdraw from Yuantian City's upper zone for now, Lu Tiendi said, smiling faintly. Teacher has learned about this situation. He'll most likely personally cripple Feng. All we need to do now is sit back and watch. Yes, sir. Yi Kuei grew joyful when he heard Lu Tiendi's words. If Fu Jiuzhong personally took action, then everything would be fine. Once Zero Wing no longer had Feng backing it, Starlink would have a much easier time annexing Zero Wing. Fenglin City, Zero Wing Tower, along with Feng's return, excitement filled Zero Wing's members, particularly the experts who had joined Zero Wing only recently. The reason for everyone's excitement was Feng's awarding life potions to Fire Dance and a dozen other core executives in front of all of the guild's internal members. Afterward, he had announced that he would award those internal members who performed excellently with life potions. They even had the opportunity to enter the upper zone. This announcement threw the entire headquarters into an uproar. The upper zone was a dreamland countless people wished to enter. Let alone living in the upper zone, they usually didn't even dare dream of entering the upper zone. This was because the upper zone was a place only a select few organizations in the world could come into contact with. Ordinary civilians like themselves had no chance of entering the upper zone. However, the impossible had now become possible. Guild leader, is this really fine? Fire Dance asked worriedly when she saw the new reward system. In the new reward system, a Tier 4 internal member that successfully raised their mana body's completion rate to 110% would receive 3 bottles of life potion. Afterward, they would receive 1 bottle for every subsequent percent of improvement. If they reached 115%, they would receive another 3 bottles. There was also a reward for concentration standards. After one reached the Tier 4 basic concentration standard, every increase in rank would net them 1 phantom potion, 3 bottles if they reached the Tier 4 peak standard, and 10 bottles if they reached the Tier 5 standard. As for combat standards, internal members would receive 1 life potion if they reached the Void Realm and 3 bottles if they reached the Domain Realm. Most importantly, anyone in the guild who got promoted to Tier 5 would get to live in the upper zone with 100% certainty. Setting aside the upper zone's residency, just the reward of the various potions was already plenty absurd. Others might not understand how precious these potions were, but Fire Dance knew that these potions were available only in limited quantities. Relax. There won't be a problem, Feng said, chuckling. On the contrary, I hope more people can claim the rewards. The life potion was of significant help for improving a person's physical fitness. Meanwhile, if Zero Wing wished to develop quickly, it wouldn't do for the guild to rely solely on him. Zero Wing needed at least several Grandmaster-level experts under its command. Only then would it no longer have to fear the provocation of other forces. Hence, he needed to increase the rewards for Zero Wing's internal members. By doing so, he could also raise the motivation of Zero Wing's members and the chances of producing Void Realm experts and Domain Realm experts. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Moreover, with the life potions he provided, Fire Dance and Master Lei Bao would break through to the Grandmaster level in a few days. This was especially true for Fire Dance, who had already reached the Domain Realm in the realms of refinement and the Ascension Realm in the realms of truth. She only lacked a bit of inspiration and a boost to her brain activity to become a neutralizing Grandmaster. Afterward, Feng discussed the guild's rapid development with Fire Dance and the guild's other executives. Dealing with the Outer World Forces invasion wasn't an easy task. If handled poorly, the guild might lose Silverwing City and Ancient Rock City. One day went by quickly. It's about time I returned to the game. After taking a look at his watch, Feng drank a life potion, lay down in the virtual gaming cabin in his bedroom, and logged into God's domain. Chapter 2889, Astonishing Ancient Rock City Orc Empire, Ancient Rock City. When Feng appeared before Ancient Rock City's entrance, the city had already taken on a new look. It now had much taller walls covered with magic runes. Even though the city's core magic array was currently inactive, the magic runes naturally absorbed mana from the environment and generated a magic barrier. The magic barrier was so powerful that even a Tier 5 existence's full-powered attack might not break it. So long as there was mana within and around the city, this magic barrier would always exist. It would even automatically repair itself for free. Tall buildings had replaced the ruins inside the city, and a thin layer of fog surrounded this forest of buildings. The city's mana density practically rivaled Zero Wing cities already. When Feng took to the skies to get a better view of the city, the sight that greeted him gave him a burst of ecstasy. Did it get automatically promoted to main city? The current Ancient Rock City was slightly larger than even Zero Wing City. What used to be Saint's Han's residence had been converted into a gigantic City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion was well over 300 meters in height, and glowing divine runes surrounded the building. These divine runes didn't look man-made. Instead, the various elements of mana around the building formed them spontaneously. If players had a sufficiently high perception of the operating principles of mana, they could even learn the essence of the various elements of mana through these naturally occurring divine runes. No wonder cities with secret lands as their cores are of significant help to players in their tier promotions. Just these naturally occurring divine runes can already provide a significant boost to Tier 4 players. When you factor in the environment inside the Evil God's secret land as well, a Tier 4 player's chances of getting promoted to Tier 5 here should be 20 to 30% higher than in the outside world. Feng fell into a daze as he looked at the majestic City Lord's mansion. While Feng was quietly observing Ancient Rock City, the number of players around the city continuously increased. When these players laid their eyes on the city, they, too, were stupefied. What had originally been a ruined city was now a magnificent city much larger than even royal capitals. The mana density within the city was at a level where the mana was visible to the naked eye. Coupled with the city's proximity to the Orc Empire's inner region, it made for the perfect resting place for players seeking to raid the Orc capital city. Since more and more people were gathering, Feng promptly entered the city and flew toward the City Lord's mansion. Now that cities no longer received protection from the system after undergoing an upgrade, Ancient Rock City was currently at its weakest. If hostile forces attacked the city now, defending it would be incredibly difficult. Hence, the first thing he needed to do was activate the City Lord's Mansion's core magic array and generate the city's defensive magic array. Now that Ancient Rock City had become a main city, so long as its defensive magic array was active and had a sufficient supply of magic crystals, the city could take on even 2 Tier 5 existences without trouble. After Feng entered the City Lord's Mansion, he was surprised once more. Not only did the City Lord's Mansion possess an environment rivaling that of the ancient god's domain, but the clarity of the operating principles of Mana's various elements in this place surpassed even that of the secret underground room in Zero Wing City. Zero Wing City's secret underground room only managed to gain such an environment thanks to the ancient beast sculpture and the expenditure of a ton of magic crystals. Even then, the secret room could accommodate only several dozen people at a time. On the other hand, Ancient Rock City's City Lord's Mansion possessed an even better environment and could allow more than 10,000 players to train in this environment simultaneously. When Feng arrived inside the core control room, he saw a fully opened set of pitch-black doors. The evil god's secret land's mana continuously flowed out of the open doors and into the City Lord's Mansion. The secret land itself had also undergone significant changes. Previously, the evil god's secret land prevented all outsiders from approaching. Now, there was a flight of stairs with 49 steps leading into the secret land. These steps tested players on their ability to stabilize their surroundings. The higher one climbed on this staircase, the higher the requirement would become. By the time players reached the top, they would have gained basic mastery over the various elements of mana. Another staircase from the control room's second floor led directly into the evil god's secret land. However, players needed to be at least level 150, Tier 4 to use this entry method. They also had to pay 1,000 mana stones per player to enter. In other words, there were 2 methods to enter the evil god's secret land. One method was free but required players to have basic mastery over the various elements of mana. The other method had much more lenient entry requirements, but players had to pay 1,000 mana stones. This method was a huge benefit for Tier 4 players. After all, Tier 4 players could obtain significant help in their Tier 5 promotion from a level 150 plus God Mode secret land. Not to mention, monsters inside a God Mode secret land were filthy rich. According to the rumors Feng had heard, the mythic monsters inside level 150 plus God Mode secret lands provided at least 5 times more EXP and 3 times better loot than mythic monsters in the outside world. They were walking treasure troves. Of course, securing these walking treasure troves wouldn't be easy, either. This was because even the weakest monster inside these secret lands rivaled Refinement Realm experts in combat standards, with the more powerful ones on par with Void Realm experts. And worse, all of these monsters moved in groups. If an ordinary Tier 4 expert entered a God Mode secret land by themselves, they wouldn't even know how they died. And while Tier 5 players could survive in a God Mode secret land by themselves, they would still die if they came across a Tier 5 legendary monster. All legendary monsters in a God Mode secret land possessed combat standards rivaling peak experts at the very minimum, as well as powerful basic attributes. The average Tier 5 player would have difficulty facing a legendary monster by themselves. Normally, raiding a legendary monster would need 3 Tier 5 players. Moreover, these 3 players needed to fill the roles of MT, healer, and damage dealer. Only with all 3 roles filled would they have a chance at killing a legendary monster. If players wished to guarantee a kill on a legendary monster, they would need to add 2 more Tier 5 damage dealers to their party formation. Feng felt a little tempted as he looked at the evil god's secret land's entrance. This was because the monsters inside level 150 plus God Mode secret lands had a chance of dropping god crystals, materials essential to upgrading many fragmented legendary items, as well as Tier 5 skill and spellbooks, which all Tier 5 players needed to raise their combat power. However, Feng quickly calmed himself. He knew full well that he couldn't take on a level 150 plus God Mode secret land by himself. Even if he brought Fire Dance and the others with him, they could, at best, kill a bunch of Tier 4 superior mythic monsters. A Tier 5 legendary monster was out of the question. Afterward, Feng spent 300,000 magic crystals to activate the control room's core magic array, which created a barrier of divine runes around ancient Rock City. The city's defensive magic array was significantly stronger than before. With the core magic array's activation, ancient Rock City woke up like a slumbering beast. The city drew all mana within a 20,000-yard radius toward itself, depleting the mana in the vicinity. Now, only Tier 3 players who had activated their mana bodies could survive in the surroundings, and Tier 4 players in the area saw their flight speed plummeting. If a Tier 5 existence attacked ancient Rock City now, they would also find the power of their attacks diminished by a significant margin. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Feng was dumbfounded by the sight before him. What a powerful core magic array! Initially, he had thought to strengthen ancient Rock City's core magic array using the 12-array magic world. However, he dared not interfere with it now. This was because countless divine runes made up the core magic array. He could tell at a glance that it was no ordinary core magic array, and even the slightest of modifications could have catastrophic consequences. Meanwhile, with this core magic array, ancient Rock City's defensive standard was probably close to that of Zero Wing City, which had the protection of a world mirror. And this was when the core magic array was operating in normal mode, not at maximum capacity. After activating the core magic array, Feng contacted Fire Dance and had her begin transferring the manpower gathered in Silverwing City to ancient Rock City. In less than 20 minutes, over 200,000 Tier 3 members and over 30 Tier 4 members from Zero Wing arrived at ancient Rock City's empty streets. As an added precaution, Fire Dance also mobilized 3 Crimson Dragon flying ships, 6 Tier 4 Fine Gold Guards, and 2 Tier 4 Dark Gold Guards. The assembled combat power in ancient Rock City could already rival that in the various superpowers headquarters. After reading an update from her subordinate, Fire Dance asked Feng, Guild Leader, "We've completed the basic setup. Should we open ancient Rock City now?" "Open it," Feng replied without hesitation. "Set the entrance fee to 1 magic crystal or 40 silver coins." Only after a guild city had opened its doors to the public could it recruit NPC soldiers and strengthen its defenses at a much faster rate. Moreover, if Zero Wing wished to keep ancient Rock City operating normally, it would have to spend at least 100,000 magic crystals per day. If the guild tried to operate the city privately, it would eventually run out of magic crystals. When ancient Rock City opened, many scouts from guilds and adventurer teams flooded in. Adventurer teams that made a living from raiding the Orc capital city even entered the city in full despite the high entrance fee. The Orc capital city was a huge treasure trove. Moreover, all players raiding the Orc capital city were frontline experts in the current god's domain. Even the weakest among them possessed peak Tier 3 combat power. Currently, these players could reap a significant harvest just by farming the monsters in the Orc capital city's outer and inner regions. With luck, they could even get their hands on level 150 epic equipment. Meanwhile, as ancient Rock City was the closest guild city to the Orc capital city, it was only natural these players would choose it as their base of operations even if they had to pay an exorbitant entrance fee. Over 600,000 players flooded into ancient Rock City in less than 2 hours, and every one of these players was a Tier 3 expert. Upon entering ancient Rock City, all of these experts were stunned by the city's splendorous view and wonderful environment. Not only could they recover from the corrosion of foreign energies extremely quickly here, but they could even store up to 2 whole levels worth of the double EXP buff just by resting in the city. The accumulation rate for the buff was even a staggering 30% per 24 hours. While 30% might not seem like much, Tier 3 players couldn't even earn 30% worth of EXP by grinding non-stop for 24 hours. Players who had reached level 140 would be considered grinding freaks if they could gain even 20% per day. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Meanwhile, by resting on the streets of ancient Rock City, not only could players avoid delaying their leveling progress, but they could even level up faster than normal. The effect would be even better if they rested in hotels. News regarding ancient Rock City spread throughout the entire eastern continent. When the superpowers that were planning on attacking ancient Rock City heard about the city's defensive standard, they gnashed their teeth and abandoned their notions. Now, they had no choice but to wait for the outerworld forces to take revenge for them. While the vast number of Tier 3 experts were exclaiming over ancient Rock City's environment, Feng brought Beast Emperor to Starmoon City's War God's Temple. Previously, because the system prevented Feng from leaving ancient Rock City's vicinity, he could only imprison Beast Emperor temporarily. Now that he had settled ancient Rock City's matters, he naturally couldn't spare Beast Emperor. Not to mention, because the War God's Temple abhorred the Evil God's Temple, it offered extremely generous bounties for the capture of high-ranking Evil God envoys like Beast Emperor. After Feng entered the War God's Temple's lobby with Beast Emperor in tow, a level 180 senior administrator promptly approached him. "Greetings, sir. You are here to collect a bounty, right? Please follow me." The Temple Lord is currently present in the War God's Hall, the level 180, Tier 3 senior administrator said respectfully as he looked at Feng. "Okay, lead the way." Feng nodded. Chapter 2890, War God's Temples Reward. War God's Temple, War God's Hall. In a hall enveloped by starlight, a middle-aged man wearing a white divine robe and a turquoise crown sat on a throne made entirely of 7 luminaries crystals. The man slowly opened his eyes when he sensed the arrival of Feng and the senior administrator. After reaching the middle of the hall, the senior administrator reported respectfully, "Lord Temple Lord, this person is here to claim the bounty on an evil god envoy." The robed man took a closer look at Feng and the restricted Beast Emperor upon hearing the senior administrator's words. He then nodded and said, "Administrator Roa, you may take your leave." Normally, a lofty temple lord wouldn't need to handle the bounty of an evil god envoy. However, Feng was a Tier 5 individual, an existence standing at Starmoon Kingdom's apex. Hence, even the temple lord had to treat this matter with care. Feng likewise curiously scrutinized the temple lord. Starmoon City's War God's Temple was the headquarters for the War God's Temple's branches in Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, Howard Ragewind, the temple lord of this branch headquarters, also happened to be the War God's Temple's strongest combatant stationed in Starmoon Kingdom. After taking a look at Howard Ragewind, Feng had to admit that the War God's Temple deserved to be called the strongest force in God's domain. This was because even the temple lord of a kingdom's branch headquarters was a level 200, Tier 4 NPC. A half-step Tier 5 NPC, to be precise. Not only did Howard Ragewind possess an incredibly high life rating, but his mastery over the various elements was also considerable. He was only a short distance from creating his Tier 5 mana body and getting promoted to Tier 5. Moreover, the staff and crown Howard Ragewind owned were both legendary items. Even an actual Tier 5 existence would struggle against him. Looking at Feng, Howard Ragewind asked, "Lord Sword Saint, may I verify that evil god envoy?" "Certainly." Feng waved his hand. Beast Emperor's body immediately flew toward the temple lord. However, because Beast Emperor had forcibly logged out of the game already, his body was merely an empty shell. After Beast Emperor's soulless body arrived in front of Howard Ragewind, its restraints disappeared. Simultaneously, the magic arrays set up around the hall activated and bound Beast Emperor's body with golden chains covered with divine runes. Even if Beast Emperor were a Tier 5 player, he wouldn't be able to break these divine chains. "You are amazing, Lord Sword Saint. You actually caught an evil god envoy. This is a subordinate the evil god has spent much to nurture. Now that you've captured one, the continent will be in peace for quite some time," Howard Ragewind said, his eyes glowing with joy when he finished inspecting Beast Emperor's body. The evil god was incapable of descending onto the main continent. At most, he could only plague the continent through the legacies he left on the continent. Meanwhile, people who had acquired and utilized the evil god's legacies were known as evil god envoys. Compared to evil god apostles, the capture of an evil god envoy was many times more valuable. This was because only evil god envoys could use the power of the evil god's legacies. There was a limited number of evil god legacies on the continent, so the loss of an envoy meant the disappearance of one evil god legacy. "You overpraise me, Lord Temple Lord," Feng said calmly. Feng had long since known that Beast Emperor was an evil god's envoy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have visited the War God's Temple in such a hurry. Afterward, Howard Ragewind chanted an incantation, and Beast Emperor's body gradually disintegrated under the power of the golden chains. When Beast Emperor's physical body disappeared, Feng saw a translucent soul appear in its place. However, under the magic erase effects, the translucent soul also dissipated quickly. The entire process lasted no more than 20 seconds. When Howard Ragewind stopped chanting, Beast Emperor's existence had been expunged from God's domain. Beast Emperor would have to start from scratch if he wished to enter God's domain again. Meanwhile, without the evil god's legacy, Beast Emperor would pose no threat to Zero Wing. He might even have problems reaching Tier 4. After Beast Emperor disappeared, Feng received a notification from the system. System, congratulations. You have captured an evil god envoy. Rewarding 100,000 War Gods Temple Merit Points, 3,000 War Gods Temple Reputation Points, 5 levels, and 50 Legacy Skill Points. System, your War Gods Temple Reputation has reached 6,700 points. Rewarding War Gods Envoy title. You will enjoy status and authority equivalent to a War Gods Temple Elder with this title. Feng was stunned when he saw the rewards. Although he had expected a generous reward, he never dreamed it would be this generous. Setting aside how many items he could exchange from the War God's treasury with 100,000 merit points, just the War God Envoy title more than justified his efforts. While the War God's temple had countless branches across God's domain, it had a limited number of elders. The status of elder exceeded even that of branch temple lords in the War God's temple. With this status, Feng could directly recommend Zero Wing be one of the top 10 rookie guilds of God's domain. Zero Wing would no longer have to go through the coming year's selection competition. Instead, it could directly participate in the competition for the 12 reserve seats. Moreover, God's domain's top 10 rookie guilds also got to enjoy a portion of the 12 reserve seats' authority, including having a guild garrison a kingdom and enjoy the worship of this kingdom. Seeing Feng in deep thought, Howard Ragewind approached him and said respectfully, Lord Sword Saint, because of your contributions, you are now the War God's Temple's envoy. If you encounter any trouble in the future or need help with something, I will be more than happy to help. That's great. Upon hearing the Temple Lord's offer, Feng asked, I wish to recommend my guild as a candidate for the top 10 rookie guilds. I also wish to have my guild garrison Starmoon Kingdom. May I know what I need to do to accomplish this? This was his first time enjoying an elder's privileges in the War God's Temple, so he had no clue how to recommend a guild become a top 10 rookie guild. Howard Ragewind was undoubtedly the perfect candidate to answer this question. This is simple. All you need to do is write a recommendation letter, and I'll pass it on to the main headquarters elders. Afterward, you just need to wait. I believe that news of your guild becoming one of the top 10 rookie guilds will spread across the continent in a few days, Lord Sword Saint, Howard Ragewind replied, smiling. Having your guild garrison Starmoon Kingdom is even easier. I am good friends with the king. Once the War God's Temple makes its announcement, the king will be more than happy to let your guild garrison Starmoon Kingdom. So long as you give your approval, your guild can become Starmoon Kingdom's representative guild on the same day. I will have to trouble you with that. Then, Lord Temple Lord, Feng said joyfully. He initially thought he would face a troublesome process. The top 10 rookie guilds enjoyed extraordinary status in God's domain. Although they didn't have the authority to decide the development of an entire country, the benefits of becoming the representative guild of a country were massive. Representative guilds would receive precious resources from their respective countries upon taking the position, and these resources included 7 luminaries crystals and various legendary materials. With luck, a guild might even receive inferior divine artifact-ranked materials. After writing the recommendation letter, Feng went to the temple's core treasury, a place only those at the branch temple lord status or above could enter. Sure enough, it's impossible to exchange for legendary weapons and equipment directly. Feng sighed in disappointment when he scanned the exchange list at the treasury. Although the War God's treasury offered legendary weapons and equipment for exchange, only NPCs could use these items. The weapons and equipment usable by players were limited to the fragmented legendary rank or below. Of course, the divine artifacts that cost over 200,000 merit points were the exception. However, It was practically impossible for anyone to accumulate that many points. At this point, Feng switched to browsing the treasury's materials. When he saw the list of materials, he couldn't help sighing in admiration. After all, the treasury housed over 500,000 legendary materials and 10,000 divine artifact materials. This is a divine power source. Feng was stunned when he read the description of one divine artifact ranked material. Scorching Eye, divine artifact rank material, an eye of flame naturally formed from a divine power source. The Scorching Eye can be merged with a person's body to improve their life rating significantly. Required merit points: 70,000. Feng had investigated divine power sources on multiple occasions. However, he never managed to find any information on them. He never thought that he would come across one in the War God's Temple. However, he gasped involuntarily when he saw how many merit points the Scorching Eye cost. The average fragmented legendary weapon only cost around 40,000 merit points, yet the Scorching Eye cost 70,000 merit points despite being only a material. For comparison, God crystals, which were also considered materials, only cost 7,000 merit points. There are 4 divine power sources in the War God's treasury, but I can afford only one with my current points. If I exchange for God crystals instead, I would probably have enough to upgrade fragmented legendary equipment to legendary rank already. Feng hesitated over the Scorching Eye. There was no way he could acquire more merit points within a short period. After all, there was no second evil god envoy waiting for him to catch. Meanwhile, the Scorching Eye was the cheapest of the 4 divine power sources available for exchange. The others cost around 80,000 points. If he chose to exchange for enough God crystals to upgrade a piece of fragmented legendary equipment, he wouldn't be able to afford any divine power sources at all. Finally, Feng gritted his teeth and said, "I'll exchange for the Scorching Eye and 4 God crystals." "Please wait for a moment," the receptionist in front of Feng said, smiling before leaving to find the items he chose. Some time later, the Scorching Eye and 4 God crystals entered his hands. Simultaneously, the merit points he had also plummeted. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. However, Feng did not regret his decision. Based on how few divine power sources the War God's Temple owned, he could tell that these items were incredibly rare and precious. Obtaining even one divine power source in the outside world would already be close to impossible, let alone 2. God crystals, though, were a different story. While God crystals might be rare, Feng still had ways to obtain them. "I wonder how much the light of 2 worlds will improve." Looking at the fist-sized Scorching Eye in his hand, Feng drew the light of 2 worlds. System: divine power source detected. Do you wish to let the light of 2 worlds absorb it? Absorb. Chapter 2891, Upgrade to Legendary. The moment Feng chose to have the light of 2 worlds absorb the Scorching Eye, the latter transformed into a bundle of flames and merged with the fragmented legendary weapon. The crimson flames made the sword spontaneously ignite, and the cracked divine runes engraved on it began mending. Several seconds later, crimson divine runes lit up all over the sword, followed by a significant increase in the light of 2 worlds' aura. What a powerful aura! Feng was astonished as he looked at the weapon in his hand. The aura the light of 2 worlds now exuded was more than enough to deter ordinary Tier 4 players from approaching it. A Tier 4 player would need to break through the 100% threshold of their mana body to withstand the devastating power overflowing from the sword. However, compared to the light of 2 worlds' external changes, the changes to its statistics were much more remarkable. The upgrade had boosted the basic attributes that the weapon provided by 15%. With the weapon, Feng's strength finally exceeded the 70,000 threshold. Now, he was only slightly inferior to level 150, Tier 5 legendary monsters in the strength attribute. In addition, the light of 2 worlds' 3 additional skills had been upgraded to Tier 5. World Breaker, in particular, could now increase an attack's power up to the Tier 6 basic rank. The skill's cooldown had also decreased from 1 hour to just half an hour. After Feng got over his joy of upgrading the light of 2 worlds, he shifted his attention to his Nightwalker's cape. "Now that I've upgraded the light of 2 worlds, there's no hurry to improve my weapons anymore. However, as a Tier 5, The life-saving skills I have are far too few. I wonder how much the Nightwalker's cape will improve if I upgrade it. Feng took out 3 more god crystals from his bag as he looked at the Nightwalker's cape, completing the 7 god crystals required to repair the fragmented legendary equipment. Initially, he had planned to upgrade the Abyssal Blade to Tier 5 once he had saved up enough god crystals, so he never bothered using the 7 leftover god crystals from the Dragon Trial. However, now that he had upgraded the Light of Two Worlds, he wasn't in as much of a rush to upgrade the Abyssal Blade. This meant there was no need for him to reserve those remaining god crystals. Instead, he could use them to raise his survivability. After all, Tier 5 players might be powerful, but they weren't invincible. It might be fine if he died in a dungeon, but if he died in the outside world, he would suffer immense losses. After players reached Tier 5, they wouldn't just lose a level when they died. Their mana bodies would also suffer damage, and a full recovery would take at least 3 or 4 days. Either that or players could spend 7 Luminaries crystals to speed up the recovery process. Because of this significant death penalty, all players would try to raise their survivability as much as possible after reaching Tier 5. System: sufficient god crystals detected. Do you wish to let the Nightwalker's cape absorb them? Absorb. Feng agreed to the prompt without hesitation. The 7 god crystals in Feng's hands gradually disintegrated into 7 streams of light that lingered around the Nightwalker's cape, then merged with the cape's tattered divine runes, repairing them. When the 7 god crystals were gone, the Nightwalker's cape's divine runes suddenly lit up. A layer of black fog then appeared around the ordinary-looking cape, reducing Feng's presence significantly and preventing others from inspecting his information. Now, Feng could even erase his presence completely if he wanted to. Apart from the cape's hidden effects, its statistics had also undergone earth-shattering changes. Nightwalker's cape, legendary rank, cape, equipment requirement, strength 8000, agility, 5000 when equipped, all resistances increased by 300%, all damage received reduced by 60%, strength increased by 150%, agility increased by 120%, endurance increased by 120%, ignore levels plus 80, movement speed increased by 100%, attack speed increased by 100%, reaction speed increased by 100%. Additional passive skill 1 Nightwalker: when the cape is equipped, no information about the player can be examined. Physique improved by 60%. Additional passive skill 2 Divine Speed: players' starting movement speed increased to 100% of players' maximum movement speed. Additional passive skill 3 Void Walk: players can freely enter the void and traverse it. Void Walk significantly weakens the oppression exerted by the void. Additional active skill 1 Divine Steps: summons 36 doppelgangers before a maximum of 36 targets for 5 seconds. Doppelgangers do not possess any attack capabilities and are invulnerable to attacks. Player can switch positions with any doppelganger freely. Maximum cast range of 2000 yards. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Additional active skill 2 Void Shield: forms a shield with an HP 10 times the player's maximum HP for 10 minutes. As long as the shield exists, the player's HP recovery speed increased by 500% and movement speed increased by 300%. Damage from Tier 5 sources or below is reduced by 90%, and damage from Tier 6 sources is reduced by 60%. Cooldown: 15 minutes. The blacksmith god buyer crafted this cape for the Tyrant of Destruction. It possesses the power to traverse the void. No wonder they say legendary weapons and equipment grant players the power to transcend tiers. This Nightwalker's cape is simply preposterous. Feng was thunderstruck when he read the Nightwalker's cape's information displayed before him. Although the Nightwalker's cape still couldn't let Tier 5 players stand toe-to-toe with Tier 6 players, it at least provided Tier 5 players with a certain degree of survivability against Tier 6 players. The skill Void Walk was especially excellent for escapes. If Feng escaped into the void, even a Tier 6 player would have difficulty searching for him. After all, even Tier 6 players would be subject to a powerful oppression when traversing the void. If a Tier 4 player were to equip the Nightwalker's cape, their strength would approach that of Tier 5 players. Unless a Tier 5 player could counter the Nightwalker's cape's abilities, or the Tier 4 player in question did something stupid, It would be impossible for a Tier 5 player to kill a Tier 4 player equipped with the Nightwalker's Cape. Meanwhile, after upgrading the Nightwalker's Cape, Feng's strength attribute skyrocketed once more, hitting the 90,000 mark. Now, he had 10,000 more strength than the average level 180, Tier 5 NPC. In terms of basic attributes, he already stood at the peak of Tier 5 existences, inferior only to Tier 5 NPCs wielding legendary weapons. I thought I would have to wait a little longer before I could challenge the evil god's secret land, but now it seems that won't be necessary. Fighting spirit flared in Feng's eyes as he thought about the god mode secret land. An ordinary Tier 5 player would not have the ability to challenge the evil god's secret land. However, with the Nightwalker's Cape, combined with his above-average basic attributes, he was more than qualified to enter the god mode secret land. Moreover, he had to raid the secret land, no matter what. After all, the wealth it contained surpassed the treasuries of several kingdoms combined. But I'll need to make preparations first before challenging it. Other people in God's domain might be ignorant of the situation inside God mode secret lands, but not Feng. Although he had never entered a God mode secret land in his previous life, he had heard many stories of Tier 5 players rashly entering a God mode secret land and meeting an untimely death. A God mode secret land had an excellent environment rivaling that of ancient times, and the concomitant dangers of ancient times. The poison fogs and extreme weather found inside God mode secret lands were more than enough to claim a Tier 5 player's life. Hence, before entering a God mode secret land, the various superpowers would always gather many Master and Grandmaster alchemists to craft magic resistance potions and potions that strengthened the user's physique. These potions were essential for Tier 4 players seeking to enter the secret land. Without these potions, they could die at any given moment. After thinking up to this point, Feng contacted Melancholic Smile and had her prepare the necessary potions, particularly Grandmaster potions. The more Grandmaster potions they had, the better. Acquiring Grandmaster potions wasn't difficult for Zero Wing now, as Silent Wonder had recently become a Grandmaster alchemist. Time passed quickly. 2 days after Zero Wing began preparing to raid the evil god's secret land, shock and fear suddenly swept the Eastern Continent's various forces. Just a while ago, the Eastern Continent's various forces received news that a large number of players had emerged from the World Passage. Their numbers were unprecedented, with many Tier 4 players among them. According to the reports of scouts and insider information from Outer World players, more than 20 superpowers had entered God's domain from the Outer World. The Outer World's NPC conquest army had also finished gathering its forces, and this army consisted of NPCs from over 30 kingdoms and 6 empires. One could say that the Outer World's NPC forces were adamant in conquering the Eastern Continent this time. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. This conquest army had already gathered on the other end of the World Passage and was steadily making its way to the Eastern Continent. The advent of the Second War of Worlds was here. In response, the Eastern Continent's native forces began frantically raising their defenses, recruiting experts, and increasing their levels. They also banded together, forming a coalition to defend against the Outer World forces. At this time, though, an equally jaw-dropping incident took place in God's domain. Mythology's first vice-guild leader, Cold Shadow, left Mythology and joined Zero Wing with a large number of experts and resources, becoming one of Zero Wing's vice-guild leader. Chapter 2892, All Sides Shaken. Dark Knight Empire, Dark Knight City. Starlink's residence had once been brightly lit and crowded with people. However, after Zero Wing's rise, the number of players visiting Starlink's residence had steadily decreased. Now, apart from guild members, almost nobody visited Starlink's residence. Starlink was now the least prosperous of the Dark Knight Empire's top 4 guilds, not even comparable with first-rate guilds. However, many people had gathered in the residence's top-floor meeting room, including representatives from the various superpowers and executives of many dark guilds. These people were here to discuss how to oppose the increasingly powerful Zero Wing in secret and the Outer World's invasion. Only, after everyone present read the report they just received, their complexions turned indescribably ashen. Has Cold Shadow lost her mind? She left Mythology for Zero Wing? Is she not afraid of Mythology's retaliation? Hasn't Cold Shadow always been at loggerheads with Zero Wing? What's up with this situation? It seems mythology is also stunned by this development. According to the reports I received, Cold Shadow seems to have planned this betrayal with her subordinates long ago. Not only did they annex hundreds of shops simultaneously, but they also exchanged all their GCPs for resources. She took mythology completely by surprise. Although the importance of Cold Shadow's betrayal was insignificant compared to the Outer World's invasion, the various superpowers present were still shocked and confused by this situation. Mythology was one of the 5 great super guilds. Cold Shadow herself also possessed extraordinary strength and status within the guild. She had a high chance of becoming mythology's guild leader. With such a bright future ahead of her, there should be no reason for her to leave mythology. Moreover, Zero Wing was currently in a terrible situation. The guild's ability to facilitate teleportation between the 2 main continents had made it an eyesore for the native superpowers and also a priority target for the Outer World forces. Now that the Second War of Worlds had begun, everyone was steering clear of Zero Wing. Despite that, Cold Shadow had taken the initiative to join Zero Wing. The various representatives present simply couldn't wrap their heads around this situation. Some of them even suspected Cold Shadow of having a secret relationship with Feng. Otherwise, why would Cold Shadow, a woman with a promising future, join Zero Wing, a guild in a precarious situation? All of you, be quiet. Lu Tiandi shouted as the babel in the room reached unbearable levels. Standing up, he said, although Cold Shadow's betrayal has increased Zero Wing's strength substantially, our plans remain unchanged. According to the information I obtained, over 10 Outer World superpowers will lead a portion of the NPC conquest army to the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom. To ensure the swift destruction of these 2 kingdoms, we must get the experts there to leave as quickly as possible. We must also get the players of the neighboring kingdoms and empires to distance themselves from these 2 kingdoms. Without the help of expert players, the 2 kingdoms will fall with only their NPCs and Zero Wing to defend them. The various superpowers representatives and the various Dark Guilds executives nodded in agreement with Lu Tiandi's words. Guild leader Lu, rest assured, we will mobilize all available personnel to lure the independent experts of those kingdoms and empires away. We won't let them assist Zero Wing. That's right. We can also commission those experts to join the armies of other kingdoms and empires. I believe those independent experts will be more than happy to do so for an appropriate price. The Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom will have nobody to help them. In the current era where Zero Wing dominated the Eastern continent, the superpowers and dark guilds hostile to Zero Wing were having an incredibly bad time. Moreover, with Feng defending Zero Wing, even the 5 great super guilds could do nothing against Zero Wing. Nevertheless, Zero Wing couldn't stop them from secretly carrying out small schemes. Players played a significant role in the War of Worlds. This remained true even for Tier 3 players because players could resurrect continuously even after falling in battle. While NPCs could also be resurrected, the process was much more complicated. Moreover, the battlefield spanned far and wide. Even if an individual possessed heaven-defying combat power, they could affect the outcome of only a limited area. Winning the war still required the cooperation of a large number of expert players. In the First War of Worlds, the only reason the Eastern Continent's forces managed to stop the Outer World NPC army's advance was the large number of expert players who had participated in the war. Otherwise, the Eastern Continent would have long since fallen. Hence, the various superpowers and dark guilds present were confident of destroying the 2 kingdoms serving as Zero Wing's backbone in the upcoming war. While the various superpowers and dark guilds were secretly colluding against Zero Wing, a large number of Tier 4 experts had gathered in the distant Orc Empire's ancient rock city. Looking at the pedestrians coming and going on the main street, the female guardian knight White Feather exclaimed, "Vice Guild Leader, this city is absurd. Not only does it have stronger defenses than a royal capital, but the number of Tier 4 NPCs here also surpasses even that of certain imperial capitals." White Feather had been living and developing in the Fire Dragon Empire all this time, so she was accustomed to the prosperous and powerful Flame Dragon City. Hence, no guild city had ever managed to catch her eye. However, after arriving at Ancient Rock City, White Feather had to acknowledge the city's magnificence. The number of Tier 4 NPCs visiting Ancient Rock City was especially amazing, practically comparable to Flame Dragon cities. Meanwhile, the presence of Tier 4 NPCs would greatly impact a guild city's defensive standard and the fortuitous opportunities available within it. It is indeed well developed. Even Mythology's main headquarters can't compare, Cold Shadow said, nodding in agreement. Originally, she still had some misgivings about her decision to join Zero Wing. However, seeing Ancient Rock City had considerably alleviated her worries. With Ancient Rock City's advantages, the city could repulse the various superpowers attacks even if Feng were absent. It also wouldn't have any problems fending off Mythology's retaliation. Moreover, given enough time, Ancient Rock City would not only attract a large number of players from the surrounding kingdoms and empires but also acquire increasingly better resources from the Orc capital city. Afterward, so long as the Eastern continent succeeded in fending off the Outer World's army, it wouldn't be difficult for Zero Wing to become God's Domain's strongest guild. Her only concern was that fending off the Outer World's conquest army wouldn't be an easy task. If the defense were mishandled, Zero Wing might even perish in the upcoming war. After thinking up to this point, Cold Shadow couldn't help frowning. She couldn't understand why Feng had suddenly called for Tier 4 members like herself to gather in Ancient Rock City. Now that the Second War of Worlds was imminent, there was a lot of work to be done. It was especially important for them to recruit expert players from the neighboring kingdoms and empires. If they acted slowly, the other superpowers would definitely interfere with their plans. When Cold Shadow and her team of nearly 10 Tier 4 experts entered the City Lord's mansion, they were instantly stunned by the environment inside the building. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Why are the operating principles of mana so clear here? The clarity inside Mythology's special secret land doesn't even come close, White Feather exclaimed. The special secret land Mythology had found and secured after paying a great price had an excellent environment that provided players with greater insight into the operating principles of mana. However, only a limited number of people could enter the secret land at a time, resulting in fierce competition among the guild's many Tier 4 experts and the Tier 3 experts seeking to get promoted to Tier 4. Moreover, even after one clinched a slot, they still needed to fork out a lot of resources to enter the secret land. One had to pay for these resources out of one's own pockets, the total cost of which was enough to make even Tier 4 experts wince. Yet, not only did Ancient Rock City's City Lord's mansion's environment surpass that of Mythology's special secret land, but there was hardly an entry limit. With the size of the City Lord's mansion, thousands of players could enjoy this wonderful environment simultaneously. If Mythology's many Tier 4 experts found out about this, they would probably die of envy. While Cold Shadow and the others were in a daze, Feng, who had been waiting in the City Lord's mansion for some time now, suddenly said, "All right. Now that everyone's here, let's enter the evil god's secret land." Chapter 2893, Natural Holy Land entering the secret land at this time? Cold Shadow was stunned when she saw Feng instructing Zero Wing's executives to enter the evil god's secret land's entrance located on the second floor. She couldn't understand what was going through Feng's mind. It wouldn't be long before the Outer World's NPC conquest army launched its invasion of the Eastern continent. Meanwhile, even 10 Zero Wings wouldn't be enough to stop the advance of these armies. Zero Wing's top priority should be the recruitment of a large number of expert players to fend off the Outer World's players and NPCs, otherwise, only annihilation awaited the guild. Even without conducting any investigations, Cold Shadow was certain that the Eastern continent's various superpowers had already begun recruiting expert players themselves. If Zero Wing did not hurry, it would fall behind them. Hence, this was no time for Zero Wing's Tier 4 members to be raiding a secret land. However, when Cold Shadow saw Zero Wing's members entering the secret land one after another, she had no choice but to enter the secret land together with White Feather and the others. After all, not only was this the guild leader's arrangement, but the other Zero Wing executives did not voice any objections, either. It wouldn't be appropriate for a newcomer like herself to express her views in such a situation. What Cold Shadow didn't know was that Fire Dance and the others had previously reminded Feng of Zero Wing's situation. However, Feng still insisted on carrying out this raid. His insistence on this raid was because he was certain that Apex combatants would play the main role in deciding the upcoming war's outcome. While low-tier expert players could indeed play an important role in wars involving kingdoms, empires, and even entire worlds, they were still significantly weaker than higher-tier players. Several thousand Tier 3 players were no match for one Tier 4 player in a large-scale battle. Similarly, several hundred Tier 4 players couldn't compare with one Tier 5 player. In a situation where the NPC combatants of both worlds were roughly equal, the players' Apex combatants would play a vital role. If the Eastern Continent's player forces lacked sufficiently powerful Apex combatants to influence the battlefield, no amount of Tier 3 players could change the war's outcome. There was no way a bunch of Tier 3 players could defend against Tier 4 and Tier 5 players in the long run. Hence, at this critical moment, Zero Wing needed to increase its Apex combatants. Otherwise, Feng wouldn't have decided to enter the evil god's secret land after preparing potions for just 2 days. After Cold Shadow and the others entered the evil god's secret land, Feng took the other entrance, leaving behind only 4 Tier 4 NPCs to guard the control room. Upon entering the evil god's secret land, a wave of nausea assaulted everyone's brain, and everything around them appeared pitch black. After this situation lasted for 10 seconds, they gradually recovered, and they found themselves standing in a primitive forest. What's with this situation? White Feather gaped in shock when she saw the forest around her. She had visited many secret lands before, so she had long since become familiar with them. Even if it was a secret land she had never visited before, she was confident she could cope with whatever situation she came across. However, the sight before her was a first for her. A dark sky enveloped the entire secret land, and only a blood moon served as a faint light source. The trees in the forest were hundreds of meters tall, with some even towering over 1,000 meters. Compared to the trees here, the trees in the outside world were saplings. Players like themselves were practically ants when standing beside these gigantic trees. However, the blood moon and gigantic trees still weren't the most astonishing part about this secret land. Instead, the greatest shock was the monsters here. At a glance, White Feather spotted over 100 level 150+ mythic monsters in the vicinity, outnumbering the entire team. These monsters stood in groups of 10 to 20, and a level 160+ superior mythic monster led each of these groups. The aura these superior mythic monsters radiated was also significantly more powerful than that of superior mythic monsters in the outside world. Evil Blood Soldier, Evil Creature, Mythic, level 153 35 billion, Evil Bloodstalker, Evil Creature, Superior Mythic, level 160 80 billion to White Feather's horror. All of these mythic and superior mythic monsters had already noticed the team's presence. However, instead of charging at the team like wild beasts, these monsters stood still and appeared to be observing the team. They would also grunt occasionally. Evidently, these monsters were communicating with each other and were in no hurry to take action. However, amid her horror, White Feather also sensed the evil god's secret land's incredible environment. Even without deliberately focusing her senses, White Feather could tell that the secret land's mana density was incredible. She felt as if she was drinking a mouthful of water with every breath she took. The clarity of the mana's operating principles was also unprecedented, surpassing even that of the City Lord's mansion by a large margin. She even felt that if she could stay here, she could improve her mana body before long. Perhaps she could even try to reach the 115% completion rate, a threshold very few people had reached in mythology. The space here is unique. The suppression it imposes on our bodies is significant, Cold Shadow said, frowning slightly after she tried moving her body. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to fight these monsters under these conditions. The number of mythic monsters was already more than what their team could handle. With their mobility restricted on top of that, there was no way they could survive, let alone enjoy the mana environment here and improve themselves. Upon hearing Cold Shadow's deduction, Fire Dance tried moving her body as well. She instantly created 3 afterimages around her, her speed so fast that the Tier 4 players could barely keep her in sight. She then nodded and said, "It will indeed be slightly difficult, but it is still within an acceptable range." Still within an acceptable range? White Feather gaped in shock when she saw Fire Dance's ghost-like movements. White Feather had already developed her mana body to the 105% completion rate. However, when she tried moving in this secret land, she felt as if someone had replaced her blood with lead. She couldn't move her body freely, let alone create afterimages like Fire Dance. However, Fire Dance wasn't a unique case. When the other Zero Wing members tried moving, the effects the suppression from the surrounding space had on their mobility and combat power were limited and almost negligible. White Feather and the other Tier 4 experts from mythology were dumbfounded. Even Cold Shadow was astonished. Are they all monsters? It was understandable for Fire Dance to negate the secret land's suppression, as she was the commander of Zero Wing's main force. However, what was up with the others? Cold Shadow herself faced a significant reduction in combat power in this secret land. Yet, Zero Wing's 60+ Tier 4 members fared better than her. In particular, Violet Cloud, Gentle Snow, and Aqua Rose appeared utterly unaffected by the secret land's suppression. Meanwhile, after Feng arrived in the secret land and tried moving his body, he smiled and thought to himself, "This evil god's secret land truly is paradise. The air is filled to the brim with powerful mana. Someone without sufficient control over the elements will face suppression from the space here. But if they stay here for a while, they'll receive great help in developing and creating mana bodies." Originally, Feng had planned to rely on the ancient god's domain's environment to improve Zero Wing's members. However, he didn't need to do so anymore. The evil god's secret land was the perfect replacement. Moreover, players wouldn't have to waste time on training. Fighting the monsters in this secret land would more than suffice to let players familiarize themselves with mana's operating principles. This was because players could even sense the operating principles of mana's various elements in the secret land with their bodies. Hence, players simply had to fight and experience the ambient mana's operating principles repeatedly to improve their control over mana's various elements. However, when Feng arrived, the surrounding mythic monsters immediately grew alert. Shortly afterward, a 40-meter-tall evil bloodstalker clad in exquisite armor and holding a spear let loose a roar, inciting all of the monsters to charge at Zero Wing's members. "Damn it! Why are they charging at us all of a sudden?" Cold Shadow frowned when she saw the oncoming monsters. Because of the secret land's suppression, they might not even be a match for these monsters in a one-on-one situation. Over 100 of these monsters charging at them en masse was an absolute nightmare. Among those present, only Feng could cope with the attacks of multiple mythic and superior mythic monsters simultaneously. However, Feng wasn't an MT but a damage dealer. In front of high-intellect monsters, dealing high damage wouldn't be enough to attract their aggro. Only the mock skills of MTS could forcibly secure the aggro of these monsters. Feng couldn't aggro all of these monsters to himself. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. So, they've decided to get rid of everyone else before targeting me? How smart of them. Feng smiled when he saw the evil blood soldiers and stalkers splitting up and targeting different players. Unfortunately, group tactics are useless against me. He immediately unleashed his mana domain and caught the evil blood soldiers and stalkers within it. The instant he did so, Cold Shadow and the others were dumbfounded. This was because Feng was practically a god descending onto the mortal world at this time. Despite the mana domain holding no hostility to them, they still had their breath stifled. As for the oncoming evil blood soldiers and stalkers, Feng's mana domain reduced their mobility by at least 50%. Some evil blood soldiers even had difficulty taking a step. Compared to the time Feng unleashed his mana domain against Saint's Hand's Tier 4 experts, his current mana domain was significantly more powerful. Chapter 2894, Rapid Improvement. This is a real Tier 5? Cold Shadow and her subordinates were all deeply shocked by the strength Feng displayed. The evil beast soldier's basic attributes far surpassed those of the average Tier 4 player. Even Tier 4 players wielding fragmented legendary weapons and had mana bodies developed to the 110% completion rate would have difficulty going up against these mythic monsters. Yet, Feng had immobilized the 100+ evil blood soldiers after deploying his mana domain. If this mana domain were used against players, the results would be unimaginable. Cold Shadow and the others had already gotten a solid understanding of how powerful Tier 5 existences were from watching Feng's fight against Beast Emperor and Saint's Hand. But it was only after experiencing Feng's power in person that they understood the terror of Tier 5 existences. When subject to Feng's mana domain, they would be fortunate if they could even move their bodies to launch an attack at him, let alone trade blows with him. Truthfully, this outcome gave even Feng himself a bit of a surprise. He never thought that his mana domain would improve so much after equipping one legendary equipment. If it were before he had upgraded the Nightwalker's cape, his mana domain would reduce the mobility of monsters like the evil blood soldiers by 60%, at most. It couldn't have lowered these monsters' combat power by over 70%. I'll keep those 4 stalkers busy. You guys deal with those soldiers, Feng commanded after seeing that the evil blood monsters didn't halt their charge. He then activated Blade Domain, created 4 magic swords, and launched them at the 4 evil bloodstalkers. Although Blade Domain was only a Tier 4 legacy skill, in Feng's hands, every magic sword carried power close to the Tier 5 advanced standard. Even superior mythic monsters couldn't take such powerful attacks. When the 4 magic swords collided with the evil bloodstalkers, they pierced through the monster's armor like a hot knife through butter. The 4 stalkers let loose agonized cries on the spot, and a damage value nearing 300 million appeared above each of their heads. Their HP bars also fell by a visible chunk. Apart from dealing significant damage, Feng's attacks had also inflicted serious injuries to the 4 stalkers, further reducing the superior mythic monster's combat power. Upon seeing this, the nearby evil blood soldiers shuddered involuntarily. If this weren't a secret land but a forest in the outside world, they would have most likely turned tail and fled already. This scene stunned Cold Shadow and the others. Given this ability to inflict such frightening damage, Feng could easily kill all of the evil blood monsters present by himself. After Feng pinned down the 4 evil bloodstalkers, he shouted, "It's your turn now." Fire Dance and the others immediately split up and charged at the slowly advancing evil blood soldiers. The members of Cold Shadow's group also snapped out of their daze and went into action. However, instead of tackling the evil blood soldiers in groups, everyone found a specific evil blood soldier to take on alone. Everyone knew that Feng had created an opportunity for them to familiarize themselves with the evil god's secret land's environment. If they didn't maximize this opportunity, they were unlikely to receive another one later on. After all, they were currently at the secret land's entrance, which was typically the safest place in a secret land. Once they moved deeper into the secret land, they would face more challenging situations and wouldn't necessarily have the leeway to familiarize themselves with the environment then. While Feng could still take control of the situation, they naturally had to make the most of these evil blood monsters. For a time, Zero Wing's members fought separate battles in the forest. All of them took on at least 1 evil blood soldier, while Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, Yang Tianxing, Yi Luorfei, and Cold Shadow, among others, took on 2 or more evil blood soldiers simultaneously. Everyone placed themselves at the edge of danger to familiarize themselves with the operating principles of mana. Time passed quickly, 4 hours going by in the blink of an eye. Yet, even after 4 hours had elapsed, the evil blood soldiers' HPs remained above 99%. They were practically intact. Even the 4 evil bloodstalkers Feng fought had hardly lost any HP, all 4 of them retaining more than 80% of their HPs. However, while the evil blood monsters might have sustained barely any damage, all the Tier 4 players had made significant improvements. Initially, everyone's movements when fighting the evil blood soldiers had been awkward. Now, their movements were as smooth as flowing water, evidence that they had acclimatized to the ambient mana. However, they still would occasionally feel a sense of disharmony or blockage when using skills, spells, or combat techniques. So, this is how the various elements of mana work. While evading and blocking the attacks of 4 evil blood soldiers, White Feather had an epiphany. Her aura immediately skyrocketed in intensity, and she started having a much easier time dodging the mythic monster's attacks. Her mana body's completion rate had finally reached the 110% threshold. At this moment, White Feather felt as if all the questions she had accumulated before had received answers in one fell swoop, and a burst of power flooded her body. White Feather wasn't the only one to achieve a breakthrough. Many others did so as well. Cold Shadow had successfully pushed her mana body to the 115% completion rate roughly an hour ago. Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose achieved even more astonishing results. Before entering the Evil God's secret land, the two had already developed their mana bodies to the 115% completion rate. Now, they had reached the legendary 120% threshold. They were truly monsters. At this time, Feng even suspected that Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose could get promoted to Tier 5 should they wish. After all, the two of them were having too easy a time against the evil blood soldiers. Their grasp of the operating principles of mana had reached perfection. They were entirely capable of creating their Tier 5 mana bodies. After Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose was Violet Cloud. While she hadn't reached the 120% completion rate yet, she was very close. And after Violet Cloud were Fire Dance, Yang Tianxing, and Yi Luofei. While Zero Wing's Tier 4 members were frenziedly sparring with the evil blood soldiers, large batches of NPCs came through the world passage one after another. Their arrival terrified the scouts the various superpowers had sent to monitor the world passage. It's over. It's over. Why are there so many Tier 4 NPCs? When the Tier 4 assassins saw the NPC army emerging from the world passage, despair filled their hearts. This was because Tier 4 NPCs composed roughly 1% of the NPC army. In other words, there was one Tier 4 NPC in every 100 NPCs in the army. At this time, the portion of the NPC army that had crossed over to the Eastern continent already exceeded 10 million. This meant that more than 100,000 Tier 4 NPCs had crossed over to the Eastern continent. And more NPCs were yet to come. Moreover, the average kingdom had only a little over 1,000 Tier 4 NPCs operating within its borders. Even if hidden Tier 4 NPCs were included, this number would only hover around 2,000 or 3,000. Tier 4 NPCs were not cabbages that one could find anywhere. Nevertheless, the Outerworld forces had dispatched 3 times more NPCs than they had previously. During the First War of Worlds, the Eastern continent had lost nearly 20 kingdoms to the Outerworld forces. In this upcoming war, even empires wouldn't be safe. After the Eastern continent's various forces received this piece of news, they all fell silent. The Outerworld's NPC latest army thoroughly exceeded the various forces' expectations. If they factored in the Outerworld's player forces, it wouldn't be impossible for the Outerworld forces to conquer the entire Eastern continent. Meanwhile, the threat posed by the Outerworld NPC army had the Eastern continent's various player forces frantically recruiting helpers. Many superpowers even contacted the Western continent's player forces. And upon receiving the request for help, the Western continent's player forces agreed without hesitation. After all, once the Outerworld forces took over the Eastern continent, their next target would be the sea and the Western continent. For a time, anxiety enveloped both players and NPCs native to the Eastern continent. However, Feng and the others inside the Evil God's secret land were wholly unaware of the situation outside. They were still sparring with the evil beast stalkers and soldiers. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. After everyone had sparred for over a dozen hours and resolved most of their problems, Feng gave the command to start culling the evil blood soldiers. The mythic monsters of a god-mode secret land were unquestionably powerful. Even when working together in groups of 20, Fire Dance and the others took over a dozen minutes to kill just one evil blood soldier. If not for Feng's mana domain, they might have taken more than an hour. Feng fared much better. In the time Fire Dance and the others took to kill one evil blood soldier, he had already killed all 4 evil bloodstalkers. Due to the 4 evil bloodstalkers' deaths, everyone in the team leveled up twice. Even Feng had reached level 157. And after he landed the killing blow that finished off all 4 evil bloodstalkers simultaneously, the loot that appeared made Cold Shadow and the others rub their eyes in doubt. Chapter 2895, Treasure Trove-like secret land. The loot of the 4 evil bloodstalkers rained down from the sky. At a rough glance, the 4 superior mythics had dropped a combined total of over 300 items, including at least 30 epic items and 2 fragmented legendary items. The evil Bloodstalker's loot was significantly better than that of the outside world's superior mythics. Even Feng was slightly surprised by this situation. Although he had already expected the God Mode Secret Lands monsters to drop significantly better loot, he was still shocked when he actually saw the loot. Past level 150, epic weapons and equipment would have significantly reduced drop rates. One would be fortunate to get even 2 or 3 pieces of epic equipment from a level 150 plus superior mythic. Nevertheless, the 4 evil Bloodstalkers had dropped more than 30. Moreover, these were all level 150 plus epic items. However, Feng did not rush to collect the loot. Instead, he joined the others to clear out the evil blood soldiers. Only after fighting for close to an hour did the team finish off the 100-plus evil blood soldiers. Although the deaths of the evil blood soldiers did not raise anyone's level, everyone still saw their experience bar increase by a sizable chunk. Moreover, the total number of epic items the evil blood soldiers dropped was not the slightest bit lower than that of the evil Bloodstalkers. Guild leader, I found some epic weapons and equipment. They can all be used up to level 180. Moreover, one of them is even part of level 180 epic set equipment. Kola said excitedly as he ran up to Feng while waving a plate armor glove in his hand. Feng was slightly surprised when he saw the glove Kola held. The 8-piece level 180 Saint's Heart set. Level 180 epic sets were rare in God's domain, and 8-piece sets were even rarer, rivaling fragmented legendary items. Typically, even the guild leaders of large guilds would have difficulty getting themselves an 8-piece set. However, so long as one completed a set, the basic attributes they received from the set would be only slightly inferior to equipping 8 discrete pieces of fragmented legendary equipment. The set could be used up to level 200 without any problems. It wasn't an exaggeration to call an 8-piece level 180 epic set equipment a graduation set in God's domain. In his previous life, Feng had owned only a 6-piece set of level 180 epic set equipment. An 8-piece set had been something he could only dream of owning. Rather than trying to get an 8-piece set, it had been more realistic to try to obtain 1 or 2 fragmented legendary items. He never thought that these evil blood monsters would drop 8-piece level 180 epic sets. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. A complete set would be the best set equipment available in the current God's domain. It could let an ordinary Tier 4 player gain Tier 5 combat power. Unless a real Tier 5 player appeared, this Tier 4 player would be invincible. Shortly afterward, Yang Tianxing also picked up a part for an 8-piece set of level 180 set equipment. However, this wasn't for the Saint's Heart set but for the Spirit Abyss set, a cloth armor set. Moreover, this wasn't the only piece their team got for that set. Violet Cloud also found one. When all of the loot had been tallied, everyone couldn't help their excitement. They had obtained 71 level 180 epic weapons and equipment, including 5 pieces for 8-piece level 180 sets, 1 for the Saint's Heart set, 2 for the Spirit Abyss set, and 2 for the Magic Dragon set of leather armor. They also had 2 fragmented legendary items. One of them was a shield called Wind's Protection, and the other was a ring called the Spectral Ring. Most importantly, there was also 1 god crystal among the loot. Upon seeing the evil blood monster's loot, Cold Shadow and the others were exhilarated. Although current superpowers had already acquired a substantial number of fragmented legendary items, with some powerful superguilds having up to 30, these were still far from enough to sate demand. With how many experts there were in a superpower, even core executives would be fortunate to obtain 1 fragmented legendary item. Moreover, the drop rate of fragmented legendary items did not increase along with the level of players. Players had only so many sources of fragmented legendary items. The God Crystal, on the other hand, was crucial for the upgrade of many fragmented legendary items, and practically all superpowers sought to obtain a God Crystal. Unfortunately, nobody knew of any reliable sources of God Crystals. After Feng took a look at the 2 fragmented legendary items, he said, "White Feather will take the Wind's Protection. The Spectral Ring is suitable for assassins, so Fire Dance will take it. The GCPs for these 2 items will be gradually deducted from you 2 afterward. Does anyone have a problem with that?" Upon hearing Feng's decision, White Feather hurriedly tried to reject his offer, saying, "Guild leader Black Flame, I'm just a newcomer. Isn't it inappropriate to let me have this shield? She would be lying if she said she didn't want the wind's protection. However, fragmented legendary items served as a guild's foundation. They would normally be passed to the most trustworthy members of the guild. Meanwhile, she had joined Zero Wing just recently. If she were to receive a fragmented legendary shield out of the blue, many people within the guild would surely have opinions about it. When White Feather tried to refuse the shield, Fire Dance said, "Little Sister White, you should take it. The guild leader naturally has his reasons for assigning the shield to you. Moreover, it's just a fragmented legendary shield. The other Tier 4 MTS in our team already have one. If you don't use this one, it'll just end up in the warehouse. Rather than let it collect dust, we would be better off increasing our team's combat power." Cola, Yi Wumian, and Turtle Dove nodded in agreement. Only 4 MTS were participating in this raid, and White Feather was one of them. If she didn't have a fragmented legendary shield, she would be in for a tough time later. Seeing that none of the 3 other MTS objected to Feng's and Fire Dance's words, White Feather decided to accept the shield. Although she didn't voice her feelings, the sense of belonging she felt for Zero Wing increased significantly. She also secretly admired Zero Wing's generosity. Following this, Zero Wing's members continued exploring the evil god's secret land after an hour's rest. The team encountered many ambushes throughout the expedition, with some ambush parties having more than 200 evil blood soldiers. The combat tactics these evil blood monsters employed also became increasingly subtle. Initially, they only blindly charged at Zero Wing's members. Afterward, they began launching sneak attacks and relying on healers in combat. At one point, they even set traps for Feng, incapacitating him for short periods. Fortunately, thanks to Feng's presence, Zero Wing's team never suffered a catastrophic loss. After every battle, the dead were resurrected, and the team's combat power returned to peak condition. The team fought in the evil god's secret land for 4 consecutive days. Apart from logging off to rest and receive updates on the outside world situation, everyone spent the rest of their time exploring the secret land until they reached the inner region. By the time the team arrived in the inner region, everyone was at least level 165 already. Feng had even reached level 167. Their leveling speed was astonishing even for Tier 4 and Tier 5 players. Past level 150, every level up required an astronomical amount of EXP. Tier 4 players would be fortunate if they could gain a level a day. Yet, Zero Wing's members had gained over 10 levels in the past 4 days. However, compared to their levels, what excited everyone more were the weapons and equipment they got. At this point, everyone in the team had already replaced their old items with level 180 epic weapons and equipment. The team had also obtained a total of 45 fragmented legendary items. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. Even Feng was astonished by this harvest. He never thought that a level 150 plus God mode secret land would be such an amazing place. It was no wonder the various superpowers in the past had been so desperate to enter these secret lands. In addition to this harvest, the team had also completed 6 8-piece level 180 epic sets, 1 Saint's Heart set, 3 Spirit Abyss sets, and 2 Magic Dragon sets. The sight of these sets rendered Cold Shadow and her subordinates utterly speechless. In the current God's Domain, level 150 epic sets obtained by players numbered less than a handful, let alone level 180 epic sets. After some deliberation, Feng had decided to give the Saint's Heart set to Gentle Snow, the Spirit Abyss sets to Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, and Yi Luorfei, and the Magic Dragon sets to Fire Dance and Yang Tianxing. Upon equipping these sets, the 6 players saw their combat power skyrocket. Now, their basic attributes were only second to Feng's. Gentle Snow, in particular, had her strength attribute near the 70,000 mark, surpassing even ordinary level 150, Tier 5 NPCs. Lastly, Feng had given the 24 God crystals they acquired during these past 4 days to Gentle Snow, Aqua Rose, and Fire Dance to upgrade their fragmented legendary equipment to legendary rank. Even Cold Shadow's eyes had grown bloodshot at this sight, envy filling her heart. At this time, Fire Dance, who was scouting ahead of the team, suddenly reported through the team chat, "Guild leader, I found a primordial ruin." Chapter 2896, Primordial ruin. A primordial ruin? Feng's interest was piqued when he heard the words primordial ruin. Ruins were commonly found in secret lands, and they could be differentiated into ancient ruins and primordial ruins, depending on their era of creation. Of the two, primordial ruins were much rarer because they predated ancient ruins, and the ancient era's residents had already explored and dismantled many of them. Primordial ruins that managed to last until the modern era were as rare as legendary items. Meanwhile, the primordial era was a time when gods flourished and ancient gods still wandered the land. With luck, one might even come across an item left behind by an ancient god inside a primordial ruin. "Where are you?" Feng asked through the team chat. "A canyon stream in the south. There are many evil blood soldiers wandering here, probably more than 3,000. They seem to be guarding that primordial ruin," Fire Dance reported quietly as she observed the patrolling evil blood soldiers around her. "I also saw quite a few level 160+ superior mythic ranked evil blood priests walk into the ruin just now. I suspect they'll conduct some kind of ritual inside. However, the place is heavily guarded, so it'll be difficult for us to sneak into the ruin. The only way we can enter is by breaking through from the front." "Over 3,000 evil blood soldiers?" Feng frowned. If their opponents consisted of only several hundred evil blood soldiers, their team could still secure victory under his leadership. However, 3,000 evil blood soldiers was a number even he couldn't stop. Not to mention, there were bound to be many superior mythics as well. Even if he could withstand their assault, the others on his team couldn't. After all, these evil blood monsters weren't idiots. If all 3,000 evil blood soldiers used their Tier 4 skills simultaneously, even Feng wouldn't dare take them head-on. He would have to evade their attacks and kite them. After all, a Tier 5 player would still take significant damage if a Tier 4 mythic monster's attack struck him. Naturally, it would be even more impossible for Tier 4 players to dodge and block so many Tier 4 skills. It wouldn't matter even if a Tier 4 player were at the world creation standard. This was because mythic monsters could keep up with the speed of Tier 4 players, and thus could precisely aim and time their attacks. Let alone hundreds or thousands, just a few dozen evil blood soldiers working together would be more than enough to take down a Tier 4 metric tons at the world creation standard. A team would need at least 3 or 4 Tier 5 players to take on 3,000 mythic ranked evil blood soldiers adequately. Relying only on one Tier 5 player and several dozen Tier 4 players was simply impossible. Such a team would have to expend all its efforts just dodging and blocking the Tier 4 skills and spells of the mythic monsters. In other words, while Zero Wing's team could defend itself against the army of evil blood monsters, it had no chance of defeating the army. "Guild leader, how about we take them on in batches?" Cold Shadow suggested. "Those soldiers might be numerous, but they aren't grouped up closely. It'll take some time for all of them to gather at a single point. We can use this time to kill some of them and retreat once their combatants have gathered. With sufficient repetition, those soldiers are bound to fall." After listening to Cold Shadow's suggestion, Feng shook his head and said, "That is one way to do it. However, that assumes that the other side doesn't have any healers. Those evil blood priests are all capable of healing. Moreover, as superior mythics, their healing range should be massive. If I'm not mistaken, the soldiers are patrolling within the healing range of the priests. Once we attack the soldiers, the priests will heal the injured soldiers immediately. Unless we can one-shot those soldiers, there is no way we can out-damage a superior mythic's healing." Cold Shadow fell silent at Feng's words. Choosing to kill the evil blood soldiers or the evil blood priests first didn't matter. Neither was a viable option. The evil blood priests' healing capabilities were simply too powerful. If the team didn't have the strength to kill several evil blood priests instantaneously and simultaneously, they couldn't deal with so many evil blood monsters. "Are we going to give up, just like that?" White Feather grew anxious. "That's a primordial ruin we're talking about. Even mythology had never found a primordial ruin. It had only ever explored ancient ruins. Even so, the guild had still reaped significant harvests from those ruins, particularly regarding the improvement of the mana body. Those harvests were the reason mythology's old monsters managed to develop their mana bodies so quickly. Meanwhile, A primordial ruin was far more precious than an ancient ruin. It wouldn't be strange if it contained treasures that could help players reach Tier 5 more easily. After all, primordial ruins dated from the era of the ancient gods. The legacies left behind in these ruins would be far superior to the legacies created during ancient and modern times. We're not completely out of options. After giving the matter some thought, Feng said, however, this will be very risky. We might even suffer a team wipe. All secret lands had entrance limits. Depending on a secret land's rank, the entrance limit imposed on players would also differ. In the case of God mode secret lands, players could enter only once every 10 days. If a player team suffered annihilation, they would be resurrected outside the secret land and would have to wait 10 days to re-challenge it. Meanwhile, the team's significant harvest in the evil god's secret land meant they didn't have to risk their lives for a primordial ruin. They could just continue hunting in safer parts of the secret land and raising their strength. Upon hearing Feng's statement, Cold Shadow asked curiously, Guild Leader, how confident are you? Roughly 30%, Feng said. Of course, that's assuming nothing unexpected happens inside the ruin. 30. Cold Shadow did a double take at Feng. This was already a very high success rate considering their opponents consisted of 3,000 plus evil blood soldiers and priests. She then said, I think we can give it a try. While it would indeed be unfortunate if we failed, in our current state, achieving further qualitative improvements in the evil god's secret land would be difficult unless we venture deeper into the inner region. However, there should be plenty of Tier 5 legendary monsters roaming there, and we don't know if we can defeat such a monster. Rather than take our chances against a legendary monster, we might as well risk our lives for a primordial ruin. It'll be a huge jackpot for us if we succeed. Tier 5 legendary monsters weren't easy opponents to defeat even if they had a Tier 5 player on their team, just like how Tier 4 players had great difficulty soloing a Tier 4 mythic monster. Moreover, a fight with a legendary monster inside the evil god's secret land would easily attract more legendary monsters. If 2 legendary monsters appeared, a team wipe was all but guaranteed. Only Feng might escape alive. When Blackie, Cola, and the others heard Cold Shadow's reasoning, they, too, nodded in agreement. Their team's equipment standard had improved by leaps and bounds already, and further significant improvements would be difficult within a short time. Only 8-piece level 180 epic sets and fragmented legendary items could provide them with such improvements. Upgrading fragmented legendary items into legendary items was also highly dependent on luck, as not every fragmented legendary item needed only god crystals for their upgrade. Not to mention, the drop rate of god crystals was completely random. These weren't items that could be obtained on demand. Since you all see no problem with it, let's give it a try, then, Feng said when he saw everyone's willingness to risk their lives. Entering the primordial ruin is actually a very straightforward process. I just need someone to attract the evil blood monster's attention. So long as a sufficient number of them get lured away, I will be able to enter the ruin. However, you must also make sure to pin down those lured monsters. Otherwise, if they flood into the ruin after me, I won't be able to do anything. Leave it to us, Guild Leader, Cola said, confidently patting his chest. If we 4 MTS take turns using our mock skills and life-saving skills, we can keep them busy for 5 minutes without any problem. We magical classes can also use our magic barriers to trap those monsters for some time, Zhao Yueru said, nodding. After hearing everyone's suggestions, Feng nodded and said, all right, I'll leave it to you. I'll try to explore the ruin as quickly as possible. When Feng finished speaking, Fire Dance, Cold Shadow, and Yang Tianxing split up, moving in different directions. The 3 assassins attracted the evil blood soldiers' attention and lured them toward the appointed location. However, after attracting the attention of a certain number of evil blood soldiers, the 3 assassins had to activate their berserk skills and all sorts of life-saving skills to stay alive. Fortunately, they eventually succeeded in luring over 70% of the evil blood soldiers to the appointed location. There, Cola, Yi Wumian, Turtle Dove, and White Feather used their mock skills on the lured evil blood soldiers, forcefully shifting the monsters' aggro to themselves. The 4 MTS then activated their life-saving skills and began kiting and dodging the monsters' attacks. The healers standing in the distance also showered healing spells on the 4 MTS, repeatedly dragging them back from the jaws of death. Once the 4 MTS had the evil blood soldiers pinned down, Feng, who was hiding near the primordial ruin, entered the void and dashed toward the ruin. With the Nightwalker's cape's ability, Feng could cross several hundred yards with just one step. As if he had activated instantaneous movement several times consecutively, he crossed a distance of several thousand yards in just 2 seconds and arrived at the primordial ruin's entrance. And before the evil blood monsters standing guard there could react to his arrival, he had already dashed inside. The instant Feng entered the primordial ruin, the evil blood monsters in the vicinity went into a frenzy and swarmed toward him. The several evil blood priests kneeling inside the ruin's main hall also began chanting incantations and bombarded Feng with Tier 4 curses, one after another. However, now that Feng possessed a piece of legendary equipment, this degree of offensive was nothing to him. He easily evaded the oncoming attacks. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the main hall and entered the tunnel leading underground. Although he came across various magic traps along the way, they were practically non-existent to him, as he was a Grandmaster magician. In less than a minute, Feng arrived in the primordial ruin's deepest section. The deepest part of the ruin was like an empty void. A majestic, ancient temple stood in this void. Despite the corrosion of countless years, the temple still radiated an unbelievably powerful divine might. If Feng had come here before reaching Tier 5, he wouldn't have been able to withstand this divine might. What a powerful temple! If I hadn't upgraded the Nightwalker's cape to legendary rank, its divine might would have had a significant effect on me. Feng was astonished as he looked at the temple before him. The Nightwalker's cape didn't just hide his aura. It also functioned to resist the auras of others. It acted as an isolation barrier that prevented the user's aura from interacting with other auras. However, despite the Nightwalker's cape's isolation effect, the temple's divine might still reduced Feng's mobility by 30%. Even a true Tier 6 god's divine might couldn't compete with this ancient temple's divine might. Apart from ancient gods, there should be no other existence capable of creating such a powerful construct. When Feng arrived in front of the temple, the several hundred evil blood monsters that had been frenziedly chasing him suddenly stopped. They simply stood at a distance and worshipped the temple, none of them showing any intention of approaching it. Feng sighed in relief at this sight. Now, all he needed to do was figure out how to enter the ancient temple. However, when Feng entered the temple, what greeted him inside the brightly illuminated hall was the sight of a cloaked, scholarly young man. The youth was piecing together several golden tablets using magic arrays so complex that they gave Feng a headache. The instant Feng laid eyes on this youth, his soul shuddered. "It's you." Feng's eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at the scholarly youth. This was because this youth was none other than the mysterious youth who had caused a huge commotion in Blackwing City and bound his soul using soul chains during the early stages of the game. "Oh, it's you." The mysterious youth was slightly surprised when he saw Feng behind him. "You actually survived until now, even after getting hit by my soul chains? What a surprise. Should I be honored that you remember me?" Feng eyed the mysterious youth cautiously. Back when he encountered the mysterious youth in Blackwing City, he had already thought the NPC was extraordinary, definitely not your average Tier 5 NPC. Otherwise, this mysterious youth couldn't have escaped Blackwing City after causing such a huge scene. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. In fact, Feng still couldn't glean much information from the mysterious youth despite being Tier 5 himself. The only thing he found out from inspecting the mysterious youth was that the latter was also at Tier 5. Moreover, the mysterious youth gave off a weird vibe. Feng felt an inexplicable fear when standing in the youth's presence. "Not bad. Not only are you blessed by this world, but you also managed to get promoted to Tier 5 so quickly. You just barely qualify to become my puppet," the mysterious youth said, a delighted smile appearing on his face as he looked at Feng, like a child who had just found a new toy. "Since you took the initiative to come find me, let me liberate you from your suffering." After saying so, the mysterious youth raised his arm and pointed a finger at Feng. A black ball of mana shot toward Feng. In mid-flight, The ball of mana shattered and enveloped the surrounding space in darkness. Tier 5 Curse, Dark Wonderland. Chapter 2897. Terrifying scholar Feng tensed when he saw the mysterious youth's Tier 5 curse activate. He immediately unsheathed the Light of Two Worlds and counterattacked. World Breaker. Suddenly, a blinding beam struck at the endless darkness. The two powers entangled for a moment, neither side gaining an advantage over the other until a second later. Boom! Accompanied by an explosion, an intense shockwave sent Feng stumbling 2 steps back. His HP also instantly fell by over 9 million. Besides reducing Feng's HP by more than 20%, the shockwave also left his entire body trembling. The hand he used to wield the Light of Two Worlds was numb. In contrast, the mysterious youth came out unscathed from the clash. He still stood quietly in his original position. He also maintained the incomparably complex fourfold magic array he was using to manipulate the several golden tablets with his other hand throughout the attack. As expected of an existence daring enough to cause a scene in Blackwing City, he not only cast a Tier 5 curse without chanting but even maintained such a complex magic array while doing so. Feng frowned when he looked at his trembling right arm. This was undoubtedly the most dangerous situation he had ever come across since entering God's domain. Feng had long since known that the mysterious youth was incredibly powerful and that the youth could cast Tier 5 curses without chanting. However, only after facing the youth's Tier 5 curse did he understand just how frightening the mysterious youth was. If Feng hadn't upgraded the Light of Two Worlds, the Tier 5 curse would have killed him just now. Meanwhile, the powerful shockwave from their clash also shattered the space some distance behind the youth, revealing a woman with 8 black wings. Numerous chains bound this woman's body, and her HP was below 10%. However, despite being practically at death's door, she radiated an aura that sent shivers down Feng's spine. How is this possible? Feng was dumbfounded when he saw the 8-winged woman. A fallen angel. Moreover, a fallen archangel. A fallen angel of the highest order. Fallen angels possessed life ratings close to those of dragons. Meanwhile, fallen archangels' life rating surpassed even that of ordinary dragons. They almost rivaled divine dragons. Yet, the mysterious youth had incapacitated a level 180, Tier 5 fallen archangel with one hand. The fallen archangel was even losing HP and gradually approaching death's door. While Feng was in a daze, the mysterious youth also looked with surprise at the Light of Two Worlds Feng wielded. It seems you are incredibly lucky. You actually got your hands on a weapon lost during the ancient era. Looking at the Light of Two Worlds, the youth evaluated calmly. It's a pity that this Light of Two Worlds is damaged. Otherwise, you might have been able to injure me with its power. Although the mysterious youth's words sounded arrogant, Feng did not think so at all. On the contrary, his mood grew even heavier after hearing the mysterious youth's statement. The mysterious youth could strangle even a Tier 5 fallen archangel to death. Even if the Light of Two Worlds were at its peak, Feng doubted he could injure the mysterious youth. After all, a weapon's performance depended heavily on its user. Feng had only recently reached Tier 5. He didn't even know how to go about getting promoted to Tier 6. Even if he wielded the undamaged Light of Two Worlds, he could, at most, exchange one move against a Tier 6 God-ranked player who didn't possess any legendary weapons and equipment. Moreover, just like the mysterious youth had said, Feng was indeed very lucky. If the mysterious youth weren't focusing a significant portion of his strength on dealing with the fallen archangel guarding the temple's entrance, Feng would have long since died already. However, our little game ends here. I'm busy. I don't have much time to waste on you, so can you please die? The mysterious youth waved his hand in annoyance once more. This time, though, he also chanted an incantation. Feng sensed the mana around the temple vanishing. Moreover, it wasn't limited to just the mana in this plane of existence. Even the mana in the void was disappearing, making Feng feel stifled. In the meantime, silver magic arrays appeared, one after another, before the mysterious youth's hand, layering to create a fourfold magic array. The Tier 5 curse spacetime disintegrator? Feng's complexion darkened like never before when he saw the gradually forming fourfold magic array. There were significant differences even among Tier 5 curses. Dark Wonderland was a Tier 5 intermediate curse, but the Spacetime Disintegrator was a Tier 5 peak curse. This attack could heavily injure even a Tier 6 god if it landed. Die. The mysterious youth gently pushed the fourfold magic array with his free hand. Suddenly, the space in front of Feng began distorting and disintegrating. With the Tier 5 curse's speed and AoE, Feng had no way to dodge or escape it in time. Moreover, even a Tier 5 defensive curse wouldn't have the power to stop this attack. Don't even think of killing me so easily. Looking at the oncoming attack, Feng gritted his teeth and took out the greatest trump card in his bag, the Dragon Summoning Flute. He then injected the 3,000 advanced magic cores he had prepared into the flute. Immediately, space around Feng began distorting as well. 5 gigantic figures flew out of the warp and instantly occupied a significant portion of the space around the ancient temple. Boom! Accompanied by the sound of an explosion, the sight of 5 level 180, Tier 5 dragons entered Feng's eyes. The brief invulnerability Feng received from using the Dragon Summoning Flute had helped him resist the spacetime disintegration, allowing him to survive the ordeal. However, Feng's situation did not change for the better even after the 5 dragons appeared. When the mysterious youth looked at the 5 Tier 5 dragons, his expression remained completely unfazed, as if only 5 harmless lizards had appeared in front of him. He placed no importance whatsoever on their existence. The scholar. This summoner has found a troublesome opponent for us. If I knew this would happen, I would never have agreed to the Dragon Summoning Flute's contract. This is a massive loss. The 5 dragons with bodies measuring several hundred meters in length revealed traces of frustration and helplessness in their eyes when they saw the mysterious youth. Their voices also carried hints of dissatisfaction directed at Feng. Meanwhile, after briefly scanning the 5 dragons, the mysterious youth asked calmly, "Are you 5 going to become my enemies? Scholar, how about we talk this out? If you help us fulfill our contract by letting this heaven-blessed individual go, then we won't have to clash," the leading bronze dragon said. The bronze dragon's suggestion completely ignored Feng's will. However, Feng didn't have any opinions on it, either. He simply observed the mysterious youth and awaited the latter's decision. Is he one of the 3 existences Phoenix Rain warned me to avoid? As Feng scrutinized the mysterious youth, he faintly understood why Phoenix Rain had given him such a warning. The mysterious youth's strength was simply unbelievable. Feng couldn't even inspect his level. Moreover, even Tier 6 gods would have a headache when facing 5 Tier 5 dragons. Nevertheless, the mysterious youth showed no reaction whatsoever. When the bronze dragon made its suggestion, the mysterious youth remained unchanged. In a calm tone, he asked, "Do you think that's possible? You are merely a bunch of ghosts from the past, yet you dare speak conditions with me?" After saying so, the mysterious youth took action. A golden staff appeared in his hands, and Feng's pupils shrank at the sight of this weapon. This was because Feng was incredibly familiar with the golden staff. The World Staff. One of God's domain's 10 great legendary weapons. It seems a battle is inevitable, the bronze dragon sighed helplessly. It then looked at Feng and said, "Once the fight begins, find an opportunity to escape. The 5 of us can't stop him for long. Outside this secret land, he cannot act without restraint. So long as you get out, he'll have a much more difficult time dealing with you." After the bronze dragon finished speaking, the 4 other dragons unleashed their auras. All 5 dragons were prepared to duke it out with the mysterious youth. Act without restraint. The bronze dragon's words clued Feng in on the mysterious youth's weakness. The mysterious youth most likely couldn't act freely in the outside world due to certain restrictions. This would also explain why he had fled Blackwing City previously instead of clashing with Charlin. Logically, with the mysterious youth's strength, he shouldn't fear Charlin. After all, the mysterious youth remained fearless and still insisted on killing Feng despite facing off against 5 Tier 5 dragons. Yet, he had fled Blackwing City back then. However, before Feng could properly process the information, the 5 dragons began clashing with the mysterious youth. The dragons did not hold anything back, utilizing their breath attacks right off the bat. Meanwhile, The mysterious youth waved his staff. A barrier appeared before him, stopping the breath attacks completely. As a result, the two sides entered a stalemate. You damnable things. If I wasn't occupied with something important here, do you think you 5 little bastards can stand up against me? The mysterious youth grew dissatisfied when he saw the stalemate. Ignoring the mysterious youth's words, the leading bronze dragon shouted at Feng, "Run now." Although the 5 dragons had pinned down the mysterious youth with their breath attacks, the mysterious youth's barrier was also steadily advancing toward the dragons. He held a clear advantage over the dragons. Do I leave? Feng hesitated as he looked at the mysterious youth and the golden tablets beside him. He had a hunch that if he let the mysterious youth achieve his goal, something very troublesome would happen in the near future. He might even get swept up in this big problem. Despite facing the all-out attacks of 5 Tier 5 dragons, the mysterious youth still split a significant portion of his attention into manipulating the golden tablets to unravel the divine runes wrapped around the fallen archangel. Feng was certain that the fallen archangel had a big secret hidden on her body. Screw it. Gritting his teeth, Feng chose to spend his legacy skill points to learn the Tier 5 legacy skill Returning Blade, the sole Tier 5 Berserk skill available to him. Even after players reached Tier 5 in God's domain, the legacy skill points they earned through leveling up wouldn't be enough to learn even one Tier 5 legacy skill. Typically, they would still need to accumulate more points through quests. Fortunately, Feng had acquired a lot of legacy skill points from handing Beast Emperor over to the War God's Temple. Those, combined with his leftover points, were just enough to learn one Tier 5 legacy skill. Feng had previously chosen not to learn a Tier 5 legacy skill first to have more options in future predicaments. However, he no longer had the luxury of waiting. Immediately after learning Returning Blade, Feng activated the Berserk skill, causing the light of 2 worlds he wielded to vibrate and let out a low hum. Simultaneously, incomparable power flowed into Feng's body, elevating his basic attributes and life rating to a whole other level. The next moment, Feng's strength attribute broke through the 200,000 threshold. His HP also exceeded 100 million. Now, even if he didn't rival Tier 6 God-ranked experts, he was very close already. 30 seconds. I need to foil his plans in 30 seconds. If I fail to do so, I must leave immediately. After taking a look at Returning Blade's description, Feng found that the skill had a 45-second duration and a cooldown of 1 natural day. He estimated that escaping the evil god's secret land within 15 seconds shouldn't be difficult with his current basic attributes. After thinking up to this point, Feng charged straight toward the restricted fallen archangel. Feng didn't have the slightest thought of dealing with the mysterious youth. If even 5 level 180, Tier 5 dragons were helpless against the mysterious youth, then his chances were even less. The only thing he could do in this situation was kill the fallen archangel and foil the mysterious youth's plans. After all, he had long since formed an irreconcilable grudge with the mysterious youth. If he didn't kill the mysterious youth, or the mysterious youth did not take the initiative to dissolve the soul chains binding his soul, he would still perish sooner or later, despite being a Tier 5 player. In that case, he might as well use this opportunity to weaken the mysterious youth. For all he knew, he might even get to live longer. You bastard. The mysterious youth's complexion sank when he saw what Feng was trying to do. Immediately, he began chanting an incantation. Tier 5 curse, dark space. Numerous pitch-black chains emerged from the space above the temple and shot toward Feng, preventing him from approaching the fallen archangel. Upon seeing the several hundred chains raining down toward him, Feng immediately activated divine steps. Suddenly, 36 doppelgangers emerged from Feng's body and dashed toward the fallen archangel from different directions. As these doppelgangers were invulnerable to attacks and Feng could swap positions with any of them at any time, the mysterious youth had a headache dealing with Feng. Catching Feng alone using several hundred chains might be easy, but catching 37 individuals of Feng's caliber was not. In less than 2 seconds, one of Feng's doppelgangers reached the fallen archangel and executed an attack. However, before the doppelganger's attack could connect, several dozen chains immediately bound its body. Afterward, 6 more doppelgangers arrived before the fallen archangel, and the several dozen chains in the vicinity were insufficient to stop all of them. In the end, one of the doppelgangers successfully evaded the chains and executed a ruthless attack on the fallen archangel. The moment the doppelganger's sword was about to connect, Feng, who had been preparing for an attack in the distance, swapped positions with this doppelganger. Second sword, Holy Devour. Now that Feng had a life rating and basic attributes close to rivaling Tier 6 God-ranked players, he could perfectly execute Holy Devour. The next moment, scorching flames capable of devouring even space itself enveloped the defenseless fallen archangel. -5,416,541,412. A damage value exceeding 5.4 billion appeared above the fallen archangel's head as she lost more than 2% of her HP. This development ignited some hope in Feng. "You little bastard. You've angered me now." A cold gleam flashed in the mysterious youth's eyes as he shook his staff. The barrier he summoned shoved back the 5 dragons' dragon breath completely, and the golden staff he wielded released a blinding radiance. Then, the space around the fallen archangel shattered. Countless beams of light shot out of the shattered space and pierced every one of Feng's doppelgangers, leaving an irrecoverable wound on them. If Feng hadn't swapped positions with his distant doppelganger immediately, he would have most likely lost his life to this attack. However, Feng did not stop despite this situation. Without hesitation, he used the light of 2 worlds' spatial slash. Feng swung his blade, his attack instantly cutting through the fallen archangel. The attack was so fast that the mysterious youth, whom the 5 dragons pinned down, failed to stop it. Meanwhile, this attack had reaped nearly 3% of the fallen archangel's HP. "That's enough from you." The mysterious youth began chanting another incantation for a defensive curse when he saw the fallen archangel's dwindling HP die. Knowing that once the mysterious youth completed his incantation, all hope of success would be lost, Feng immediately executed the strongest move his mana technique had to offer. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU Third Sword, Holy Annihilation. Holy Annihilation was an unostentatious technique. There was no giant blade of light or a scorching sea of flames. All that could be seen was Feng executing a simple downward slash. However, when this modest slash connected, it plundered all of the fallen archangel's remaining HP. Following the fallen archangel's death, Feng's level skyrocketed, and several hundred items appeared around her corpse. The mysterious youth's eyes turned bloodshot, and he went into a frenzy. Feng immediately grabbed a few of the strongest items he saw, swapped positions with his doppelganger again, entered the void, and dashed for the temple's exit. Chapter 2898. Mana advances. The instant Feng made for the temple's exit, the mysterious youth took action. Now that the mysterious youth no longer had most of his strength and attention tied up with the fallen archangel, he had recovered to his peak condition. With a wave of his staff, he summoned 3 fourfold magic arrays around him. Tier 5 Curse, World Severance. Tier 5 Curse, Spacetime Seal. Tier 5 Curse, Holy Spirit Collapse. Triple Silent Casting. Feng was thunderstruck when he saw the 3 magic arrays. In God's domain, the difficulty of silent casting a spell increased along with the tier of the spell. Even Tier 5 Divine Mags would have difficulty silent casting one Tier 5 spell, while double silent casting Tier 5 spells was something only the best among Tier 5 magical classes could accomplish. Moreover, this applied only to Tier 5 spells, not Tier 5 curses. Only Tier 6 gods could double silent cast Tier 5 curses. As for triple silent casting Tier 5 curses, Feng had no recollection of anyone ever accomplishing this feat in his previous life. Nevertheless, the mysterious youth had accomplished this feat before Feng could reach the exit. He suddenly found himself immobilized inside the void. In the end, not only was he forced to exit the void, but his mobility was also severely restricted by the surrounding space. A distorted barrier enveloped the entire temple hall. 6 pillars of light then appeared around Feng, forming an intricate magic array that caged him. Afterward, the ground lit up with a divine glow, causing the mana within the affected space to disintegrate rapidly. Just as the mysterious youth was about to obliterate Feng, the 5 dragons simultaneously chanted an incantation in the language of dragons. A 5-colored disk of light formed around Feng, isolating him from the outside world. Boom! When the divine light dissipated, Feng remained perfectly intact. However, the brightness of the disk of light protecting him had dimmed significantly as a result. Evidently, it could withstand only a limited number of attacks from the mysterious youth's Holy Spirit collapse. It wasn't an invincible defensive spell. The mysterious youth glared at the 5 dragons hatefully and said coldly, "A futile struggle. All of you will die here today." After saying so, the mysterious youth waved his staff, and the space within the temple darkened. Countless dark purple chains emerged from the void and instantly bound 3 of the 5 dragons, thoroughly immobilizing them. Only the leading bronze dragon and a fire dragon had managed to evade the chain's initial assault by relying on their skills. Feng had also managed to evade the chains, thanks to his 36 doppelgangers. However, now that chains surrounded the entire hall, he was in a tight spot. With World Severance and Spacetime Seal acting on the hall, even a Tier 6 God-ranked player would have trouble breaking out, let alone a Tier 5 player like Feng. It's all or nothing. Looking at the nearby distorted barrier, Feng gritted his teeth and used the light of 2 Worlds' second skill, Golden Soul. After he had reached Tier 5, the skill had also undergone a qualitative transformation. Instead of providing a boost to his perception and control of mana, it now upgraded the quality of his soul. Activating the skill would grant him a soul bordering that of Tier 6 gods. However, activating this skill came with risks. When activated at Tier 5, Golden Soul would leave his soul in a weakened state for a short period once the skill's duration ended. A side effect like this would significantly impact a player's performance. This made Golden Soul a skill reserved for last-ditch stands. After Feng activated Golden Soul, his perception of the world around him changed completely. As if he was a 3-dimensional being looking at a 2-dimensional world, he could see everything around him with incredible clarity. The ambient mana also became an extension of his body, and he could freely manipulate it at will. It was much better than when he manipulated it using his mana domain. He had finally reached the level of actually manipulating mana. Immediately, Feng brandished the light of 2 worlds at the distorted barrier before him. Third sword, Holy Annihilation. Compared to the Holy Annihilation Feng executed before, the one he executed now had undergone a heaven-defying transformation. Now, even the space around him had become one with his sword. He felt as if he was swinging space itself at the distorted barrier. Boom! The distorted barrier shook violently from Feng's Holy Annihilation. A small crack also appeared on the barrier, although the barrier quickly repaired this damage. Now, this is the true Holy Annihilation. I was mistaken when I tried to guide ambient mana using my own mana. Instead, I should have converted the ambient mana into my own mana. Only by doing so can I maximize my attack's power. Feng didn't despair when he saw the distorted barrier repairing itself. On the contrary, excitement burned within him. He finally understood how to progress to the next step of mana manipulation. Initially, he had used his own mana to force ambient mana into doing his bidding, an incredibly crude method of manipulating mana. Afterward, he had learned to guide ambient mana into doing his bidding. While this method had indeed significantly increased the power he could exert, it still wasn't the best method of utilizing ambient mana. Instead, the optimal way of utilizing mana was to convert ambient mana into his own mana. However, accomplishing this feat was easier said than done. Firstly, players needed to have an in-depth understanding of mana's operating principles. Secondly, players' concentration needed to be close to the Tier 6 standard. Only by having a near-solid mental will could players perfectly integrate their mana with the ambient mana. Players needed to have such a powerful concentration that they could project their will beyond their physical bodies and exert it over the mana surrounding them. Thirdly, players needed the ability to multitask to the extreme. The more mana players tried to influence, the more multitasking they had to do. If players wished to improve their ability to integrate and manipulate ambient mana, they had to keep refining their understanding of mana to reduce the mental burden from controlling mana. Meanwhile, after finding a clear path of advancement, Feng began frenziedly executing Holy Annihilation against the distorted barrier. Every time he executed Holy Annihilation, his control over mana also became increasingly smoother. Simultaneously, admiration for the heavenly blue Saint Eliade filled his heart. Holy Annihilation's use of mana far exceeded the basic standard. The basic use of mana only allowed one to create inanimate objects like the mana bridge. However, Eliade's usage allowed her to create living objects. Her technique, Holy Annihilation, basically modified ambient mana into a true extension of the body. If Feng hadn't reached the Grandmaster Magician standard, he would have never understood this concept. After he gained this understanding, every subsequent Holy Annihilation he executed was more powerful than the previous one. By the time he had executed 24 attacks, the colorful disk of light was close to dissipating. Fortunately, he had finally achieved a breakthrough. The next time Feng executed Holy Annihilation, a white light enveloped the world around him. Mana, space, and even the void disappeared. The next moment, a 30-meter-long gash appeared in the previously invincible barrier. The barrier failed to repair the damage and collapsed. So, this is what it feels like to employ the advanced method of using mana? Feng was startled when he saw the barrier generated by World Severance crumble. The attack he just executed had undoubtedly reached the Tier 6 standard far stronger than even an attack using the Light of Two Worlds' World Breaker. However, after executing this attack, Feng felt his mind stagnate slightly. In his current state, he definitely couldn't execute the complete Holy Annihilation. Unless he upgraded his concentration to the Tier 6 standard, he could only keep this move as a trump card. As the distorted barrier shattered, the mysterious youth finally restricted all 5 dragons. He then sent his remaining chains after Feng. Upon seeing this, Feng promptly activated Void Shield, his last trump card, increasing his movement speed by 300%. Even under the suppression of the mysterious youth's spacetime seal, he still managed to escape from the temple instantly and flee the primordial ruin. However, the mysterious youth did not give up. Several hundred dark purple chains relentlessly tried to hinder Feng's escape. Every collision with a chain inflicted over 10 million damage. If not for Void Shield's protection, he would have died after receiving a few hits. After exiting the primordial ruin, Feng contacted Zero Wings members, who were close to dying to the evil blood monsters, and commanded them to leave the evil god's secret land immediately. If they got caught by the mysterious youth's chains, they couldn't die even if they wanted to. Although everyone was confused by Feng's command, they still obeyed it without hesitation and were out of the evil god's secret land in no time. As for Feng, because the mysterious youth's spacetime seal stopped affecting him after he left the primordial ruin, none of the dark purple chains could do anything to him. In less than 10 seconds, he exited the secret land. 2 seconds later, the mysterious youth appeared by the secret land's exit, with an indescribably cold light in his eyes. When the mysterious youth failed to kill Feng, the restrained, leading bronze dragon laughed and said, "Scholar, how pitiful of you. Not only did your many years of planning come to naught, but you even let the cause of your failure escape. So what if he escaped? Do you think I can't do anything to him outside?" The mysterious youth did not get angered by the bronze dragon's words. Sending a calm glance at the bronze dragon, he said, "I will settle his debt with me eventually. So long as he is inside this cage, he will not escape my hands. I will also escape this cage sooner or later." After saying so, the mysterious youth waved his staff and turned the 5 dragons into ash. On the other side, Feng finally arrived back in the City Lord's mansion's control room. After staring at the evil god's secret land's entrance for some time, he breathed out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Seeing as there's no reaction after all this time, I should be fine now." Feng did not wish to meet the mysterious youth a third time. The mysterious youth's combat power exceeded common sense. If not for the 5 dragons' assistance, Feng would have perished just now. "Guild leader, what did you do inside the ruin? How are you level 172 already?" Fire Dance asked in confusion after seeing Feng exit the secret land. Feng had only been level 167 when he entered the primordial ruin, yet he was now level 172. He had gained 5 whole levels in a matter of minutes. His leveling speed was out of this world. When Feng took a look at his own level, he, too, was slightly surprised. He never thought that killing a level 180, Tier 5 Fallen Archangel would grant so much EXP. Not to mention, he hadn't killed the Fallen Archangel by himself. What he had done was basically killsteal, so he hadn't received all of the EXP the Fallen Archangel granted. Yet, he still leveled up 5 times. Through this, he could tell just how powerful the Fallen Archangel was. If he had come across her under normal circumstances, he would have died without a doubt. You killed a level 180, Tier 5 Fallen Archangel? Guild leader, you're not lying to us, right? That's a Fallen Archangel we're talking about. Everyone was momentarily stunned when they heard Feng's explanation. They couldn't help doubting his words. Fallen Archangels were existences rivaling divine dragons. A Tier 5 Fallen Archangel was an existence standing at the apex of the current god's domain. A Tier 5 player would be fortunate to escape a Tier 5 Fallen Archangel, let alone kill one. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU of course not. Feng chuckled when he saw the skeptical looks they all gave him. What good would lying to you do? Moreover, I also grabbed some items that Fallen Archangel dropped. After saying so, Feng took out the 4 items he looted from the Fallen Archangel. As soon as he did so, the mana in the control room froze, and everyone gasped inadvertently. They all felt their hearts palpitating in fear in the presence of the 4 items, and they stumbled back despite themselves. Meanwhile, after Feng took a look at one of the items he took out of his bag, he, too, was stunned. Astonishment filled his eyes as he stared at the rainbow-colored crystal ball before him. An Ancient God's Eye? Chapter 2899, Ancient God's Legacy. When Feng brought out the Ancient God's Eye, he wasn't the only one surprised by the item's identity. Cold Shadow, who stood nearby, also widened her eyes in shock. She couldn't help looking at Feng, who had acquired this item, as if he was some kind of alien. An ancient god. Ancient gods were the oldest gods in God's domain. They were existences that had come into being along with God's domain. The many gods of later generations only managed to gain their strength because of the legacies from these ancient gods. However, after God's domain transitioned from the Primordial era to the Ancient era, ancient gods had suddenly disappeared from the world. In the modern era, barely any records mentioned ancient gods. However, according to those found in the modern era's libraries, a large part of the reason humans managed to rise up during ancient times was the ancient gods' legacies, which allowed the human race to give birth to many gods. Although the rainbow crystal ball Feng held was named an Ancient God's Eye, it wasn't actually an eyeball. Instead, it was an ancient god's legacy. It was a legacy that could help players reach Tier 6. It was much stronger than the legacies of ordinary gods. No wonder that mysterious youth wanted to deal with the Fallen Archangel. Let alone a Tier 5 existence, even Tier 6 gods would covet an Ancient God's Eye. Realization dawned upon Feng as he looked at the crystal ball he held. Ancient God's Eye, Divine Artifact Rank, Consumable. This is a legacy item left behind by an ancient god. It records the ancient god's many legacies. Each activation of the Ancient God's Eye requires 1007 luminaries crystals. It can be activated up to 9 times. Once the activation limit is reached, all information recorded within the Ancient God's Eye will disappear. Current usage count, 0. Out of all the legacies available in God's domain, an Ancient God's legacy belonged to the strongest category. If a player managed to grasp even a portion of the legacy, becoming a Tier 6 god wouldn't be difficult. If a player managed to grasp a significant portion, becoming a god was practically inevitable. It was no exaggeration to say that this single Ancient God's Eye was worth more than 10 legendary weapons and the loss of the dragon summoning flute. However, Feng quickly suppressed his excitement and turned his attention to the 3 other items he looted. Although these 3 items were not as powerful as the Ancient God's Eye, they still radiated incredibly potent divine might. Even Fire Dance felt pressured by them, what more the other Tier 4 players present. That mysterious youth definitely won't let me off the hook after this. Feng chuckled when he saw the 3 other items' identities. All 3 items were extraordinary. 2 were inferior divine artifact ranked materials, and one was an inferior divine artifact ranked consumable. One of the two materials was even a divine power source. As for the consumable, it was the ancient god's blood, an item that could elevate a non-player creature's growth potential and life rating. It was undoubtedly the most powerful enhancement item Feng had ever seen in God's domain. The total value of the 4 items Feng got from killing the fallen archangel was something he couldn't get even if he killed 3 or 4 tier 6 gods. Feng was also certain that these were all items that Mysterious Youth wanted. Now that he had acquired them instead, the Mysterious Youth would definitely take action against him at all costs. After a brief silence fell in the hall, Fire Dance reported to Feng, guild leader, according to Liang Jing, the Outer Worlds NPC army has arrived on the eastern continent. Currently, it has split into 6 groups of over 30,000 Tier 4 NPCs and 4 million Tier 3 NPCs each. All of these NPCs are above level 150. As we expected, one of these groups is marching toward the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom. At their current speed, it'll only take them another 3 or 4 days to reach the Twin Towers Kingdom's vicinity. In the case of the Outer World superpowers, their forces have already gathered outside the Twin Towers Kingdom. They have even dispatched many scouting teams to invade the kingdom, and the kingdom's forces have already clashed with these scouting teams. Although the two sides are at a stalemate now, it is only a matter of time before the kingdom's side loses. According to Melancholic's investigations, Starlink and many other superpowers are offering excellent incentives to independent experts to have them head to the Dark Knight Empire and the Black Dragon Empire. They plan to resist the Outer World forces together with the two empires. Because of this, many independent experts have decided to abandon Twin Towers and Star Moon. When Fire Dance finished speaking, Cold Shadow frowned and said, "How foolish these people are. Sticking with an empire's defensive line might be a good choice, but abandoning all resistance in the various kingdoms will inflict a severe loss to the various kingdoms' armies. All they're doing is giving the Outer World forces an advantage." Unlike for players, resurrection was a very troublesome process for NPCs. The Outer World's NPC army wasn't endless, either. Hence, if players worked together to defend the various kingdoms, repelling the Outer World forces was entirely possible. In the worst-case scenario, they could, at least, weaken the Outer World forces. Abandoning the various kingdoms outright and choosing to fight a decisive battle at the defensive lines of empires was an absolutely foolish decision. However, Feng wasn't too surprised by this situation. Calmly, he said, "This is normal. Although players can recover the levels they lose with a little effort, finding replacements for the weapons and equipment they lose is very difficult. Given a choice, they will naturally prefer a more stable battle. Not to mention, with Starlink and the other superpowers' interference, it's only natural for independent players to abandon resisting in kingdoms and choose to fight in empires instead. In his previous life, the most astonishing aspect of a war between countries wasn't the number of player deaths. Instead, it was the weapons and equipment lost. Many kingdoms and empires had suffered annihilation because the player forces in those countries had depleted their stockpile of weapons and equipment. As a result, the players of those countries became weaker and weaker as they fought. In the end, they could only watch their enemies annex their nations bit by bit until the country disappeared completely. The current War of Worlds was a similar situation. After realizing this fact, all Starlink and the various superpowers needed to do was put out appropriate bait, and the various independent players would automatically swarm to the bait. "Guild leader, how about I bring the main force to the Twin Towers Kingdom and participate in the battle there?" Kola suggested. "I refuse to believe that we can't kill a bunch of scouting teams. So long as we secure a few victories, I believe many players will be willing to stay and fight with us." Although Kola didn't understand much about battles on the scale of countries, he knew that without the support of a large number of independent players, the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom would fall to the Outer World forces. The reason many independent experts were abandoning the two kingdoms was simply their belief that defending against the Outer World forces in an empire would be easier. Meanwhile, all Zero Wing needed to do was suppress and repel the Outer World players plaguing the Twin Towers Kingdom. Then, the independent players who had left would see hope for successfully defending the kingdom. Once that happened, they would definitely return to help in the kingdom's defense. After all, abandoning one's roots and restarting development in a foreign country wasn't easy. That won't be necessary. Feng shook his head. Smiling calmly, he said, dealing with those scouting teams will only be a waste of time. If we're going to do something, we should go for something bigger. Bigger? Kola parroted in confusion. Fire, bring a team and look into the Twin Towers Kingdom's current situation. Make sure to find the base camp of the Outer World players invading the Twin Towers Kingdom. Once you do, notify me immediately, Feng instructed. When Cold Shadow heard Feng's words, she turned to Feng with a stunned look. Guild leader, are you thinking of wiping them out? Nodding, Feng said earnestly, of course. If Starlink and the other superpowers want to waste their time, let them. However, Zero Wing doesn't have that much time to waste. The real role of high-end combatants wasn't in defending strongholds but attacking the enemy's core combatants. In his previous life, any player force that dared to gather their troops into one big army was simply asking for death. However, be it the Eastern Continent's players or the Outer World's players, neither had a clear understanding of truly large-scale battles in God's domain yet. They were still acting as if they were playing traditional virtual reality games, entirely ignorant of just how much power a single individual could wield. I'll head out right away. Fire Dance grew excited at Feng's affirmation. After saying so, Fire Dance activated a guild transfer scroll and teleported to the guild residence at Sky Spring City. As for everyone else present, Feng had them take a break and dismissed them. After all, their continuous battles in the evil god's secret land had taken a huge toll on their minds and bodies. After settling his affairs here, Feng made his way to the City Lord's mansion's secret room to rest and recuperate. Feng had exhausted his concentration during his fight with the mysterious youth. Now, even his soul was in a weakened state. To recover quickly, he had to rest in the City Lord's mansion's underground secret room, which held the densest mana in ancient Rock City. This environment should be enough. Now, all I need to do is recover my concentration. After setting up a simple mana-gathering magic array, Feng took out a crystal of souls from his bag and ate it. Immediately, a wave of comfort spread across his soul. Once his soul had fully recovered, Feng fished the ancient god's eye from his bag. He then took out 1007 luminaries crystals from his dwindling stockpile and injected them into the ancient god's eye. During his fight with the mysterious youth, Feng had come to understand just how feeble he was. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. Now that Feng had the threat of the mysterious youth and the Outer World forces looming over him, it was best if he increased his strength as quickly as possible. Hence, he did not intend to strengthen himself before receiving the legacy guidance in the ancient god's eye. Instead, he would inherit it now to maximize his current strengths. After Feng injected the 1007 luminaries crystals, the ancient god's eye suddenly released purple fumes, which gradually seeped into his body and merged with his soul. The moment his soul came into contact with the purple fumes, Feng suffered a splitting headache, and an unprecedented heat spread throughout his body. He felt as if someone was trying to cram an endless amount of knowledge into his brain, and his brain was working overtime and heating up as it tried to process all this information. This sensation lasted for several minutes before it gradually dissipated. When all of the purple fumes from the ancient god's eye had merged with Feng's soul, the legacy guidance finally ended. Chapter 2900, Legendary Weapon. Even after the purple fumes in the secret room disappeared, Feng remained seated, unmoving like a statue. Only after more than a dozen minutes had gone by did he slowly open his eyes and take a deep breath. How close! Feng celebrated inwardly as he looked at the ancient god's eye. Had my concentration not reached the Tier 5 intermediate standard already, I would have most likely failed to absorb 100% of the legacy guidance. The ancient god's eye conveyed a massive amount of information. If his soul hadn't recovered to peak condition, he wouldn't have been able to accept all of the information. Meanwhile, if he missed out on even a small portion of the legacy, he would have failed and obtained nothing at all. But this is a surprise. I never thought that the key factor in getting promoted to Tier 6 would be 7 luminaries crystals. Feng sighed as he recalled the information he received. 7 luminaries crystals had always been a rare resource in God's domain, and this was true even in the ancient era. Although Feng had long since known that all organizations with Tier 6 God-ranked experts would frenziedly collect 7 luminaries crystals, he had thought that they had done so mainly to exchange for the Green God Company's products and construct their personal virtual space in God's domain. He never imagined 7 luminaries crystals had such a use as well. Now, Feng slightly regretted selling his 7 luminaries crystals. According to the ancient god's legacy, apart from having Tier 6 concentration and an excellent grasp of the world's laws, players seeking to get promoted to Tier 6 also needed an enormous amount of 7 luminaries crystals to construct a divine body. Each attempt at creating a divine body required at least 50,000 7 luminaries crystals. Moreover, this was only for the most common divine body. According to the ancient god's legacy, divine bodies had 2 categories: ordinary divine bodies and superior divine bodies. Ordinary divine bodies were the most common in God's domain. Over 99% of gods and God-ranked players had an ordinary divine body. Superior divine bodies, on the other hand, were much rarer. The divine bodies of the 3 goddesses rumored to have saved God's domain, as well as those of the war god, the Godslayer, and many ancient gods, were at this level. Superior divine bodies were that rare because their creation required an individual to have ultimate mastery over a certain world law. This was also why individuals titled saints possessed the strength to contend against gods. Saints were mortals who had achieved ultimate mastery over a certain world law but did not become gods. In addition to this requirement, constructing a superior divine body cost 100,000 7 luminaries crystals. And worse, players would lose all of the invested crystals if they failed even once. In contrast, the construction of an ordinary divine body occurred in stages. Even if players failed, they would lose only the crystals they invested in that particular stage. This gradual method also allowed them to know where they went wrong. However, that wasn't the case for the construction of a superior divine body, which was an all-or-nothing attempt. Players were required to spend all 100,000 7 luminaries crystals in one fell swoop to construct their divine bodies. If they succeeded, then good. If not, then all of the 7 luminaries crystals they invested would disappear. Currently, though, Feng couldn't afford even the construction of an ordinary divine body. For current player forces, 7 luminaries crystals are merely a commodity for the construction of personal virtual spaces or the acquisition of resources from the Green God Company. It shouldn't be difficult to obtain a large amount right now. Feng fell into deep thought as he recalled the information from the ancient god's legacy. Constructing an ordinary divine body shouldn't be a tough challenge, but a superior divine body is still far out of my reach. Achieving ultimate mastery in one world law is already extremely difficult. Not to mention, I also need to create the divine body itself. From the information he inherited, Feng already knew what a world law was. The so-called world law was basically a type of advanced usage over the various mana elements. An example would be the Heavenly Blue Saint's mana technique Holy Annihilation. However, only after one could manipulate the various elements of mana at an advanced standard would one master a world law. Simply being able to execute Holy Annihilation didn't cut it. Currently, apart from his inadequate concentration standard, so long as Feng collected enough 7 luminaries crystals, he could already get promoted to Tier 6. The Heavenly Blue Saint's world law was the law of destruction, which covered the destruction of everything, even the most basic elements of mana. This was why Feng managed to break through the mysterious youth's spacetime seal and world severance with Holy Annihilation. Had Holy Annihilation been based on any other world law, he wouldn't have escaped the evil god's secret land with his life. The bottleneck many demigods faced after mastering a world law was in the creation process of a superior divine body. This was because there were many methods to create a superior divine body, with the core principle being the integration of the mastered world law into their divine body. Of course, while this problem was incredibly challenging for others, the difficulty for Feng had been reduced significantly. The ancient god's legacy he absorbed recorded a basic flowchart for creating a superior divine body. So long as he followed this flowchart, his success rate would increase by 30 to 40%. One could say that the most important information recorded in the ancient god's legacy was this flowchart. Roughly 90% of the recorded information was related to it. In fact, 90% out of this 90% was the superior divine body's flowchart itself. This was also the amazing aspect of the ancient god's legacy. It was completely different from an ordinary god's legacy. While I currently don't have any methods to improve my concentration, I can focus on achieving ultimate mastery over the law of destruction. Although Feng wasn't yet confident of creating a superior divine body, he was optimistic about his chances of gaining ultimate mastery in a world law. After all, he could already utilize holy annihilation. So long as he perfected his use of the technique, he should reach ultimate mastery in the law of destruction. Moreover, his world authority had already reached level 1. He would have a much easier time perfecting the holy annihilation technique than other players. After Feng finished processing the information from the ancient god's eye, he took out the divine power source he had obtained. Feng grew a little hesitant as he looked at this divine power source. According to the ancient god's legacy, divine power sources were birthed by the world and carried the world's power. They were incredibly useful in helping one understand world laws. In other words, by merging the divine power source with his body using a special technique, he could elevate his world authority. This would, in turn, allow him to understand world laws more easily. The ancient god's legacy also recorded this integration technique. Now that war is imminent, I should prioritize increasing my strength above all else. Gritting his teeth, Feng had the light of two worlds absorb the divine power source. Feng still wasn't fully confident of defending the Twin Towers Kingdom and Starmoon Kingdom against the Outer World forces. After all, his enemies weren't limited to just the Outer World's players. He also had to face the Outer World's NPCs. While the Outer World NPCs might not have Tier 6 gods in their ranks, they were bound to have quite a few Tier 5 NPCs. And in the case of Tier 5 NPCs, so long as their status in society was sufficiently high, acquiring a legendary weapon or equipment wouldn't be difficult. Take the Branch Temple Lord of Starmoon Kingdom's War God's Temple, for example. Despite being a Tier 4, he owned 2 legendary items. Meanwhile, the difference between having and not having a legendary weapon or equipment was massive for Tier 5 NPCs. Once the light of two worlds perfectly absorbed the icy-cold tree branch Feng held, it released a dazzling, golden glow. The divine runes on the weapon's blade also lit up gradually. After several minutes, the divine runes on the sword's blade and hilt connected and became one. Boom! The next moment, the light of two worlds released a pulse of energy that made Feng stumble. The magic barrier enveloping the secret room also shuddered violently and nearly crumbled. As expected of one of the 10 great legendary weapons, it's strong. Feng was stunned when he read the Light of Two Worlds' details displayed before him. Light of Two Worlds, one-handed sword, legendary rank, equipment requirement, strength 20,000, tier 3 attack power, 450% of strength, attack speed, 4% of agility, all attributes, increases according to the user's level. When equipped, attacks gain the mana annihilation effect, causing a spatial collapse in an area of 4 by 100 yards. Attacks have a 50% chance to deal 300% damage. Attacks have a 20% chance to deal 500% damage. Attacks deal 300% damage to targets under tier 6. Attacks carry the mana destabilization effect. Strength increased by 240%, agility increased by 210%, intelligence increased by 180%, endurance increased by 60%, attack speed increased by 200%. Ignore levels plus 100, all sword type skills plus 2 level, up to tier 6 peak. Power of all attacks increased by 2 ranks, up to tier 6 peak. Effective mana increased by 150%. Additional passive skill World Power increases the user's life rating. Additional active skill 1 Spatial Slash, tier 6 for 6 attacks, increases strength by 1500%, power by 2 ranks, up to tier 6 peak rank at maximum, and attack range to 5,000 yards. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Additional active skill 2 Golden Soul, tier 6 upgrades the user's soul by 1 rank and world authority by 1 level, up to level 3, and reduces concentration consumption by 90%. Duration, 2 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour additional active skill 3 World Breaker. Tier 6 consumes 10% of the user's concentration and mana to enhance the Light of Two Worlds, granting the weapon the power to break worlds for 1 attack. Forcibly increases the power of attack by 1 tier, up to Tier 6 peak rank at maximum. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Created by the ancient god of light. The Light of Two Worlds possesses the power to cut all things. Looking at the basic attributes the Light of Two Worlds provided, Feng finally understood why people wielding legendary weapons could transcend tiers. A Tier 3 player wielding this thing could probably beat up Tier 4 players. While holding the Light of Two Worlds, Feng inadvertently recalled the several heaven-defying feats that had taken place in his previous life. Back then, players who had been lucky enough to get their hands on legendary weapons while still at Tier 3 had actively hunted all sorts of Tier 4 players. While the legendary weapons those players wielded weren't as strong as the Light of Two Worlds, the basic attributes those weapons provided had still been more than enough for Tier 3 players to trounce Tier 4 players. Only Tier 4 players with highly developed mana bodies and several fragmented legendary items could contend against a Tier 3 player wielding a legendary weapon. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. After Feng equipped the Light of Two Worlds, his strength attribute instantly skyrocketed to 190,000. Now, he was only slightly inferior to the average Tier 6 God-ranked player. Now, I can put up a fight even against Tier 6 God-ranked experts. Feng's confidence rose as he looked at the weapon in his hand. Now, even if he had to go up against the mysterious youth, he wouldn't be completely powerless to resist. Following this, Feng began familiarizing himself with the fully recovered Light of Two Worlds. After training for 5 hours, he received a call from Fire Dance. Guild leader, I've found their base camp. They're hiding in the Shadow Forest, outside the Twin Towers Kingdom. Chapter 2901, Wind Rises in Twin Towers Kingdom, Shadow Forest. A 6-man scouting party led by a level 154, Tier 4 assassin slowly traversed the rainforest. Dark clouds hovered over the Shadow Forest all year round, shrouding the forest in gloom even during hot summer days when the sun shone bright. The mist enveloping the forest also hindered players' perception, and even Tier 3 experts familiar with the terrain would lose their way if they weren't careful. Commander, we've been investigating this place for half a day now, yet we haven't found any traces of the Outer Worlds player army. Should we take a look at the other maps? A blue-clad level 142, Tier 3 assassin suggested as he looked at a tree-lined gorge. With the War of Worlds imminent, many of the Twin Towers Kingdom's player forces had dispatched scouting parties to seize the initiative. Among the scouting parties' duties, the top priority was investigating the exact state of the Outer Worlds player army. Many of the Twin Towers Kingdom's forces were offering astronomical prices for the information. If one managed to get detailed information on the Outer Worlds player army, one could receive not only a level 150 epic weapon for the information but also 200,000 credits. Hence, although many independent experts in the kingdom had fled to the Black Dragon Empire and the Dark Knight Empire, adventurer teams from the neighboring kingdoms and empires still dispatched expert players to investigate. The Sand Fox Adventurer Team was one of them. The Sand Fox Adventurer Team was well known in the Dark Knight Empire. Although Sand Fox's overall combat power was nothing noteworthy in the Dark Knight Empire, its scouting ability ranked among the top 10 of the Empire's adventurer teams. After the blue-clad assassin finished speaking, a level 136 assassin youth in the party suddenly jumped off the tree branch he stood on, and stopped moving. He then quietly observed the empty woodland in the distance. The assassin youth's actions alerted the rest of the party, and they promptly halted their advance, not daring to move even a muscle. Blade, is something wrong with that place? The Tier 4 assassin Sky Fox asked quietly as he looked at the assassin youth. The other players in the party also looked at the assassin youth curiously. The assassin youth, Bladeheart, had started playing God's Domain only recently, and his level was the lowest in the party. However, he possessed incredible technique and intuition. Often, he would notice things that even their commander, Sky Fox, had failed to notice. This was why they had brought Bladeheart along on this scouting mission. After studying the empty woodland ahead for a while, Bladeheart said hesitantly, I can't say for certain, but my gut tells me something is there. What thing? Sky Fox scrutinized the empty woodland. However, no matter how Sky Fox looked at the area, he failed to see anything out of the ordinary. Even his high-ranking identification skill didn't come up with anything. That empty woodland was nothing but an ordinary forested region. Let alone players, he couldn't even detect any signs of other creatures. However, several minutes after Sky Fox and the others continued their observation of the empty woodland, they spotted a 20-man team approaching the woodland. This team was incredibly strong. All 20 members were Tier 4 players and also above level 155. The most inferior piece of equipment they wore was level 150 dark gold equipment, and the team leader even had 5 pieces of epic equipment. These people should be one of the Outer World Army's scouting teams. Why are they here instead of investigating the Twin Towers Kingdom? Bladeheart was confused when he saw this 20-man team. The Outer Worlds player army had dispatched a lot of experts to harass and investigate the Twin Towers Kingdom. Many of the expert teams sent were led by Tier 4 experts. The 20-man team they were seeing now was definitely one of the Outer World Army's elite forces. The other players in the party also grew confused and curious about this situation. Logically, a team of such caliber should have been dispatched to investigate the Twin Towers Kingdom's inner regions and even cause a huge commotion in the kingdom. After all, the average player force couldn't contend against such combat power. Only first-rate guilds could possibly take on such a team. While Sky Fox and the others were wondering why this team was in this deserted location, the 20-man team suddenly stopped in the empty woodland. However, none of them got off their mounts. Instead, they simply stood there as if waiting for something. Roughly 10 seconds later, the space of the empty woodland became blurry, and a tear in the space opened up. A magic barrier. Almost all players in God's domain knew of magic barriers. However, the scene that just took place still stunned Sky Fox and his team. None of them had known that magic barriers could be used in such a manner. Through the gap in the barrier, Sand Fox's members saw an ocean of players. From a rough glance, they could estimate that the barrier hid at least several 100,000 players. Moreover, they spotted many Tier 4 experts among those players. Why are there so many Tier 4 players? It's over. Twin Towers is finished. We won't have enough to defend against so many Tier 4 experts, even if we gather the players from the Black Dragon Empire and Dark Knight Empire. The information those superpowers obtained are completely wrong. The Eastern continent is going to lose at this rate. Bladeheart and the others paled and despaired when they saw the player army in the barrier. Although God's domain had given birth to many Tier 4 players already, they were still incredibly rare. At this stage of the game, a kingdom was considered top tier if it had at least 300 Tier 4 players operating within its borders. Even the strongest empire didn't have more than 1,500 Tier 4 players operating within it. While these numbers might seem large, the player populations of kingdoms and empires were calculated in the hundreds of millions. There wasn't even one Tier 4 expert for every 100,000 players. Yet, from what they could see, the Outer Worlds player army before them had over 5,000 Tier 4 players. It was capable of destroying even the Black Dragon Empire and Dark Knight Empire, let alone the Twin Towers Kingdom. "Commander, what should we do now?" Bladeheart asked nervously. With so many Tier 4 experts on the Outer Worlds side, the Black Dragon Empire and Dark Knight Empire will definitely fall. Revealing a bitter smile, Sky Fox said, "What can we do? Our only option now is to notify the Black Dragon Empire's and Dark Knight Empire's superpowers and have them gather the neighboring kingdoms and empires' Tier 4 experts. Otherwise, all of us will have to leave the Eastern continent." "But will those superpowers listen to us?" Bladeheart asked worriedly. Those superpowers are all focused on dealing with Zero Wing now, and they're hoping to see Twin Towers and Star Moon fall. Would they be willing to gather their forces to help defend the Twin Towers Kingdom? "That's none of our concern." Helplessly, Sky Fox said, "Our job now is to spread this information and hope for the best." Truthfully, Sky Fox had already lost hope for the Twin Towers Kingdom. Nevertheless, he still felt that they needed to try defending against the Outer Worlds player army for as long as possible. That way, the Eastern continent's native Tier 3 players would have more time to get promoted to Tier 4. However, when Sky Fox and his team were about to leave, a loud hum came from the distant sky. When the party sought the noise's origin, What entered their eyes was a crimson behemoth heading in their direction. Zero Wing? Why are they here? Could they have discovered the Outer Worlds player army already? Sky Fox and the others grew confused as they watched the Crimson Dragon flying ship approach. Nowadays, the Crimson Dragon flying ships were synonymous with Zero Wing. Almost no player in God's domain was ignorant of their existence. Now that one of these flying ships had appeared in this deserted location, the only explanation for it was that Zero Wing had discovered the Outer Worlds player army. In no time at all, the Crimson Dragon flying ship arrived and stopped above the empty woodland. Obviously, Zero Wing already knew about the hidden magic barrier. Is Zero Wing planning to attack the Outer World players? Bladeheart wondered as he looked at the flying ship. That's most likely the case, but Zero Wing probably doesn't know how many Tier 4 experts are hidden inside the barrier. It'll definitely suffer a loss afterward, Sky Fox said worriedly when he saw Feng walking to the flying ship's bow. The battle at Ancient Rock City had boosted Black Flame's fame. He was publicly recognized as God's domain's strongest player. However, even a Tier 5, Sword Saint stood no chance against a force of more than 5,000 Tier 4 players. After all, a Tier 5 player would still lose a lot of HP if they got hit by a Tier 4 player's attack. Not to mention, these Tier 4 players came to wage war. They most definitely had combination skills and battle arrays prepared. As soon as Sky Fox finished speaking, the magic barrier enveloping the empty woodland suddenly revealed itself. At this time, the Tier 4 magical class players inside the barrier had split into groups of 100 and were casting all sorts of large-scale spells, including Tier 4 defensive spells and offensive spells. These large-scale spells numbering more than a dozen were not the slightest bit weaker than the average Tier 5 defensive spell and offensive spell. A summoning array maintained by 600 players could also be seen in the center of the magic barrier. The summoning array was incredibly complex, making it impossible for outsiders to tell its rank. After these 600 players finished their incantation, the phantom of a 9-headed snake emerged from the ground. Tier 5. That's definitely a Tier 5 legendary monster. Although Sky Fox and his team didn't know what kind of monster the Outer World players had summoned, they could tell that it wasn't just a Tier 4 monster based on its aura. Aside from the rumored Tier 5 legendary monsters, they couldn't think of any other possibility. Facing such a monster, let alone one Tier 5, Sword Saint, even 2 or 3 Tier 5 players working together would fall. Upon seeing this monster, Sky Fox and the others couldn't help revealing looks of bitterness and despair. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EUA force of 5,000 plus Tier 4 experts was already plenty shocking, and it allowed them to realize just how wide the gap between the players of God's domain and of the Outer World was. Yet, reality now told them that the gap was far wider than they thought. The force of 5,000 plus Tier 4 experts was only the tip of the iceberg. However, unlike Sky Fox and his team, Feng, aboard the Crimson Dragon flying ship, remained unfazed by this situation. He simply took to the air and arrived above the magic barrier. He then unsheathed the newly upgraded Light of Two Worlds. Disappear. Feng brandished the Light of Two Worlds against the barrier. Holy Annihilation. Chapter 2902, Power of Tier 6. When Feng brandished the Light of Two Worlds, a dazzling brilliance replaced the dark clouds overhead, and the sky itself descended to the ground. Boom. 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 A series of deafening explosions rang through the forest, the effects of Feng's attack stupefying Sky Fox and the others. With just one attack, Feng destroyed all of the Outer World players' offensive spells, as well as the magic barrier protecting the Outer World players. Only after destroying several more defensive spells did the brilliance Feng's attack generated begin to dissipate. However, the areas Feng's attack passed through were now devoid of mana. Moreover, the resulting shockwave was so powerful that it reached Sky Fox's party several thousand yards away, sending the 6 players smashing into trees and stifling their breath. Isn't he a little too powerful? Sky Fox and the others were at a loss for words as they looked at Feng. All of them could tell that Feng's attack wasn't a skill but a combat technique. Nevertheless, he had managed to destroy all of the Outer World players' offensive spells and most of their defensive spells. Even the Tier 5 Imperial Knight I saw previously wasn't this strong, Bladeheart exclaimed. Is this the strength of God's domain's strongest player? Everyone in God's domain had already gotten a clear look at Feng's power during the battle at Ancient Rock City. However, compared to that time, the power Feng had just displayed was on a whole other level. The Tier 4 combination defensive spells the Outer World players used rivaled Tier 5 defensive spells in power. Even Tier 5 NPCs needed quite a few attacks to break through a Tier 5 defensive spell. Yet, Feng had destroyed multiple Tier 5 offensive and defensive spells with just one attack. Such power was beyond even Tier 5 NPCs. Feng was practically a god who had descended to the mortal world. Black flame, is it? Fighting spirit ignited in Bladeheart's eyes as he looked at Feng. I'm going to become as strong as him one day. At this time, Skyfox's party wasn't the only one shocked by Feng's display of power. The millions of Outer World players were similarly thunderstruck. What? Why does this world have such a powerful player? He must be a demigod NPC in disguise. Even a Tier 5 player can't destroy so many large-scale defensive spells. Unlike God's Domain's players, the Outer Worlds players had a considerable understanding of Tier 5 existences. This was because there were already some Outer World players who had attempted to get promoted to Tier 5. Many superpowers had also clashed against Tier 5 legendary monsters before, with some even succeeding in slaying one. As far as the Outer World players knew, Tier 5 players could only hold their ground against legendary monsters. They couldn't solo one. Even experts at the Tier 5 peak standard couldn't. With so many Tier 4 players working together, they could heavily injure even a Tier 5 legendary monster, let alone a Tier 5 player. Hence, what just happened was simply unbelievable. However, unlike most of the Outer World players, the superpower executives in charge of the army reacted much more calmly to this situation. As expected of our primary target this time. I can see why 100 Ghosts is so afraid of him that they did not send anyone over this time, the 4-meter-tall man serving as the army's general said in commendation as he observed Feng's hovering figure. No sooner had the giant man finished speaking than the female elf standing beside him said nonchalantly, "He might be strong, but he's facing the Weeping God army now. He still isn't qualified to fight us alone." Nobody present rebutted the female elf's words. Some of them even revealed excited expressions. 9-player armies had crossed the world passage this time, every one of them established by the various superpowers. The Weeping God army was one of these 9 armies, and heading it was Land of Gods, one of their God's Domain's 7 great guilds, with the support of 4 other superpowers. And out of the 9-player armies, the Weeping God army ranked 3rd in strength. The reason behind the Weeping God army's name was its successful slaying of an ancient demigod, an existence far stronger than even Tier 5 legendary monsters. This brilliant achievement was also why the Weeping God army had accepted the task of taking down Zero Wing's supporting kingdoms. All right. Although it is a little early, we'll summon the 9-headed world snake, the general said. He then turned to the female elf surrounded by dense bloodlust and said, "Wind, join the fight with your group as well. Let this world's natives know our power." Land of Gods had brought out their precious 9-snake summoning array to let all of God's Domain's forces know of its power. This summoning array was also the main reason the Weeping God army had managed to slay an ancient demigod. However, one had to pay a colossal price for each use of the summoning array, and it could be used only 4 times. Moreover, controlling the 9-headed world snake summoned was incredibly challenging. The task required 9 players with excellent control over mana and 1 player with remarkable control over their physical body, in other words, an existence at the Beyond Domain realm. Anyone weaker than that would have difficulty controlling the world snake's gigantic body. The female elf named Nightmarish Wind nodded and led 9 Tier 4 experts with incredibly powerful mana domains to the summoning array. All 10 of them then jumped into the illusory 9-headed snake's body. Immediately, the illusory 9-headed snake grew more tangible. Its size also increased. In just 3 seconds, the 9-headed snake's body, which originally measured around 100 meters in length, had grown to 1,000 meters. Each of its 9 heads had also enlarged to the size of mountains. Moreover, each of these heads now held mastery over a particular magical element, and they could independently cast spells of their respective element. Black Flame. I heard you're this world's strongest player. Nightmarish Wind, who was hidden inside the world snake's translucent body, sneered when she saw Feng still standing his ground. Unfortunately, you're not going to leave this place alive today. After saying so, Nightmarish Wind had the world snake fly toward Feng. The power its body exuded was so strong that the space in its path shattered. Simultaneously, the world snake's 9 heads cast 9 different Tier 5 spells and launched them at Feng. This scene made Sky Fox and his team shudder in fear. The current 9-headed world snake radiated a much more powerful aura than before, so much so that it felt like a completely different creature. Even the Tier 5 NPCs they had come across previously couldn't compare to this monster. Meanwhile, in front of the world snake, Feng looked like an ant, as if the world snake could wipe him out of existence with a single swipe of its tail. The simultaneous bombardment of 9 Tier 5 spells was something even several Tier 5 NPCs working together would fail to stop. However, even after seeing the world snake's attack, Feng remained unfazed. He simply raised the Light of Two Worlds once more and swung it at the world snake. World Breaker. Boom. For an instant, everyone on the battlefield felt the world around them disappear. Apart from an empty space filled with light, they could neither see nor feel anything around them. Everyone gradually recovered their senses, and once they did, they couldn't help gaping in shock, their minds going blank. Gone. The 9-headed world snake is gone. Moreover, the 9-headed world snake wasn't the only thing that disappeared. A significant part of the vast forest had also disappeared, and in its place was a crater over 4,000 yards in diameter, with the endless void in its depths. From the sky, it would seem as if something had just taken a bite out of the shadow forest. This sight rendered every surviving member of the Weeping God army speechless. Even the army's general couldn't bring himself to say anything for a long time. After all, Feng's strike didn't kill just the 9-headed world snake but also over a quarter of the Weeping God army. After falling into a daze for over a dozen seconds, the Outer World army's general inhaled deeply and yelled with all his might, "Run! Everyone! Run immediately! He's no longer human." This shout snapped the Weeping God army's surviving members out of their daze, and they began scattering and fleeing frantically. As for the general himself, he took out a Tier 4 instantaneous movement scroll and teleported out of the area immediately. He had no intention of lingering for even a moment longer. Meanwhile, when Feng looked at the vast abyss in the middle of the forest, he couldn't help sighing ruefully. No wonder Tier 6 players rarely fought on the main continent. If 2 Tier 6 players clashed, they could probably erase an entire empire from the continent. World Breaker wasn't an AE skill. Even so, it had still wreaked such damage on the Shadow Forest's terrain. This was something Feng never expected. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. After dealing a devastating blow to the Outer World army, Feng showed no interest in hunting down the fleeing players. That would simply be too tedious. Moreover, his attack had killed at least 70% of the Outer World army's Tier 4 players, allowing him to level up to level 174. It was easy to surmise just how many Tier 4 and Tier 3 players he had killed. Meanwhile, players killed by a Tier 6 attack wouldn't be able to log into the game for some time. Even if a Tier 6 attack didn't specifically target the soul, it would still cause significant damage to souls. Hence, players killed by Tier 6 attacks would get barred from the game for some time, and their souls would fall into a weakened state for 5 or 6 days afterward. Feng flew back to the Crimson Dragon flying ship and returned to Sky Spring City, leaving behind the fleeing Outer World army and the stupefied members of Sky Fox's party in the Shadow Forest. "Commander, what should we do? What else can we do? Hurry up and spread this information. We'll most likely need to rely on Zero Wing for this War of World." Chapter 2903, Fame Shakes God's Domain. Dark Knight Empire, Winter Night Border Fortress. With the opening of the Second War of Worlds, the Outer World's NPC army had appeared at the borders of many of the Eastern Continent's kingdoms and empires. Although no full-blown battles had taken place yet, many skirmishes had occurred already. Guild leader Lu, "I'm afraid things will be troublesome this time. The Outer World's NPC army is much larger than we anticipated. Although the Outer World player army we have to deal with is much smaller than those at the other empires, we'll still face a tough fight, even if we work together with the Empire's army." Hidden Cloud, the fifth-floor master of the Super Guild Nine Heavens Pavilion, said with a frown as he read the latest report on the Outer World's NPC army. If we can't even hold our side, there's no need to mention pushing back the Outer World's NPC army and taking Zero Wing's 2 cities in the Orc Empire. During the First War of Worlds, both sides had gathered all their forces at one location for a decisive battle. However, the Outer World's NPC army had acted differently this time, splitting into several dozen smaller groups and invading multiple kingdoms and empires simultaneously. Many of their targets were even empires holding strategic locations on the eastern continent. The forces the Outer World NPCs had invested into this second war were on a whole other level compared to before. Thus, many of the eastern continent's kingdoms and empires had no choice but to focus on defending their own territory. In this situation, even if the Twin Towers Kingdom and Starmoon Kingdom fell, Starlink and its several allied superpowers wouldn't be able to get the eastern continent's various kingdoms and empires to retake Starmoon Kingdom. And if Starmoon Kingdom remained in the Outer World NPC's hands, taking Zero Wing's lost ancient Rock City and Silverwing City would also be impossible. You can rest assured, Brother Cloud. According to the information I got, the several kingdoms neighboring the Dark Knight Empire that aren't under attack are already mobilizing their troops to the Dark Knight Empire, Lu Tiendi said, assuaging Hidden Cloud's worries. Once these kingdoms' armies arrive, combined with the players we have here, defending against the Outer World's NPC army shouldn't be difficult. As for Zero Wing's 2 guild cities, it doesn't matter even if we can't acquire them fully as planned. Once the Twin Towers Kingdom falls, Zero Wing will have to beg us to help defend Starmoon Kingdom to keep those 2 cities. At that time, let alone obtaining shares to those 2 guild cities, we might even be able to acquire shares for Zero Wing City. After hearing Lu Tiendi's words, Hidden Cloud nodded in agreement. Although there was a slight change to their plans, the overall situation remained in their favor. The Dark Knight Empire had an advantage in players over the Outer World army, so it wouldn't be difficult to repel the enemy. After all, players did not fear death, unlike NPCs. Moreover, the Dark Knight Empire had opened its treasury to players this time. Players fighting for the Empire would receive contribution points if they managed to kill the Outer World NPCs, and these points could be exchanged for weapons and equipment. Hence, the Empire's players no longer had to worry about running out of weapons and equipment. The only uncertainty left in their plan now was Zero Wing's decision. Zero Wing could either choose to monopolize Zero Wing City's benefits and abandon Starmoon Kingdom and its 2 guild cities in the Orc Empire, or give away a portion of Zero Wing City's benefits to secure Starmoon Kingdom and those 2 guild cities. However, just when Lu Tiendi, Hidden Cloud, and the other superpowers executives present were about to continue discussing how to proceed in the current situation, a commotion suddenly erupted among the Winter Night Fortress's players. Moreover, it grew louder and louder as more time passed. This situation confused Lu Tiendi and the others, who were holding a meeting atop the fortress's wall. Guild leader, something big happened. Suddenly, a middle-aged man approached the group of executives hurriedly and arrived before Lu Tiendi. This person was none other than Yi Kuei, Lu Tiendi's butler. At this time, Yi Kuei had an anxious expression, his usual composure nowhere in sight. What happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Lu Tiendi asked in dissatisfaction as he looked at Yi Kuei. As his butler and secretary in the guild, Yi Kuei could be considered a representative of Starlink. Yi Kuei was simply embarrassing Starlink by displaying such uncouth behavior in front of the various superpowers executives. This, Yi Kuei hesitated to speak as he looked at the various representatives present. From Yi Kuei's hesitancy, Lu Tiendi understood that his butler had something very important to tell him. He then said, "If you can't say it, send the information to me." Immediately, Yi Kuei forwarded the relevant information to Lu Tiendi. Although this situation piqued the various executives' curiosity, none of them said anything about Lu Tiendi and Yi Kuei's exchange. After all, every guild had its secrets. However, roughly 10 seconds after Lu Tiendi began reading the information Yi Kuei provided, his expression changed drastically. He even failed to control himself and shouted his thoughts. Impossible. Lu Tiendi's loss of composure surprised the various superpowers executives. Lu Tiendi had criticized Yi Kuei for the latter's loss of composure just a moment ago, Yet he was now behaving even worse than Yi Kuei. Just when the various superpowers executives were about to ask Lu Tiendi what information he had received, they suddenly received a message from their respective subordinates. The content of the message was simple, and it even came with a battle video attached. When the various executives played the battle video, what first entered their eyes was a man swinging a sword at one of the Outer Worlds player armies. However, the next moment, both a gigantic 9-headed snake and over 1/4 of the player army vanished along with a significant portion of the forest. Afterward, the remaining Outer World players scattered and fled the area. As for the man, he returned to the flying ship behind him and departed the area as well. A Crimson Dragon flying ship. Is he Black Flame? Questions and shock flooded the heads of the various superpowers executives. All of them were Tier 4 players, so despite the battle video's brevity, their eyes still managed to take note of every little detail in it. Although they couldn't see the 9-headed snake's information, based on the spatial fluctuations surrounding it, the monster was undoubtedly at the Tier 5 legendary rank. They also counted at least 4,000 Tier 4 players in the Outer Worlds player armor, far more than what any single empire on the eastern continent had faced so far. Yet, Feng had not only killed the Tier 5 legendary monster with one attack but also defeated the army of millions. After several minutes of silence, the various superpowers executives snapped out of their daze one after another. However, their earlier complacency was nowhere to be seen, replaced by solemn expressions. Guild Leader Lu, I still have something to do, so I'll be taking my leave first. Guild Leader Lu, my superior suddenly called me back for a meeting, so excuse me. Guild Leader Lu. The next moment, the various superpowers executives gave all sorts of excuses and left the fortress in quick succession. Even Hidden Cloud, Lu Tiendi's staunch supporter, suddenly said he felt ill and logged out of the game to rest. In no time at all, only Lu Tiendi and Yi Kuei remained on the fortress's wall. Yi Kuei's complexion turned livid as he watched the various superpowers executives leave. He then asked Lu Tiendi, "What should we do now, young master?" The strength Feng displayed had already thoroughly exceeded their imagination. After the battle in the Shadow Forest, Yi Kuei could already foresee the Outer Worlds players abandoning their attack on the Twin Towers Kingdom and Star Moon Kingdom. Since the Outer Worlds NPC army had split into several dozen groups, mainly targeting the various empires, Zero Wing should have no problem defending the Twin Towers Kingdom. Not to mention, Feng could solo Tier 5 legendary monsters. So long as he didn't foolishly rush into the NPC army's base camp, killing the Outer Worlds NPCs would be a cakewalk for him. In contrast to Zero Wing's situation, Starlink's situation was absolutely abysmal. If they went by the reactions of the various superpowers executives, these superpowers intended to abandon Starlink. "We haven't lost yet," Lu Tiendi said as he sent a cold glare at Yi Kuei. "Black Flame is the core of everything. So long as we deal with Black Flame, everything else will be simple. But Black Flame's strength is extraordinary. The Grandmasters the various corporations sent last time are still lying in the hospital," Yi Kuei said. Yi Kuei had received a fright when he heard this news back then. That was a force of 14 half-step Grandmaster and Grandmaster-level expert. Yet, these experts had actually lost. Moreover, according to them, Feng had defeated them all by himself. The strength he wielded was simply unbelievable. Moreover, the Grandmasters in the group even judged that Feng was most likely a mental strength master already. A mental strength master was an existence Starlink couldn't afford to offend, no matter what. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU at best, he has just become a mental strength master. He is still far from a match for my teacher, Lu Tiendi said coldly. "I don't know what happened, but my teacher suddenly became interested in God's domain recently and now wants to gain control over a powerful force in God's domain. He even told me to figure out a way to do so. My original plan was to annex Zero Wing for myself, but seeing as that's not possible now, I can give it to my teacher instead. With Zero Wing's current influence and resources, there's no way my teacher won't be interested. Moreover, Black Flame even got my senior brother kicked out of the upper zone. Given my teacher's personality, he will deal with Black Flame, even if Black Flame is now a mental strength master." Lu Tiendi no longer held any hope of annexing Zero Wing's resources. Nevertheless, he couldn't let Feng off the hook so easily. After Lu Tiandi finished speaking, he assigned some tasks to Yi Kuei and logged off to contact his teacher. In the meantime, the various powers of God's domain had also received news of Feng defeating one of the Outer Worlds player armies. The superpowers were shaken for a time, and their fear of Zero Wing skyrocketed. Some superpowers even began planning to convey good intentions to Zero Wing. However, Feng wasn't present in God's domain to receive any of these good intentions, as he had promptly logged out of the game after returning to Sky Spring City. This was because today was the day he would receive his large mansion. Chapter 2904, Changing Times. Yuantian City's Upper Zone, Base Layer, Upper Class Mansion District. Brother Shi, I really have to congratulate you this time. This large mansion is the last one available in the base layer. You probably can't get another one in Yuantian City's upper zone even if you want to in the future, Feng said when he saw Feng registering himself as the owner of the mansion in front of him. Looking at the three-story mansion, which occupied an area as large as half a football field, he couldn't repress his envy as he said, "You're only one of 3 people to own a large mansion as an individual in Yuantian City's upper zone." The base layer's 10 large mansions didn't just have the best position and environment. They also served as a status symbol. The only reason Feng got to stay in a large mansion himself was his status as the 5 states corporation's heir. The other members of his family, even those with excellent performance, could stay in the large mansion for only a short period. In comparison, Feng had purchased a large mansion all by himself. Moreover, he wouldn't have any people disturbing his peace. The heirs and heads of the base layer's various corporations would be green with envy once they heard about this. The last one? Feng was a little surprised. Weren't there 2 left before? Did someone buy the other one during this time? They concluded the purchase yesterday, Feng said, nodding. Sighing ruefully, he continued, "Moreover, you might very well know the person who bought it." "I know them." Feng grew even more surprised. There were only 10 large mansions in the base layer. Even a powerful organization like the Boulder Corporation didn't have the ability to purchase one. He found it truly hard to imagine that any of his acquaintances did. "You might not know her in real life, but you've probably heard of her in God's domain," Feng said, chuckling. "Does the name Endless Scars or Wei Yang Qianhen, 1, ring any bells? The Midnight Tea Party she belongs to is currently the target of recruitment of even the 5 great super guilds. Rumors say that she has already developed her mana body to the 120% completion rate, and she can probably get promoted to Tier 5 at any time." "It's her." Feng was startled. He had a general idea of Endless Scars' identity. He was sure that she was the princess of a major corporation and that she might live in the upper zone. However, he never thought that Endless Scars would hold such great strength in the upper zone that she could afford a large mansion. "It seems you do know her." Looking at Feng's surprised expression, Feng smiled and said, "She's quite something. You can even say that she's astounding. She managed to buy that mansion this time not because of her family but because her senior brother gifted it to her." "Gifted?" Feng was flabbergasted. He had spent a lot of 7 luminaries crystals to purchase a large mansion, and he didn't know how much time he would need to collect so many crystals again. "That's right. It's because she has incredible talent. A big shot in the middle layer recently took her in as his student. I heard that this big shot even paid a high price to borrow a middle layer reserve slot for her to help her break through to Mental Strength Master," Feng said, a hint of envy appearing in his eyes. "I have to admit that her talent is truly astonishing. She's been labeled the best talent Yuantian City's upper zone has seen in the past 100 years. Once she reaches the middle layer, she'll probably take only a few months to become a Mental Strength Master. And with her talent, beauty, and a middle layer big shot supporting her, she naturally became the target of pursuit of many of the upper zone's youths. One of them is Qin Baiyi, her senior brother. Qin Baiyi is also an extraordinary talent. He successfully broke through and became a Mental Strength Master 2 years ago, the youngest Mental Strength Master in Yuantian City's upper zone in the past 20 years. Because Wei Yang Qianhen arrived at Yuantian City's upper zone only recently, Qin Baiyi bought a large mansion as a temporary residence for her to adapt to the lifestyle here. Having spoken up to this point, Han Feng, who was normally indifferent to his surroundings, betrayed some yearning for the woman named Wei Yang Qianhen. After all, mental strength masters were incredibly rare, and a beautiful mental strength master was rarer. However, before Han Feng could fantasize for long, Feng interrupted him, asking, "Young Master Han, do I need to go through any procedures to let other people live in this mansion long term?" Fang Shahan had transferred 10 upper zone reserve slots, and he had already assigned them to Fire Dance and the others. The ordinary housing unit couldn't accommodate them all. Meanwhile, one would enjoy vastly different treatment depending on whether one had housing or not. A housing status didn't just signify that one had lodging, it also determined the exercise equipment and food one could gain access to, among other things. Those without housing could only enjoy the most common training facilities and food. If one wished to eat better food or rent the upper zone's high-tech training facilities, one needed to have housing status. "There are some," Han Feng said, nodding. "All you need to do is register their identities at the Green God Tower. If you're not familiar with anyone there, you can come with me. It so happens that I also need to register someone to my mansion." At this point, Han Feng no longer dared underestimate Feng. In fact, he had even begun placing great importance on Feng. Feng's defeating multiple Honglian grandmasters all by himself aside, just the position and resources Zero Wing currently held in God's domain already made the guild worthy of befriending for the upper zone's various organizations. After all, 7 luminaries crystals couldn't be acquired easily in God's domain. "I'll have to trouble you then, young Master Han," Feng said. Although Feng understood Han Feng's motives, he didn't reject the other party's goodwill. His partnership with Han Feng might be a long-term one, as he was severely lacking in resources and trade points. Meanwhile, the Five States Corporation possessed great influence in Yuantian City's upper zone. There should be a lot of things they could partner on in the future. Following this, Han Feng gave Feng a rundown on the basics of the large mansion. Then, the two made their way to the Green God Tower. The Green God Tower's lobby was as crowded as ever. Members of corporations and internal members of the Green God Company were lined up, waiting to exchange for various potions. These people easily numbered over 1,000, and more were still joining the line. The situation at the housing registration counter wasn't the slightest bit inferior, either. When Feng and Han Feng entered the exchange center, a young and beautiful girl wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt and denim shorts noticed them. She immediately strode over with her long legs and approached them in a sprightly manner. Upon seeing the approaching girl, Han Feng turned to Feng and said, "This is my younger cousin, Han Rongrong. The family recently decided to have her live in the mansion because of her talent." When Feng saw the lively girl in front of him, he was somewhat surprised. Firstly, it was because of Han Rongrong's talent. From what he could tell, the girl was only around 16 or 17 years old, yet she had already reached the half-step Honglian Grandmaster standard. Secondly, it was because Han Rongrong's appearance resembled the famous Chaos Witch of his previous life. Although Chaos Witch was labeled a witch, she didn't actually play a magical class in God's domain. Instead, she was a guardian knight. Unlike Gentle Snow and Phoenix Rain, who had risen to fame early on in God's domain, Chaos Witch had joined God's domain 2 years after its launch. However, her rise was rapid, getting promoted to Tier 5 in less than 2 years. She had also become one of God's domain's 12 sacred guardian knights and had been only half a step away from getting promoted to Tier 6. "Hello. My name is Han Rongrong. I heard a lot about you from my cousin. He says you're very strong. If there's an opportunity, we must have a spar with each other," Han Rongrong said as she looked at Feng with eyes sparkling with curiosity and fighting spirit. "Rongrong, stop messing around. Brother can defeat even Honglian Grandmasters. Someone who isn't even a Honglian Grandmaster has no business challenging him," Han Feng said as he glared at Han Rongrong. After taking a deep breath, he continued, "Let's head to the VIP hall to get the residence registration done." However, Han Rongrong paid no heed to Han Feng's scolding. She even made a funny face at Han Feng. While following behind her cousin, she quietly observed Feng, the rumored extraordinary expert. The Green God Tower's VIP hall, located on the 22nd floor, was dedicated to receiving people of a certain status in the base layer. The base layer's average resident couldn't come here even if they wanted to. Only heirs of major corporations like Feng had the qualifications to do so. However, the so-called VIP hall wasn't anything special. It merely functioned as a specialized housing registration center. VIPs seeking to exchange for points and items still had to line up downstairs like everyone else. When Feng, Feng, and Han Rongrong entered the VIP hall, they found it nearly empty. Read latest chapters at Wuxia World. EU. However, upon seeing a group of 5 in the hall, Feng couldn't help tensing up. Of the 5, 4 were male, and 1 was female. 3 of the 4 males were the top 3 rankers of the current contribution competition, while the last was a young man clad in white. As for the female, she was a beautiful young woman in a blue dress with an indifferent expression. Currently, the 4 males surrounded the woman. This woman was none other than Wei Yang Qianhen, or Endless Scars, the person Feng mentioned earlier. When Feng's group entered the hall, Wei Yang Qianhen shifted her gaze toward them. Before Feng and the others could react, she suddenly made her way toward them, causing Feng to widen his eyes in shock. Feng, right? Or should I call you Guild Leader Black Flame? Wei Yang Qianhen said, smiling faintly as she took in Feng's dazed expression. You deceived me so badly before.
Chapter 302. The Empress hurriedly supported Emperor Jiawen and said with a worried expression, Your Majesty, you must be careful of your body. Emperor Jiawen's hand tightly grasped the Empress's wrist. With great difficulty, he steadied himself and anxiously looked at the 9 Netherworld Tower. His heart was filled with worry and anger. How could this be? Aren't the other students here? Why is he in the 9 Netherworld Tower? Zhuarong and the others looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Boom. At this moment, the flames above the 9 Netherworld Tower exploded again. It continued to spread upwards. Emperor Jiawen's heart twitched when he saw this. Finally, he could not hold back the anger in his heart and shouted, His body is not good, and you still let him enter the 9 Netherworld Tower? What are your intentions? If something happens to him, I will definitely not let you off lightly. Emperor Jiawen had always been respectful towards the elders and teachers of the Celestial Foothill Academy. He had never spoken to them with such a tone. So when this shout came out, everyone was taken aback. Only then did they realize that His Majesty was not just worried about King Li. Zhuarong helplessly explained, Your Majesty, please calm down. This matter was actually His Highness King Li himself entered. Emperor Jiawen was taken aback, his face full of suspicion. How is that possible? Rong Xiu clearly knew that he was ill. How could he take things too hard and enter the 9 Netherworld Tower? We did not dare to deceive Your Majesty and could only tell the truth. In fact, before the 9 Netherworld Tower changed, all the students were driven out. Then in the 9 Netherworld Tower, the black karmic fire burned. But it was at that time that His Highness King Li entered the 9 Netherworld Tower. He swallowed hard. Elder Wei Yun and the others tried to stop him, but they could not. It was an extremely simple sentence, but it contained a huge amount of information. Emperor Jiawen took a while to react and asked in disbelief, You mean he went through the fire and entered? Because of shock, his voice trembled a little. Zhuarong and the others could only nod. Yes. In fact, weren't they also full of horror? Rong Xiu's action was tantamount to courting death. Later we also tried to go in, but the fire was too big, there was no way. Zhuarong said and lowered his head. He knew that his explanation sounded weak and feeble, although it was the truth. But they really did not protect Rong Xiu. Something really happened to Rong Xiu. Emperor Jiawen raised his head and stared blankly at the 9 Netherworld Towers surrounded by the black karmic fire. His face was pale and he did not speak for a long time. The Empress stood beside him, her wrist was unconsciously pinched by him to the point that it hurt. Without looking, she knew that it must be bruised. But she quietly endured it. What was this pain? Hearing the news that Rong Xiu was trapped in the 9 Netherworld Tower was enough to offset this pain. If Rong Xiu went to such a dangerous place, could he still survive? She was originally worried about how to deal with this thorn in her side, but she did not expect that he would send himself to death. Zhuarong said very clearly that it was Rong Xiu himself who wanted to go in. So if he died, no one could be blamed. At least, it had nothing to do with her mother and son. The Empress suppressed the joy in her heart and her pair of willow-shaped eyebrows tightly knitted. She comforted, Your Majesty, don't be anxious. Prince Li has always done things with propriety. There must be a reason for him to do this. Now that Elder Yi is also here, I believe that Prince Li will be safe. At this time, Emperor Jiawen did not listen to a single word. Elder Yi was indeed here, but who could not see that the heaven-sealing array would not last long? Moreover, even the 9 Netherworld Tower was beginning to collapse. Quickly think of a way to save Rong Xiao. Emperor Jiawen murmured and suddenly saw Mu Qinghe's figure from the corner of his eyes. His eyes lit up as if he had seen the last straw. Deputy General Mu. Deputy General Mu. Hearing this, Mu Qinghe looked at Emperor Jiawen. He was naturally aware of the movements on Emperor Jiawen's side. He also knew that Emperor Jiawen wanted to ask him for help. However, he had no intention of making a move. Looking at Mu Qinghe's cold and indifferent expression, Emperor Jiawen felt very apprehensive. But at this juncture he could not think of any other way and could only plead, "Deputy General Mu, your strength is superb, you can definitely, don't save him." Mu Qinghe straightforwardly interrupted Emperor Jiawen's words, leaving no room for discussion. Emperor Jiawen's face turned even paler. Just when he wanted to continue fighting, Mu Qinghe said again, "He is not in any danger now, why should we save him?" Inside the Jiuyo Tower. Bang! The red demon suffered a blow, and its body flew backward, falling heavily to the ground. The green flames on its body had also become much weaker. Red demon. Chu Luiwei immediately went forward. The red demon struggled to get up, but in the end it still fell down. On its wing there was a bloody wound. Chu Luiwei carefully picked it up and looked back. In the transparent medicine cauldron, the aura of the phantom formed by the black hellfire had also weakened a lot. The two of them fought fiercely and actually ended in a draw. Chu Luiwei knew that the red demon had fought with the other party before and was injured. Therefore, she did not dare to underestimate it in the slightest. However, she did not expect that the red demon would still be evenly matched with the other party when it attacked with all its might. If she really let this thing escape, she really did not know how much trouble it would cause. At this moment, Chu Luiwei saw another stream of light flash past the transparent medicine cauldron. This time it was much clearer than before. Chu Luiwei could even tell that the stream of light seemed to be following the strange lines on the medicine cauldron. She did not know if it was her imagination. She had a feeling that after the stream of light flashed, the lines on the medicine cauldron seemed to be clearer than before. The red demon lay in Chu Luiwei's arms, but it still stared at the medicine cauldron, its eyes filled with indignation. It had already embarrassed itself enough to lose once, but it did not expect to lose the second time. If this were to spread, would its reputation still exist? It moved and wanted to fight again, but it just flapped its wings weakly. Chu Luiwei said, "You're injured now, so you'd better behave first." The red demon immediately obediently retracted its wings. But thinking that it would appear very useless after this fight, it could not help but bury its head in a fit of pique. Chu Luiwei understood. "You want me to help you get revenge?" Only then did the red demon poke its head out and answer pitifully. Tuanzi glanced at it contemptuously and sneered. It was useless. The red demon immediately glared at it fiercely. Chu Luiwei patted its head and smiled helplessly. "All right. Just wait by the side." The red demon then reluctantly left and flew to the side. Before leaving, it did not forget to raise its head at the black hellfire with an arrogant look as if it had found a backer. Chu Luiwei held her forehead. The red demon did not seem to realize that she was no longer who she used to be. She was really not sure whether she could win or not. Thinking of this, she turned over her palm. With a thought, a crimson flame suddenly rose into the sky. Almost at the same time. Above the transparent medicine cauldron, endless flowing light suddenly gushed out. The lines on it quickly became clear. Boom. Digression, I'm going out and will be back very late. So there may not be 5 updates. If there is, it will be very late. You can read it tomorrow. Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. Chapter 303. Chu Luiwei was shocked. You're the legendary three-eyed eagle? It was rumored that this divine beast was born in the far north desert and had the ability to see through heaven and earth. She had never seen a real divine beast in her 2 lives. The reason she knew about the legendary three-eyed eagle was that she had accidentally read about it in the secret history of the Tianling dynasty. She had never thought that she would meet such a divine beast. Although it was just a soul, it was already shocking enough. The legendary three-eyed eagle nodded. After a while, it seemed to be worried that Chu Luiwei wouldn't believe it, so it closed its eyes. After a short silence, a vertical pupil suddenly appeared in the middle of its eyes. There was no pupil in that vertical pupil, only a round, scarlet eyeball. It looked very strange. Chu Luiwei frowned and asked suspiciously, "Isn't the third eye of the legendary three-eyed eagle silver? Why is yours red?" This time, It was the legendary three-eyed eagle's turn to be surprised. "You've seen my race?" Chu Liwei pondered for a moment. "My ancestor has seen it before." The legendary three-eyed eagle looked at Chu Liwei meaningfully and said slowly, "My third eye was indeed silver. My divine eye was indeed silver-white in the past, but it was completely destroyed in the battle 1,000 years ago. It was also because of this that I was trapped here for 1,000 years." Chu Liwei instantly understood. "I see. No wonder someone would spend so much effort to build Jiyo Tower. It was because they wanted to suppress a divine beast." When she first found out that there was a divine beast suppressed in the pit of heavenly origins, she was still shocked. However, everything made sense if it was the legendary three-eyed eagle. Other than this level of existence, other divine beasts couldn't possibly survive in the pit of heavenly origins for 1,000 years. Chu Liwei pondered for a moment. "Actually, this heavenly square cauldron is really used to suppress you, right?" An extremely sharp glint flashed across the legendary three-eyed eagle's eyes. Chu Liwei smiled faintly. After a short confrontation, the legendary three-eyed eagle finally said, I forgot that the heavenly square Saint Cauldron is already in your body." In other words, it had already recognized Chu Liwei as its master. Chu Liwei naturally knew everything about it. Not bad. Although there were restrictions on Jiyo Tower, they didn't pose a threat to him at all. Even with the existence of the heaven sealing formation, it was unable to truly trap it. If there was only Jiyo Tower, it would have escaped long ago. Unfortunately, there was still the heavenly square cauldron. That was the real reason why it had been trapped for 1,000 years. Chu Liwei looked around but did not see any bones. "Then your skeleton. The karmic fire in the heavenly square cauldron is enough to incinerate everything," the legendary three-eyed eagle said coldly. Chu Liwei was a little confused. "Since this thing is so powerful, why hasn't your soul dissipated after being burned for so long?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Liwei could feel the hatred in the legendary three-eyed eagle's eyes. "He did it on purpose. He did it on purpose." Its voice suddenly became sharp, causing Chu Liwei to feel a sharp pain in his ears. "Who is he? The person who suppressed the legendary three-eyed eagle here? What on purpose?" Chu Liwei asked instinctively. These words seemed to evoke the painful past of the legendary three-eyed eagle. It let out a shrill cry, filled with endless resentment and grief. "He suppressed me in Jiyo Tower, burned me with the karmic fire in the heavenly square cauldron, and nourished me with the force of the pit of heavenly origins. He made me suffer between life and death, generation after generation, never to be reincarnated." Chu Liwei's heart trembled slightly. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. This way the legendary three-eyed eagle could suffer this terrifying punishment day and night, and it could never escape death. Death would be the end of it, but the most terrifying thing was that it would be worse than death. Who knew what kind of grudge that person had with the legendary three-eyed eagle? However, from the way he punished it, he was indeed a ruthless person. Chu Liwei couldn't help but recall all the rumors about Tianlu Academy in her mind. However, after thinking about it, she realized that she knew very little about the founder of Tianlu Academy, who was also the first dean. She didn't even know that person's name. In fact, she wasn't the only one. The others didn't seem to be familiar with him either. Tianlu Academy was an extremely special existence in country Yaoqian. Everyone knew that it was a top-notch academy for cultivators, but very few people knew about Tianlu Academy's earliest history. "So you've been trying to get out of here all this time?" Chu Liwei asked softly. The legendary three-eyed eagle sneered. "That's right. He thought that he was smart and found a balance between the two. He thought that he could make me suffer for eternity. However, he didn't expect that water would penetrate a stone. 1,000 years was really too long. Even it didn't know how it had endured day by day. When it was suppressed at the beginning, it was in so much pain that it wanted to die. However, to it even death was a luxury. Later, it discovered that it could devour the force in the pit of heavenly origins. It contained violent and ferocious impurities. An ordinary fiend might have already exploded and died. However, it was a divine beast, and the karmic fire in the heavenly square cauldron happened to be able to refine it. Over time, it would be able to silently absorb energy from it and gradually become stronger. Until today it could finally take a gamble. It had seen the locking heaven formation 1,000 years ago and knew how to break it long ago. Chu Liwei suddenly asked, "Why did you do that? Then why did you target me when I entered Jiyo Tower?" The legendary three-eyed eagle fell silent. After a while it said in a gloomy voice, "Because there's an extremely powerful force in your body. I want to obtain this power, which is why I attacked you." Chu Luiyue narrowed her eyes. Was it referring to the water droplet in her dantian? You're indeed different from ordinary people, aren't you? Otherwise you wouldn't have been able to reach the 7th level. Chu Luiyue glanced at Dumpling. She was different from ordinary people, and Dumpling was also very different from ordinary fiends. Now, since you're the owner of the Heavenly Square Cauldron, I won't be your enemy. Chu Luiyue didn't comment. Right now, everyone outside must be on high alert. The Academy's elders and teachers want to suppress you again. If I let you go, how should I deal with this situation? The legendary three-eyed eagle fell silent. Moreover, you're in a soul state now. Even if I let you go, how far can you escape? Without the force in the pit of heavenly origins, how long can you survive? Chu Luiyue asked lightly. A hint of struggle flashed across the legendary three-eyed eagle's eyes. After a long while, it suddenly raised its head and looked at Chu Luiyue. As long as you agree to extinguish the karmic fire in the Heavenly Square Cauldron, I'm willing to follow you. Chapter 304. Really? Chu Luiyue seemed to be a little tempted. Of course. Although I don't have a physical body now, I still have my strength. If I were to follow you, I would be considered as your right-hand man. As the legendary three-eyed eagle spoke, its cold gaze swept across Dumpling and Hong Yao. Although it didn't say anything, its meaning was already very obvious. As a mythical beast, it was the strongest existence here. Not to mention country Yao Qin, even in the entire Black Tortoise continent, mythical beasts were existences that could look down on the world. Dumpling instantly exploded and bared its teeth. What kind of gaze is that? Isn't it just a mythical beast? What's so great about it? It doesn't even have a physical body. It's far worse than the others. Hong Yao rolled its eyes and flew to Chu Luiyue's shoulder. It didn't seem to intend to get involved in this matter and just seriously combed its feathers. Then, a feather with faint bloodstains fell, seemingly unintentionally floating in front of Chu Luiyue's eyes. Hong Yao was stunned and then leaned on Chu Luiyue's neck aggrievedly, its eyes filled with tears. Although it didn't say anything, this series of actions was silently accusing the legendary three-eyed eagle of its previous atrocities. Chu Luiyue smiled helplessly and touched its wings. Alright, I know you're in pain. Look at its current situation. It's much worse than you. You've taken your revenge, right? Hong Yao turned its head and sobbed even harder. Chu Luiyue was speechless. Why do I feel that Hong Yao's personality is even more delicate than before? Hong Yao, if your master sees this scene. Hong Yao's body stiffened. Mu Qinghe's heart had always been cold. No matter how much Hong Yao acted coquettishly, angry and pitiful, it was useless against Mu Qinghe. It was also because it was now beside Chu Luiyue that it was so unscrupulous. If you feel too free, I can send you back at any time. Hearing this, Red Demon finally recognized the situation in front of it and stayed aside obediently. That mythological beast wasn't that powerful either. Previously it was pretending to be a big-tailed wolf. Now wasn't it submitting to Chu Luiyue? Even if it had to follow Chu Luiyue in the end, it would be ranked behind it. At that time, it would be a good opportunity to teach it the rules of first come, first served. Thinking of this, Red Demon was finally in a good mood. It flapped its wings with satisfaction. Chu Luiyue looked at the legendary three-eyed eagle. With the help of a divine beast, who wouldn't be tempted? Even she felt the same way. Now that she was alone and weak, if she could really have the help of such a powerful divine beast, it would definitely be a lot more convenient. The eyes of the legendary three-eyed eagle flickered. So I don't agree. Chu Luiyue smiled and rejected the suggestion of the legendary three-eyed eagle. I can let you stay in the Heavenly Square Cauldron and take you out. This way no one will find out that you're hiding on my body and you'll be able to escape. However, I will not extinguish the hellfire in the Heavenly Square Cauldron. Of course I will provide you with nutrients. Although the water droplet in my dantian is not the pit of heavenly origins, it contains abundant energy. As long as you want, I can give you a portion of it at regular intervals to ensure that you can continue to maintain your current strength or even become stronger. Agree or disagree, you can choose now. Chu Luiyue wasn't stupid. The legendary three-eyed eagle was a divine beast. Although it didn't have a physical body, its remnant soul obviously couldn't be underestimated. At least it wasn't something that a mere stage 2 warrior like her could control. If she really let the legendary three-eyed eagle escape, its first target might be her. The only thing that could restrain it was the hellfire in the Heavenly Square Cauldron. How could she agree to extinguish the hellfire? The legendary three-eyed eagle stared at Chu Luiyue. The human race is as cunning as always. Oh, you're worse than him. Back then that person had a blood feud with it, so he thought of such a cruel way to torture it. Although it was full of resentment, it had to accept it. But now what about Chu Luiyue? She actually wanted to take advantage of the fact that she had become the owner of the Heavenly Square Cauldron to control and make use of it. You're not helping me at all, you're just making use of me. Chu Luiyue's smile deepened as she admitted frankly. Yes. In her previous life, she trusted too easily and ended up in a miserable state. Facing a legendary three-eyed eagle that had been trapped for 1,000 years, she naturally had to be more vigilant. So do you agree or not? If you feel humiliated, it's fine. For the sake of this Heavenly Square Cauldron, I can give you a quick death. Chu Luiyue said very generously. The legendary three-eyed eagle fell into silence and didn't speak for a long time. Chu Luiyue shrugged. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Fine, I'll grant you that. The legendary three-eyed eagle suddenly shouted. Chu Luiyue smiled until her eyes turned into crescents. Wouldn't it have been better if you had agreed earlier? You've wasted so much time. The legendary three-eyed eagle felt that if it still had its physical body, it would probably vomit blood because of Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue closed her eyes and held her breath. The floating water droplet suddenly fell into the last cluster of black karmic fire in the Heavenly Square Cauldron. Ah! The legendary three-eyed eagle let out a shrill cry. What are you doing? Chu Luiyue smiled faintly. You said earlier that you and the Heavenly Square Cauldron had been interdependent for 1,000 years. I thought that the karmic fire should already contain your power, right? If I don't check it properly, I'm afraid I won't even know how I died. As she spoke, Chu Luiyue checked the last cluster of karmic fire. There seemed to be something burning fiercely in the black karmic fire, letting out a strange sizzling sound. The cries of the legendary three-eyed eagle were mixed in. Chu Luiyue turned a deaf ear. Soon, the karmic fire, which was originally pure black, gradually changed color. Chu Luiyue's eyes narrowed, as expected. The karmic fire was indeed mixed with too much of the legendary three-eyed eagle's power. Just now, it pretended to be deeply hurt and begged Chu Luiyue to extinguish the karmic fire, but in fact, it was to provoke Chu Luiyue to leave the karmic fire. This was the most convenient way for it. However, it didn't expect Chu Luiyue to see through its plan. Gradually, the sound of its screeching grew weaker. The black color of the cluster of karmic fire also gradually faded. When the last trace of impurities was removed, the last cluster of karmic fire had become completely transparent and had completely merged with the originally transparent Heavenly Square Cauldron. Only the flickering swastika character could be clearly seen. The legendary three-eyed eagle's translucent soul was also in it, and it had completely fainted because of its weakness. Chu Luiyue opened his eyes and looked at his palm. A faint swastika character was faintly discernible. Then she looked at her surroundings. It was empty. Boom. A huge rock suddenly fell from the top of her head. She was shocked. Juyo Tower was really going to collapse. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 305. She turned around to leave. Dumpling Hongyao, let's go. The Heavenly Square Cauldron had become hers, and the legendary three-eyed eagle was in her hands. Juyo Tower could no longer support itself. Bang. Boom. Bam. More and more rocks fell and smashed onto the ground. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. Chu Luiyue quickly rushed to the stairs of the 7th floor, wanting to go down. However, he suddenly realized that the barrier that had been bitten by Tuanzi had already been restored to its original state. Moreover, there seemed to be a cage outside the barrier. Chu Luiyue frowned. Suddenly the cage outside disappeared silently. A familiar tall figure gradually appeared. A thought flashed across Chu Luiyue's mind. Could it be? The next moment, the person opposite her seemed to reach out and gently tapped on the barrier. The barrier silently split from the middle. A cold and devilish face appeared in front of her. Chu Luiyue opened her mouth. Rongxiu, why are you here? Rongxiu's eyes were deep. Suddenly, he pulled her into his arms. Boom. An entire wall suddenly collapsed and smashed onto the spot where Chu Luiyue was standing just now. Chu Luiyue leaned against Rongxiu's arms and looked back. The originally empty 7th floor was in a mess, and the ground was filled with rocks. She gently exhaled. Although she could avoid this level of danger, she felt more at ease with Rongxiu here. She remembered that Rongxiu wasn't around when she came in. This meant that he came in after her. You came in after Juyo Tower changed? Chu Luiyue asked softly. Rongxiu grunted and hugged her even tighter. Chu Luiyue looked up at him. Elder Wei Yun didn't stop you? As the person guarding Juyo Tower, Elder Wei Yun would definitely sense that something was wrong with Juyo Tower immediately. Logically speaking, he would never allow Rongxiu to enter like this. Rong Xiu looked at the worry in her clear and bright eyes, and his lips curved up. Of course I did. He didn't manage to stop her. Are you worried? Of course Chu Luiyue was worried. Jiuyou Tower was so dangerous and Rong Xiu had barged in just like that. Elder Wei Yun and the rest would definitely be suspicious. Previously he had been hiding it well. If something was exposed because of this, don't worry. Rong Xiu lowered his head and kissed her soft lips. The cool and soft touch made Chu Luiyue's heart empty. Rong Xiu's indistinct syllables came from between his lips and teeth. You just have to put on a show with me. Chu Luiyue was stunned. What? Rong Xiu chuckled and bit her lips gently. Chu Luiyue opened her mouth instinctively. Rong Xiu attacked her and hugged her for a while before he stopped before he lost control. Chu Luiyue's eyes were watery from his kiss. Rong Xiu glanced at her, then his gaze landed on her red and full lips. His eyes darkened. It was a pity that Jiuyou Tower was about to collapse. Otherwise they could have stayed here for a while longer. Although he had already considered that he would have to go out and meet those people later and didn't dare to go overboard, he still couldn't control himself and kissed her until her lips were slightly red and swollen. He held Chu Luiyue's face and pressed his thumb against her lips gently. A good show. Chu Luiyue looked at him in confusion. The next moment Rong Xiu suddenly let go of her. He walked to the side and casually picked up a stone. Chu Luiyue suddenly had a strange premonition. Rip. With a calm expression, Rong Xiu used the sharp edges of the stone to harshly cut his arm. His snow-white clothes were instantly torn apart. A wound so deep that his bones could be seen immediately appeared on his arm. Fresh blood spurted out and quickly dyed his clothes red. Rong Xiu. Chu Luiyue immediately went forward, grabbed his wrist and asked anxiously. What are you doing? Rong Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly and moved closer to her ear. His voice was low and pleasant. Beauty, you risked your life to save me. I have nothing to repay you with. I can only repay you with my body. Chu Luiyue widened her eyes slightly. You. Rong Xiu actually planned to rip. Rong Xiu made another cut on his hand. Chu Luiyue's heart was throbbing painfully. She pressed his hand down. Rong Xiu, you don't have to do this. You really don't have to do this. There are many reasons. You can just think of one. You don't have to. But that's not as convincing as this. Rong Xiu smiled faintly. That would be troublesome. This is better. I don't want to wait any longer. There was no better reason than this to let the two of them be together. Opportunities were hard to come by. What was such a small injury to him? Chu Luiyue's heart trembled violently. For some reason, the tip of her nose suddenly felt a little sore. Rong Xiu kissed her eyes. If you don't want to look, then don't look. We'll be out soon. Chu Luiyue shook her head. No, it's not that I don't want to look. She paused, then said in a low voice. I can't bear to. Although her voice was low, it was incomparably firm. Rong Xiu was stunned. Then, the corners of his eyes and the tips of his brows were tinged with a smile. With your words, even if I'm covered in bruises, it's still worth it. With that, he raised his hand again and made another cut on his body. Boom. Jiuyou Tower collapsed even more. Rong Xiu pulled Chu Luiyue into his arms. Stones rolled down. Chu Luiyue leaned tightly against Rong Xiu's chest. Her entire body was protected in his arms, and she couldn't see anything. However, she could clearly hear the sound of everything collapsing around her. And those stones fell on Rong Xiu's body with dull thuds. One and another. Chu Luiyue's heart also seemed to have been hit hard by something. Chapter 306. On Long Long. Jiuyou Tower suddenly collapsed. Despair was written all over everyone's faces. Jiuyou Tower had been in Tianlu Academy for thousands of years, and they had always been proud of it. Nobody would have thought that it would be destroyed in such a way. The most important thing was that there was a terrifying, ferocious beast inside. Sun Zhongyan looked at Yi Zhiding nervously. Uncle Master, the locking heaven formation has been broken, and Jiuyou Tower has completely collapsed. What should we do next? Yi Zhiding knitted his brows and stared at the ruins. That's not right. Sun Zhongyan was dazed. What's not right? Since all the restrictions have been broken, that beast should have rushed out. Why hasn't there been any movement yet? Upon hearing this, Sun Zhongyan immediately realized something. You're saying? Yi Zhiding shook his head and walked forward. Uncle Master. Sun Zhongyan immediately stopped him. It's dangerous. Yi Zhiding waved the blood-stained fan in his hand and chuckled. No matter what, I'm still the director. How can I not go and take a look when such a big thing has happened? He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the ferocious beast's aura seemed to have disappeared. He didn't notice when he had this feeling, but at this point he really couldn't sense any danger from the ruins. Sun Zhongyan hurriedly said, "I'll go with you." The two of them went forward together. Emperor Jiawen looked at this scene dejectedly as if all his energy had been sucked out. Jiuyo Tower was already in danger when it was surrounded by the black fire. Now Jiuyo Tower had completely collapsed into ruins. Rongxiu, I'm afraid. The Empress held his arm and softly consoled him. Your Majesty, my condolences. What nonsense are you saying? Emperor Jiawen was agitated by the words and he pushed her harshly. The Empress didn't notice and her body fell to the ground uncontrollably. I want to see him if he's alive and I want to see his corpse if he's dead. Everything isn't clear yet. Who allowed you to curse him to die? Hollered Emperor Jiawen as his face flushed red and his veins popped out. The surroundings instantly quietened down. Countless pairs of eyes landed on the Empress. The Empress felt like there was a blade on her back and she was embarrassed. As the Empress, she had always been high and mighty. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Although His Majesty did not dote on her much, he had always been very respectful. He had never laid a hand on her and even rarely reprimanded her. But now, in front of all these people, she had lost all her face. Your Highness. Eunuch Min hurriedly stepped forward. Yang, are you all right? As he spoke, he didn't forget to reprimand the person beside him. Are you all blind? What are you waiting for? The palace servants, who were shocked on the spot, finally reacted. They hurriedly went forward and helped the Empress up in a flurry. The Empress Phoenix hairpin was already a little crooked, and there was a lot of dust on her exquisite and luxurious palace dress. She looked very disheveled. The palace servants only took a glance and quickly lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. The Empress took a deep breath, pushed them away and forced a smile. I'm fine. His Majesty was worried about Prince Li and was anxious. Go. Find it for me. Even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground, he had to find it. Emperor Jiawen didn't seem to notice what was happening here as he only cared about Rongxiu. He hollered at the people below. The Empress choked on her words and her face burned. This was equivalent to 2 tight slaps on her face. The surrounding gazes were like sharp knives that almost pierced through her. She wanted to leave immediately, but she clearly couldn't. She took a deep breath in and suppressed all her emotions. She tidied her phoenix hairpin and bowed to Emperor Jiawen. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I misspoke. Actually, I'm very worried about Prince Li. Emperor Jiawen coldly glanced at her as if he had seen through everything. The Empress's heart skipped a beat and she couldn't say the rest of her words. She guiltily turned away. Emperor Jiawen chuckled in his heart. The Empress looked dignified and magnanimous, but that wasn't the case in reality. She didn't like that person back then, so she naturally wouldn't like her son now. If something really happened to Rongxiu, she would be happier than anyone else. In the past, he just turned a blind eye to it, but he couldn't be bothered to deal with her now. On the other side, Chuning had already rushed over with his men. He directly walked in a certain direction. His footsteps were hurried and his expression was tense. The compass shows that is here, so she should be fine. Chuning walked to a certain spot and wanted to move a rock away. However, he quickly realized that the problem was more serious than he thought. The material used to build Jiuyo Tower was very special. It was just a rock that was half a person's height, but it weighed almost a ton. He was a stage 5 warrior, and he was considered a top warrior in the entire country Yaoqian. However, even for him it was not an easy task to clear all the rocks here. When the Imperial Guard saw Chuning's reaction, they hurriedly followed him. Lord, did you discover something? Chuning shook his head and didn't say anything, but he didn't stop moving. The crowd looked at each other. They had also heard from Tianlu Academy's people that Lord Chuning's only daughter, Chu Luiyue, was also trapped inside. She was most likely dead. Go over there and move all the rocks away. Chuning ordered. The subordinates dispersed. Chuning dug with all his might, and a few cuts appeared on his hands, which were dripping with blood. However, he didn't seem to be affected as he stubbornly cleared the rocks away. Everyone had different expressions when they saw this scene. What's wrong with Lord Chuning? Although His Majesty asked us to find someone, isn't he a little too stubborn? Could it be that he really intends to dig up this pile of ruins? Don't you know that Chu Luiyue is also inside? Ah, I see. Then isn't she also? What a pity. Lord Chuning has been through a lot all these years. Now that he finally made it, something like this happened. Chuning turned a deaf ear to everyone's discussion. Then he realized that there were a few more people beside him. He looked up and saw a few familiar young faces. Hongyu? It was Mu Hongyu, Xin Hu and Gu Mingfeng. Mu Hongyu's eyes were red, but she looked very determined. Uncle, we're here to help you. Chu Ning's heart warmed as he nodded. Help me here. The few of them immediately took action. Even Zhuo Rong and the rest couldn't bear to see this scene. Lord Chu Ning, we know that you're very worried about Lu Yu, but none of us wanted this to happen. She, screech. A crisp cry suddenly came from the ruins. Then, a few rocks that were piled up together were suddenly blown away by a ball of green flames. A green sparrow flew out quickly. 2 figures appeared in front of everyone. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 307. Yuh. Prince Li. Everyone was shocked when they saw the 2 of them. Who else could it be but Chu Luiyue and Rong Xiu, who were previously trapped in Jiuyou Tower? Chu Ning immediately walked over with big strides. Yuh. Are you okay? He asked nervously as he sized up Chu Luiyue. When he saw that Chu Luiyue's body was covered in blood and dust, his heart skipped a beat. You're injured? Chu Luiyue's lips were dry and white as he weakly shook his head. No, it's mainly because His Highness. Chu Ning then saw that Chu Luiyue was supporting Rong Xiu, and his situation seemed to be even worse. His face was as pale as a sheet, and he was barely breathing as if he would faint at any moment. There were many wounds on his body, and some were so deep that his bones could be seen. What happened to His Highness? 7. Emperor Jiawen was surprised when he saw Rong Xiu come out, and he hurriedly walked over. But when he saw Rong Xiu covered in wounds, the joy on his face immediately disappeared, and it was replaced by deep shock and worry. 7. What happened to you? Zhuo Rong? Elder son? Come and take a look. Zhuo Rong was originally at the side, and he immediately went forward when he heard this. Sun Zhongyan, Elder Yi and the rest, who were planning to enter the ruins, also rushed over when they heard the commotion. Ever since the Empress saw Chu Luiyue and Rong Xiu appear, she stood rooted to the ground and didn't recover her senses for a long time. The two of them actually didn't die? Jiuyou Tower caused such a huge commotion. First, it burned and then it completely collapsed. Just how lucky were they to be able to come out alive? But when she saw that Emperor Jiawen had already walked over, she clenched her teeth and could only follow. Zhuo Rong helped Rong Xiu take his pulse. Emperor Jiawen asked, "How are you? How is it?" Zhuo Rong frowned and thought for a moment. "Don't worry too much, Your Majesty. Most of His Highness' injuries are just superficial wounds. As long as he recuperates well, he will recover very quickly." The rock in Emperor Jiawen's heart was finally put down. That's good, that's good. Although he was injured, he was still alive. This was much better than what he had expected. Zhuo Rong said hesitantly. But what? Emperor Jiawen was dazed. But His Highness's body has always been weak. Previously it was not easy to nurse him back to health. This time, I'm afraid he will have to recuperate again. Disappointment filled Emperor Jiawen's eyes. Rong Xiu had been ill since he was a child. Now that he finally got better, he didn't expect it. Forget it, let's talk about this later. The most important thing now is to heal Old Seven's injuries. Rong Xiu forced a smile on his pale lips and said in a low voice, "Imperial Father." Emperor Jiawen hurriedly said, "Yes. You rest first. If you have anything to say, say it later." At this moment, Yi Zhiding and Sun Zhongyan had already walked over. "Girl? How are you?" The first person that Yi Zhiding saw was his precious disciple. Chu Luiyue hurriedly said, "Master, I'm fine. Master, I'm fine. You should take a look at His Highness Prince Li first." Even though she looked disheveled, Yi Zhiding saw that her voice was filled with energy, and he felt much more at ease. That's good. That's good. Even though he really wanted to take Chu Luiyue's pulse, on second thought, his precious disciple might be better than him in this aspect. Thus he decided to give up. She always knew what to do. Hence he turned his gaze to Rong Xiu. He stepped forward and asked Zhuo Rong, "How's his condition?" "How's he?" Zhuo Rong gave a simple explanation. As Yi Zhiding listened, he took Rong Xiu's pulse again. Everyone present knew that Yi Zhiding was the most capable celestial physician here, so nobody felt that it was unnecessary for him to take Rong Xiu's pulse a second time. Instead, they felt much more at ease. After a moment of silence, Yi Zhiding nodded and took out a pill to feed Rong Xiu. "Your Highness's body is fine. I'll help you stop the bleeding first and I'll treat your wounds when we go back. In less than half a month, your external injuries will be healed. However, your internal injuries." Old Seven still has internal injuries? Emperor Jiawen couldn't help but interrupt. Yi Zhiding looked at him as if it was natural. Of course. The injuries on his body were obviously caused by the falling rubble. Jiuyou Tower's rocks are very heavy, so it's normal for them to cause internal injuries. However, it's fine. The pill that I gave you earlier can improve your blood circulation and heal your internal injuries. He might need a month to fully recover, but Your Majesty, you don't have to be overly worried. Emperor Jiawen was both happy and worried. He knew that this was the best outcome, so he could only nod. Thank you, Elder Yi. Yi Zhiding softly said a few more words to Zhuarong. Zhuarong wiped the sweat off his forehead in embarrassment. Thank you for your advice, Director. He was too anxious just now, and he wasn't very proficient in this area. Hence, he didn't realize that something had happened to Rong Xiu's internal injuries. Luckily, Emperor Jiawen's heart was on Rong Xiu, so he didn't pay attention to this point. Old Seven, you can't do this again in the future. Jiuyou Tower is so dangerous, how can you go there? Said Emperor Jiawen softly. It seemed like a reprimand, but everyone could hear the worry in his words. After today's incident, everyone in the Imperial City would know how much His Majesty cared about Prince Li. Even the Crown Prince might not receive such treatment. Some people gathered together and whispered to each other. I've long heard that His Majesty favors Prince Li a lot. If not, he wouldn't have conferred him the title of Prince the moment he came back. It seems like it's true now. All these years, have you seen His Majesty care so much about any prince or princess? Even the arrogant and despotic fourth princess wasn't like this, right? Humph, the fourth princess has already become a good-for-nothing. How can she be compared? On the other hand, haven't you heard that the Crown Prince angered His Majesty a while ago, and he was put under house arrest in Crown Prince Mansion for a long time? He even took back some of his privileges. Is His Majesty biased? Shh. Lower your voice. Can't you see that His Majesty and the Empress are still here? I don't think so. Think about it. Even if His Majesty really dotes on Prince Li the most, how can a sickly person take on such a big responsibility? That's true. However, if Prince Li's body is better, he might really become a formidable opponent for the Crown Prince. The Empress could only hear bits and pieces of the soft discussions. However, this was enough to make her feel very aggrieved. She forcefully suppressed the tumultuous emotions in her heart and looked at Chu Liwei and Rong Xiu. Prince Li, I heard that you went in after Jiuyou Tower burned? It was so dangerous then, why did you go in? Her voice was gentle, and there was a faint smile on her lips. However, her eyes were cold. I heard that only Miss Chu was inside at that time. Your Highness, you didn't get injured because you wanted to save her, did you? Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Chapter 308. The Empress gently said this sentence, but it was like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. It was filled with evil intentions. Once she confirmed that this was the case, it wasn't a good thing for Rong Xiu and Chu Liwei. In that case, Rong Xiu would become an infatuated man who would do anything for a woman in the eyes of the public, and Chu Liwei would be called a troublemaker. No matter how much Emperor Jiawen favored Rong Xiu, he couldn't hand his career to such a person. At least, the officials in the imperial court wouldn't agree. Needless to say, Chu Liwei. The royal family had always avoided such women like snakes and scorpions. As expected, the moment she said that, Emperor Jiawen's expression froze. The situation was too tense just now, so he didn't have time to think about this. Now that the Empress mentioned it, he also felt that something was amiss. Rong Xiu Luyu, is what the Empress said true? He sized the two of them up suspiciously. Thinking back, the two of them did come out together. Did Rong Xiu really go in for Chu Liwei? Perhaps it was because he had taken Yi Zhiding's pill, but Rong Xiu's complexion looked better now. His pale lips moved slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Father, that's not the case. I went in for another reason. I just happened to meet Miss Chu in the middle, so we came out together. The Empress sneered in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. Oh, so it's just a coincidence? But why are your injuries so serious, Prince Li? On the other hand, Miss Chu doesn't seem to have any major injuries. People who don't know would think that you were injured because you wanted to save her. As she spoke, she glanced at Emperor Jiawen and sighed. Luckily, Prince Li is blessed by the heavens. If not, I don't know how sad your Majesty would be. Don't you think so, your Majesty? Emperor Jiawen's gaze swept past Chu Liwei with a hint of scrutiny. The Empress's words made sense. Anyone who saw the situation between the two would find it strange. Speaking of which, Prince Li and Miss Chu are really fated to meet. At the Crown Prince's birthday banquet, Prince Li seemed to take special care of Miss Chu. Emperor Jiawen knitted his brows slightly. That was right. He also remembered this matter. Even though it was just a small matter, it was indeed a little strange now that he thought about it. The Empress lowered her voice and suddenly smiled. Your Majesty, Please don't take it to heart. I was just speaking casually. Prince Li had not been in the capital for many years, so he should not have been familiar with Miss Chu before. These were just groundless guesses. Moreover, if Prince Li really liked Miss Chu, it would make a good story. But Emperor Jiawen didn't look happy at all. Rong Xiu smiled gently. Imperial Father, I actually have to thank Miss Chu for today. If she hadn't saved me in time, I'm afraid I would have died in Jiuyo Tower. Everyone was stunned. Emperor Jiawen couldn't help but ask. You said that Lu Yu saved you? Exactly. At that time, cough cough, Rong Xiu clenched his fists and coughed a few times on his lips. When Jiuyo Tower started to collapse, I was coincidentally trapped on the 6th floor. The injuries on my body were caused at that time. Back then the 6th floor was sealed by the collapsed rocks. I tried my best to get out but I couldn't. Coincidentally, I met Miss Chu at that time. She helped me and brought me out without caring about the danger. Only then could I see the light of day again. If not. Rong Xiu didn't continue speaking, but his meaning was clear. Emperor Jiawen's expression became much gentler. So you weren't injured because of her. Instead she saved you? Rong Xiu lightly nodded. Imperial Father is wise. Emperor Jiawen then heaved a sigh of relief. The way he looked at Chu Luiyue was also very different from before. I see. Lu Yu, it seems like I still have to thank you this time. Rong Xiu hasn't been by my side for so many years. Now that he's finally recovered, he's finally back in the Imperial City. If something really happens, how am I going to explain it to one? His voice suddenly paused and pain flashed across his face. The Empress looked down and hid the jealousy in her eyes. Then she seemingly smiled and said, Oh, I see. So that's how it is. This consort really made a mistake. I didn't expect Miss Chu to be able to save Prince Li from such a dangerous place despite her slender body. She's really amazing. Chu Luiyue raised her brows slightly. It seems like the Empress isn't willing to give up. Rong Xiu has already said so much, yet she still wants to drag me down. It's a pity that such small tricks don't work on me. Rong Xiu lightly smiled. Miss Chu took first place in both the Warrior and Xian Master categories in the Qingjiao competition. I've been sick for a long time, so I naturally can't be compared to her in this aspect. The Empress was stumped. I actually forgot about this. Although Chu Luiyue looks slender, she's very capable. Chu Luiyue bent her knees and bowed humbly. You flatter me, Your Majesty. Although Lu Yu's insignificant skills don't catch your eye, it's my honor to be able to help Prince Li. The Empress was speechless. If Chu Luiyue's skills are considered insignificant skills, then what are the people who lost to her in the Qingjiao competition? What? Girl, you actually took first place in the Qingjiao competition? Yi Zhiding suddenly spoke with a shocked expression. After he came out of seclusion, he had been busy dealing with Jiuyo Tower and didn't have time to find out about other things. Sun Zhongyan chuckled. Uncle Master, I almost forgot to tell you about this. Lu Yu indeed took first place twice. Yi Zhiding widened his eyes and only reacted after a while. Then what about the celestial physician? Chu Luiyue said honestly, Master, I didn't tell you anything. I didn't sign up for the Xian Master competition. Yi Zhiding was instantly disappointed. Although he knew that Chu Luiyue might not be interested in the celestial physician competition at the Qingjiao competition given her standards, she was still his old man's disciple. She took first place twice, but it had nothing to do with the celestial physician. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't disappointed. Sun Zhongyan held back his laughter and said, Uncle Master, Uncle Master. Although Lu Yu didn't sign up for the competition, the pill that won first place was refined by Lu Yu. Yi Zhiding was confused. Sun Zhongyan briefly explained the situation. So, from a certain perspective, Lu Yu can be considered to have taken first place in all three competitions. Sun Zhongyan sighed and looked at the Empress meaningfully. Also, Vice Admiral Mu of the Tianling dynasty has already chosen Lu Yu and thinks highly of her. The Empress's body swayed. She didn't like the person that Mu Qinghe liked. Wasn't she just making things difficult for herself? I'm not. The Empress was extremely nervous. She wanted to explain, but she realized that it would only be disadvantageous to her if she continued to harp on this issue. She suddenly thought of something and asked, Oh, that's right. There seems to be a restriction on every level of Jiuyo Tower. Prince Li's body is weak, so how did he reach the 6th level? Chapter 309. Once she said that, the surroundings fell silent. Even Sun Zhongyan and the rest couldn't help but look at Rong Xiu. Actually, this was what they were most curious about. Back then, even Wei Yun was stopped outside, but Rong Xiu successfully barged in and went all the way to the 6th floor. One had to know that even Sun Zhongyan and the rest had only reached the 5th floor at most. The Empress stared closely at Rongxiu, and many guesses flashed across her mind. Ever since Rongxiu came back, he had been living in seclusion. Other than recuperating, he rarely interfered with other matters. He seemed to have no desires and was gentle and calm. However, she felt that something was amiss. She couldn't pinpoint exactly what the problem was, but she had a feeling that Rongxiu wasn't as simple and harmless as he looked on the surface. If he was really a sickly and weak person, how did he enter Jiuyou Tower and go up to the 6th floor? Countless gazes landed on Rongxiu, and they were scrutinizing him. Rongxiu looked calm as he smiled. However, that smile didn't extend to the corners of his eyes. The reason why I can go up to the 6th floor is that my mother went up before. Emperor Jiawen was stunned. What did you say? Rongxiu took out something from his arms. It was a palm-sized ring-shaped jade pendant. It was entirely green in color and looked like a leaf that sprouted at the beginning of spring. It was clear and clean. There was a pattern engraved on the jade pendant. Chu Luiyue glanced at it from the corner of his eyes and realized that it seemed to be a peach blossom pattern. This was clearly a jade pendant carved from high-quality jade, but other than that, there didn't seem to be anything special about it. However, Emperor Jiawen's expression changed when he saw the jade pendant. He hurriedly walked forward as if he wanted to take a closer look at the jade pendant, but his hand suddenly stopped halfway. Chu Luiyue had never seen such an expression on Emperor Jiawen's face. Complicated, tangled, longing, regret. She glanced at the Empress, who was standing behind Emperor Jiawen, and her face turned ghastly pale as if she had seen something terrifying. With a thought, she roughly guessed the origin of the jade pendant. Where did you get this jade pendant? Asked Emperor Jiawen with a trembling voice. The 6th floor. Rongxiu said calmly. When I saw that Jiuyou Tower was on fire, I remembered that the item was still on the 6th level. I was worried, so I went up despite being stopped. Although I was injured, fortunately, I got it back in one piece. This was the first gift she personally gave me back then. After she left the palace, she took it with her. I have been looking for this thing for many years, but I didn't expect. Emperor Jiawen's heart seemed to be blocked by something, and he didn't say anything for a long time. Chu Luiyue understood. It turns out that it's Emperor Jiawen and Consort Wan's love token. No wonder Emperor Jiawen had such a strong reaction. Looking at him, he does have deep feelings for Consort Wan. Rumor has it that Consort Wan was the most favored in the harem back then, but for some reason she fell out with Emperor Jiawen and left the palace in a fit of anger to become a teacher at Tianlu Academy. She didn't return to the palace until she died. I wonder what happened back then that made Consort Wan take back all the love tokens that she gave out. It seems like she didn't leave any hope for Emperor Jiawen. Now, it seems like Emperor Jiawen values Rongxiu so much because of Consort Wan. Upon seeing Emperor Jiawen's emotional state, Rongxiu still had a gentle smile on his face. But to Chu Luiyue, this smile was clearly distant. It was obvious that Rongxiu didn't care about Emperor Jiawen's series of reactions. Before Mother left back then, she told me that she had placed this item on the 6th floor of Jiuyou Tower. She also reminded me not to tell you unless I had no choice. So, please forgive me, Father. Emperor Jiawen was dazed. As expected, she still hates me. You're doing this for her own good, so it's only right that you don't tell me. Since this item is already with you, you can keep it safe from now on. Then, Emperor Jiawen sighed as if he had aged a lot in an instant. We are tired. We will return to the palace first. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left without waiting for the others to say anything. The Empress was stunned and at a loss. Gone? His Majesty left just like that? Wasn't he asking Rongxiu how he got to the 6th floor? Rongxiu only mentioned the jade pendant and he actually stopped asking? The Empress turned around and glanced at Emperor Jiawen, who had already left. Her rationality told her that she should immediately follow him. However, too many things had happened today and she could no longer control the impulse in her heart. Therefore, she persisted in asking, Prince Li, this jade pendant is Consort Wan's relic. You risked your life to retrieve it, which is a sign of filial piety and worthy of praise. But you still haven't explained clearly how you got to the 6th floor. Suddenly, a sneer came from the side. The Empress turned around and realized that it was Yi Zhiding. He waved the fan in his hands and slowly said, Princess Consort Wan, don't you think so? Don't you know that the jade pendant is a yuan instrument? The Empress was dazed. What? That item is on the 6th floor. Rongxiu has Consort Wan's bloodline, so he can naturally go up successfully. Yi Zhiding was originally filled with doubts. However, when he saw the jade pendant, he immediately understood everything. Now that he saw the Empress's overbearing manner, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. He lazily said, It seems like the Empress doesn't know about this. That's right. This is between His Majesty and Consort 1. It's normal for the Empress not to know. The Empress was so angry that her face turned pale, but she didn't dare to talk back to Yi Zhiding in public. Even though she was the Empress, even Emperor Jiawen had to give Yi Zhiding some face, let alone her. There were so many pairs of eyes looking at her, which made her even more embarrassed. It seems like I can't do anything to Rong Xiu and Chu Luiyue today. I have to find another time. Thinking of this, the Empress forced a smile. Thank you for clearing my doubts, Elder Yi. His Majesty has already left, so I won't stay any longer. Then she hurriedly turned around and chased after Emperor Jiawen. Father, please wait. Rong Xiu suddenly spoke, and his voice was as cold as jade clashing against each other. Emperor Jiawen, who had already walked a distance away, turned around in confusion. What's wrong? Rong Xiu stepped forward. Your son has a request. He stood there tall and straight. His body was clearly stained with messy blood stains, but his eyes were calm and noble, making one unconsciously respect him. Emperor Jiawen asked, What's wrong? What's the matter? Rong Xiu's thin lips curved up into a perfect smile. This time I entered Jiuyo Tower to save Miss Chu. It's fake, but it's true that I adore Miss Chu. Chu Liyue's heart skipped a beat. Then he saw the man, who was always elegant and graceful, stretch out his long arm, lift his robe and kneel down. I don't have any other wishes in this life. I only want to hold one person's hand and grow old with her, just like what Mother said. Father, please grant me this marriage. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from my Yuan. Chapter 310. Chu Luiyue had never seen this man kneel before. In the eyes of outsiders, he was the weak Prince Li, gentle, humble, and aloof from worldly affairs. However, she knew that his strength was tyrannical and he was decisive in killing. He was a supreme and honorable expert. A man like him would never lower his head to anyone. But now he knelt down so decisively for her. All for the sake of a legitimate marriage contract. Chu Luiyue felt something overflowing from her heart, which made her limbs numb and dazzled. Everything around her became blurry, and only that person's figure became clearer. He was dressed in white and his body was covered in blood. Those terrifying wounds were a ghastly sight to behold. However, his shoulders were straight, and it was as if he could always shelter her from the wind and rain. He left so many wounds on his body without hesitation, but he couldn't bear to stain her body with even a little bit of blood. He said, It's true that I admire her. He said, Hold her hand and we'll grow old together. He said. Chu Liyue's eyes reddened, and something sturdy in her heart seemed to shatter. She suddenly thought that if she didn't experience the heart-wrenching betrayal in her previous life and if she didn't get reborn, she might not have met Rong Xiu in her entire life. If Rong Xiu was heaven's compensation for her, then she was finally willing to accept all the pain that she had gone through in the past. Some scars would never fade, and once one saw them, they would remember everything that they had gone through. However, there was finally someone who could give her more joy and fill up all the regrets, giving her a peaceful and happy future. This was probably her greatest luck. Rong Xiu's words shocked everyone present. Emperor Jiawen almost suspected that he had heard wrongly. What did you say? Why you want me to bestow marriage between you and Lu Yu? Rong Xiu lightly nodded, and his expression was calm and determined. This clearly wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. Emperor Jiawen opened his mouth and scanned the two of them with a complicated gaze. Rong Xiu was actually interested in Chu Luiyue. Even though he was surprised, it was still within his expectations. In terms of appearance, Chu Luiyue was absolutely devastatingly beautiful. In terms of strength, Chu Luiyue had just taken first place twice in the Qingjiao competition. He was undoubtedly a top genius. In terms of family background, although Chu Luiyue and his daughter had completely fallen out with the Chu family, Chu Luiyue was now the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guards, and Chu Luiyue was Yi Zhiding's only disciple. No matter how one looked at it, Chu Luiyue was definitely worthy of Rong Xiu. Moreover, this time it was Rong Xiu who took the initiative to speak. For so many years, Rong Xiu had never asked for anything except this time. And it was to ask for a marriage contract. Emperor Jiawen suddenly recalled that Rong Xiu had used all sorts of reasons to reject him when he asked him to choose a princess consort. At that time he didn't think about it, but now that he thought about it, perhaps he already had this idea at that time. How could he have failed to see that? But after the shock, Emperor Jiawen's thoughts changed, and he suddenly felt that this was not bad. Rong Xiu should have gotten married. Chu Luiyue was so outstanding and could risk her life to save him. She was indeed the best candidate. His expression changed slightly. Rong Xiu's sudden marriage proposal caught everyone off guard. Many ladies in the crowd looked disappointed and regretful. I didn't expect Princely to like Chu Luiyue. There's nothing strange about this. After all, Chu Luiyue is outstanding in all aspects. In the past, many people avoided her because she offended the Chu family and the crown prince. However, the situation changed after the Qingjiao competition. I heard that a few young masters from aristocratic families wanted to propose to her. However, since Princely has personally spoken, the others definitely don't have a chance. Actually, other than being outstanding, Princely isn't good in other aspects. Strength is everything. There's nothing special about a sickly person like him. Anyway, His Majesty loves Princely. So what if he's sickly? I think some people are just sour grapes because they can't eat them. Don't spout nonsense. Situ Xingqian, who was standing in a secluded corner, felt her limbs turn cold as she dazedly watched the scene from afar. All sorts of discussions entered her ears, and they were like daggers stabbing into her heart. She was clearly not injured, but she felt pain all over for some reason. Previously, when she saw that Rong Xiu was severely injured, she was still worried and wanted to go forward to comfort him. But now her legs felt like they were filled with lead and they were extremely heavy. She clearly heard what Rong Xiu said previously. He actually said that he admires Chu Luiyue. He even took the initiative to ask for her hand in marriage. I've known Rong Xiu for so many years, but I've never heard him say the word beg. Now he's actually willing to do this for Chu Luiyue. What's so good about that cunning and sinister Chu Luiyue? Situ Xingqian clenched her fists and harshly shut her eyes. Chu Ning quietly walked to Chu Luiyue's side and threw her a questioning gaze. What's going on with Princely? Why did he suddenly ask His Majesty to grant him a marriage? He said that he admires you. Is it true? Does you like Princely? Chu Ning's gaze swept across the two of them and felt that his question was a waste of time. If the two of them really had no feelings for each other, why would they come out of Jiuyou Tower together? I actually didn't notice it at all. Emperor Jiawen looked at Rong Xiu, and many thoughts flashed across his mind. In the end, he was only left with Rong Xiu's last sentence. He enunciated every word clearly. Have you decided on her? Rong Xiu nodded. Father, please grant my wish. Emperor Jiawen then looked at Chu Luiyue. Liu, what about you? Chu Luiyue took a deep breath in. It's Liyu's fortune. Emperor Jiawen kept quiet for a while and finally smiled. Okay. Since that's the case then, at this point, a voice suddenly sounded from afar. Wait. I don't agree to this marriage. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from my Yuan. Chapter 311. The crowd turned around and realized that it was the crown prince, Rong Jin. Ever since he was publicly humiliated by Mu Qinghe at the palace banquet, Rong Jin had been staying in Crown Prince Mansion. He originally planned to come out after the commotion died down. Hence, he didn't do anything even when he heard about Jiuyou Tower's changes. However, he heard that his father and mother were here, so he hurried over. He didn't expect to hear Rong Xiu begging his father for a marriage once he arrived. Furthermore, the marriage was bestowed upon him and Chu Luiyue. Rong Jin couldn't care about anything else as he stopped him without thinking. Rong Jin hastened his footsteps and rushed to Emperor Jiawen under the crowd's gazes. He swallowed his saliva and spoke with much difficulty. Father, you can't agree to the marriage. Emperor Jiawen knitted his brows. Crown Prince, you're too rude. Who does he think he is? Why did he suddenly appear at this time and speak with such a tone? Rong Jin was shocked and then realized that what he was doing wasn't very appropriate. However, the situation was urgent and he had no other choice. Seeing Rong Jin like this, the Empress's heart skipped a beat when she thought of his stupid words about remarrying Chu Luiyue as the Crown Princess. Is Rong Jin crazy for appearing at this time? Crown Prince, this has nothing to do with you. You can leave now, said the Empress calmly with a hint of warning in her tone. However, Rong Jin couldn't listen to anything at this point. He finally realized that he liked Chu Luiyue. How could he let it go? It was impossible for him to give her to someone else. Thinking of this, he clenched his teeth and directly knelt down. Father, the bestowment of marriage is of great importance. Please reconsider. Emperor Jiawen knitted his brows even tighter. Marriage is a good thing, but why does it sound like a bad thing when Rong Jin says it? You don't agree? Rong Jin, even though you're the crown prince, it's not up to you to say anything when I want to grant a marriage. Emperor Jiawen was still unhappy with Rong Jin because of what happened at the palace banquet. In addition to the series of events that happened today, Emperor Jiawen had long lost his patience. Hence, he didn't give Rong Jin any face. The Empress sensed that he was on the verge of exploding in anger, so she hurriedly went forward and wanted to help Rong Jin up. Didn't you hear what your father said? Hurry up and get up. Prince Li and Miss Chu are in love with each other and are a perfect couple. If you continue to speak nonsense, don't blame Imperial Mother for punishing you. The Empress pinched Rong Jin's arm hard and shot him a threatening look from an angle that the crowd couldn't see. Rong Jin's impression of Emperor Jiawen had already deteriorated quite a bit. If this continued, his position as the crown prince would really be in danger. Rong Jin was in pain, but he was even more conflicted. How could he not know what the consequences of his actions would be? But he couldn't help but look at Chu Luiyue. The woman was slender and elegant. Even though her body was stained with blood, it didn't detract from her elegance. In the past, this woman clearly belonged to him. Even though he cancelled the marriage agreement because of his momentary foolishness, he definitely couldn't accept watching Chu Luiyue get married to someone else. Especially when this person was Rong Xiu. He grabbed the Empress's hand and firmly pried it open. The Empress's heart sank and she heard Rong Jin say word by word, "Father, I'm serious. This is because I'm also interested in Lu Yu." Gasps could be heard from the crowd. Did I hear wrongly? The Crown Prince actually said that he's interested in Chu Luiyue? I really don't understand. He had a marriage agreement with Chu Luiyue in the past, and he was the one who wanted to cancel it. How long has it been, yet he's regretting it now? Isn't it normal to regret it? The current Chu Luiyue is outstanding in every aspect. If I missed out on such a fiancé, I'd also regret it. Even so, it's not good for the Crown Prince to go back on his words. Besides, it's clearly Prince Li who proposed the marriage first. Now that the Crown Prince is interfering, it's a little too much. I don't know what His Majesty is thinking. The Crown Prince and Prince Li are fighting over a woman in public. It's really... Chu Xianmin, who had rushed over with Rong Jin, coldly watched this scene. Her lips under the veil couldn't help but curl up into a mocking smile. She originally thought that her heart would ache, but when she saw Rong Jin say those words in public, she shockingly realized that she only wanted to laugh. He has always been like this, hasn't he? In the past, Chu Luiyue was a good-for-nothing who was bullied and miserable. Rong Jin felt that this fiancé of his had embarrassed him and didn't want to stay with her for a while. Now that Chu Xianmin's looks were ruined and her reputation was tarnished, he didn't care about her at all. He was always chasing after better things as if all the good things in the world should be his. What a joke. I accompanied and served him day and night, but I didn't get any affection from him. Instead, I have to stand here and watch him go crazy for another woman. Chu Xianmin looked down and hid the ripples in her eyes. Emperor Jiawen was shocked. What did you say? Rong Jin took a deep breath in and said, "In the past, I was insensible and didn't cherish Lu Yu. Now that I've come to my senses, I only hope that Father can restore our marriage agreement. I'll definitely treat her well. Father, please grant me my wish." Emperor Jiawen almost thought that there was something wrong with Rong Jin's brain. He's the one who wants to cancel the marriage agreement, and he's the one who wants to restore it. Does he think that this is a joke? Rong Jin, do you know what you're saying? Hollered Emperor Jiawen. Rong Jin's heart trembled as he knew that Emperor Jiawen was really angry. He clearly knew that his actions hurt Emperor Jiawen's reputation. But things had already reached this stage and he couldn't back down. He had already knelt down and said what he wanted to say. Wouldn't it be even more laughable if he gave up just like that? Besides, he really didn't want to give up on Chu Luiyue. He straightened his back, looked at Emperor Jiawen and said, "I've already made up my mind." So what if you've already made up your mind? You can't be so presumptuous in this matter. Rong Jin choked for a moment. I'm the Crown Prince, and Lu Yu is the best candidate for the Crown Princess. Emperor Jiawen was really furious, and his chest heaved up and down violently. If they weren't in front of so many people, he would have harshly kicked Rong Jin. In the past, he thought that Rong Jin was good in every aspect and was the best candidate for the Crown Prince. However, he didn't know when Rong Jin started to become narrow-minded and calculative. He even used despicable means to achieve his goals. He forgave Rong Jin again and again as he always thought that Rong Jin would change. However, it seemed like he was very wrong now. Rong Jin's personality wouldn't change at all. Rong Xiu had asked for Chu Luiyue's hand in marriage in public because of his love and gratitude for her. What about Rong Jin? By doing this, he's openly snatching a woman from his brother. Yet, this woman was the one he cancelled his marriage agreement with. He had completely disgraced the royal family. Emperor Jiawen pointed at Rong Jin's face and sneered. It seems like you're really tired of being the Crown Prince. Today, I'm going to remove you as the Crown Prince. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience for my UN. Chapter 312. Your Majesty. When the Empress heard the words "remove the Crown Prince," Her limbs turned cold and she instinctively exclaimed, "Your Majesty, please calm down. The Crown Prince was just being impulsive." "You mustn't. Being impulsive?" "I think he's clearly relying on his status as the Crown Prince to think that everything has to be listened to." Emperor Jiawen was furious. He doesn't deserve to be the Crown Prince. He had long known that Rongjin desired the throne. In the past he secretly tried to kill Third Prince. Now he wants to snatch the princess consort from Seventh Prince. It's not even his turn to sit on the throne, yet he's already so arrogant. Once he takes power in the future, I don't know what he'll become. The Empress's legs turned to jelly, and she almost collapsed on the floor. Emperor Jiawen's sentence was equivalent to sentencing Rongjin to death. Once he was really removed, he would never be able to make a comeback. "Your Majesty, it's all my fault. I didn't teach the Crown Prince well. Please let him off this time." The Empress knelt down and begged. Rongjin was also dazed. "Father? I just want to marry Chu Luiyue as my princess consort. I didn't do anything outrageous, so why is father so angry? He even wants to remove my Crown Prince position." An extremely loud slap suddenly rang out. The Empress harshly slapped Rongjin and hollered, "Hurry up and apologize to your imperial father." Rongjin's face was slapped to the side, and his cheeks quickly swelled up. Blood even seeped out of the corner of his lips. It was obvious how hard the Empress slapped him. "Why are you in a daze?" The Empress was very anxious. Her face was green and white, and tears even flowed out of her eyes. At this point she really wanted to go forward and slap Rongjin awake. Does he know what's going on? His Majesty has already spoken. If we don't stop this as soon as possible, the Crown Prince will definitely be removed. By then, it will be impossible to salvage the situation. Rongjin has always been smart, but why did he become so stupid today? No, I should say that ever since he interacted with Chu Luiyue, he gradually became like this. All of this was caused by Chu Luiyue. If it weren't for her, Rongjin was dizzy from the beating, but he finally woke up from the Empress's scolding. He knelt and took 2 steps forward. "Imperial Father, please calm down. I know I was wrong." Emperor Jiawen sneered. "Do you know your mistake now? Weren't you acting like a crown prince just now?" Actually, even though he was angry that Rongjin sent someone to assassinate Rongxiu, he didn't really want to cripple Rongxiu. The members of the royal family were heartless to begin with, especially the emperor. If Rongjin was ruthless enough, it wouldn't be all bad. However, today's matter made him extremely disappointed. Rongjin actually did such a thing in public for a woman. Such a person would not be able to take on such a huge responsibility. Rongjin was flustered, and he then realized that things were developing in an uncontrollable direction. "Father, I didn't." But Emperor Jiawen couldn't be bothered to listen to his explanation. "Man, pass down the decree. Your Majesty, please wait." The Empress suddenly thought of something and her eyes lit up. She hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, did you forget Country Xing Luo's previous invitation? Previously you already agreed to send Rongjin over, and there are less than 20 days left. If you cripple Rongjin's position as the crown prince now, how are you going to deal with this matter?" Emperor Jiawen paused and knitted his brows tightly. He had almost forgotten about this matter. Actually, this invitation wasn't the most important thing. The key was that Country Xing Luo wanted Rongjin and Situ Xingqian to have a marriage alliance. If Rongjin was crippled now, then there would indeed be a lot of trouble. He still couldn't be sure if the other party valued Rongjin's position as the crown prince or himself. Emperor Jiawen was stuck in a dilemma and fell silent. When Situ Xingqian, who wasn't far away, heard this, she was dazed. What does this mean? When did Father and Emperor Jiawen agree on this? Why don't I know? Besides, I don't even know that Rongjin is going. Country Xing Luo and Country Yao Chen have always minded their own business. Why are they suddenly so close to each other? As the eldest princess, I don't know anything about this. Just as Situ Xingqian was filled with doubts, her heart suddenly lit up. Wait, could it be because of what Elder Lianning said before? Father wants me to have a marriage alliance with Rongjin? I don't even know why Father has such a thought, and he seems very insistent on it. Situ Xingqian's face turned ugly. I don't like Rongjin at all. If this can make Father give up on the idea of a marriage alliance, I really want it to happen. However, Emperor Jiawen seemed very hesitant. The Empress saw that the situation seemed to have taken a turn for the better, so she immediately pushed it further. Your Majesty, Rongjin made a huge mistake today, and you can punish him however you want. However, the Crown Prince's matter concerns the entire country. You must think twice. Emperor Jiawen's expression softened. It wasn't because he still had hope for Rongjin, but he really did have to consider country Xingluo. The Empress hurriedly signaled to the few officials who rushed over with her eyes. Those few people were originally from the Crown Prince's faction, so they naturally tried their best to fight for Rongjin. Your Majesty. What the Empress said made sense. The Crown Prince was foolish for a moment, but he doesn't deserve to die. Please be magnanimous and give him a chance. The Crown Prince has been very outstanding all these years, and he has worked hard day and night just to share some of your burden. Even if he didn't make any contributions, he still worked hard. Your Majesty, if you really remove the Crown Prince's position because of this, what will Prince Li and Miss Chu do in the future? Chu Luiyue raised her brows slightly. She didn't like hearing this. What does Rongjin's own death have to do with me and Rongxiu? I haven't even said that I'm disgusted by Rongjin's actions today. Rongxiu's expression was as calm as usual. He smiled lightly and said, the Empress is right. Sirs, your words are not without reason. Father, I just want to ask you for a marriage. I don't want things to escalate to this stage. If you really don't forgive brother today, then it's my fault. Emperor Jiawen sighed deeply. Rongxiu, you've always been sensible. If it weren't for my poor health, the Crown Prince position would have been mine long ago. Where would Rongjin be? What a pity. Emperor Jiawen's regretful expression stabbed the Empress and Rongjin's hearts again. But at this point, they didn't dare to show any unhappiness no matter what. After a stalemate, Emperor Jiawen finally looked at Chu Luiyue. Luyu, what do you think? Chu Luiyue bent his knees and bowed. Your Majesty is wise. Ever since the Crown Prince broke off the engagement with me, we haven't interacted with each other. So, I don't know why he suddenly acted this way today. On the other hand, Prince Li has helped me time and time again. Luyu is very grateful. So, Luyu is willing to take care of Prince Li for the rest of his life and never betray him. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from AI Network. Chapter 313. She enunciated every word and sentence clearly. Emperor Jiawen looked at Chu Luiyue with a deep gaze. After a while he finally spoke. Chu Luiyue, daughter of the Imperial Guard's commander, Chu Ning, is gentle, elegant, and dignified. I like you very much. Today it's time for my seventh son, Prince Li, to get married. For the beauty of Prince Li, I specially betroth Luyu to Prince Li as his princess consort. The wedding will be held on a date. Emperor Jiawen's low and powerful voice clearly echoed in the crowd's ears. Everyone was silent for a moment. Before this, nobody expected Prince Li to marry Chu Luiyue. These two people who didn't seem to have much interaction actually became a couple. Now that the imperial edict had been issued, everything was set in stone. Rongxiu's thin lips curved up slightly. Thank you for your grace, father. This voice finally made the crowd recover their senses. Everyone thanked him and congratulated Chu Ning one after another. No matter what, Chu Luiyue would be a princess consort from now on, and her status would naturally be very different from before. Even though Prince Li's health wasn't good and he didn't have much power, His Majesty seemed to favor Prince Li a lot from today's situation. With this, Prince Li's days wouldn't be too bad. As for Chu Luiyue, she had previously broken off her engagement with the Crown Prince. Even though she had become a genius that everyone envied, this matter was still rather sensitive. Now that she was betrothed to Prince Li, and Prince Li personally asked for it, it couldn't be better. All in all, this engagement had more advantages than disadvantages to them. Amidst the joyous atmosphere, only Rongjin's expression didn't look too good. He looked at Chu Luiyue in a daze, but he saw that Chu Luiyue had already stood up, walked to Rongxiu's side and helped him up. Rongxiu coughed a few times and his face turned even paler. Rongjin clenched his teeth. If it were anyone else who got Chu Luiyue, he could accept it. But why did it have to be Rongxiu? In the past, his mother could not compete with Rongxiu's mother. Now he could not compete with Rongxiu. He had long known that his father treated Rongxiu differently, but now it seemed that it was even more serious than he had imagined. Whatever Rongxiu wanted, as long as he opened his mouth, Imperial Father would give it to him. As for him, he had been trembling with fear and working diligently for so many years in the position of Crown Prince. In the end, he had not obtained any benefits at all. Instead, he had been publicly humiliated by his Imperial Father and had almost been deposed. How could he feel at ease? After protecting Rongjin's Crown Prince position, the Empress finally heaved a sigh of relief. When she heard that Emperor Jiawen had betrothed Rongxiu and Chu Luiyue, she felt even more fortunate. If that's the case, Chu Luiyue can't bewitch Rongjin anymore. From then on, Rongjin should completely give up and stop wasting time and energy on Chu Luiyue. She glanced from the corner of her eye and discovered that Rong Jin was looking at Chu Luiyue and Rong Xiao despondently. She closed her eyes in frustration and tried her best to make her voice sound gentle and calm. Your Majesty, look at the Crown Prince. Crown Prince Rong Jin is impulsive, unreasonable, and impudent. From today onwards, he will reflect on his mistakes in Crown Prince Mansion. Without my orders, he's not allowed to come out. Nobody else is allowed to enter and visit him. This was equivalent to house arrest. Even though he was also under house arrest as a punishment previously, most people did not know about it. But this time, in front of so many people, Rong Jin had completely lost his face. However, the Empress was already very satisfied with this outcome. As long as Rong Jin was not deposed, everything could be restarted. Crown Prince, hurry up and thank him. The Empress glared at Rong Jin warningly. Rong Jin then recovered his senses. Thank you for your forgiveness, father. Emperor Jiawen felt annoyed just by looking at him. He grunted coldly and turned to leave. The Empress and the rest hurriedly followed. Eunuch Min first congratulated Rong Xiao, Chu Luiyue, and the rest before walking to Rong Jin's side and persuading him. Your Highness, His Majesty and Her Majesty have already left. You must be tired today. Quickly go back and rest. Then, he signaled the people beside him with his eyes and quickly walked away. After walking a distance, Eunuch Min turned back to take a look. He waved his horsetail whisk and shook his head. Even if this Crown Prince keeps his position today, he won't be able to have a stable life in the future. Crown Prince Mansion's people hurriedly went forward and wanted to help Rong Jin up. Rong Jin then realized that there were countless pairs of eyes staring at him from the surroundings. Mockery, and disdain. A strong sense of humiliation surged in his heart, and his face turned green. Chu Xianmin walked over. Your Highness, let's go back. Rong Jin pushed her away. Get lost. Then he hurriedly left with indignation. Chu Xianmin was pushed to the side, but she didn't say anything and just followed him silently. Their figures quickly disappeared from the crowd's sight. Quite a few people secretly sighed. I really didn't expect the Crown Prince, who was once so favored by the Emperor, to have such a day. That's right. Even if he's still the Crown Prince, it's hard to say what will happen in the future after what happened today. In comparison, the third prince is more outstanding. At least, he has outstanding military achievements. He's not like the Crown Prince who goes back on his words and goes back on his words. I think it's quite a pity for Chu Xianmin. The third Missy of the Chu family used to be so glorious, but now she has fallen to such a state. It seems like the Crown Prince doesn't treat her well either. Everyone has their own fate. I heard that she bullied Chu Luiyue quite a bit back then. Now it's karma. Chu Luiyue looked at Rong Xiao. Her gaze slowly swept across the wounds on his body, but she still felt terrible in her heart. Rong Xiao seemed to know what she was thinking. His pale lips curled up slightly and he nodded lightly. As long as the result was achieved, everything was worth it. Chu Luiyue's heart ached, but her entire being was immersed in an indescribable sense of relief and happiness. It turned out that there was someone in this world who was willing to do anything for her. Chu Ning watched from the side and narrowed his eyes with a complicated expression. It turns out that Princely has long liked you. In the past, he could not understand why Princely repeatedly helped him and his daughter. Now it seemed like he finally had an answer. Thinking about it carefully, Princely was not a bad choice, but it was a pity that his body was a little weak. However, compared to people like Rong Jin, he was much better. He walked toward Rong Xiao. Your Highness. Rong Xiao smiled warmly. Lord Chu Ning, I'm already engaged to you. You don't have to be so polite. Chu Ning hesitated for a moment and finally said, there are a few things that I want to say in private. You're not allowed to bully Lu Yu. Before Chu Ning could finish speaking, Yi Zhiding had already spoken. He had a rare look of seriousness on his face as he looked at Rong Xiao warningly. She's my only personal disciple. If you dare to let her down, don't blame me for being rude to you. Chu Ning was speechless. Damn, someone else has already snatched my lines. Rong Xiao's smile deepened. Of course. Don't worry, Elder Yi and Lord Chu Ning. Yi Zhiding wanted to say something, but Elder Wei Yin suddenly exclaimed. Director. Oh no. That ferocious beast is gone. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 314. Yi Zhiding was shocked. What's going on? Elder Wei Yun rushed over with an anxious expression. We checked the area under Jiuyo Tower just now, but we didn't find any aura of that ferocious beast. At first, we thought that it was because Jiuyo Tower had collapsed, so it was temporarily quiet. But after waiting for a while, there was still no movement. Only then did we realize that the ferocious beast was no longer in the pit of heavenly origins. Chu Liyue's eyes flashed. Yi Jiding hurriedly walked toward the ruins. How is this possible? If it had escaped, the silver pestle would have reacted. Although the locking heaven formation was broken, the silver pestle was still very useful. It could detect anything that happened in Juyo Tower. However, he didn't notice anything unusual just now. Elder Wei Yun was also very nervous as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. We've been investigating this for a long time, but we didn't find anything. Yi Jiding had already walked to the side of the collapsed Juyo Tower. He closed his eyes and his origin power surged out. In an instant it covered him. After a while he opened his eyes and frowned. That bastard is really gone, Sun Zhongyan asked blankly. Martial uncle, you said that the ferocious beast is no longer around. What do you mean? Did the ferocious beast run away or was it dead? Yi Jiding was silent for a while before turning to look at Chu Liyue and Rong Xiu. When the two of you were in Juyo Tower, did you discover anything unusual? Chu Liyue's eyebrows twitched. Rong Xiu was the first to speak. Not at all. At that time, both of us were on the 6th level when Juyo Tower suddenly collapsed. It wasn't easy for us to get out. Chu Liyue glanced at him calmly. Why did Rong Xiu keep emphasizing the 6th floor? Did any of you go to the next level? Yi Jiding asked again. Chu Liyue and Rong Xiu both shook their heads. Yi Jiding sighed. This old man must be confused. How could the two of you enter that place? Confusion flashed across Chu Liyue's heart. Elder Yi seemed to know what was on the 7th floor. It was even to the extent that he was very likely aware that the ferocious beast was suppressed on the 7th floor. He was the dean of Tianlu Academy, so it was normal for him to know about this. But what's going on with Rong Xiu? At that time he was outside the barrier of the 7th level, and he saw her come out with his own eyes. But he didn't seem to want others to know this. Obviously he knew that the 7th floor was unusual. Could it be that Rong Xiu also knew the secret of the 7th floor? Whether it was the legendary three-eyed eagle or the heavenly square cauldron. Strange, why did that beast suddenly disappear? Yi Jiding slowly waved the fan in his hand, perplexed. Sun Zhongyan suddenly said, Oh right, that green sparrow entered Juyo Tower just now. Perhaps I can get some clues from it? Yi Jiding's eyes lit up. He hurriedly walked toward Mu Qinghe. From the beginning to the end, Mu Qinghe had been watching coldly from the sidelines, but Yi Jiding didn't mind. As the envoy of the Tianling dynasty, Mu Qinghe naturally had no reason to get involved in this. However, he was powerful and had been watching from the side. Perhaps he knew something. When Yi Jiding walked over, Hong Yao was squatting on Mu Qinghe's shoulder, casually combing its feathers. Vice Admiral Mu, I have a few questions. Can I ask your fiend? Mu Qinghe glanced at Hong Yao. Hong Yao then stopped and sized Yi Jiding up. Yi Jiding coughed. I wonder if your injuries were caused by that ferocious beast? Hong Yao glared at him. Then it angrily turned its head away. Didn't I just suffer some minor injuries? I'm basically healed now, alright? Why did he have to mention this? Mu Qinghe was expressionless. That's right. Yi Jiding asked again. Then, do you know what happened to it? Hong Yao shook its head frantically. Yi Jiding didn't quite believe it. Really? Then, at least you should know if it's dead or alive, right? This green sparrow is a high-level fiend and is noble and proud. How can it let the matter rest so easily after it's injured? Hong Yao still shook its head. In the end, it simply buried its head under its wings and refused to speak. Seeing it like this, Yi Jiding knew that there wouldn't be any results even if he continued to ask, so he could only give up. Thank you, Vice Admiral Mu. It seems like we have to investigate this matter from another angle. Mu Qinghe suddenly said, Jui is in the Jui Palace. Juyo Tower was built to suppress that ferocious beast, right? Yi Jiding was stunned for a moment before nodding. That ferocious beast has already disappeared, and Juyo Tower's collapse is no longer important. What are you worried about? The most important thing is that the pit of heavenly origins below is still there, isn't it? Mu Qinghe's voice was still cold. Yi Jiding's head hurt. Vice Admiral Mu is right, but, however, Juyo Tower had already existed since Tianlu Academy existed. Now that it was destroyed as the dean, he was still worried. That ferocious beast is... Many thoughts flashed across Yi Jiding's mind, but he could only sigh in the end. Since things have already come to this, there's no other way. As he spoke, he turned to look at Elder Wei Yun and the rest. Use the Xin formation to seal this place and clean it up as soon as possible. Everyone hurriedly responded. Sun Zhongyan hesitated for a moment and still asked worriedly, Senior Martial Uncle, why are you still here? What should we do after that, Uncle Master? Without Juyo Tower, the power in the pit of heavenly origins below is still unbearable for most of the students. Don't worry about this. After some time we can just build a 9-story tower here. This new 9-story tower definitely won't be as powerful as the old Juyo Tower, but it can at least provide some space for the students to cultivate. Since that ferocious beast is no longer here, there's no need to be too worried. Everyone looked at each other and realized that this was the best solution, so they could only agree. Then, Sun Zhongyan quickly let the students leave, leaving only the elders and teachers to deal with the ruins together. Mu Qinghe didn't want to stay any longer and turned to leave. However, when she walked past Chu Luiyue, she looked at her meaningfully. Your ability seems to be stronger than I thought. Chu Luiyue looked calm. Vice Admiral Mu is overpraising me. You know very well whether I'm overpraising you or not. After all, not everyone can rely on the Yuan instrument to reach the 6th level. Mu Qinghe's eyes were filled with scrutiny. Chu Luiyue smiled. Actually, this is all thanks to Dumpling. Luyu is just a stage 2 warrior. He's really not enough. After the battle with Heng Jingchua in the Qingjiao competition, everyone knew that she had an unusual blood ferret. Mu Qinghe's gaze flashed past Dumpling, who was on Chu Luiyue's shoulder, and she suddenly said, I feel that your aura seems to be stronger than before. I seem to have seen the aura of your magical beast somewhere before. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Chapter 315. Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows in surprise. Oh? Where did Vice Admiral Mu see a magical beast similar to Dumpling? If they were fated to meet, Dumpling must have hit it off very well. Mu Qinghe stared at Chu Luiyue, as if he was considering whether she meant what she said. It's the magical beast of an old friend of mine. But it's not a blood ferret, but... He paused, and a cold smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Forget it, it's already dead, there's no need to mention it. Chu Luiyue's heart twitched fiercely. She heard her own voice. That's a pity? It must be very cute if it's similar to Dumpling. But why did the magical beast die? Did it die in battle? Mu Qinghe's smile slowly disappeared, and his expression was as cold as ice. It's just that its master died, so it was buried along with him. But because the magical beast was very strong, it probably knew that it wouldn't be easy to die, so it chose to self-destruct. Every word was like a sharp knife, ruthlessly stabbing into Chu Luiyue's heart. Although she had already expected it, she still couldn't accept it when she heard it with her own ears. Oh, right, that old friend of mine is the one I said you were similar to. Mu Qinghe's face was expressionless, and his tone was very calm, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Chu Luiyue forced her lips to move, but her limbs were cold, and it was almost impossible for her to move. Is that so? Cough cough, cough cough. Rong Xiu, who was next to her, suddenly coughed violently. Chu Luiyue quickly looked over. Rong? Your Highness Princely, are you okay? Rong Xiu finally stopped, and his lips were pale as he smiled. Nothing. Just a little tired, Chu Luiyue immediately said. Then I'll send you back to the Prince Li's residence. A faint smile appeared on Rong Xiu's face. Thank you very much. Chu Ning was also a little worried. I will go with you. After saying that, they planned to leave together. Mu Qinghe was still standing there looking at Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue took a step forward, then turned his head and asked, What's the matter? Vice Admiral Mu, is there anything else? Mu Qinghe paused and didn't say anything. She turned around and left. Chu Ning looked at his back view, walked to Chu Luiyue's side and whispered, Did you offend Vice Admiral Mu before? Chu Luiyue curled her lips nonchalantly. Perhaps. But that was not important. After Emperor Jiawen and the others left, Rong Xiu and the rest quickly returned. Seeing that the matter was over, the people who had gathered together went back to their own places. Tianlu Academy became deserted again. Yi Zhiding looked at the ruins of Juyo Tower and rubbed his glabella with a headache. The Imperial City has really become more and more chaotic recently, Elder Yi. A voice was suddenly heard. Yi Zhiding looked up and quickly furrowed his brows. Fu Yunshan? Qinghan? Elder Yi, I didn't expect this to happen. We came late and couldn't help. I'm really sorry. Fu Yunshan explained regretfully. Cheng Han's gaze swept across the ruins and he was very proud. He couldn't help but tease. Yeah. Juyo Tower seemed to have existed since Tianlu Academy existed. Now that it's destroyed, Elder Yi must be very upset, right? However, there's nothing we can do about this. That ferocious beast is too powerful. It's fine as long as everyone is fine. Elder Yi, don't you think so? Yi Zhiding squinted his eyes and looked at the two of them before he laughed. That's right. This time, it's indeed because our academy isn't strong enough that things develop to this stage. That ferocious beast is indeed very strong. Even if you helped, it wouldn't have been of much use. After all, your abilities... This old man has always been very straightforward. You don't mind, right? Fu Yunshan's expression instantly became very awkward. He secretly gave Qinghan a look. I already said that with Yi Zhiding's cultivation level, he would definitely be able to sense that we were nearby. We could have helped, but we didn't. Yi Zhiding must have a grudge against us. Qinghan was a little embarrassed by the mockery, but on second thought, Tianlu Academy suffered a huge loss after all. Just this point alone would make him happy for a long time. Thus, he didn't care about Yi Zhiding's words at all. Elder Yi, you've been in seclusion for a long time. I'm afraid you don't know a lot of things that have happened outside. Although our abilities can't be compared to yours, we're not as weak as you say. Ha ha ha. I was just joking. Why did you take it seriously, Qinghan? It's just like when you lost to me back then and said that you would send your disciple to defeat my disciple in the future. Wasn't that just a joke? Qinghan's face froze. Yi Zhiding asked in confusion. Why? What? Isn't it true? I heard that the pill your disciple used to win the celestial physician competition was refined by my disciple. If you're really still upset about what happened back then, you wouldn't have agreed to let your disciple take first place, right? Qinghan's expression changed and it was very interesting. We haven't seen each other for so many years, but Yi Zhiding is still so merciless. His mouth is really disgusting. I suddenly remembered that our academy is going back tomorrow, and there are some things that we haven't had time to do yet. Since Tianlu Academy is in such a situation, we'll only cause trouble if we continue to stay here. We'll take our leave first. As Qinghan spoke, he turned around and left. Fu Yunshan was also a little embarrassed. He forcefully added a few words and didn't plan to continue staying here. Qinghan walked a few steps and suddenly felt that someone was missing from his side. Situ Xingqian. He looked around but didn't see Situ Xingqian's figure. Did you see Xingqian? He found a familiar student and asked. I think she left just now. Maybe she went back to the inn. Qinghan thought about it and agreed. She must have felt terrible when she saw Rong Xiu and Chu Luiyue being betrothed. It's normal for her to go back. At this time, it's good for her to be alone. Qinghan took a deep breath. Let's go. Digression. Tomorrow will still be updated in the afternoon and evening. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 316. Chu Luiyue and Chu Ning followed Rong Xiu back to the Prince Li's mansion. The people of the Prince Li's mansion seemed to have received the news, and their attitude towards Chu Ning and his daughter was particularly attentive and eager, as if they were welcoming their own family. This made Chu Ning a little unaccustomed. After sitting in the Prince Li's mansion for a while, Chu Ning wanted to let Rong Xiu have a good rest, so he left with Chu Luiyue. Rong Xiu sent a carriage to send the two back. At first, Chu Ning didn't want to go through so much trouble, but later he was really stubborn and had to agree. The father and daughter got on the carriage and sat on each side. The two looked at each other silently. Chu Ning looked at Chu Luiyue calmly, and hesitated to speak as if he was thinking about how to speak. Father, if you have something to say, just say it. Chu Luiyue said softly. Chu Ning hesitated for a moment before saying, Between you and Prince Li, is there something between you? Chu Luiyue laughed. What do you mean? Chu Ning paused. That is? Did you already know that he was interested in you? Yes. Chu Luiyue didn't intend to hide this point. As you think, Prince Li and I did have feelings for each other long ago. That's why today's marriage was granted. Although he had already thought of it, Chu Ning couldn't help but be surprised when he heard it with his own ears. When did this happen? Could it be that, when he saved you, Prince Li saved me first and we didn't know each other at that time? Chu Ning breathed a sigh of relief. In other words, the two gradually got to know each other after Prince Li returned. In this case, it was easier for him to accept. Do you really like Prince Li? Chu Ning stared into Chu Luiyue's eyes and asked with a serious expression. Chu Luiyue nodded slightly. Chu Ning was stunned for a while before he murmured. That's good. That's good. His expression was a little complicated, as if he was sad and happy at the same time. He understood Yu's character very well. If she was not really interested in Prince Li, then today's bestowment of marriage she would absolutely not agree. Prince Li is a good person. At the very least he was much stronger than Crown Prince Rongjin. In the past Yu didn't have good taste. She liked Rongjin for many years and suffered a lot of humiliation and grievances because of him. But things were different now. He could see that Li Wang valued Yu very much. It could even be said that he regarded her as a treasure. He could finally rest assured. Just Li Wang's body? Have you checked Li Wang's pulse? Do you have any way to help me recuperate? Prince Li had died of illness when he was still in his mother's womb. He had invited countless celestial physicians since he was young, but there had been no improvement. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent to Mingyue Tianshan to recuperate for so many years. Chu Luiyue looked at Chu Ning's worried face and felt warm and amused at the same time. Father, don't worry. I'll do my best. No matter what happens to Prince Li's health in the future, I will always take good care of him. Chu Ning sighed and nodded. That's good. He had once hoped that Yu could marry an ordinary and healthy person and live a peaceful life. However, Yu had already displayed shocking talent. She definitely wouldn't be as simple and ordinary as an ordinary person in the future. If your mother was still around, she would definitely be very happy. Deep nostalgia flashed across Chu Ning's eyes. Chu Liyue's heart ached. For so many years, Chu Ning had to be both a father and a mother to bring up Chu Liyue painstakingly. No one could tell how sad he felt. She leaned forward and held Chu Ning's hand. The father-daughter duo sat in silence for a long time, but the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. The crisp sound of a slap resounded in the room. The Empress looked coldly at Rong Jin, who was standing in front of her. You're really crazy today. Rong Jin lowered his head and didn't say a word. I've long said that you shouldn't have any ideas about Chu Luiyue. Are you treating all of it as passing wind? When I saw you lying on the bed earlier, I thought you were just talking nonsense because of your fever. I didn't expect you to run over today and openly snatch Chu Luiyue from Rong Xiu. The Empress's finger was almost poking Rong Jin's head. Your father was right about one thing today, you're really tired of being the crown prince. Rong Jin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and there seemed to be a fire burning in his heart. He finally couldn't help but retort. She's mine. Why did I? You've already broken off the engagement with her. The Empress suddenly raised her voice, and her gaze was as sharp as a knife as it ruthlessly scraped across Rong Jin's body. Don't forget that you were the one who brought it up. What did you say back then? You said that you had to break off the engagement with Chu Luiyue and sever ties with her no matter what price I had to pay. Great, it's only been a few months, but you're acting like you're possessed. What do you want others to think of you, the crown prince? Do you know how much effort I spent back then to push you to the position of crown prince? The Empress's voice was already a little hysterical. Rong Jin looked up and saw that her face was contorted, and her eyes were filled with deep resentment. He was shocked and then realized that the Empress's emotions were exceptionally agitated today. He took a deep breath in and lowered his voice, still feeling indignant. But why does it have to be Rong Xiu? How can that good-for-nothing compare to me? Look at him. He won't be able to stand if he takes 2 more steps. Once he thought that Chu Luiyue was actually betrothed to such a person, he was filled with disgust. The Empress's face darkened and she suddenly sneered. Why? Why do you think? Rong Xiu personally begged your father, so how can your father not agree? You're better than him in every aspect, but who asked him to have a vixen mother? She's been dead for so many years, but she's still haunting me. She couldn't win against that woman back then, and now her son can't win against that woman's son. Doesn't she hate her? Rong Jin then understood that the Empress was like this because she remembered the people and things back then. The Empress seemed to have noticed that she had lost her composure. She took a deep breath in and forced herself to calm down. Anyway, it wasn't easy for you to keep your position today. Your father can tolerate you once or twice, but there definitely won't be a third time. Rong Jin pressed his lips against each other. I know my mistake. What's the use of knowing your mistake? You have to think of a way to make up for it. Rong Jin's eyes lit up. Mother, do you have a way? The Empress stared at him with a deadly gaze. Of course I have a way. However, you have to swear that you'll never mention Chu Luiyue again from now on. You'll completely give up on this thought. Rong Jin was stunned. But mother, she's the only one I like. The Empress looked at him warningly. Rong Jin subconsciously swallowed his remaining words. After a long time, he clenched his fists so tightly that they almost broke. Yes. The Empress heaved a sigh of relief, and her expression became gentler as she picked up the teacup at the side. The only way for you to stabilize your position as the crown prince is to marry Situ Xingqian. Digression. In the car, mobile users can continue to browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 317. What? Rong Jin was dazed. Country Xing Luo previously mentioned to your father that they want you to marry Situ Xingqian. Situ Xingqian has a noble status and is very doted on. If you can marry her, you'll have a strong support. The Empress sipped her tea and coldly glanced at Rong Jin. If it weren't for this, why do you think your father let you off today? Rong Jin knitted his brows. But Sidu Xingshan, is this the only way? You're still unwilling? The Empress put down her teacup with a bang and sneered. No matter how you look at it, Situ Xingshan is an extremely good choice for the crown prince. What else are you unhappy about? Even though she didn't really like Situ Xingshan, she had been in the palace for many years and instinctively felt that Situ Xingshan wasn't simple. However, she couldn't care about that now. Rong Jin kept quiet. He was also very clear that his current situation was worrying, and Situ Xingshan was indeed the only person who could help him stabilize his position. Think of a way to contact Situ Xingshan. It's best if you can quickly win her favor. This way things will be much smoother in the future. Rong Jin knitted his brows. But I'm already under house arrest and I can't go out at all. Besides, the Qing Jiao competition has already ended and they'll leave tomorrow. What kind of problem is this? As long as you want to, all these can be solved. The Empress didn't care. Unless you really don't want to be the crown prince anymore. Rong Jin clenched his teeth. I understand. Chu Ning and Chu Luiyue returned home together. When they reached the door, the two of them saw a page boy waiting at the door. Chu Luiyue squinted her eyes. She knew this page boy. He's from the Chu family. When the page boy saw Chu Ning and his daughter coming down from the horse carriage, he hurriedly ran over with a respectful expression. Lord Chu Ning, Big Missy, you're finally back. Chu Luiyue and Chu Ning looked at each other. One wouldn't visit a temple for no reason. It was obvious why the Chu family sent someone over. Mu Ting? Why are you here? The manservant called Mu Ting nodded and bowed with a fawning expression. He took out an invitation card from his bosom and handed it over respectfully. Lord Chu Ning still remembers me. The first elder said that he would like to invite you back to his residence. Here is the invitation. Chu Ning smiled faintly. Back then you had carry water for you for 3 months, causing her hands to develop frostbite. How could I forget about you? The smile on Mu Ting's face froze abruptly, and he felt extremely embarrassed. It was all my fault back then. Please be magnanimous and let me off. This lowly one apologizes to you. Seeing that Chu Ning and Chu Li's expressions did not change, he gritted his teeth and ruthlessly slapped his own face. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I deserve to die. Damn it. His cheek quickly became red and swollen, leaving behind a clear palm print. Chu Ning didn't say anything, so he didn't dare to stop. It was only when Chu Liuyue's mouth was filled with blood that Chu Ning sneered and led her toward the door. Seeing that the two were about to leave, Mu Ting panicked and hurriedly chased after them. Lord Chu Ning, I beg you to accept this invitation card. Otherwise, this lowly one won't be able to explain himself when I return. Chu Ning didn't want to pay any attention to him, not even giving him an extra glance. Mu Ting simply knelt down and kowtowed. Lord Chu Ning, I beg you. Eldest young miss, please persuade Lord Chu Ning. The corners of Chu Liuyue's mouth curled up slightly as he took the invitation card and opened it with interest. This letter was personally written by the first elder, Chu Xiao, and the wording was very polite. It was clear that he wanted to reconcile. Chu Ning frowned as a trace of disgust flashed across his eyes. What's so good about this kind of thing? It will only dirty your eyes. Chu Luiyue blinked at him and then looked at Mu Ting. You're saying that if we don't deliver this invitation card today, we'll die when we return? Mu Ting said gratefully. That's right. Eldest young miss, that's great. Just take it well. Chu Luiyue smiled and stuffed the invitation card back into Mu Ting's hands. Have a good trip. I won't send you off. Mu Ting was dumbfounded. Then he realized something and his face paled. Eldest young miss, my father and I have already completely severed ties with the Chu clan. I really can't accept being called eldest young Mississippi. With that, Chu Luiyue and Chu Ning turned to leave. Mu Ting's face was filled with despair. Seeing the two figures about to disappear behind the door, he anxiously shouted. Lord Chu Ning. The first elder said that even if you don't want to return to the Chu clan, please consider the patriarch. Chu Ning stopped in his tracks, a trace of struggle flashing across his face. Chu Luiyue glanced at him. Seeing this, Mu Ting felt that there was hope and shouted again. The patriarch values you the most. If he comes out of seclusion and sees the Chu clan in this state, he will definitely be very disappointed. Chu Liuyue's mouth twitched. Now he was talking about this. When the Chu clan bullied him and his daughter, they didn't consider disappointing the patriarch at all. A trace of hesitation flashed across Chu Ning's heart, but it disappeared in an instant. Let's go. He didn't turn back. He pulled Chu Luiyue and was about to leave. Chu Luiyue sighed softly. "Father, why don't you go back and take a look?" Chuning looked up in surprise. "You're?" Chu Luiyue patted his arm lightly. She didn't have any feelings for the Chu clan. The Chu clan and the patriarch of the Chu clan were not important to her. But Chuning was different. After all, the patriarch of the Chu clan was his father. It was impossible to say that there were no ties between them. Chu Luiyue knew very well that the reason Chuning had severed ties with the Chu clan was largely because of her. Mu Teng's words didn't mean anything to her, but it inevitably made Chuning waver. "No matter what, doesn't want to see father unhappy," she said softly. Chuning immediately understood what she meant, and his heart warmed. After hesitating for a moment, he finally said, "Don't worry. Since we've completely severed ties with the Chu clan, we won't go back no matter what. Father will be back soon. In the future, I can give the patriarch an explanation." Chu Luiyue nodded. "Then I'll wait for you at home." When Mu Ting heard that Chuning agreed to go to the Chu clan, she felt that her life had been saved. "Thank you, Lord Chuning." Thank you, Ms. Luiyue." Chuning and Chu Luiyue exchanged a few words, then left with Mu Teng. Chu Luiyue watched Chuning leave. Only when he couldn't be seen did she turn around, step through the door and enter the courtyard. She walked towards her room. When she reached the door, she placed her hand on the door, intending to push it open. Suddenly she paused and a cold light flashed in her eyes. The next moment she suddenly retreated. A black shadow broke through the door. In the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of Chu Luiyue. Before Chu Luiyue could see the other party's face, she was caught in a huge net. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 318. Chu Luiyue's vision instantly turned dark. This net was very strange. She was trapped in it and all the light was blocked outside. She couldn't see anything. Then she felt herself being pulled up. She was about to speak when a hoarse and threatening voice sounded by her ear. "If you want to die faster, just call for help." Chu Luiyue's lips moved, but she didn't say anything. Although she couldn't see the other party's face, this aura seemed familiar. Right. This person is the one following Rongzhen around. Previously, Rongzhen came to find me privately and attacked me because of this person. Rongzhen once said that after the Qingjiao competition ended, she would personally bring me to the forest outside the Imperial City. I didn't expect Rongzhen to be so impatient that she wouldn't even wait for a day. Chu Luiyue took out a dagger and tried to cut the net. In the darkness, she heard an ear-piercing scratching sound. Chu Luiyue was shocked. "There's actually an extremely strong barrier in this net. Don't waste your effort. With your current abilities, it's impossible for you to get out of here." That strange and hoarse voice sounded again with a strong sense of mockery. Chu Luiyue thought for a while and decided to just close her eyes and wait quietly. Rongzhen wanted to find trouble with me and it's just nice. I also want to end this matter once and for all. Chu Luiyue couldn't see the situation outside and could only feel herself being brought away quickly. She silently traced their route in her heart and realized that they were indeed heading out of the Imperial City. She didn't know what method this person used, but the entire journey was very smooth and didn't attract anyone's attention. When they left the city gates, Chu Luiyue could even hear the guards' interrogations. But still no one noticed that something was wrong. She was brought out of the city just like that. After leaving the Imperial City, that person obviously relaxed a little and sped up again. Suddenly she felt a weight on her shoulder. It was Tuanzi who suddenly came out. It rubbed against Chu Luiyue's neck and seemed a little restless. Chu Luiyue held it in his arms and gently comforted it. She was sure that Dumpling could bite through the net, but she had no intention of doing so at the moment. Dumpling seemed to be aware of her thoughts and immediately nestled in her arms obediently. After about an hour, that person finally stopped. Chu Luiyue immediately patted Dumpling's butt and told it to go back. Then he held his breath and waited. Whoosh! The net was suddenly ripped open. A dazzling light instantly shone down. Chu Luiyue subconsciously squinted his eyes to adapt to the change in light. "Chu Luiyue." A high and mighty voice came from behind. Chu Luiyue looked back. It was Rongzhen. "Are you familiar with this place?" Rongzhen crossed her arms and asked coldly. Chu Luiyue looked around. It was lush and verdant in all directions. This was indeed the forest outside the imperial capital. She pondered for a moment as if she was recalling before nodding gently. "It's a little familiar. Back then I was almost killed by the people Chu Xianmin sent here." "Here?" Rongzhen's gaze suddenly changed. "The place on your map isn't here." Chu Luiyue smiled bitterly. "Yes. But that's where I went after I escaped. At that time they knocked me out and brought me here intending to kill me. Coincidentally, I woke up at that time so I escaped." Rongjun looked at Chu Luiyue suspiciously. You better not let me find out what tricks you're up to. During the Qingjiao competition, Chu Luiyue performed very well and displayed abilities that exceeded everyone's expectations. She could not help but be wary. Chu Luiyue shrugged. This place is deserted. I know I'm not your match, so I'll cooperate. As long as you let me go in the end, everything else is negotiable. Rongjun sneered. You know what's good for you? Chu Luiyue did not say anything and looked down slightly. Bring me there now. Rongjun gave Elder Meng, who was standing behind Chu Luiyue, a look. Elder Meng, you must watch her closely. Fourth Princess, don't worry. As this hoarse voice rang in her ears, Chu Luiyue suddenly felt a cold wind coming from behind her. Her eyes flickered and she immediately became alert. However, it was only for a moment before she restrained her impulse and pretended not to notice anything as she stood there. Swoosh. A rope as thick as a thumb was tightly wrapped around her neck. Elder Meng was holding the other end of the rope in his hands. A fierce look flashed across Chu Luiyue's eyes. She had never been humiliated like this before. Behave yourself. Rongjun shouted. Otherwise this rope can take your life anytime. Chu Luiyue suppressed the anger in her heart and nodded lightly. I know. Lead the way in front. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath and took a step forward. The moment she moved, the rope around her neck moved as well. Elder Meng and Rongjun followed behind. Chu Luiyue finally managed to persuade Dumpling not to come out and continued walking forward step by step. Rongjun couldn't help but chuckle at this scene. If the people in the Imperial City see this scene, their jaws will definitely drop. The famous Chu Luiyue actually has such a servile appearance. Ah. Rongjun was delighted. So what if he came in first in the Qingjiao competition? So what if he has a Daijing Yuan Meridian? Isn't he like a dog in front of me? I heard that the Crown Prince and Prince Li even fought in front of Father to snatch you. If they see you like this, they will regret it so much. Chu Luiyue, you are really capable. You didn't say or do anything, but you almost made Father remove the Crown Prince. Chu Luiyue didn't have much of an expression. I've already cut all ties with the Crown Prince. I didn't expect today's incident either. If Fourth Princess is still angry because of this, angry? Why would I be angry? Can the Crown Prince blame others for his incompetence? Rongjun said sarcastically. Chu Luiyue paused. That's strange. Rongjun and Rongjin were both born of the Empress, and they always had a good relationship. Why did they suddenly become like this? From her tone, it seems like she can't wait for Rongjin to be removed. When my Pearl of Essence recovers, one day I'll let Mother know that Rongjin is a hopeless case. I am much more outstanding than him. Upon hearing her words, Chu Luiyue could basically confirm that Rongjun and Rongjin did have a conflict. However, she didn't know why. Just as she was thinking about this, she suddenly felt the rope around her neck being pulled tight. She held her breath and she almost fell. She hurriedly turned around and saw Rongjun laughing heartily. Ah, how interesting. Elder Meng, why didn't I think of such a way to do this in the past? Chu Luiyue, why don't you bark twice like a dog and I'll let bygones be bygones? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 319. Chu Luiyue stared at Rongjun quietly. Fourth Princess, this joke isn't funny at all. Rongjun's laughter stopped abruptly and she looked at Chu Luiyue. She saw a pair of clear black jade-like eyes staring at her. That pair of eyes was calm and unperturbed, but it inexplicably made one feel fearful. A chill seemed to emerge from the bottom of her heart, causing her to shudder. Realizing that she was actually afraid of Chu Luiyue, Rongjun was enraged, and she jerked the rope violently. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyeballs. This time, Chu Luiyue pulled the rope first and didn't let her do as she pleased. Rongjun tugged a few times and realized that it didn't budge. She felt even more embarrassed and flew into a rage. Elder Meng. Teach her a lesson. Fourth Princess. Chu Luiyue suddenly spoke, and his lips curved up without any trace of a smile. Did you spend so much effort to bring me out just to teach me a lesson? Rongjun was taken aback. I know that it's easy for you to kill me here. Perhaps no one will ever find out that it was you, Fourth Princess, who did it. But, are you sure this is what you want? If I die, your Pearl of Essence will never recover. How dare you threaten me? Rongjun's face was a little sinister. She had already suffered enough over the past few days, and now, even Chu Luiyue dared to speak to her like this. She quickly took 2 steps forward, rushed to Chu Luiyue, and raised her hand to slap her face. It doesn't matter if I die. I'll kill you, Chu Luiyue said slowly. But my father and Prince Li definitely won't let this go. Rongjun seemed to have heard a joke. Just based on your useless father and that sickly person? Of course it's not just them. Chu Luiyue stared into Rongzhen's eyes and smiled slightly. There's also Vice Admiral Mu. Rongzhen froze and her hand, which was in midair, couldn't fall. Vice Admiral Mu has only chosen me to accompany him to the Tianling dynasty. If something happens to me, what do you think Vice Admiral Mu will do? Rongzhen gritted her teeth. She had almost forgotten about this. Elder Meng tried to persuade him. Fourth Princess, we can't afford to offend Vice Admiral Mu. Of course I know. Rongzhen was furious. It would have been better if she hadn't mentioned this. Now that she mentioned it, she felt even more disgusted with Chu Luiyue. What right did Chu Luiyue have to be chosen? She had only said a few words and was humiliated in public. However, she couldn't do anything to Chu Luiyue. Even though Rongzhen was spoiled and willful, she wasn't brainless. Although he was about to go crazy from anger, after thinking about it carefully, what Chu Luiyue said was not unreasonable. Right now it was more important to restore his pill of origin. As for the rest, it would be the same in the future. Thinking of this, Rongzhen suppressed the anger in her heart and sternly shouted, I'll let you off this time. Hurry up and leave. Chu Luiyue glanced at her, turned around and continued walking forward. Her words seemed to make Rongzhen sober up a little. On the rest of the journey, Rongzhen didn't cause trouble most of the time. The few of them walked forward calmly. After walking for more than an hour, Rongzhen's legs were sore from all the walking. She impatiently asked, What's wrong? How far is it? Chu Luiyue, are you trying to fool me? Chu Luiyue finally stopped. It's just in front. Rongzhen immediately looked forward. In the lush forest not far away, there was a lake with white fog rising from it. The surroundings were quiet and the sun shone down. The fog on the lake's surface made it look like a fairyland. She couldn't help but take a few steps forward and shockingly realized that the white fog floating above the lake was actually thick force. This is... She widened her eyes and looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. There's actually such a place outside of the Imperial City? As the fourth princess, she was doted on. Not to mention the Imperial City, she had even been to half of the good places in country Yaoqin. But she had never heard of this place before. The force here is very thick and very gentle. It's indeed a good place to cultivate. Even Elder Meng couldn't help but praise it. Chu Luiyue coughed. I ran here with much difficulty back then and coincidentally met that mysterious man. This should be his territory, but I didn't know if he would appear today. Rongzhen looked at the lake in amazement. She took a deep breath and felt as if her organs were flowing smoothly. This is really a good place to cultivate. You're honest? She threw the other end of the rope to Old Meng and rushed to the lakeside in excitement. Up close, the lake was even clearer and more beautiful. She looked around and realized that there was no one else here other than the few of them. Is that mysterious man not here today? Elder Meng, is there anyone nearby? Elder Meng shook his head. No. He didn't sense anyone's aura. That's strange. Why is there no one watching over this place? Rongzhen walked a few steps around the lake with a confused look. It would be great if this lake belonged to me. Cultivating here would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. It's a pity that my pearl of essence is broken now, so I can't cultivate here. If that's the case, it will only be harmful. Thinking of this, Rongzhen's heart itched. Chu Luiyue, since that mysterious man was willing to help you, do you have a way to contact him? Chu Luiyue shook his head. How can such a person be controlled by me? Even I don't know what he looks like. Rongzhen didn't expect Chu Luiyue to know, so she was disappointed when she heard this. Such a strong presence indeed wouldn't be restricted to one place. However, they had already come all the way here. If they returned empty-handed, wouldn't that be too shameful? Suddenly her eyes lit up. All right. Previously you said that you met that person when you were in danger. If you encounter a similar situation now, will he appear again? Chu Luiyue knitted his brows. Fourth princess, what do you mean? I don't mean anything. Rongzhen slowly walked to Chu Luiyue and sized her up with ill intentions. I just want to give it a try. Don't worry, I won't really want you to die. Fourth princess, you think too highly of me. Chu Luiyue said lightly. Rongzhen sneered. You're no longer the same as before. Even Vice Admiral Mu favors you. How can I say that I think highly of you? You just have to. Just as her hand was about to strangle Chu Luiyue's neck, a strange sound came from the lake. Rongzhen immediately turned around. Under the white fog, she could vaguely see circles of ripples spreading from the center of the lake to the surroundings. She couldn't hide her excitement as she hurriedly walked over. But just as she reached the side of the lake, a huge white figure suddenly rushed out of the lake. It was heading straight for her. Mobile users, Please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 320. Elder Meng, save me. Rong Zhen exclaimed as she sensed the incoming danger and immediately called for help. Elder Meng already knew that something was amiss when the white figure broke out of the water and immediately rushed forward. But even though he was fast, the other party was even faster. Swoosh! The sound of something being cut was heard. The next moment, Rong Zhen's body flew backward. She fell harshly to the ground. The front of her shirt was quickly dyed red with blood. Fourth princess. Elder Meng was shocked. He looked up. However, what appeared in front of them was actually a muscular white lion. It quickly rushed out of the water and flew in the air, exuding a strong suppressive aura. This was clearly a high-level fiend. Elder Meng's heart was in his mouth. Even if he was a stage 5 warrior, it wouldn't be easy for him to deal with this fiend. He wanted to go forward and save Rong Zhen, but the scary white lion didn't budge an inch. It was impossible to break through it head-on. Rong Zhen, who was lying on the ground, kept wailing. She didn't even see what the other party looked like before she was beaten to the ground. Her organs were all squeezed into a ball, and a few of her ribs seemed to be broken. She couldn't even move. After her pearl of essence was broken, she lost all her strength and couldn't even defeat a normal adult man. She was no different from a good-for-nothing. How could she withstand such a fierce attack? Elder Meng? Elder Meng? Rong Zhen's face was pale as she kept spitting out blood. She struggled to get up. But the moment she moved, it hurt like hell. Besides, she couldn't exert any strength in many parts of her body. Brr! The white lion roared at the sky. Rong Zhen trembled in fear. Elder Meng suddenly realized something and turned to look at Chu Luiyue. It's you, swoosh? Chu Luiyue had an extremely sharp dagger in his hand, and he slashed at the rope harshly. Elder Meng laughed mockingly. This rope is made of gold silk and white iron. You're too naive if you want to cut it with a mere dagger. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Luiyue raised the dagger and cut the rope. The cut was neat and tidy. It looked extremely easy. Chu Luiyue's lips curled up slightly. It seems that this thing of yours isn't that great. Elder Meng's anger burned as he gathered origin power in his palm. Then he swung it out. Boom. A ball of extremely pure origin power rushed towards Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and jumped away as light as a swallow. At the same time he shouted, "Dumpling!" A small red figure suddenly flashed by. Then he went straight for that ball of origin power. It rushed in, and its figure was instantly engulfed by the light of the origin power. Elder Meng sneered. You overestimate yourself. He had long heard that Chu Luiyue had a strange blood ferret that directly swallowed Heng Jingchua's force. But he was different from Heng Jingchua. He was a rank 5 warrior and was much stronger than Heng Jingchua. Chu Luiyue was delusional to think that he could use the same trick he used on Heng Jingchua to deal with him. It was simply wishful thinking. But at this moment, a hole suddenly appeared in that ball of dazzling origin power. A furry tail poked out. Elder Meng suddenly froze. In the next moment he saw that the ball of origin power suddenly collapsed from the middle. That blood ferret opened its mouth and sucked hard. The origin power turned into a stream of light and entered its body. Elder Meng was completely stunned. Elder Meng, save me. Rong Zhen's shrill scream brought Elder Meng back to his senses. He turned back and saw that the white lion had already raised its claws and slammed down again. Boom. A strong gust of wind suddenly blew. Rong Zhen's body flew up again and fell to the ground in an even more tragic manner. This time there were more bloodstains on her body, making her look even more ashen. Fourth princess. Elder Meng was extremely anxious as he hurriedly rushed over. But this time he still couldn't get close. That white lion was extremely strong, and it was extremely easy for it to stop him. Seeing that Rong Zhen was tortured beyond recognition, Elder Meng angrily glared at the white lion but was shocked to see that Chu Luiyue was already standing beside the white lion. More importantly, that white lion seemed to be very docile in front of her. Her hand was placed on the white lion's head, gently caressing it. Shua, well done. Chu Luiyue praised it sincerely. Ever since Rong Zhen secretly found her, she had already started planning this counterattack. Since Rong Zhen said that she would bring her here, she would definitely do it. It was just a matter of time. She had already told Shua to wait here and planned to come after the Qingjiao competition ended. Even if Rong Zhen didn't find her, she would have gone to find her. So, even though today's incident was very sudden, it was all within her control. The murderous look in Shue's eyes instantly disappeared, and it became extremely obedient as it rubbed against Chu Luiyue's palm coquettishly. Is this your fiend? No. Impossible. Elder Meng was stunned by the scene in front of him and didn't feel good. When exactly did Chu Luiwe have such a strong presence? Also, this fiend seems to be very obedient to her. Even if it's not her fiend, there doesn't seem to be any difference. Xue Xue looked up at Chu Luiwe and wanted to ask for another round of praise, but its gaze suddenly froze, and it stared deadly at Chu Luiwe's neck. Upon seeing its expression, Chu Luiwe then touched her neck in hindsight. The marks left by the rope were very clear. She curved her eyes. It's okay. It's just a flesh wound. But Xue Xue's eyes seemed to be burning with fire. To a fiend, having a rope around their neck was a very humiliating thing. It was even more so for humans. How dare they treat me like this? Xue Xue roared angrily. Rong Zhen heard this sound and was so frightened that her entire body trembled. She forced her eyes open and looked at Xue Xue. For some reason she felt that this scene was very familiar. Right? The high-level fiend I met in the hunting ground back then seemed to be white. And this aura is exactly the same. Elder Meng. This white lion is the fiend that destroyed my pearl of essence. Rong Zhen shouted in a hoarse voice. Quick. Tell father and mother. Digression. Update at 12 noon tomorrow. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 321. Elder Meng was shocked. When Rong Zhen went to the hunting ground to hunt that high-level fiend, he didn't follow her. In addition, when Rong Zhen fell off the cliff, she didn't see the other party's face clearly, so no one knew what the high-level fiend that hurt her looked like. They originally thought that the matter would be left unsettled, but they didn't expect to encounter it again today. Also, this fiend clearly has a close relationship with Chu Luiwe. Elder Meng made a prompt decision and took out a thumb-sized silver cylinder. That was the special SOS tube used by Country Yao Chen's royal family. As long as force was injected, it would explode immediately. Chu Luiwe narrowed her eyes. She had heard of this before. It was also called a silver fly. Every member of Country Yao Chen's royal family had one, and they wouldn't use it unless it was a critical moment. This also meant that once this thing was activated, it meant that one's life was in danger. The royal family's people could quickly rush over based on the signal sent out by this thing. More importantly, after this silver fly exploded, everyone within a 1-kilometer radius would be stained with a special smell. Those people could use this smell to continue their pursuit. If that was the case, it would unintentionally cause a lot of trouble. Chu Luiwe raised her hand and swiftly threw the dagger out. The dagger was extremely fast and hit Elder Meng's wrist in an instant. The silver fly fell to the ground. Elder Meng panicked and immediately went forward to snatch the silver fly back. Xue Xue raised its claws and waved it harshly. A few sharp rays of light flew out instantly. Elder Meng was shocked and immediately dodged. A red shadow flashed past. The next moment, Dumpling held the silver fly in its mouth and appeared in front of Chu Luiwe. Chu Luiwe took the silver fly and lightly patted Dumpling's head. You're smart. Dumpling proudly wagged its tail and then shook its butt at Rong Zhen and Elder Meng with a look of disdain. Elder Meng's heart sank. A powerful high-level fiend, a cunning Chu Luiwe, and a mysterious blood ferret. He and Rong Zhen weren't their opponents at all. Rong Zhen finally realized the danger at this point. Her face turned even paler, and blood kept seeping out of the corner of her mouth. She forced herself to raise her head and look at Chu Luiwe. His arrogant and presumptuous face was now filled with deep fear. However, there was still a trace of resentment in the depths of his eyes. It's you? It's you? This magical beast was sent by you. She accused in a trembling voice. It's you? You've long harbored a grudge against me and wanted to kill me to silence me, haven't you? Chu Luiwe raised his eyebrows. You're saying Xue Xue is the devil beast that destroyed your essence core? Why are you pretending to be innocent? Rong Zhen was already on the verge of breaking down. Seeing that Chu Luiwe didn't seem to know anything, she was so angry that her lungs exploded, and she screamed hysterically. Back then, you purposely sold the hunting ground and then secretly spread the news that there were high-level magical beasts there to lure me over. Then you sent this magical beast to sneak an attack on me, causing me to fall off the cliff. My essence core was destroyed and I was completely crippled. Everything you did was because I humiliated you at the palace banquet back then. You evil woman. The truth is right here. Do you still want to deny it? Chu Luiwe pondered over Rong Zhen's words and his eyes darkened. Then he looked at Xue Xue who was beside him in deep thought. Xue Xue lowered its head guiltily and stared at its claws. Chu Luiwe asked lightly, Xue Xue, why are you here? Xue Xue, did you really push her off the cliff back then? Xue Xue didn't move. Chem? Chu Luiwe's voice rose slightly. Shui Shui immediately looked at her. It was just following orders. Chu Luiyue stared at it for a while. After confirming that it wasn't lying, she raised her eyebrows in satisfaction. Just admit it. I don't like little fellows who lie to me. Shui Shui hurriedly nodded. Dumpling, who was at the side, suddenly froze. She secretly glanced at Chu Luiyue to confirm that she wasn't talking about her. Then she shifted her gaze away. Chu Luiyue's lips suddenly curled up into a smile. Well done. Shui Shui instantly heaved a sigh of relief. A huge smile appeared on its face and its white teeth were exposed. Rongzhen was about to die from anger. She really didn't know what Chu Luiyue was doing now. She was clearly the mastermind behind all of this, yet she was still acting here. Chu Luiyue looked at Rongzhen. She crossed her arms with one hand and played with the dagger that had already flown back with the other. She lazily said, Rongzhen, whether you believe it or not, I didn't destroy your pearl of essence. However, I can't be bothered to explain so much to you now. Anyway, in your eyes, I'm already an evil woman. Whatever I do, even if it's killing you, is perfectly normal, right? Rongzhen shuddered in fear. Chu Luiyue. I'm the 4th princess of country Yao Qin. You dare to kill me? Why wouldn't I dare? Chu Luiyue interrupted her and surveyed the surroundings. This place is deserted. It's the best place to kill someone. Besides, you guys secretly brought me out. Other than you guys, no one else knows that I'm with you now. Even if they investigate in the future, they won't be able to trace it back to me. Rongzhen's lips trembled violently, but she couldn't say anything. This was because she knew very well that Chu Luiyue wasn't wrong at all. She looked at Chu Luiyue. That woman was standing there, her posture relaxed and languid, her face full of smiles. However, the cold glint in her eyes was even colder than the glint of the dagger she was playing with. Endless fear surged in Rongzhen's heart. At this moment, she finally realized that she was a fish on someone's chopping block. Chu Luiyue could really kill her here. Besides, she could definitely do it. Chu Luiyue, please don't kill me. I was blind in the past and offended you. Please don't hold it against me, okay? I can apologize to you. If you want, you can also use a rope to strangle me. I'll bark like a dog for you, okay? Please. Rongzhen was scared out of her wits. In order to survive, she was willing to give up everything. Chu Luiyue looked at her with interest. He originally thought that Rongzhen was a spoiled, arrogant, and domineering princess, but now it seemed that she was more flexible than he imagined. However, that was all there was to it. Chu Luiyue smiled. Rongzhen, you don't have to waste your breath. At this moment, if you were me, would you spare my life? Rongzhen's voice stopped abruptly. Of course not. There was such a huge conflict between her and Chu Luiyue. If she had the chance to kill Chu Luiyue, she definitely wouldn't hesitate. Chu Luiyue would definitely do the same. Thinking of this, despair gradually filled her eyes. Chu Luiyue raised his chin. Don't worry. Today is a good day for me, so I'll give you a quick death. As she spoke, she pointed the dagger in her hand at Rongzhen's glabella. Wait. I can tell you a secret about Rongzhen. Digression. The remaining chapters might be slower to update, so let's read them together tonight. Mobile users, please browse and read them. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 322. The sharp dagger dangerously flew over Rongzhen's head. It then harshly stabbed into the ground beside her. A strand of hair floated down in front of her eyes. Rongzhen's heart seemed to be tightly clenched by something. If I had been any later, I would have really died here today. Chu Luiyue looked at Rongzhen's pale and shaken face for a while before slowly asking, I have nothing to do with Rongzhen anymore. I have nothing to do with Rongzhen anymore, and any secrets related to him have nothing to do with me. What makes you think that you can use this secret to exchange for your life? Yes, I definitely can. I promise that you'll definitely be interested in this matter. Rongzhen was afraid that Chu Luiyue would regret it, so she spoke very quickly. Chu Luiyue raised his brows with interest. Rongzhen's eyes were filled with panic, but she still spoke to Chu Luiyue confidently. Really? If you really don't care after I say it, it won't be too late to kill me then. In any case, my life and death is in your hands right now, isn't it? Chu Luiyue lifted his chin. Tell me about it. Rongzhen took a deep breath in and forcefully swallowed the sticky blood that surged up her throat. The smell made her want to vomit, but at this point she definitely didn't dare to do anything she shouldn't do in front of Chu Luiyue. Do you know that father and country Xing Luo wants Situ Xingqian to marry Rongzhen? Hearing Situ Xingqian's name, a dim light flashed across Chu Luiyue's eyes. There weren't any rumors about this before. How did you know? Seeing that Chu Luiyue seemed to be interested in this matter, Rongjin secretly heaved a sigh of relief in her heart and continued speaking. Because I inadvertently heard about this matter from Imperial Mother. However, she and Rongjin don't know that I know about this. Chu Luiyue nodded in understanding. In that case it wasn't impossible. After all, Rongjin was the Empress's biological daughter, and she had always been close to Rongjin. Thus, it wasn't strange for her to hear this. A fair lady is a gentleman's mate. It's Rongjin's blessing to be able to marry Situ Xingqian. Chu Luiyue said faintly. She said this with sincerity. Even though Situ Xingqian didn't give her a good impression, Situ Xingqian was indeed very outstanding in other aspects. Whether it was appearance or talent, she was one in a million. Even her status was more honorable and stable than Rongjin's. Even though Rongjin was the crown prince the moment he was born, his position was already on the brink of collapse after the recent series of setbacks. Emperor Jiawen's patience with him is about to run out. The other princes are also very outstanding and can replace him at any time. For example, the third prince, Rongjio. That person had always been Rongjin's formidable opponent even though he had been living in seclusion and had been very quiet. However, Chu Luiyue did not think that a man who had fought on the battlefield in his teens and made outstanding achievements in battle would admit defeat so easily. He was just waiting for the right time. Previously, Rongjin was suddenly placed under house arrest and stripped of many of his rights. It seemed to have something to do with the third prince. On the other hand, Situ Xingqian was the eldest princess and did not need to fight for the throne. However, she had extremely high prestige and status in country Xingluo, and even those princes couldn't compare to her. The marriage between the two of them was beneficial to Rongjin. Rongjin didn't ask to marry Situ Xingqian. This marriage was initiated by country Xingluo. Rongjin emphasized every word. This really shocked Chu Luiyue. Why? This is the secret I want to tell you. Rongjin looked at Chu Luiyue nervously. Do you want to hear this secret now? If you want to know, then, you have to swear that you won't kill me. You also won't use other means to torture me. Chu Luiyue's lips curved up slightly. Are you negotiating with me? Do you have the right? Rongjin choked and then gritted her teeth. She gritted her teeth and said, I know I don't. But if you don't agree, then, you don't have to do anything. I'll end it myself. Chu Luiyue looked at her nonchalantly. The dagger is beside you. Rongjin didn't seem to expect Chu Luiyue to give such a straightforward answer, and she couldn't help but be dazed. Why, you don't want to know the reason behind this? There's a huge secret behind this. Chu Luiyue nodded honestly. Of course I want to know. But I hate it when others bargain with me, especially someone like you. As she spoke, she glanced at the sky. If you really want to take action, you better hurry. It's almost evening now. I still have to go back and have dinner with my father. Rongjin's blood was stuck in her throat, and her face flushed red. She angrily pulled out the dagger and pressed it against her neck. Chu Luiyue, I'm telling you, if you don't listen to this secret, you'll definitely regret it. Chu Luiyue acted as if he didn't hear anything. Alright. Even though the dagger is sharp, if you cut it in the wrong spot, it'll take a long time for you to bleed to death. The spot you put it in now is a little low. Go up a little. Rongjin was so angry that her vision turned black. She was originally injured, and there wasn't a single part of her body that didn't hurt. Now that she heard Chu Luiyue's words, she was about to break down completely. She clenched her teeth and her hands trembled. The scene of her confronting her mother a few days ago suddenly surfaced in her mind. Those ear-piercing words were like a sharp knife that harshly pierced her heart. Despair flashed across Rongjin's eyes. In the past she was very talented and was doted on. However, she became a good-for-nothing overnight and she lost everything. But just because she couldn't do anything for Rongjin, she became a good-for-nothing in her mother's eyes. She became a thorn in her mother's side. Even if she were to die here today, no one would care. Thinking of this, she slowly closed her eyes as a tear rolled down her cheek. Then she waved her wrist. Poof! Just as the dagger was about to cut her artery, a stone suddenly flew out of Chu Luiyue's hand and hit Rongjin's wrist. Her hand suddenly turned numb, and the dagger deviated from its original direction and fell to the ground. There was a cut on Rongjin's neck, but luckily, it was very shallow and wouldn't harm her life. She looked at Chu Luiyue dejectedly and hopelessly. What exactly do you want to do? Chu Luiyue looked at her with interest. One had to admit that even though Rongjin did many evil things and was arrogant and despotic, she was much more courageous than Rongjin. If Rongjin was the one facing such a situation, he wouldn't even have the courage to hold a dagger. From this aspect, Rongjin was still more outstanding than Rongjin. You can tell me the secret now. Rongjin was dazed and her eyes were filled with suspicion. Really? Why, you're sure you won't kill me? Chu Luiyue nodded. Of course. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 323. After Chu Luiyue finished speaking, he glanced at Xue Xue beside him. Xue Xue understood and immediately dashed out. Its body was huge and muscular, but its speed was extremely fast, almost like a bolt of silver lightning. The next moment, it rushed in front of Elder Meng. The moment Elder Meng saw it move, he already realized the danger. He moved his feet and turned to run. But after a few steps, a white figure flashed in front of him, and the white lion appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Force gathered in Elder Meng's palm, and he hurriedly threw a punch. Longyang punch. Mockery flashed across Xue Xue's icy blue eyes. Then it raised its claws. Swish. Elder Meng's punch was harshly torn apart. Even his hands were bleeding profusely. Elder Meng was pushed back by this strong force and almost fell to the ground. When he finally stabilized himself, he saw the white lion slowly approaching him. Without a second thought, he turned around and fled. Brr. A roar suddenly sounded in the forest. Elder Meng took half a step forward and his body suddenly froze. Then viscous blood flowed out of his ears. Bang. He suddenly fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Chu Luiyue walked over, not surprised at all. The suppression of a high-level fiend was enough to directly shatter a Stage 5 warrior's organs. She used a tree branch to remove the black cloth on Elder Meng's face, and an old and unfamiliar face appeared in front of her. Chu Luiyue raised his brows and looked at Rongzhen. Rongzhen forced herself to calm down and slowly said, "This is Elder Meng. This is Elder Si Meng? He has been secretly protecting me all these years? Someone from the Si family?" "Yes. The Si family doesn't seem to have such an elder, right? He faked his death 20 years ago, but in reality he has been serving Mother all these years." Chu Luiyue instantly recalled that the current Empress, Si Huijing, was the Si family head's younger sister. It seems like the Empress and the entire Si family have reservations about His Majesty. No. The rest of the Si family doesn't know about this. Even though Rongzhen hated the Empress, she didn't want to drag the Si family into this. Chu Luiyue, 4 villages. You have Si Ming by your side, but what about Rongjin and Rongqi? Rongzhen shook her head. The Imperial Palace is heavily guarded, and Imperial Mother doesn't dare to go too far. In the past, Elder Si Ming mostly protected Rongjin, but ever since I got injured he started following me. Now that Si Ming was dead, the last bit of hope in her heart was completely shattered. As Chu Luiyue listened, he took out a jade bottle from his Chengkuan bag and poured something onto Si Ming's body. Rongzhen had already guessed what it was, but she cowered and didn't dare to speak. Sure enough, after a short while, Si Ming's body completely disappeared. Not a single trace was left behind. Rongzhen widened her eyes at this scene and her heart raced. After Chu Luiyue settled this problem, he looked at Rongzhen again. Rongzhen seemed to be shocked by her actions and suddenly took a step back. Chu Luiyue looked down at her with a smile on her lips. "Okay, now you can start telling me that secret." After carefully instructing Rongjin, the Empress returned to the palace. Too many things had happened today and she was completely exhausted. The palace servants had all heard about what happened at Tianlu Academy and knew that the Empress wasn't in a good mood at this time. Hence they were especially careful. The Empress returned to her room and sat down in front of the dressing table. A face was reflected in the bronze mirror. It was dignified and beautiful, but it was also old and tired. She reached out and slowly brushed past the wrinkles at the corner of her eyes. Even if she took good care of it, it couldn't withstand the corrosion of time. After all, it was different from when she was young. Even she wasn't willing to look at this face, let alone His Majesty. Besides, even if she went back to more than 10 years ago, her face wasn't the one that His Majesty loved the most. Thinking of this, a strong sense of frustration surged in her heart. Bang! She knocked the jewelry box onto the floor. The palace servants serving her at the side immediately knelt down. "Your Majesty, please calm down." The Empress wanted to get angry and kill everyone here. But in the end she held herself back. None of this was important. As long as Rongjin could stabilize his position as the crown prince, there was still hope for everything. She would definitely be the final winner. Thinking of this, she softened her tone. "You don't have to be nervous. This consort was just too tired and made a mistake. Put everything away." "Yes." The palace servants hurriedly picked up the scattered jewelry one by one and put them back into the box. The Empress asked faintly, "How was the 4th princess today?" The palace servant hurriedly said, "Replying to your highness, the 4th princess is still in the palace today and is unwilling to come out." The food sent in seems to be useless too. The Empress paused and frowned. After she hit Rongzhen a few days ago, Rongzhen refused to come out. Even though she regretted hitting Rongzhen, she also felt that Rongzhen's temper should change. In this kind of situation, how could she still be arrogant and unbridled? Instead of thinking about how to share Rongzhen's and my worries, she only cares about herself. Does she think that she's still the fourth princess that everyone doted on? She originally wanted to give her the cold shoulder for a few days so that she would learn to behave. However, it seemed like it was impossible now. She stood up and said, "I'll go and see her." When the Empress walked to Rongzhen's bedroom, it was already evening. When the palace servants saw the Empress, they were all shocked. "Greetings, Your Highness." The Empress looked around and indeed didn't see Rongzhen. "Where's the fourth princess?" Replying to Your Highness, "The fourth princess is still in the room." The Empress was even more displeased. "I'm already here. Rongzhen must have heard me, but she still doesn't come out. She's really spoiled." She restrained her expression and walked straight to the door that was tightly shut. "Xinjin, mother is here." The room was silent and there was no response. The Empress raised her voice. "Xinjin?" Still no one spoke. The Empress lost her patience and ordered the palace servants to open the door forcefully. Then she stepped into it. "Rongzhen, you've really gone overboard recently." The Empress's remaining words disappeared in her throat. This was because there was no one in the room. She looked around. "Xinjin?" Dead silence. This time the Empress finally panicked. She quickly searched the room and finally confirmed that Rongzhen wasn't here. She looked at the palace servants behind her in shock and anger. Where did the fourth princess go? The palace servants were also shocked as they knelt down together. "Your Highness, you're wise. The fourth princess has been in her room for the past few days and hasn't come out." "Then where is she now?" "So many people said that Rongzhen didn't go out, so she definitely didn't go out for a simple walk." "Why, you really don't know?" The Empress casually grabbed the teacup beside her and harshly threw it at the palace servants. "Hurry and find her for me. If you can't find the fourth princess, you'll all have to hand over your heads." Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 324. Yes. The palace servants were also scared out of their wits and hurriedly responded. Just as they were about to leave, the Empress said sternly, "Also, you can't let others know about this. If it reaches His Majesty's ears, be careful of your lives." "Yes." The palace servants hurriedly left. The Empress's face was terrifyingly dark as she stood rooted to the ground for a while. Where could Rongzhen go? Her pearl of essence was shattered, and she didn't have any cultivation left. With her own strength, it was impossible for her to avoid so many people and leave silently. Unless, the Empress suddenly thought of something and her heart sank. Did Elder Meng leave with Rongzhen? She hurriedly walked back into the house and left the palace servants outside. After confirming that there was no one around, she took out something from her arms. It was a thumb-sized jade seal. She usually used this to contact Elder Meng. She gently twisted the seal. "Gotcha." A soft sound was heard. She looked at the bottom of the seal. But to her disappointment, there was no reaction. The Empress frowned. Even if Elder Meng left with Rongzhen, he should have received this news. In the past he would respond quickly, but now, she paused for a while and tried again. Still there was no reaction. The Empress became increasingly anxious. Elder Meng had been with her for many years, but this had never happened before. This made her feel very uneasy. She couldn't help but size up the room again. Everything was normal except that there was one person missing. The Empress felt her head hurt and rubbed her glabella. Where exactly could Rongzhen have gone? There were enough things today, but Rongzhen just had to add to the chaos at this time. If His Majesty finds out, he will blame me even more for not doing my duty as a mother. Our current situation is already difficult enough. What is wrong with Rongzhen? When I find her, I will teach her a lesson no matter what. Bam. All of a sudden, the seal in her hand exploded. The Empress was shocked and directly threw it out. The seal that was already broken rolled on the floor and completely disintegrated. "Her Majesty? What's wrong?" The palace servants outside hurriedly asked when they heard the sound. The Empress instinctively shouted, "Nothing. Nobody is allowed to come in." As she spoke, she hurriedly walked over and picked up the broken pieces of the seal. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the thing in her hand in disbelief. It took her a long time to recover. This is, Old Meng is dead." Her body trembled uncontrollably with shock and fear. Elder Meng was actually dead. He was a rank 5 warrior. All these years he had done many things for her and had never made a single mistake. How could he suddenly die now? The Empress was suddenly stunned. Wait a minute. If it was really Elder Meng who took Zhen out, and now that he was dead, wouldn't Zhen? Thinking of this, she quickly got up. If Zhen was really in danger, she had to send someone to save her as soon as possible. But halfway there she stopped. Telling His Majesty about this was the fastest and most effective way. After all, His Majesty could mobilize too many people. If she blindly sent people to search, who knew when there would be news? But how was she going to explain how Zhen left so quietly? Once His Majesty conducts a thorough investigation, he will definitely find Elder Meng. Even if he's already dead. By then, not to mention Rongjin, she might not even be able to sit on her throne as the Empress. She hesitated for a moment and fell into a dilemma. After hesitating for a long time, she finally decided to hide this matter first. If she could find Rongjin as soon as possible, everyone would be happy. If not, in a life and death situation, Rongjin would definitely think of ways to protect herself. After all, she still had Silverfly with her. Now, the mother and son pair couldn't create any more trouble. The Chu family. Chu Ning followed the wooden vines to the Chu residence. Standing in front of the door and looking at the very familiar door, he had a lot of thoughts and complicated feelings. He used to be proud of the Chu family and tried his best to give up everything for the Chu family. But in the end, the Chu family only left him with endless painful memories. If it weren't for the family head, he definitely wouldn't step through this door again. The guards standing at the door saw him from afar and immediately bowed respectfully. "Welcome back, eldest young master." They were very attentive and had flattering smiles on their faces. Even when Chu Ning was at his peak, he had never been treated so warmly. However, the smiles on their faces were glaring and even disgusting to Chu Ning. He could still clearly remember how these people had treated him and a few months ago. How long had it been and things had become like this? Every dog has its day. He ignored those people and walked straight through the door. Passing through the courtyard, he walked toward the hall. But before he reached the place, he saw that the Chu family had already gathered outside the hall. Seeing his figure appear, someone immediately went up to welcome him. "Big brother. You're finally back." Looking at the smiling man in front of him, Chu Ning knitted his brows. Chuji? Chuji came from a branch of the Chu family and had always been at odds with him. In the past, when he was in the limelight, Chuji was jealous and always felt that he had stolen his reputation and glory. Later on, when he fell from grace, Chuji secretly made things difficult for him. Chu Ning's lips curled up into a cold smile. "Chuji, it's been a long time since I called you big brother. It seems. You haven't called me that in 10 years, right?" A trace of awkwardness flashed across Chuji's face, but he quickly squeezed out an eager smile and pulled Chu Ning's arm with one hand. "Ah, big brother, you still like to joke as before. Please come in. Everyone has been waiting for you for a long time." Chu Ning easily avoided his hand and looked at the crowd in front of him. He quickly looked around and sneered in his heart. Not only Chuji but all the important figures of the Chu family were here. Who else could it be but the great elder Chu Shao standing in the middle? However, at this moment, compared to the eager and enthusiastic expressions of the others, his expression was still not good. "We're all family. Why are you standing here? Why aren't you coming in to talk?" Chu Shao said firmly. Chu Ning smiled. To be able to say such words of compromise was probably the biggest concession Chu Shao could make. However, he did not return to the Chu family today to continue looking at Chu Zhao's face. "Great Elder Chu, you seem to have forgotten something. You and I have already completely severed ties with the Chu family. We really can't be considered a family, right?" Chu Zhao's expression turned cold. "How dare you?" Chu Ning placed one hand behind his back and said indifferently. "Great Elder Chu, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. However, this reprimand, forget it." Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 325. Just as Chu Shao was about to flare up, the person beside him hurriedly whispered, "First Elder, it wasn't easy for us to invite Chu Ning back. Don't fall out because of an argument. Business is more important. Business is more important." Chu Shao could only suppress the anger in his heart. In any case, the invitation had already been written. It was not a big deal for him to lower his stance now. This was not only for the Chu family but also for himself. Thinking of this, he adjusted his expression and restrained the anger on his face. "You can't say that here. So many people are standing here. What do you think it looks like? Come in first." With that, he turned around and returned to the hall. A small portion of the others followed him in, while the majority of them were still looking at Chu Ning as if waiting for him to move. Chu Ji didn't dare to provoke him again. He only said eagerly from the side, "Big brother, please go first. You're the big brother, so you should naturally go first." Chu Ning glanced at him. There was no embarrassment on Chu Ji's face. Instead, it was filled with excitement and fawning. Seeing that Chu Ning was sizing him up, he quickly said, "Big brother, you haven't been back for a while. You might not be used to it, but don't worry, just tell me if you have any instructions. I'll definitely do it for you." Chu Ning could see the sincerity in his words. Chu Ji really did not hold a grudge over what happened just now. Instead, he was wholeheartedly trying to please him. How ironic. Chu Ning shook his head and walked towards the hall. Seeing him walk in, the others followed him in. Chu Ning was arranged to be the first on the left. Other than the seat of honor where Chu Xiao usually sat, this was the most honorable seat. It was even ranked before the other elders of the Chu family. However, Chu Ning could not be bothered with this and sat down. "Since everyone is already in, First Elder, can you speak frankly?" He did not want to waste time here. The longer he stayed with these people, the more unbearable he felt. Therefore, he planned to quickly resolve the matter and return. Chu Xiao was dissatisfied with Chu Ning's attitude, but he knew that now was not the time to be calculative. Hence, he said, according to what the patriarch said back then, he should be coming out of seclusion soon. If the patriarch knew about this, he would definitely be very disappointed. "So, I've called you here today to discuss what to do about this matter." Chu Ning chuckled, but there was no mirth in her eyes. "What else can we do? Since it had already happened, could it be that they were going to pretend that it never happened? When the patriarch comes out of seclusion, I will personally explain to him." Everyone was stunned and looked at each other. They seemed to have never expected that Chu Ning would actually say this. Chu Ji couldn't help but say, "Big brother, don't you always respect the patriarch the most? Severing your relationship with the Chu clan is equivalent to severing your relationship with the clan head. If the clan head knows about it, he will definitely be very upset." Chu Ning said calmly, "I know. Whether it was in the past or now, my respect for the patriarch has always been the same. But now that things have come to this, no one can turn back. So, no matter how the patriarch views me, I will accept it." "Are you serious?" Even Chu Xiao could not help but ask. Clearly, he was extremely shocked by Chu Ning's words. Everyone in the Chu family knew that Chu Ning was a very sentimental person. "I thought that bringing up the family head would make him regret his decision back then, but now it seems that it's a little unexpected." Chu Ning nodded. "Of course. Every word I said was carefully thought out." The hall fell into an awkward silence. He had already said this, so how could the others say anything? After a long while, Chu Xiao frowned and said, "Chu Ning, since you've already said so, then there's no need for us to be so polite. You should know why I called you back today." Chu Ning's face was sincere. "I'm sorry, I really don't know. Is it to apologize to you, and me, to ease the relationship with us father and daughter, or to beg us to come back? If you don't say it, how can I guess?" Everyone's expression became awkward again. Chu Xiao suppressed his anger. "Chu Ning, don't go overboard." "I really don't know, that's why I asked. Is this considered going overboard?" Chu Ning sneered and swept his gaze across everyone. "You can't be asking me to come back to chat, right? Enough." Chu Xiao felt that these words were very ear-piercing. He finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He stood up angrily and stared at Chu Ning. "Don't you just want us to admit that we want you to come back?" "Not beg," Chu Ning corrected sincerely. Chu Xiao's face kept changing between green and white. "Chu Ning, you're right. Now, the entire Chu family hopes that you and Lu Yu can come back and become a member of the Chu family again." The third elder, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke and looked at Chu Ning kindly. "The Chu family has wronged you and your father, so you can choose whatever you want. If you agree to come back, everyone in the Chu family will be grateful. If you don't, then what happened today never happened." The third elder's words made the Chu family members even more embarrassed. But they had to endure it. After all, someone had to say this. Moreover, they were indeed the ones who were begging. Chu Ning's expression softened a little, and he nodded slightly at the third elder. "Thank you for pointing it out, third elder. My answer is, I don't agree." This answer was also within everyone's expectations, but they had already prepared a lot of persuasive words. "Chu Ning, think about it carefully again. After all, the Chu family is the place where you were born and raised. Don't you have any attachment at all?" "Yes, big brother. If you're still angry about what happened to Chu Yan's family, then it's not worth it. You probably don't know that Lu Yao instigated the Gu family's madam to cause trouble at Tianlu Academy and was taught a lesson by the Gu family's master. And Chu Yan is still lying in bed and can't get up. That couple has caused so much trouble for the Chu family. Now that the Chu family has declined and caused so much trouble, it's really in danger. Chuning, are you really going to watch from the sidelines? When the master comes out of seclusion, how are we going to explain to him? If you're still holding a grudge about what happened in the past, then we'll let you take revenge. How about that? Alright, and Luyu. We've already locked up all the servants who bullied her in the past. As long as you come back, you can do whatever you want with them. All kinds of voices mixed together, making Chuning feel extremely annoyed. He suddenly sneered. Is that so? If I remember correctly, many of you here have done the same thing, right? If you really want to settle the score, then you can't escape, right? The hall instantly quieted down. Chuning looked at Chu Xiao and said coldly, for the first one, why don't we start with First Elder Chu? Digression. Tomorrow at noon, please browse and read for mobile users. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 326. Chu Xiao frowned. Chuning, do you know what you're saying? Chuning leaned back in his chair with a relaxed expression and a cold gaze. Of course. If you don't accept, then let's end the discussion here. As he spoke, he was about to stand up. Chu Xiao was about to shout angrily, but the person beside him spoke first. Chuning, we know that the Chu family wronged you and your daughter first. It's understandable for you to make this request. However, so much time has passed. Are you going to investigate everything one by one? I remember each and every one of them clearly. I won't malign anyone. Chuning glanced at the person who spoke. Why don't we start with you? That person was speechless. The entire hall fell into dead silence again. Who knew what Chuning would think of to punish and take revenge on them? Only a fool would stand out at this time. However, it was difficult for them to give up just like that. Chuning had been promoted to the commander of the Imperial Guards and held great power in his hands. However, this was not the most important thing. The key to the problem was still Chu Luiyue. It would be fine if she was just an ordinary cultivation genius, but she was clearly more outstanding than most people. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to take first place twice in the Qingjiao competition. Moreover, she was extremely talented as a celestial physician. From the moment she could refine pills, she was already considered a true celestial physician. One had to know that no one in the Chu family had achieved this in so many years. What made them even more tempted was that Chu Luiyue had a Daijinjuan meridian and was chosen by Mu Qinghe to cultivate in the Tianling dynasty in the future. What an honor this was. If Chu Luiyue was still a member of the Chu family, then the entire Chu family status would instantly rise. By then, not only would they be able to maintain their position as one of the four major families, they might even be able to replace the Xi family as the #1 family. How could they give up such a huge temptation in front of them? Big brother, for the sake of the master, why don't we compromise? Chu Ji cautiously said. Chuning asked. What do you mean? Chu Ji glanced at Chu Xiao and smiled awkwardly. About that. If we were to count the things that happened in the past one by one, it would be quite troublesome. Why don't we formally apologize to you and Luyu and compensate you according to your suggestions? In order to show our sincerity, this matter should start with the Great Elder. How about it? Chu Xiao raised his eyebrows. Chu Ji, do you want this old man to lower his head and apologize first? Cough cough, Grand Elder, you don't have to be so blunt, except for the Patriarch. Right now, you are the most respected person in the Chu clan. Isn't it the most convincing to start with you? Even if it's for the Chu family? Chu Ji lowered his voice when he said the last sentence, but everyone in the hall heard it clearly. Everyone's hesitant and worried expressions quickly dissipated. First Elder, what Chu Ji said makes sense. You have indeed given Chuning and his daughter a lot of grievances in the past. It is only right for you to apologize. Yes. You've already written the invitation. Didn't you ask Chuning to come back today to discuss a solution? It's best to turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. First Elder, didn't you say that we are all family? Since we are family, it's fine to lower our heads. Chu Xiao was so angry that his face turned green. These people who were usually respectful to him actually sold him out in the blink of an eye in order to establish a relationship with Chu Luiyue. After a long stalemate, Chu Xiao finally said coldly. All right. In that case, this old man will apologize to you. Chuning smiled faintly. First Elder, are you apologizing or lecturing people? Chu Xiao choked. The people beside him hurriedly approached and said, First Elder, think about Vice Admiral Mu. The other families didn't have the chance to establish a relationship with him. And the fact that the blood of the Chu family flowed in Chu Liyue's body was indisputable. As long as they were willing to agree to come back, these small matters wouldn't be a problem at all. Chu Xiao took a deep breath. In the past, this old man did some terrible things and hurt you and your father. Now, I apologize to you, I'm sorry. Chu Xiao's body trembled as he gritted his teeth. It took him a lot of effort to say these words. He was used to being high and mighty in the Chu family. Now that he had to lower his head and apologize to Chu Ning, who he had always disliked, he felt extremely disgusted and broke down in his heart. He would settle this score in the future. The others didn't care about Chu Xiao's emotions at all. They all looked at Chu Ning expectantly. He had apologized and admitted his mistake. Now Chu Ning should agree to return to the Chu family, right? But under their fervent gazes, Chu Ning didn't move. He just looked at Chu Xiao quietly as if he was still waiting for something. There's still you, His voice was cold as he said word by word. Everyone looked at each other. Chu Xiao suddenly came back to his senses. You want this old man to apologize to Chu Luiyue again? Chu Ning nodded as if it was a matter of course. Of course. I am me and you, is you, Besides, she seems to have suffered more grievances than me all these years. Is it so difficult for you to apologize? Chu Xiao was about to go crazy. When did Chu Ning become so difficult to deal with? Then why didn't you say so just now? Chu Ning snorted. His gaze was mocking, but he suddenly stood up. It's so difficult for you to even apologize. I think the so-called compensation is even more illusory. Since you don't have any sincerity, I think there's no need to continue this conversation. He walked out of the hall. When the patriarch comes out of seclusion, I will naturally explain everything that you and I did. I believe he will understand. As for you, good luck. Wait. Seeing that Chu Ning was really about to leave, Chu Xiao finally threw caution to the wind. As long as Chu Luiyue agrees to return to the Chu family, then this old man will personally apologize to her until she is satisfied. How about it? Chu Ning stood still and a mocking smile appeared on his face. He turned around and looked at Chu Xiao. There's no need. Chu Xiao was stunned. What? Chu Ning laughed softly, but his voice was as cold as ice, chilling to the bottom of one's heart. The Chu family gave birth to me and raised me. If I say that I don't have the slightest bit of nostalgia for the Chu family, it would definitely be a lie. So, whether it's for the sake of the Chu family's nurturing of me in the past, or for the sake of the patriarch who is about to come out of seclusion, I can let bygones be bygones and let bygones be bygones. But, you can't. I remember clearly what you did to you, and I will never forget it in this lifetime. Even if all of you kneel on the ground and kowtow to apologize, even if you, is really willing to forgive you, I can't do it. Digression, slowly updating. Mobile users please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 327. With Xue Xue's help, Chu Luiyue rushed home as fast as she could. Fortunately, she arrived before Chu Ning. After about 15 minutes, Chu Ning finally returned. Father, how did it go? Chu Luiyue asked. Chu Ning smiled. It's all settled. Chu Luiyue was a little surprised. They invited you back to discuss letting us go back, right? I rejected them. Chu Ning's answer was very straightforward. And I told them that we will never go back. Chu Luiyue was stunned. Then the family head, I went there today because I wanted to make things clear to them. This way if the family head asks, I can give him an explanation. However, from the beginning to the end, I have no intention of forgiving them. Chu Ning looked at Chu Luiyue and sighed softly. Because you are the person I want to protect the most in this world. Chu Luiyue's heart warmed up. She knew how much Chu Ning had compromised for her, so she felt especially grateful and warm. Thank you, father. The next day, Chu Luiyue returned to the academy. The fire caused Joyo Tower to completely disappear. The elders and teachers in the academy were busy dealing with the remaining matters, so most of the students had more free time. When Chu Luiyue went to look for Mu Hongyu, she happened to see Liao Zhongshu. Luyu. Mu Hongyu was very excited when she saw Chu Luiyue. Thank you. I have already written a letter to father. They will send mother here soon. Chu Luiyue was also very happy. That's good. It's just that the journey is bumpy, so mother will have to suffer. Don't worry. Although Imperial concubine mother's health is not suitable for her to move too much recently, when Imperial father heard that you asked for Deputy General Mu's help, he immediately found several powerful elders to think of a way to safely send Imperial concubine mother here. I really don't know how to thank you. Originally, when Mu Hongyu asked Chu Luiyue for help, she didn't have much hope. After all, they were envoys from the Tianling dynasty, and they had distinguished statuses. Even Emperor Jiawen might not be able to invite them, let alone Chu Luiyue. Who would have thought that Chu Luiyue would be the only one chosen, and he even managed to convince Vice Admiral Mu to help. I didn't think that I would have to trouble Vice Admiral Mu to invite someone from the Tianling dynasty over. I really owe you a big favor for this. Chu Luiyue's lips curved up. It's fine. I also want to see what the celestial physician of the Tianling dynasty is like. After she died, other than Mu Qinghe, what happened to the others? Mu Hongyu's eyes lit up. Yeah. Speaking of celestial physician Luyu, you can actually produce pills now. We didn't know about this before. You hit it too well. Now that Chu Luiyue can produce pills, he can be considered a real celestial physician. In the entire country Yaoqin, there are very few people with such an identity. Besides, Chu Luiyue is still so young. I knew that you were definitely more capable than we thought, but I didn't expect. TSK. Mu Hongyu lightly snorted and glanced at Liao Zhongshu, who was beside her. The red blood goo in your body was cured by Luyu. You must have known about this long ago. Liao Zhongshu smiled helplessly and shook his head. I really didn't know. Unfortunately, the others didn't believe him. Previously, he pretended that the poison was still in his system and was bedridden, so he didn't attend the Qingjiao competition. When he heard that Chu Luiyue actually produced pills and took the first place in the Celestial Physician competition, he was shocked for a long time. Only then did he realize that Chu Luiyue was the person who saved his life. Mu Hongyu wrinkled her nose, but she couldn't be bothered to argue with him. She was more interested in something else. Luyu, when will you go to the Tianling dynasty with Vice Admiral Mu? Chu Luiyue shook his head. It's not confirmed yet. He seems to be staying here for a while and he wants to continue observing me. If I can't pass, I still can't go. Ah? So troublesome? Mu Hongyu looked disappointed. I thought you guys would go directly. Chu Luiyue laughed. I'm not in a hurry, so why are you in a hurry? I'm not in a hurry, but it's the Tianling dynasty we're talking about. Mu Hongyu held her cheeks with both hands, her eyes full of yearning. Who doesn't want to go to that kind of place? Luyu, don't you think everyone there is a genius? Everything there must be much better than here. Not necessarily, Chu Luiyue said calmly. Mu Hongyu was stunned. How do you know? Chu Luiyue paused and realized that he had said something wrong. Her eyes flickered and she smiled. I guessed. If everything is good, then why did Vice Admiral Mu spend so much effort to come here? Now that you mention it, it does make sense. Mu Hongyu's eyes turned, and she suddenly thought of something. Right. You won first place in the Qingjiao competition and chose to go to Tai Yen Academy's library to read for a month. However, Vice Admiral Mu has already chosen you. Do you still want to go? Although this is an extremely rare opportunity, it's not worth mentioning compared to the Tianling dynasty. Unexpectedly, Chu Luiyue said without hesitation. I'll go. I'm planning to talk to Vice Admiral Mu about this today. What? Mu Hongyu and Liao Zhongshu were shocked. Are you serious? You're really going? Luyu, do you know how many people don't have the opportunity to go to the Tianling dynasty like you? You're actually choosing Tai Yen Academy? Mu Hongyu widened her eyes. She felt that Chu Luiyue's decision was unbelievable. Liao Zhongshu was about to speak, but he suddenly remembered the red blood goo and swallowed his words. Chu Luiyue smiled. I have my own plans. In fact, she did not plan to stay there for a month. As long as there was any movement on Mu Qinghe's side, she could immediately come back. Moreover, although Mu Qinghe did not say it explicitly, based on Chu Luiyue's understanding of him, he should be planning to stay here for a long time. Chu Luiyue did not think that the reason he was staying was because of her. Therefore, this was also something that she was very curious about. Mu Hongyu wanted to say a few more words, but when she saw Chu Luiyue's determined expression, she gave up. All right. When are you going? The people from Tai Yen Academy seem to have left today. Our academy's elders were Rong and Elder Wei Cheng from Nanfeng Academy also went. Chu Luiyue understood. This was obviously to investigate Heng Jingchua and the others. She thought for a moment. It won't be too late for me to go after your mother arrives. Mu Hongyu was stunned and her eyes reddened. Luyu, thank you so much. It's nothing. Chu Luiyue's lips curled up slightly. Mu Hongyu suddenly said, Oh, right. After you returned home yesterday, Chu Xianmin looked for you. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 328. This surprised Chu Luiyue. She's looking for me? Yes. I don't know what she wants to do. I accidentally passed by your place yesterday and saw her loitering at your door. I went up to ask her what she was doing, but she didn't want to say anything and left in a hurry. Mu Hongyu shrugged and pouted. Maybe she wants to do something to harm you when you're not around. Chu Liwei squinted her eyes and tapped her fingers on the table. It's indeed strange for Chu Xianmin to take the initiative to look for me. However, if it's because of the person behind red blood goo, it's hard to say. After all, during the Qingjiao competition, she had clearly felt an inexplicable threatening aura. I have a feeling that the other party is targeting me. Then, on Chu Xianmin's side, did Chu Xianmin come to the academy today? She asked. I don't know. She probably came. Are you going to look for her? Mu Hongyu was a little worried. Chu Xianmin was cunning and vengeful. Nothing good would come of her taking the initiative to look for Chu Xianmin. Besides, the crown prince even asked Chu Liwei to be his wife in front of everyone. This was equivalent to slapping Chu Xianmin in the face. I'm afraid she hates Chu Liwei to death now. However, after thinking about it, Mu Hongyu felt that her worries were unnecessary. How can Chu Xianmin be Chu Liwei's match? Okay, go then. I'll go and confirm mother's arrangements after she comes here. Chu Liwei nodded and got ready to leave. Liao Zhongshu also suddenly stood up. Liu, I'm also leaving. Do you still not know where Chu Xianmin lives? Why don't I bring you there? The two of them looked at each other. Chu Liwei nodded. Okay. The two of them walked towards Chu Xianmin's residence. Liao Zhongshu sighed. Liu, I owe you my life. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. Chu Liwei looked at him. He had just recovered from a serious illness, and his face was still somewhat pale. However, the expression in his eyes was incomparably sincere. Perhaps I can't help you with anything now, but as long as you say the word, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Chu Liwei looked at him for a while and nodded gently. It's a deal. Liao Zhongshu smiled in relief. The two of them continued to walk forward for a while. Liao Zhongshu stood still and pointed at a certain place ahead. That's where Chu Xianmin lives. Chu Xianmin did not live with others because of her excellent results when she entered the school. I'll wait for you here. Chu Liwei couldn't help but think that Liao Zhongshu was indeed a smart person. He knew what he should do and what he shouldn't do. The smile on her face deepened as she lifted her foot and walked towards that direction. Just as he reached the door was opened from the inside. Chu Xianmin was about to leave when she looked up and saw Chu Liwei. She was shocked. What are you doing here? Chu Liwei sized Chu Xianmin up. It had only been one night, but Chu Xianmin looked a lot more haggard. Even though she used a veil to cover her face, one could still see the faint dark circles under her eyes. Her tired, bloodshot eyes also showed that she was not in a good state. Were you looking for me yesterday? Chu Liu's question made Chu Xianmin hesitate. And no. Chu Liwei ignored her and walked past her into the room. You only have 15 minutes. Chu Liwei said lightly. Chu Xianmin turned around and felt that the pair of black jade-like eyes seemed to have seen through her. She clenched her teeth, closed the door and turned to face Chu Liwei. Yesterday that person came again. Chu Liwei raised his brows. When? Chu Xianmin shook her head. When I sent the crown prince back yesterday and came back to the academy, he had already been here. I didn't see him. He only left one thing behind. As she spoke, she walked to the table at the side and opened a box. Chu Liwei glanced at it from the corner of his eyes and focused. That's a letter? Chu Xianmin passed the letter to Chu Liwei. It was a letter wrapped in a red envelope. There was a strange picture printed on it and there was a line of words in the middle. To Chu Liwei. The handwriting was strong and smooth. However, Chu Liwei felt a strong murderous intent from it. She did not take the letter. Instead, she looked up at Chu Xianmin. Chu Xianmin immediately said, I promise that I didn't say anything about you. I don't know why he wrote you a letter. I really don't know. She only knew that the other party purposely asked her to pass the letter. It was obvious that he already knew everything that happened here. This was also a warning to her. Ever since she received the letter yesterday, Chu Xianmin had been feeling uneasy and worried. She originally thought that the other party would kill her directly. However, other than the letter, everything else was normal. This made her even more fearful. She did not know when the punishment would befall her. After she saw the letter, she hesitated for a long time before deciding to look for Chu Liwei. However, Chu Liwei was not around. She did not sleep the entire night after she came back. She kept thinking about this matter and hesitating about what she should do. When she faced Chu Liu's question, she subconsciously denied it because she had already decided to hide the letter. Who knew if this was a test from the other party? However, Chu Liu was right in front of her. She was terrified and decided to give the letter to her in the end. Chu Liu took the letter. Chu Xianmin heaved a sigh of relief for some reason. However, she then saw Chu Liu stand up to leave. She was shocked. Why, you're not going to open it here? Aren't you afraid that I'm lying to you? Chu Luiwei glanced at her nonchalantly. She could not be bothered to say that there was half a Xian formation drawn on the letter. This Xian formation's level was so high that even the Academy's elders might not be able to use it. Chu Xianmin knew nothing about Xian formations. She could not even tell that it was half a Xian formation. If she wanted to open the letter, she had to fill in the remaining half. Chu Xianmin did not have the chance to do anything even if she wanted to. Moreover, she did not have the guts to do so now. For some reason, Chu Xianmin felt that Chu Luiwei did not say a single word and only looked at her quietly. However, she felt that she was very small and laughable. She shut her mouth embarrassedly. Chu Luiwei kept the letter and left. Chu Xianmin suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted. All right. Since I've been discovered and the letter has been given to you, can you help me get rid of the poison in my body? Whenever she thought of the horrifying scene of the poison acting up, she would have goosebumps all over her body. She would be terrified the entire night. I don't have any value to you now. Why, you can let me go. Chu Luiwei glanced sideways and glanced at her nonchalantly. You really don't have any value in this aspect, but I still need you to monitor someone. Chu Xianmin was dazed. Who? The Crown Prince Rongjin. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network.